The world has evolved at a breathtaking pace. Nowadays, every sorcerer relies on AI tech to streamline and cast their spells with ease. However, our protagonist was born with a glitch. He's completely incompatible with modern hardware. While typical mages fire off spells in the blink of an eye, he needs a grueling hour just to cast one. Even so, he's genuinely thrilled that he managed to shave off a few seconds this time around. After devouring every book in his collection, he stumbles upon a mysterious, dusty volume. It's a tome that has remained sealed to the rest of the world. But because you smashed that like button on this video, he's the only one with the key to open it. Who could have guessed this is the ultimate grimoire of the most legendary archmage in history? A legend who never scrolled through top or leaned on AI, yet could still crush any opponent. All right, enough talk. Let's dive straight into the story. The scene opens with the silhouette of a young man radiating a faint, mysterious aura. He wanders into a haunting wasteland littered with ancient ruins. Waiting for him is the monstrous beast that reigns as the master of this desolate realm. The moment their eyes meet, the creature lets out a roar, flashing its serrated, razor-sharp fangs. In an instant, countless magic circles in the sky spiral together into a single blinding point. The young man bows his head, his hair dancing in the wind, wishing for the beast to simply sink into the abyss. A shimmering arcane circle erupts beneath his feet. A massive, intricate snowflake forms in his palm. This frost shall shroud the world, embrace it and drift into an endless sleep. As the incantation ends, the Snow Queen manifests. Eternal permafrost! The air turns biting cold as everything freezes over. The monster stumbles back, growling in a cautious retreat. With a mere exhale of freezing mist, the Snow Queen turns the beast into a solid block of ice. Mission accomplished, the magic circle beneath him flickers out. He finally looks up. Thin ribbons of sunlight filter into the dim interior. The young man's crimson eyes burn with a sharp, lethal intensity. Back at the opulent Magic Clan, the most powerful sorcery family in Korea, this genius was seen as a god-tier talent until the incident. An elder named In-hyuk knits his brows together. "Haran, are you paying attention?" The boy with the blood-red eyes is Haran, the third son of this elite bloodline. He smirks. "Of course, father. I expect results that live up to our family's prestige." In-hyuk turns his back to stare out at the horizon. "You must graduate at the top of Obelisk Magic Academy and become the world's premier mage. Your talent eclipses your brother's. No, it eclipses everyone. Don't disappoint me. Climb to the peak of magic and validate your power." Haran touches the blue gemstone resting on his chest. He declares with total confidence, "I will, father. I'll show them all." Inside, he thinks, "To be the best, I have to surpass my brothers and my father, the greatest mage in the country." Fast forward 2 years. We arrive at the prestigious Obelisk Magic Academy. The instructor holds up a digital tablet. "Second-year students, listen up. Today is your first practical. Sa-hyuk, you're up. Keep your cool. Just treat it like a normal day." Sa-hyuk sneers. "Why would I be nervous? We already know who's going to fail." Haran, that absolute trash who can't even cast a basic spark. How did he pass first year? He's a broken model who can't even run AI magic. Haran shoves his hands in his pockets, looking visibly annoyed. Even today, mages are a rare breed. Several training monsters are summoned. The system chimes, "Practical exam for Sa-hyuk, start." He leads with a burst of flames. "Fireball!" In a flash, the system announces, "Exam over. Target neutralized within the limit. Grade, pass." Sa-hyuk rolls his shoulders smugly. Too easy. Here's the deal. Modern magic is basically AI-assisted. Mages get AI tattoos to bypass those long, annoying chants. But my body just won't sync with it. 2 monsters appear for my turn. Next up, Haran. He narrows his vision, trying to pull mana into his palms. He meticulously visualizes every step. First, pull the mana, the source of life, into the heart through the 8-step formula. Suddenly, the monsters lunged, shattering his concentration. Sa-hyuk stands on the sidelines, laughing his head off. "What a clown. You call that a spell? Haran, an old-school relic like you has no business around magic. Know your place." Haran sits in the dirt, staring at the black smoke of his failure. "Time's up. Combat exam failed." He becomes the laughingstock of the entire class. His fists clench until his knuckles turn white. I blew it. But at least my casting speed was a tiny bit faster than last time. The day they labeled me incompatible was the day my father threw me away. He even gave me a potion to kill my internal magic circuits. But I'm not quitting. I'm going old school. I've turned to traditional magic, a forgotten art. Sadly, the only place to learn it is through the dusty physical books in my room. Man, if they just turned these into e-books, it would save so much space, he grumbles, looking at the piles. Then something catches his eye. A bizarre-looking book. He wonders, did I actually buy this one? Intrigued, Haran picks it up. He tests the weight and begins flipping through the weathered pages. It's ancient, but it feels expensive. High-quality stuff. What's it say? The scrawl is terrible. Ray Beo Baitel? Now that's a name I haven't heard in ages. Legends say Ray Beo Baitel was the first great mage, the founder of the Baitel Empire, and the literal father of all magic. I used to be obsessed with his stories when I was a kid. Suddenly, the book erupts. A blinding, golden, magical light floods the room. Haran drops it like a hot coal. What the hell is this? He squints through the glare. This radiance. The book glows like a miniature sun. A deep voice echoes. To my descendant who shares my unique soul and can hear my words, I, Ray Beo Baitel, entrust this legacy to you. Haran shields his eyes from the shimmering light. He thinks, wait, is the book actually talking to me? Back then, I had no clue that being incompatible with modern tech was actually a massive blessing in disguise. Haran recalled his teacher, Jong So, saying failed students needed makeup classes. He just stood there as the whispers started. Wait, someone actually failed? Oh, it's that guy whose body rejected the AI. Back to the now. Standing on the edge of a breakthrough, a guy who used to just take the hits never thought he'd get a restart like this. Just like that, a new day begins. In the school cafeteria, everyone is hanging out in cliques. Haran sits in a lonely corner. Then a guy with a loaded tray plopped down across from him. Solo dining again? Haran looked up. Oh, it's you. The guy kicked out a chair and sat down. Man, that food looks tasty. He was acting like they were best buds. This is Ji Sun-chan, a total airhead, but a good guy. Believe it or not, he's in the top 10 and mastered 3 magic circles by 18. A total prodigy. Sun-chan eyed Haran's plate. If you're not gonna eat that, I'll take it, Haran scowled. Get your own food. He looked at Sun-chan. Honestly, this was the only real friend he had in this dump. Sun-chan stuffed his face and mumbled, If anyone gives you grief, just let me know. I'll take 'em out. Haran just sighed and looked out the window. I'm fine. Anyway, I found a really weird book yesterday. Sun-chan leaned in. What kind of book? It's strange. After page 3, it's just blank. Haran explained the weird events from the night before. It's about Ray Beo Baitel, but it's probably a prank. It glows and talks when you open it. Sun-chan was impressed. Using magic for a prank? High budget. What's it about? Haran gave a sarcastic huff. Something about leaving magic to his heirs, but apparently you need a specific constitution to even read it. Sun-chan got hyped. Ooh, let me try. Haran's face went dark and serious. Also, the last page says you have to die once for it to work. Sun-chan jumped. Excuse me, what? Haran drifted back into his memories. It says don't use your heart. Build the magic circle in your brain instead. Sun-chan looked lost. Stop messing with me! A magic circle in the brain? That's suicide! Let me see that book! Later that night, in the obelisk dorms, Haran pulled out the tome. This is it. If you aren't like Ray Beo, it won't budge. He handed it over. Go for it. Sun-chan strained, his face turning red as he tried to pry it open. He finally gave up, panting. No way, it's like it's welded shut. Haran wondered, maybe a magic seal? Sun-chan just shrugged. Who knows? I'm beat. I'm heading out. Night. He vanished down the hall. Once he was gone, Haran flipped the cover open with 0 effort. His mind raced. It opens for me like nothing, and these pages weren't blank before. Suddenly, Ray Beo's voice filled the room again. My heir, if I'm right, you're currently trying to cast magic by forming circles. In your heart, right? For the average person, that's the gold standard. Haran focused on the text. But for people like us, that's a one-way ticket to failure. Haran gasped. What? The book began to float in mid-air. Rabio continued. If you wish to follow my path and become my student, you must destroy the magic circle in your heart. Then you shall forge a new one inside your mind. Then crack this volume open once more. Haran's eyes flickered with a mix of fear and wonder. Staring at the shut tome on the floor, he grumbled to himself, "This has to be some sick prank. He's literally telling me to build a magic circuit in my skull." It was common knowledge, mana is pure poison to the human brain. Letting it seep in usually melts the mind, or at the very least, leaves you brain dead. Haran gripped his hair, his knuckles white. No matter how I spin it, this feels like an elaborate way to commit suicide. Frustrated and drained, he crawled into bed and buried himself under the blankets. Who in their right mind would actually try that? Haran pushed the book out of his thoughts and drifted into a heavy sleep. The next morning, with the sun high in the sky, Professor Jong-so gave Haran a long, inquisitive look. "What's the story, Haran?" The young man carefully slid the legendary book across the desk. "Professor, could you take a look at this? I need a professional opinion." Jang-so squinted at the cover. "A physical book? In ancient script?" He began thumbing through the parchment, one page at a time. He noted its antique feel, but after a thorough inspection, Jang-so looked up, puzzled. "Exactly what am I looking for here?" Haran bit his lip and suggested, "Just see if you can open it. And could you check if there's a magical seal locking it?" Jang-so's interest piqued. "A seal?" Haran nodded quickly. "Yeah, there's a bizarre rumor floating around the halls lately." "Gossip won't help your grades, kid," Jang-so warned. "I'll check it, but stay focused on your curriculum. Give me a second." The professor's face went stone cold as he channeled a diagnostic spell. A moment later, he gave a flat shrug. "There's zero magic on this thing. Ignore the tall tales and get back to class." Though skeptical, Haran took the book back. "Thanks anyway, Professor." Haran clutched the tome as he walked the halls. "I was really hoping. If even a high-level mage like Sun Chan and a seasoned professor can't budget, then it has to be the real deal." His fingers traced the ridges of the cover. That night, the atmosphere changed. Haran sat in the heavy silence of his room, his gaze locked on the book. He pulled out a small vial of pills. "The cure my father sent. One dose and the magic circle in my heart is gone forever." He could still hear In Hayek's cold voice echoing, "Forget about casting. Just stick to the research side of magicology." Haran bit his lip until it bled. "I'm not giving up on being a mage. Keep it together. My life is already at rock bottom. I've got nothing left to lose. Tonight, it's all or nothing." The moment the pill touched his tongue, his pupils snapped wide. A searing, white-hot agony exploded in his chest, sending him collapsing to the floor. "God, it hurts. The circle at my heart, I can feel it shattering into pieces. This pain marks the death of the mage I used to be. Now for the forbidden part, forcing mana into the mind. The failure dies here. Today a real mage is born." As the mana flooded his brain, the agony vanished, replaced by a cold, haunting void. "Is this it? Is this what the end feels like?" A faint, spectral voice whispered, "Death." Haran felt the word vibrate through his soul. He felt a spectral hand, Rebeo's hand, steadying him. "My descendant, can you hear me?" Haran couldn't even lift his eyelids. He felt the voice through the mana itself. His body felt weightless, bathed in a sea of brilliance. Light pierced the dark, and it felt as if the very spirits of magic were dancing around him, whispering secrets before dissolving into his new circuit. "I can hear them, laughing, singing." Those final whispers felt like a sacred blessing. Suddenly, Haran's eyes snapped open. He gasped for air, struggling to sit up and take in his surroundings. I'm actually alive?" His gaze immediately fell on the book, which was now wide open. He grabbed it, his hands shaking. Fresh, glowing ink began to materialize on the once blank pages. A sense of clarity washed over him as the whispers turned into a clear, soft voice in his ear. "Well done on surviving the first step." Ides, that is the name of this living grimoire. From this moment on, the Book of Ids will write your legend. Every ounce of my magical knowledge is now yours to command. Haran felt a warm presence, as if Rabio himself were standing right behind him. The entity spoke with a new tone of respect. Tell me, what should I call you now? My disciple. A few days had passed since his rebirth. Business as usual, Haran sat through his lectures. But his mind was light years away, buried in Ides. Another page unlocked. Who knew learning magic could be this addictive when it actually works? Ides was a goldmine of forgotten ancient secrets. The first lesson: mana possesses its own consciousness. Normally, when mana hits the brain, the two wills collide and cause a total system crash. That's why it's toxic. But I'm built different. My brain's will is so stubborn it blocks the mana's intent, preventing the crash. It's the same reason my body refuses to sync with AI. It simply won't let another will take over. He was learning to bridge that gap between thought and power. The professor's voice cut through the air like a whip. Class! You're all aware the second-year midterms are coming up, right? Well, the board has authorized some special new conditions. This snapped Haran out of his trance. Special conditions? The professor wore a thin, cruel smile. As of this semester, anyone who fails to meet the performance benchmark will face immediate expulsion. This quality control measure was personally suggested by the head of the Magic Clan. Sahai UK didn't even bother to whisper. Finally, a way to flush the garbage out. The professor gave a subtle, condescending nod toward Haran. It seems some of you are already in the red zone. Haran didn't flinch. He just rubbed his chin, already mapping out his next move. That afternoon, the city felt different. The sky was a hazy, industrial gold, and the sidewalks were starting to clear out. Haran made a solo trip to Training Center A, tucked away on a side street. He stood at the entrance for a long moment, hesitating. Man, these private simulation rooms are a total rip-off. 200,000 gun an hour? My wallet is crying just looking at the sign. After a deep breath, he pushed through the glass doors. He approached the front desk. I'd like to book a room for an hour. The clerk raised an eyebrow. Just you? Haran nodded firmly. Just me. The clerk slid a key card across the counter. Room 14 is yours. There's a manual for the hologram controls on the console. Haran grabbed the card and turned to go. I've got it covered. The clerk leaned back, watching him walk away. Wait, isn't that the kid from the Magic Clan? Imagine being born into that family and not being able to use AI. Talk about a bad hand. Inside room 14, Haran initiated the training program, Wolfpack Challenge. Within seconds, a pack of 5 snarling wolves surrounded him. They crouched low, their digital eyes glowing with simulated hunger. Haran raised a hand, fingers poised to weave. They're just low-tier mobs, but 10 at once is still a handful, he mused. The academy average for this is 12 minutes and 33 seconds. I've been practicing the Ides methods every night. Let's see what they can really do. Haran's expression hardened. A spark of pure iron will lit up his eyes. Behold my new foundation, Infinite Circle. The wolves lunged in a blur of fur and fangs. With a simple flick, a massive wall of water erupted. Wait, did I just do that? This is incredible. Pure adrenaline shot through his veins. Is this what I'm actually capable of? It's insane. Other mages just let their AI do the heavy lifting from their hearts. But with the infinite circle in my brain, the power flows through my entire being. All that suppressed energy is finally breaking free. In a heartbeat, he manifested a fire element array. He stood there, jaw-droppingly shocked by his own speed. Rebio's voice echoed with a hint of pride. Don't get cocky over the basics. You've barely scratched the surface. The infinite circle is just the doorway to Bytel magic. Let your intent shape the magic, not just your thoughts. This is the core, the beginning and end of our art. A flash of light wiped the room clean. As training ended and Haran walked out, the receptionist waved. Thanks for coming. Hope to see you back soon. Haran waved back. I just want to crash at home. Still, I wonder if that disgrace actually did anything in there, the clerk wondered. His smug look vanished instantly, replaced by pure shock. The screen displayed a record-breaking time. Haran had cleared the wolf pack in 6 minutes and 37 seconds. That's pro-circuit speed! How does a glitchy kid set a record like that? This machine has to be on the fritz again. Later that evening, Haran strolled home humming a tune, Ides tucked under his arm. The legend starts today. He replayed the simulation in his head. Connecting the infinite circle to my intent was the hardest part. The stuff in Ides. is on a completely different level than the junk they teach at school. He recalled Rabio's cryptic advice. Mana is your limbs, your heart, your very soul. Command it like you command your own hand. Haran leaned his head on his hand, mulling it over. Easier said than done. To find the truth in those words, he had to dive even deeper into the grimoire. He felt like he was chasing a ghost, a concept he could almost touch, like a thin veil over his mind. In the world of mages, they call it the Wall of Enlightenment. It's the barrier most mages spend their whole lives trying to break. First things first, I have to master mana circulation exactly how the book describes. I wonder if that's really all it takes. The next morning was gray and overcast. Walking back to the academy, Haran was in a daze. I lost track of time. I was circulating mana for 10 hours straight. Usually I'd be in a coma, but I actually feel refreshed. Is it seriously morning already? Suddenly a heavy hand slammed onto his shoulder from behind. Morning, Haran. You look like a zombie, man. You doing okay? The pat nearly knocked the wind out of him. I'm usually fine, but... Suddenly, a surge of mana flared up, wrapping around him like a cloak of energy. Circulating mana while going about my day is an absolute nightmare. I need to sync with this new magic circle and master it immediately. No time to waste. Ever since I linked with my second circle at age 12, everyone called me a prodigy, and my father's expectations were sky high. Fast forward to now, and I've only just managed to bridge a single magic circle inside my brain. What's the next move? Shattering the wall of enlightenment is the only way to reach the big leagues. That's the mantra my father drilled into me, back when he actually believed in my potential, but honestly, perfection is just a gilded cage. It's a fairy tale made up by arrogant humans. Haran couldn't help but mutter, perfection is a total scam. The moment he got back from class, he dove straight into his drills. As Haran squeezed his eyes shut, he felt the raw energy pulsing through him with surgical clarity. Mana isn't just power, it's my limbs, my pulse, and my thoughts. Bend it to your will. True magic isn't perfect, it's raw, fluid imagination. Imagine magic that skips the talking, instant, silent casting. Standard AI magic uses shortcuts to fire off, but it's rigid. It has to play by the system's rules. The Bytel archives, however, are all about mental freedom. You can warp the very shape of a spell on the fly. It doesn't. Have to follow some pre-programmed math equation? Haran's face turned bright red with pure kinetic excitement. Even with just one circle, the drain on my body is insane. I can't believe I'm pulling off magic that defies all logic. At that moment, a realization anchored in his soul. I'm not just hitting a wall, I'm climbing over it to reach the peak. Another typical morning at the academy. Jang So's voice cut through the hall. Haran, you've got a visitor, move it now. Haran looked up from his copy of Ides, startled. Someone wants to see me? He fell into step behind the professor. Your father is here. The news of Inhyuk's arrival hit Haran like a physical blow. Father? He was ushered into the grand reception room. Inhyuk stood there, draped in an expensive long coat and radiating arrogance. Step inside, Jang So murmured a polite response. I've brought the boy to you. He gave a quick sideways glance toward the exit. Haran met Inhyuk's gaze with a neutral mask. Father, it's been a while. Jang So took the hint and offered a deep bow. I'll leave you two to catch up. The door clicked shut, leaving father and son in a heavy silence. Since you're still loitering at this school, I take it you haven't touched the medicine I sent? Haran didn't blink. I haven't. My magic has actually started to improve lately. Inhyuk scoffed, clearly tired of what he saw as a delusion. Improve? Are you still chasing that fairy tale? Haran didn't flinch. I am. I'm going to be the greatest archmage this era has ever seen. The sheer weight of the boy's conviction made Inhyuk hesitate for a split second. He let out a long, weary sigh. Haran, you've wasted a whole year on this. It's time for a reality check. No matter how much effort you put in or what small wins you scrape together, if your body won't sync with technology, you'll never be more than a half-baked mage. But you have a brilliant mind. Drop these fantasies and focus on magic theory. You can still be a genius researcher. Haran cut him off sharply. Father, I've already told you. I am not walking away from magic. I have no interest in being a shadow in your world. I'm coming for your seat as the head of the magic clan. And Hyuk went quiet, thrown by the boy's unshakable bravado. Ambition alone won't get you that seat, boy. Haran gave a cold smile. I'll prove it to you. In Hyuk's eyes flashed with mockery. And how exactly? Don't tell me you think passing a school test is going to change anything. Haran leaned in, placing his cards on the table. I'll break into the top 10 during the midterms. If I fail, I'll pack my bags and become the researcher you want me to be. But if I pull it off, you recognize me as a mage and back me with everything the clan has. In Hyuk massaged his temples, exhausted by his son's ego. One small step and you think you've won the race? Fine. Just make sure this progress actually means something. Haran watched in silence as his father walked away. The afternoon sun was crisp and bright. Days blurred into one another until Jangso finally took the podium with a grim expression. Listen up, I'm announcing the format for the midterm assessment. The room erupted into whispers. Duels? Man, I was hoping for monster hunting. Jangso raised his voice to drown them out. This exam will be a high-stakes one-on-one elimination tournament. Pure duels. We start the round of 16 and play through over the next 3 days. And take note, big-name investors and partners from the Magic Tower will be watching. Don't embarrass yourselves. That's all. Haran gripped his desk, his pulse racing. The stage is set. Time to flip the script. Just another day at the academy, but the air was electric. A combat tourney? Seriously? Wait, the Magic Tower is sending scouts? Haran wove through the buzzing crowd, keeping his ears open. The midterms were the only thing anyone talked about. With the Magic Tower involved, the media would be all over this. The tower was basically a superpower, run by the 12 most dangerous mages on the planet. Joining them was every student's ticket to the top. Suddenly, a shadow blocked his path. Well, if it isn't the broken toy. Feeling okay for the big day? Haran didn't even bother looking at Sahyuk. He had to admit one thing, though. Hyuk was a jerk, but he was also one of the top-ranked sophomores for a reason. The bully leaned in, sneering. I saw the bracket. You're my first victim. Ready to get humiliated? I've been waiting 5 years to pay you back for that stunt you pulled. Haran just sighed. 5 years ago, in the junior finals, he had absolutely crushed this guy. Everyone used to call him the crybaby mage because he literally wept on stage when the ref raised Haran's hand. He was a sobbing mess, screaming for his mom. But the second he found out I was incompatible, he turned into my biggest tormentor. Now, Sahyuk was back to his usual smug self. You know the rule, fail the benchmark, get expelled, right? One of his lackeys snickered. We should probably give him a proper send-off before he packs his bags, don't you think? Sahyuk loved the attention. So, you gonna run home to daddy crying? Haran's lips curled into a dry smirk. You're my first match? Perfect. I couldn't have asked for a better warm-up. This exam is my debut, and you're going to be my stepping stone. He chuckled. I thought you'd be the one crying. Sahyuk's face twisted into a snarl. What did you say? The tension drew a circle of curious students around them. Sahyuk was fuming, but tried to keep his voice loud and dominant. Is this guy high? Do you even know where you are right now? Does this defective loser actually have a death wish? Haran just felt sorry for how childish the guy was. He leaned in with a look of pure confidence. You talked big 5 years ago, too, right before I mopped the floor with you. 5 years later, and you're still the same amateur? Sahyuk actually flinched back a step. You little... A second later, Haran's tone shifted to a mock-innocent laugh. Oops, sorry. I forgot you hate being reminded of that. My bad, crybaby Sahyuk. The bully was so livid his neck veins were about to burst. Shut up, you're a has-been, a total failure. Haran reached up and calmly peeled Sahyuk's hand off his collar. You've spent too much time at the bottom, so let me teach you something. Falling only happens to people who actually reach the top. A genius is always a genius. Don't worry, I'll help you remember that feeling real soon. With that, he walked away, feeling lighter than he had in years. Left behind, Sahyuk was shaking with rage, biting his knuckles. You're dead, I'm going to burn you to a crisp. By the next morning, Haran was trending. The headline read, The Genius Returns. The 7th-gen prodigy of the Magic Clan, Haran, back in the spotlight. He scanned the news while drying his hair. Front page? Wow. Sahayuk's family must have some serious pull to get a hit piece written that fast. I knew he'd try to use the press to mess with my head. But the plan backfired. It only made Haran more determined. This exam is my stage. The more eyes on me, the better. I'll turn this hype into my momentum. Perfect. His phone buzzed. It was his father. He answered with a bored, "Hello? I'm here. Yeah, I saw the news. Don't worry about it, father. I've got it under control." Hyuk sounded suspicious. "Was this your plan?" Haran gave a simple, "Yep. I baited Sahayuk perfectly." Hyuk went quiet, thinking back to their deal. "Haran, I'm holding you to our agreement. I'm not doing this because I believe in you. I'm doing it because it doesn't hurt the family name. Yet. I still don't think you can pull it off. That article is a joke that could embarrass the entire clan, and you're just letting it run. What are you playing at?" Haran rolled his eyes. "Everyone already thinks I'm the family's biggest mistake. Even if I fail, it's just a drop in the ocean for the clan." He traced the spine of Ids as his father spoke. "Damage is damage, no matter how minor you think it is. As long as you breathe, you are a magic clan member. Act like it." A sharp, dangerous light flickered in Haran's eyes. "I know, but when you look at the payoff, and the risk is irrelevant." Hyuk paused. "Payoff? What could the clan possibly gain from you winning a school tournament?" Haran's voice was like ice. "They gain me. The magic clan will finally have the most powerful mage on the planet, and the most formidable leader in history. I'm going to be the greatest head this family has ever seen." On the other end, Hyuk slowly sat back, stunned into silence. "You've barely set a goal, yet you're already claiming you'll outshine the magic tower? Fine. I'll let your arrogance slide for now." Haran looked visibly relaxed. "Thank you, father." The man spoke up once more. "However, if you do anything to drag our clan's name through the dirt, be ready for the fallout. I'm done here." Haran placed the phone on the table. The breeze shifted his hair slightly. Haran's smirk deepened, looking every bit like a man who had already won the game. The stage is set. In the blink of an eye, the day of the midterm exams arrived. The stadium was buzzing. Every seat in the stands was filled. Haran stepped onto the arena floor, loosening up his hands. His opponent, Sahayuk, sneered, "Look, it's the defective model." "Did you catch my article, Prodigy? You're a celebrity now. Just picturing you failing to spark even a tiny flame, and then crawling away in shame makes me want to die laughing." In response, Haran offered a calm, pointed reminder. "The one facing humiliation might not be me. It might be you." The bully's composure cracked. "What? Have you lost your mind?" Haran placed a hand over his heart and spoke softly. "I really should thank you for playing your part in my plan so perfectly. Do you really hate me that much? Honestly, you're barely a blip on my radar. Either way, my victory is a lock. Don't take it personally." Sahayuk was so livid his eyes nearly bulged out. "He's actually gone insane." Immediately after, Haran twisted the knife. "One circle. A single magic circle is all it takes to put you down." At the massive central plaza, up in the spectator boxes, 3 silhouettes watched the scene unfold. On the field of Obelisk Academy, Haran declared with a look of fierce focus, "One circle. Just one magic circle is more than enough to crush you." The crowd went dead silent, captivated by the tension. Hearing that, Sahayuk gnashed his teeth, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He bit his knuckle in a fit of rage and hissed, "This prick, a broken failure, dares to talk down to me?" At that exact moment, the referee's whistle shrieked, signaling the start of the second-year combat trials. "Begin!" Haran let out a small smile, his face radiating pure resolve. Sahayuk swung his arm wide, unleashing a surge of raw mana. "Die, you useless trash!" His eyes flashed with a predatory light. From the ripples in the air, a searing torrent of fire lunged straight for Haran. Haran dove to the side, mentally checking his notes. Sahayuk's go-to spell. Sparks danced from the AI interface behind the bully's neck. Sahayuk knit his brows together in concentration. Pointing a finger, he roared to trigger the script. "Third circle magic, explosion!" He looked on, eyes glowing as a smug grin crept across his face. A heartbeat later, a violent blast erupted exactly where Haran had been standing. Reporters in the press box scrambled for their cameras. Drenched in sweat, Sahi-uk let out a guttural laugh, throwing insults through the smoke. "You moron! You're a nobody trying to play hero!" Suddenly, his face paled. His confidence evaporated. As the dust and debris settled, Haran stood there looking completely unbothered. "No way, not even a scuff mark? Then try tanking this!" Without missing a beat, Sahi-uk's palms unleashed a triple threat of flame. Haran simply manipulated the mana to form a swirling sphere of water. Water strike! The liquid barrier absorbed the heat and neutralized the fire effortlessly. Panic flooded the boy's face as he gasped, "What?" In his head, he panicked. Explosion, my best move was shut down that easily? A mysterious figure in the VIP box rubbed their chin and whispered, "That's peculiar." Looking through the reinforced glass of the stands, the other spectator nodded. "Incredible. It's only first circle magic, yet his casting speed is instantaneous." The girl, Sue, looked over with a piercing gaze and asked, "I've been dying to know why you cleared the Blue Tower's entire schedule just to watch a student duel. Do you know something about Haran's magic that we don't?" Kangin, hands deep in his pockets, replied casually, "Not really. I just saw a headline. And about a fallen prodigy making a comeback, and I got curious." She looked at him with a sigh of disbelief and continued, "So this is all just a whim? If word gets out that the master of the Blue Tower, an 8-circle legend, is scouting a sophomore match, it'll cause a total media frenzy." Kangin let out a sharp laugh. "I'm counting on it." This man was indeed the legendary Blue Tower master, Kangin. They both turned back to the arena. He stood tall and added, "That's exactly why I booked the private suite." Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the door. Kangin glanced back to see who had just arrived. He raised a hand in an excited greeting. "I figured you'd show up eventually." Back on the battlefield, Haran stood relaxed, hands on his hips, while Sahi-uk ground his teeth, thinking, "Damn it all! What's the deal here? My third circle explosion got snuffed out by a basic first circle water strike?" He couldn't stop replaying the counter move in his head. Sahi-uk's anxiety was spiking by the second. "His incantation speed is unreal!" Haran let out a taunting laugh. "What's the matter? Jealous of how fast I can chant?" The bully waved his arms and screamed, "Shut up, just drop dead!" Up! Sahi-uk unleashed another triple fire blast. A massive simulated explosion rocked the arena screen. He balled his fists and laughed like a maniac, jeering, "Idiot! The second you used that weak spell to show off, you lost. You're a defective glitch. What else can you possibly do?" Suddenly, a streak of concentrated magic was fired back at Sahi-uk by Haran. It whistled past Sahi-uk's ear at high speed, making him shriek, "What?" He spun around, sweating as he processed the near miss. When did he even have time to cast Wind Spear? And my attack didn't even leave a mark on him. Why is he standing there like he's just taking a walk in the park? Sahi-uk gritted his teeth and barked, "You prick! Do you honestly think you can win with these low-level spells?" Haran prepared his next move and replied flatly, "Without a doubt." The spear of wind lunged forward with the speed of a lightning bolt. The boy raised his arms to brace against the crushing pressure coming from Haran. A look of relief washed over him, as his defensive shield managed to hold firm. Then Sahi-uk began gathering energy in his palm. "What's your big plan now, huh? Don't think a fast mouth makes you a match for me, you broken piece of junk. Haran, you!" He suddenly frowned, his face a mask of total confusion. "Wait, how is there a wind spear behind me?" Refusing to be toyed with, Sahi-uk demanded, "What kind of cheap trick is this?" Kangin and Sue watched every micro-movement with intensity. Haran pointed a finger upward, summoning a miniature wind spear with a smirk. "Still haven't caught on? Want a second demonstration?" With a snap of his fingers, the magic flickered, looking like a small bird taking flight. The swirling cyclone morphed into a massive avian hunter and dived. Sahi-uk whipped his head around and cried out in terror, "What? What am I seeing? Is that still Wind Spear? How is he firing two at once?" Haran heard the panic and offered a wicked smile. "You're right. Normally that should be impossible. But I'm not normal. Try handling this. 4 at once!" 4 wind spears tore through the air in rapid succession. The boy across the field frantically threw his hands up to reinforce his barrier. "Shield! An orb of light encased Sah-Hyuk's entire body. Watching the projectiles approach, Sah-Hyuk tried to psych himself up. It's just first circle magic. As long as my defense holds, I can... He was dead wrong. The wind spears didn't hit the front. They curved midair and slammed into his back. Sah-Hyuk gritted his teeth, his mind reeling. A wind spear that follows a homing trajectory? Haran called out in a mocking tone. It's good to analyze the situation, but is now really the time for a daydream? The real show is only just getting started. A moment later, the avian wind magic dived toward his hand. Sah-Hyuk scrambled backward to get out of the way. Damn it, this guy is a monster! He told himself he needed to break the line of fire and reset the distance. Every spell has a maximum effective range. If I can just get far enough away, those weird bending attacks won't be able to touch me. Haran read the move instantly and gave a mock compliment. Smart move. Too bad for you. He cupped his hands and raised them toward the sky. As he initiated a new spell, a violent howling gale tore through the arena. Sah-Hyuk looked up at the sky and screamed in pure terror, "What on earth is that?" A massive, predatory bird of wind dived straight for him. Kangin, watching from the VIP box, was visibly stunned. He cast that instantly! And he's altering the magical vectors mid-flight? What kind of magic system is he even using? Nearby, another man watched the display in total silence. In-hyuk stood with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the field. The head of the family, In-hyuk, the legendary eight-circle master of the magic clan, In-hyuk. Su-yi, standing by him, whispered in shock. Exactly. Haran's magic is completely rewriting the rules of open-source sorcery. We need to figure out what he's actually doing. Standard open-source spells like Gale Slash are locked into preset parameters. You can only tweak their path once. For instance, if your target is past 38 meters, the spell simply peters out. And if you veer the trajectory once, you're stuck with it. In short, modern magic only does exactly what the manual says. Because of this, wizard duels today have turned into a high-stakes mental chess match. Predicting your rival and reacting on the fly is everything, much like timing your ultimate abilities in a competitive video game. But Bytel-style sorcery tosses the modern rulebook out the window. Exactly as he envisioned, the wind spear talons tore right into Sah-Hyuk. Right then, the bully slumped onto the arena floor, muttering in disbelief, "I actually got wiped out by a basic first circle spell?" Haran stood over him, hands tucked casually in his pockets. He looked down at his defeated rival and noted, "You made a huge mistake by looking down on the fundamentals. Sah-Hyuk, you can spam all the 3-circle spells you want, but I only need 1 circle to end a life." The raw intensity in his voice made the bully flinch. "What?" Haran's expression went cold as mana began to swirl in his palm. Take a first circle water strike, for example. Magic is just a tool. You don't need a flashy spectacle to be lethal. Sah-Hyuk felt like he was drowning on dry land, trapped within a crushing vortex of water. Haran gestured toward the boy's gear while continuing his grim lesson. Our school combat suits have built-in emergency barriers. But let's be honest, even that safety net won't catch you this time, will it? Your face says it all, you know you're finished. Following that declaration, the arena went deathly quiet. Every spectator held their breath, mesmerized by the sheer pressure Haran was exerting. Suddenly, he turned toward the officials with a calm smile and said, "Professor, the outcome is pretty obvious by now. Is there any point in dragging this out?" The final whistle finally shrieked through the air. The stadium erupted into a roar of cheers. The duel was over. The underdog, Haran, had claimed the crown. As the match concluded, medics rushed in to carry a shell-shocked Sah-Hyuk away. Haran turned his back on the chaos and headed for the tunnel. He tightened his fist, a surge of adrenaline still pulsing through him. It's been a lifetime since I felt this spark. The feeling of finally being a real mage again. Elsewhere, Kangin and his assistant paced through the VIP corridor, dissecting the performance. He paused, glancing back at the field with a sharp, curious look. Let's see if our prodigy has truly risen from the ashes. Fascinating. I think it's time for a deep dive into his background. In the locker room area, Sun Chan came charging in like a whirlwind, hollering, "Haran, you absolute legend! That was insane!" Haran gave a sheepish laugh. "Whoa, Sun Chan. Give me some space, man." Sun-chan ignored him, buzzing with excitement. What kind of secret sauce are you using? Those spells were masterclass. Your wind spears were dancing all over the place. Fusing and splitting like I've never seen, Ha-ran offered a cryptic grin. Really want to know the secret? Sun-chan leaned in, eyes wide. Are you kidding? Tell me! Ha-ran leaned over and whispered, That magic is strictly classified. Ha-ran pulled up his phone and asked, Hey, Sun-chan, have you seen the feed yet? Sun-chan crowded around the screen. What's up? A headline flashed, Supernova Reborn, The Return of Ha-ran. He added, My post-game interview is already live, ready to see the world react. A swarm of cameras and microphones blocked his path. A reporter shoved a mic forward. Mr. Ha-ran, can you explain the instant casting technique you displayed today? The crowd clamored for answers. How did he bypass the chant? How did he bend the wind spears mid-flight? Ha-ran started to speak. Well, you see. Suddenly, a powerful voice cut through the noise. Allow me to clarify that for everyone. Ha-ran's eyes nearly popped out when he saw who had stepped in. Ha-ran's voice dropped in pure shock. What are you doing here? The master of the Blue Tower, the legendary frozen king, Kim Kanjin? Kanjin waved it off with a casual air. I just caught your match from the VIP box. From my expert perspective, Ha-ran was utilizing a high-level four-circle technique known as inscription. The crowd gasped. Inscription? Kanjin then conjured a small, flickering ember in his palm. The reporters watched, spellbound, as he confirmed, precisely. It's a specialized branch of magic that lets you preload spells into your mana flow, to be triggered instantly whenever you choose. That's why his speed was so off the charts. Someone shouted a follow-up. If it's so powerful, why isn't everyone doing it? He gave a playful wink. Because inscription has a catch. You can only store spells that are at least 3 circles below your current power level. I'm hitting the mark, aren't I, Ha-ran? Ha-ran played along perfectly. Spot on, sir. He gave a bright smile, silently thanking his lucky stars. I was sweating how to explain Baitel's secrets. Talk about a miracle save. A confused reporter scratched their head. Does that mean Ha-ran is already a four-circle mage? Sun-chan slung an arm around his friend's shoulder. You bet your life he is. I'll vouch for him. The cameras went into a frenzy, flashing rapidly to capture the moment. Sun-chan scrolled through the live updates, marveling, This is going to break the internet. Hitting four-circle at your age puts you in the same league as the Tower Masters. Since the Blue Tower boss said it, it's basically gospel now. Are you seriously a four-circle mage? Well, let's worry about that later. In the video clip, the interviewer pressed on, Then how do you explain breaking the fundamental laws of open-source magic? Sun-chan cheered, Here we go. Kanjin rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. As for that, Ha-ran stood tall, speaking with absolute certainty. Let me clear that up. Breaking the rules of standard magic is actually quite simple. I've simply optimized the underlying magic formulas. Kanjin's eyes widened, a bead of sweat tracing his brow. Optimize the formulas? That's impossible. Redesigning a magic formula is like turning a family sedan into a fighter jet. It's a feat of genius. If he really is doing this without AI help, I can't even imagine how high he'll climb. At that moment, Ha-ran pointed toward the cameras and declared, I call it revision magic. From today on, any spell I've enhanced will be known under the banner of revision magic. Kanjin's eyes lit up as he let out a fascinated laugh. This is a total game changer. By tomorrow, the entire magical community is going to be in an uproar. The screen faded to black with the glowing title, The Supernova Reborn. After the video ended, Sun-chan's face darkened with skepticism. Revision magic? You really expect me to buy that? Ha-ran shot back with a grin. You better believe it. Sun-chan gave his shoulder a firm pat. I mean, if it were anyone else, no way. But hey, a win is a win. I'm exhausted. I'm heading back to the dorms. Ha-ran blinked in surprise. This early? The sun is still up. Sun-chan just waved over his shoulder. I've got a nightmare of an opponent tomorrow. I need every ounce of sleep I can get. Z's are the new mana. Haran watched him go, hands on his hips, muttering, "A nightmare opponent, huh? Who could it be?" The next day, under a brilliant blue sky, the obelisk arena was once again packed to the rafters. The spectators watched the unfolding duel in a tense, expectant silence. Suddenly, Sun Chan was seen clutching his face in shock. He collapsed to his knees, completely overwhelmed. Haran, watching from high in the stands, whispered to himself, "So that's the monster Sun Chan was worried about." A young girl stood in the center of the ring, her golden hair shimmering in the breeze. She raised her hand toward the sky and whispered, "Moonlight greatness." This was Adela, the ultimate prodigy born from the union of two magical dynasties. The French Stardust lineage and the Korean mystic bloodline. Haran analyzed her move with deadly seriousness. Adela's magic operates on a different frequency. That's the power of moon attribute sorcery. The legendary hidden technique of the mystic clan. Sun Chan ground his teeth, trying his hardest to just stay standing. With a casual flick of her wrist, she unleashed a wave of shimmering light. The impact sent Sun Chan skidding across the floor. The referee raised a hand and shouted, "Winner Adela, match concluded." The crowd immediately erupted into a storm of frantic whispering. Haran's eyes narrowed, his focus sharpening. The way she weaves light and shadow, that's the Mystic family's secret moonlight reflection. It's not in any public database, so no one knows its limits or its power levels. She is a serious threat. Suddenly, Haran's eyes locked with Adela's across the distance. He tensed up, a look of pure confusion crossing his face. Did she just pick me out of the crowd? After the round was over, Sun Chan snatched a water bottle from Haran, grumbling, "That was garbage." Haran patted his back. "You did your best. Here, get some electrolytes in you." He whined, "Facing Adela in the second round? Talk about bad luck. Anyway, did you win your match?" Haran gave a confident nod. "Of course." As he checked the brackets, he realized, "That means your next fight is against—" Just then, Adela walked over. "You worked hard out there. It was a decent match," she said to Sun Chan. He blinked, stunned. "Wait, what?" "I actually picked up a few things from your style." Adela then turned her silent, intense gaze toward Haran. Haran looked like a deer in headlights, completely lost. Adela's voice was soft but firm. "You've finally come back to us as a real mage, haven't you? I hope our match helps me remember why I even bothered coming to this academy." Processing her cryptic words, Haran realized, "Our families have been linked since way before we were even born. The Magic Clan and the Mystics are close, so Adela and I grew up in each other's orbits. If I had to label us, we were rivals in the truest sense. She actually turned down a prestigious French education and chose Obelisk just for the chance to beat me. But from the day I was labeled AI incompatible, she hasn't said a single word to me, not one. Being a defective model meant Adela didn't have a rival anymore. I was dead to her." He rubbed the back of his neck and tried to play it cool. "Adela, come on. I'm still miles away from being a worthy target for you." Adela pivoted with a look of dead seriousness. "The truth only comes out once the spells start flying." Beside him, Sun Chan nudged his shoulder and hissed, "Hey, Haran." "Are you actually mentally prepared for this?" Haran blinked, looking totally lost. "Huh? Prepared for what exactly?" Sun Chan's face paled as he shrieked in a panic. "You really don't get it? Your next match is against Adela." Haran's jaw dropped in genuine shock. "Wait, what?" The following day at the stadium, two silhouettes stood at the center of the ring, while the referee kept an impatient eye on his stopwatch. Adela rhythmically rubbed her palms together, waiting in a focused silence. A few guys nearby began to snicker and spread rumors. "Where is Haran? He probably got cold feet and ditched. Typical." Jeering voices rose up from the crowd behind Adela. "He talked a big game about revision magic in that interview, but it's clearly all smoke and mirrors. He knew Adela would wipe the floor with him, so he went AWOL, right?" She glanced toward the official. A moment later, the referee barked out an announcement. "Time's up. Per the rule book, Adela wins by default." Suddenly, Haran burst into the arena, panting. "Wait, stop, my bad, I'm here!" The referee gripped his whistle and gave Haran a stern look of disapproval. Where on earth have you— Never mind, keep your excuses. I don't want to hear them. I'm starting the clock right now. Consider the lack of a warm-up your penalty for being tardy. Get to your mark. Adela folded her arms and asked curiously, "Mind telling me why you're late?" He closed his eyes and took a breath. "It's nothing major. I was just finishing up some last-minute prep." She tilted her head, confused. "Prep?" He responded with a sharp, confident smirk. "Because you're a powerhouse, Adela. I had to get my ducks in a row to actually take you down. This is going to be a blast." Adela looked at him with skepticism. "Prepping in a single day?" Staring at the boy across from her, as she felt a chill. "I can sense it. The Haran standing here today is not the same person I saw yesterday. Is he finally strong enough to be my rival again?" Haran raised his hand, his eyes narrowing. "Just a heads up, you better not hold anything back." A booming voice shook the rafters. "Let the duel begin!" Instantly, Adela's hand ignited with a swirling fireball. She thrust it forward, shouting, "Firewheel spear!" The flame in her palm pulsed with a blinding intensity. A split second later, 3 streaks of fire screamed across the ring. Haran reacted instantly. "Windburst!" A localized gale erupted from him, snuffing out the flames before they could touch his cloak. Adela clenched her fist, and a soft, golden shimmer danced across her skin. A short magical staff materialized in her grip. "Earth Gold!" she roared, and the stadium floor instantly shattered. The tiles beneath Haran's boots buckled and split, forcing him to throw himself sideways. He performed a mid-air flip to evade the jagged stone spikes. Adela lunged upward, trailing him. "You're trapped in the air! There's nowhere to run now!" She glanced back as a glowing geometric pattern formed behind her. "Arrow palm, feel the breeze!" Haran watched the strike coming and thought, "Sniping me while I'm airborne and off balance? That's usually a checkmate. Most mages would be toast, but—" Haran snapped his hand down, creating a solid platform. "Shield!" The spectators erupted in a frenzy. "He conjured a defensive barrier in midair? That's impossible!" Adela's eyes went wide. "What?" He tilted the shield and used it as a stepping stone to jump higher. Haran's grasp of magic was evolving into something truly extraordinary and unpredictable. Looking down at her from his new vantage point, Haran's mind raced. The moonlight arts of the mystic family, to beat a legacy like that, I have to play every card in my hand. So for this one move, I'm bringing the sun down to earth. Look up! Adela winced and covered her eyes as a blinding flash filled the arena. She gritted her teeth in frustration. "Sunlight? He's diving in. I have to turtle up." An instant later, she slammed both palms forward. "Giant shield!" Haran plummeted, activating a gust of wind to accelerate. He manifested a blade of pure, compressed water and dived like a hawk. Haran's liquid sword slammed directly into Adela's reinforced barrier. He strained against her defense, impressed by her reflexes. Mixing 1-circle arrow flight with a 3-circle heavy defense, she isn't taking any chances. With a kick, Haran vaulted back onto his floating shield. He grazed the surface with his fingertips to steady his momentum and stick the landing. Seeing the opening, Adela thought, "Got you. Now it's my turn to go on the offensive." Suddenly, a jolt of alarm hit her. Her boots were frozen solid to the arena floor. Beads of sweat rolled down her face as she hesitated. Haran watched her coolly, waiting for her next move. Adela's mind reeled as she frantically searched for an answer. When did he have time for an earthbind? Did he trigger the spell the exact millisecond his feet touched the ground? He's too fast. My eyes can't even track his casting speed anymore. She whipped her head toward him just as he swept his arm, calling forth a torrent of water. Haran spread his fingers wide. Homing arrows! Adela desperately pulsed her mana to shatter the ice encasing her ankles. Shimmering spheres of water began to orbit Haran's body like tiny moons. Then, a pod of liquid projectiles shaped like dolphins dived toward her at terrifying speeds. With no time to dodge, Adela hunkered down behind her shield once more. The high-pressure water jets hammered against her barrier with the force of a waterfall. Adela let out a small, relieved sigh. Maybe he's more predictable than I thought. Then she flashed back to the Blue Tower Master's words. He's definitely using 4-circle inscription. Inscription is capped. You can only store low-level spells. He might be a genius, but if he only throws 1-circle tricks at me, he'll never break my guard. Suddenly, a streak of light plummeted from the sky like a falling star, and a spear of energy pierced the ground inches behind her. Her heart skipped a beat. When did he launch that? Did he hide a modified wind spear? Inside that initial sunburst at the very start? Adela squeezed her eyes shut, the hidden trap finally snapping shut. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed right in front of Haran. He peered down at her and asked softly, "Have you been away so long that you've forgotten how I fight?" Up in the VIP suite, Su-Yi was glued to the monitor. His tactical awareness is absolutely frightening. Kan-gin couldn't help but chuckle. He began to break down the strategy. From that very first dodge, Haran had the whole script written. He took to the air just to bait Adela's gaze upward. He used a shield to create an artificial high ground, and used the glare of the sun to mask his true move. That's when he planted the wind spear in the blind spot. He exploited the delayed trigger that makes inscription magic so dangerous. Then while falling, he used arrow to make her think he was going for a ground brawl, forcing her to focus on his front. And the second her back was to the sun, he pulled the trigger on the hidden spear. He glanced over at the silent man in the room. A second later, Kan-gin mused, "The one-circle archmage. That's quite the reputation he's building." In-hyuk grumbled, unimpressed. "Impressive theater, but it's still just petty one-circle tricks. Watch closely." Down in the pit, the tension reached a breaking point. Adela, now looking eerily calm, stared up at Haran. She stood her ground without flinching. The man in the VIP room noted the stalemate. He has the upper hand, yet he can't seem to land a finishing blow. "He's hit a ceiling. He can't close the gap like this." In-hyuk's eyes narrowed on Haran's trembling, clenched fist. He continued his cold analysis. Besides, Adela hasn't even touched her true power yet. On the field, Adela placed a hand over her heart and smiled. "That was brilliant. You really brought back those old memories. Now I'm going to show you the same respect and fight with everything I have." Haran dropped into the low stance, his voice a low growl. "Here it comes." A silver aura began to radiate from her skin. Haran broke into a cold sweat, every instinct screaming at him to be careful. The crown jewel of the mystic family, the moonlight secret art. The air hummed as massive, intricate magic circles began to manifest around Adela, one after another. The sheer weight of the mana was so intense that the floor under Haran's feet began to groan and crack. Beams of pure lunar energy focused entirely on Haran's position. From the observation deck, In-hyuk stood up in silence, turning to exit. Kan-gin smiled. "Leaving already?" In-hyuk didn't even look back. "The fight is over. There's no point in watching a foregone conclusion." Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the entire stadium. The assistant, Su-Yi, gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "No, that can't be right." Even Kan-gin's confident smirk wavered into a look of pure astonishment. On the other side of the stands, Sun Chan stood frozen, his mouth hanging open. The scene unfolding below even turned Adela into a statue of shock. How is this even possible? Haran was standing tall, completely unscathed, and he had just summoned a magic circle that dwarfed anything they had ever seen. He focused his mind, effortlessly taming the wild, leaping flames. "Invoke, God of Fire Rain." Adela's feet stumbled back involuntarily. Two-circle magic? In this match? Haran's expression shifted into a look of pure, earned triumph. "I did warn you. I was only late because I was putting in the work to make sure I could actually beat you." She barely processed his words, her brow furrowing in confusion. "But inscription only supports one-circle spells." "Don't tell me you've somehow reached 5 circles already." Haran didn't bite. He just let a mysterious smile do the talking. To make sense of this miracle, one has to rewind to the previous night in the Obelisk Academy dorms. Haran sat on his bed, staring intensely at the Ides manual, his mind a whirlpool of tactical simulations. "I can't take Adela down using only first circle basics. She's in a different league. My current output just doesn't cut through the complexity of her secret arts." Gripping the cover, Haran felt a surge of anxious energy. "I wanted to perfect my control before I showed her my real hand, but I'm out of time." A new passage in Ides caught his eye. "Harness your intent." The text instructed him to surge his mana directly into the diagram. Deep within the pages, a message flickered into life. "This circle is the gateway to a higher plane." He felt a jolt of surprise. Is there a hidden trigger in these pages? There was no room for second guessing. Haran steeled his nerves and pressed his palm against the glowing seal. A blinding radiance erupted from the book, swallowing the room. He winced, shielding his eyes from the overwhelming glare. Seriously? Another flashbang? What's happening now? The air rippled with raw energy. In a heartbeat, Haran was yanked out of reality. As the world stopped spinning, he slowly blinked his eyes open. He found himself standing in a surreal, shimmering void. He scanned the horizon, whispering, "Where am I?" Suddenly, a melodic voice echoed through the space. "Welcome to the first trial. I am Alpha, the guardian of the opening challenge." Haran spun around, his heart hammering against his ribs. "The opening challenge?" Alpha gave a slow, rhythmic nod of confirmation. "Correct. You are currently standing within the cognitive space of the IDES manual." Haran took a wary step back. "I'm inside the book?" A wave of pure awe hit him. This isn't just a teleportation spell, it's a pocket dimension woven into the ink. This is legendary. He took a breath, ready to move forward. Alpha swept her hand across the void to set the stage. "Here, we test if your intent is truly forged. The specifics of the trial will manifest the moment we begin. If you prove your worth, the secrets of the two-circle resonance from pages 18 through 31 will be unlocked for you." Haran rubbed his chin, weighing the stakes. "So, if I want to break through to the next level, I have to clear this hurdle first." She looked at him with an impartial gaze. "Tutorial complete. Are you prepared to face the trial?" He didn't hesitate for a second. "Bring it on, let's do this." Alpha offered a respectful bow. "Very well." Initiating the first trial now. Alpha's eyes drifted shut, and a ghostly aura began to envelop her form. Haran watched with wide-eyed fascination as the world around her began to distort. As her physical shape began to blur and dissolve into light, he realized, "I knew she wasn't quite human, but she's an actual sentient spell." Suddenly, the deep voice of Rabio thundered through the void. "Attention, successor. Here is your objective." Haran's eyes sharpened. He knew that voice anywhere. "This is the Proctor's command." A jagged, glowing stone manifested in the air between them. "This is the elemental flux stone, a volatile, unrefined core. 4 conflicting mana attributes are tangled within it. Your mission is to refine it into a perfect state." Haran felt a momentary chill. Purify this? But an elemental flux stone is notoriously unstable. One wrong move and it shatters. There are 4 distinct currents swirling inside, and they're currently a chaotic mess. I have to untangle that? It's like trying to separate a jar of mixed sand, salt, sugar, and pepper by hand. The precision required is insane. To pull this off, my mental focus has to be absolute. But then, a thrill of excitement surged through him. Now this is a real challenge. His eyes glowed with a deep oceanic mana. Through his heightened perception, the stone transformed into a complex web of brilliant light. As his mana searched the stone, he began the grueling process of isolation. Haran squeezed his eyes shut, pouring his entire soul into the refinement process. He fought to keep his breathing steady, guiding his mana like a surgeon to isolate each flickering spark of energy. He pushed himself to the absolute limit, his jaw locked in a grimace of pure effort. Suddenly, a surge of feedback slammed into him, throwing him backward into a spectral bookshelf. Haran slid to the floor, coughing and cursing under his breath. Damn. One tiny slip in the mana flow and it bites back like a viper. Precision over power. I tried to force the separation, but they're woven together like a Gordian knot. No matter. I'll just keep hitting it until I find the seam. And so, time became a blurred concept. Despite the repeated painful failures, Haran refused to back down. Every attempt ended in a violent, magical backlash. Again, and again. One stray thought and the whole thing resets. He repeated the cycle dozens of times until finally, the stone began to glow with a steady, serene light. I did it! The elemental stone is stable! In that instant, Rabio's voice boomed with pride. Well done, successor. You have cleared the path. To the one who has mastered the focus of intent, the IDES manual now reveals the path to the second magic circle, the resonance core. Haran's eyes snapped open and he found himself gasping for air on his dorm room bed. A strange electric sensation hummed through his veins. I'm back. It worked. He scrambled to his feet and flung the book open once more. A grin spread across his face as the ink shifted before his eyes. Finally, the second circle is mine. Even with his new power, the pressure of the upcoming duel weighed on him. I have to master this synchronization before I step onto that field, no matter what. Flash forward to the present. The high-stakes duel between Haran and Adela reached its boiling point. Adela unleashed her maximum output, her magic circle flaring with a blinding divine aura. The sheer force of her mana caused the very ground beneath Haran to buckle and sink. She wasn't letting up. With a sweeping motion of her hand, she doubled down on the pressure. The light from her spell reached a deafening intensity. Up in the stands, Sun Chan gripped the railing, his face pale. Damn it. Is this the end of the road for him? Down in the arena, Adela gracefully brushed a strand of hair from her face. It's over. Her eyes softened with a mix of genuine respect and a hint of sorrow. I never imagined you'd catch up this fast. You're full of surprises, Haran, but this is where your journey ends. The rival I was looking for, he's gone. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy behind her made her entire body lock up. Adela spun around, her eyes wide with shock. What is that power? A voice cut through the air, cold and sharp as a blade. Second circle, engage, dark resonance. A dense, obsidian-colored mana began to condense in Haran's open palm. Behind him, a second intricate magic circle flared into existence. When two infinite circles align with a single will, they become the tools of my ultimate command. The sheer scale of his mana spike caught both Kangin and ManHwa completely off guard. Sun Chan was frozen in place, his jaw practically on the floor. Adela's composure shattered. How is this even possible? Before her, those spectral hands of mana seemed to be tearing the very fabric of space. Haran didn't waver. God of fire rain! Adela scrambled back, desperately throwing up every defensive ward she had left. But it was too late. Haran's resonance form had already crystallized into a terrifying, magical cannon. Her breath hitched as she stared down the barrel of the weapon. Adela stood paralyzed. There was no shield in her arsenal that could stop this. She let out a soft sigh, finally accepting the inevitable. A spark of pure joy returned to her eyes. You're really back. You're the mountain I have to climb again. As she spoke, the cannon unleashed its fury. The shockwave was so violent that even the referee had to dive for cover to avoid the pressure. Adela took the full brunt of the localized storm. Kangin and ManHwa leaned forward, their eyes glued to the center of the arena. They watched as Adela's knees buckled. She swayed for a moment before collapsing into unconsciousness. Exhausted, Haran sank to the floor, his chest heaving as he fought for breath. A heartbeat later, the referee scrambled to his feet and pointed toward the winner. The match is decided. The victor, Haran! Up in the observation deck, Kangin looked over at ManHwa. Leaving so soon? A tiny, almost imperceptible smirk touched the man's lips. I have other matters that require my attention. Kangin didn't try to stop him, merely nodding. I see. He really hasn't mastered the art of the poker face, has he? Once the dust settled from the duel, everyone piled into the recovery lounge. Haran let out a weary chuckle as he shrugged off his blazer. Man, that took everything out of me. The wisdom from the Ides manual flashed through his mind. The second eternal circle, resonance. By syncing with your intent, it amplifies your output, especially with moon attribute sorcery, which acts as a bridge between the reach of light and the raw crushing force of shadow. Essentially, if I can fine-tune the concentration of darkness within that spell, and I can trade range for power, I leaned into that dark resonance to shatter her holy aura. Still, moon magic is the guarded legacy of the mystic bloodline. It's not the kind of thing a stranger can just pick up. By reconstructing the magic circle patterns I caught a glimpse of, I managed to steer the mana through my resonance circle. It gave me a blueprint to dissect the moon magic and isolate its core. Plus, refining that flux stone earlier sharpened my control to a razor's edge. Without those edges, Adela would have walked all over me. Suddenly, the room went cold, and Haran noticed the shift in everyone's mood. The crowd parted as Kangin, pushing his spectacles up the bridge of his nose, marched straight toward Haran. Kangin let out a booming, boisterous laugh. Haran, my boy! Haran's eyes practically bugged out. He nearly fell over himself, scrambling to his feet. Far right. Master Khan Jin is like a freight train. He doesn't bother with detours or small talk. I've dropped by because there are a few matters we need to clear up. A moment later, Khan Gin and Ha Ran were squared off, sitting opposite each other. The Tower Master smirked, breaking the silence. Forgive me for crashing your recovery time. I caught every second of that duel. It was a masterclass in combat. Ha Ran kept his face neutral, though his guard was up. I appreciate the kind words. Then, Khan Gin's expression turned sharp as he adjusted his glasses. Let's skip the pleasantries, Ha Ran. Tell me truly, have you already broken into the 5-circle rank? The question hit Ha Ran like a physical blow to the chest. He replayed the fight in his head. Wait, I used 2-circle resonance, but the Blue Tower Master thinks I was using inscription. If he believes I'm storing 2nd, 3rd, or even 5th circle spells via inscription, he'll naturally assume my base power level is legendary. Realizing the misunderstanding, he let out a nervous laugh and waved his hands. Oh no, sir. I'm nowhere near 5-circle yet. Khan Jin's eyes narrowed with curiosity. I thought as much. Then how on earth did you manifest 2-circle power? Ha Ran felt the pressure and kept a straight face as he pivoted. If I told you it was a secret technique from an ancient bloodline, would you believe me? The master stroked his chin, dissecting Ha Ran with his gaze. Is this secret technique the same revision magic you mentioned to the press? Ha Ran remembered the tall tales he'd spun for the media. He gave a quick affirming nod. Exactly. It's all part of my revision system. He thought, I have to lean into this. Being a 5-circle mage at 18 is a death sentence for my privacy. If that leaked, I'd be global news and a target by dinner. And once I move to 3-circle, the questions will only get harder. For now, the revision lie is my best shield. Khan Jin offered a nod of respect. That secret art is fascinating, but how does it allow a 1st-circle mage to output 2nd-circle force? As he spoke, a predatory glint flashed in his eyes. The air in the room grew heavy. Ha Ran instinctively clutched his chest. I didn't just improve the formulas. I overhauled the mechanics of inscription itself. This bit of bait caught Khan Gin's attention immediately. You optimized inscription too? I didn't think that was possible. You are full of surprises. He reached out a hand toward Ha Ran. For the time being, his intense focus dissolved back into a laugh. Incredible. To think you've actually patched the fatal flaws of the inscription style. Ha Ran gave a reflexive, Thank you, Master. Then, his breath caught. Red? Just as he feared, Khan Gin was using an active magical scan to peel back his layers. Both of the Tower Master's eyes were now glowing with a piercing crimson light. It felt like a mountain of weight was pressing down on Ha Ran's soul. The very air seemed to crystallize. Then, the Master's smile returned, softer this time. I see how it is. The mana signature lacks the core density of a 5-circle practitioner. It seems you were telling the truth after all. I'll leave you to your rest now. Don't worry about the fallout. I'll handle the press and explain things through the lens of my ruby eyes. Relieved, Ha Ran jumped up and bowed low. I can't thank you enough, sir. Safe travels, Master. He stayed bowed until he heard the door click shut. Only then did Ha Ran let out a massive, shaky breath. He ran a hand through his hair and whispered, I can't believe the Tower Master actually used the ruby eyes on me. Ha Ran shivered, remembering the legends of that gaze. The ruby eyes, the ultimate sensory gift of the Blue Tower Master. They are rumored to perceive the very DNA of mana, the most advanced analytical tool on the planet. Sweat was pouring down Ha Ran's face. I managed to fool even those eyes. Or did I? He thought back to the cryptic warnings in the Ides manual. Ha Ran tightened his fist. The Bytel system is my ultimate trump card. It can never see the light of day. A moment later, the stadium's PA system crackled to life. The results are official! Our victor is Ha Ran! Despite the win, Ha Ran's face was a mask of exhaustion rather than pride. As he shuffled back to the locker room, Adela appeared from the shadows. Hold on! He turned, looking dazed and weary. The medic said you need at least 4 hours of complete bed rest. What are you doing walking around? Despite the bandages wrapped around her arms, she looked sharp. I'm fine, really. Haran looked her in the eye. All right then, what's on your mind? Adela fumbled for words. I was wondering if you'd give me your take on our duel. We still have the final rounds to think about. But if you're wiped out, we can talk another time. Haran tilted his head toward a bench. It's all right, let's talk now. I could use the feedback too. It's a two-way street. Let's walk back to the prep room together. For a fleeting second, her pulse quickened. Just like the old days, his mind is light years ahead of his magic. One day I'll catch up to him. Haran led the way, rubbing the back of his neck. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Meanwhile, in the heart of the capital, a massive skyscraper loomed. In a dark, high-tech office, a figure watched a monitor with a twisted grin. Haran. I thought we'd already put you in the ground. Atop the city's most imposing tower, a banner featuring a golden dragon crest whipped in the wind. The world headquarters of the Magic Clan Corporation. Deep inside the executive wing, two people were locked in a heated debate. A young woman glared at Haran's victory photo on the screen and spat, "Pathetic. Wasn't his career supposed to be dead and buried? Jihan, are you really just going to let him crawl back into the spotlight?" This was C, the eldest daughter of the clan. Her brother, Jihan, didn't look up from his desk. "And what exactly would you have me do?" C slammed her hand on the desk, her face flushed with anger. "What if the board tries to bring him back? You remember what happened last year? If we lose our standing because of that failure..." Jihan cut her off with a sharp, cold voice. "Relax, C." He pictured the version of Haran that used to dominate the rankings. Comparing it to the footage, he sneered. He might have been the golden boy once, but now? He's just refined garbage. He's struggling to output two-circle power. You saw the same match I did. But C's anxiety wasn't so easily quelled. "But Jihan, the public is treating him like a god." Jihan leaned back, his voice dripping with condescension. "Think about it, C. Look at who he's fighting. He's beating up third-circle students. Since he's supposedly four-circle, those wins mean nothing. Have you forgotten the most important part? He's AI incompatible. He's just using ancient parlor tricks and smokescreens to hide his defect. Against a real modern four-circle mage, he'd be crushed instantly. He's playing a losing game." C finally let out a breath, wanting to believe him. "Leave, so he's still just a fluke?" "Exactly. No matter how much he's squirming, a bug is still a bug." Jihan added, "A defect doesn't just fix itself." She bit her lip, the worry still lingering. "And if he actually becomes a threat to your seat as the heir..." This clearly hit a nerve with Jihan. The wine glass in his grip shattered into 1,000 pieces. "If that happens, I'll handle him personally. It won't take long." Outside, the late afternoon sun painted the horizon in shades of orange and gold. The final matches of the day were winding down at the arena. 3 silhouettes stood on the scorched earth of the field. A student had finally collapsed from total mana depletion. The referee's whistle echoed through the stadium. "It's over! The undisputed champion of the midterm trials is... Haran!" The crowd exploded into a deafening wall of sound. "The prodigy has returned! He's back!" Haran stood in the center of the storm, silent and thoughtful. "Unreal! He's the GOAT!" A faint, satisfied smirk touched his lips. "Magic that outpaces the AI. Haran is on a different level." Sunchan was jumping up and down in the stands. "Haran, #1, you actually did it! Nobody can doubt you now! You're the king, man!" He lunged at Haran, shaking him wildly. "Sunchan, take it easy!" Haran gasped. Nearby, a few bitter students rolled their eyes. Big deal. Take away his ancient scrolls and he's back to being a nobody. Just then, Professor Jiang So walked up with a beaming smile. "Brilliant work, Haran. As your mentor, I couldn't be more proud." Sunchan didn't miss a beat. "Then, Professor, how about a feast to celebrate the champ?" Haran sighed, trying to rein him in. "Sunchan," Jiang So just laughed. "Don't bother, I was already planning to treat you both." Sunchan punched the air. "Yes, best day ever. Stay." "Let's go! Food's on the professor! Move out!" Suddenly, Haran stopped, looking conflicted. "Wait, guys. I'm sorry. I'd love to join you, but I have a meeting I absolutely can't miss." Sun Chan stopped dead in his tracks. "What? How are we supposed to celebrate without the guest of honor?" Haran just waved over his shoulder as he bolted for the exit. "Sorry, it's really important. Catch you later, Sun Chan." Haran quickly swapped his gear and made a move. This meeting wasn't one he could afford to be late for. The moment he reached the rendezvous point, a familiar face was waiting. A dignified elderly man, standing beside a sleek luxury sedan, gave a respectful bow. "We have been expecting you, young master." That young master was none other than Haran himself. The butler held the door open, gesturing for him to enter the vehicle. "The patriarch is requesting your presence. I shall escort you back to the ancestral estate." In a flash, they were back within the imposing gates of the Shin family territory. The air inside the walls was heavy, gripped by a silence as cold as a tomb. Haran furrowed his brow, taking in the familiar, austere surroundings. "It's been a full year since I was last here. Ever since my AI incompatibility came to light, I clashed with my stone-faced father and fled to the school dorms. From that day on, I was a ghost to this family, banned from ever returning home." He crossed the threshold of the grand foyer alone. Haran whispered to the empty air, "Forbidden from setting foot in the family home. Yet it feels like I never truly left this suffocating place." As he moved deeper into the mansion, his footsteps grew heavy and hesitant. Standing right before him were the massive closed doors of a room he knew all too well. An instinctive sense of dread washed over him. It's the same as it ever was, Father's private sanctuary. He took one deep, steadying breath to settle his nerves. Haran knocked firmly on the door. Behind it, In-hyuk sat in a throne-like chair, bathed in shadow. The man's eyes flickered with a sharp, predatory light. In-hyuk's voice rumbled through the wood. "So the prodigal son returns. The moon is exceptionally bright tonight for such a reunion." Haran stood at the entrance of the chamber he hadn't seen in ages. "You've finally come back." In-hyuk beckoned from within. "Enter." Haran offered a stiff, formal bow to acknowledge his superior. "It has been a long time, Father." The patriarch snapped his book shut with a thud. "Take a seat. There was a time when I looked at you and saw nothing but a failed experiment. Your casting speed was a pathetic 20 times slower than a mediocre apprentice. A single slip in focus and your spell would unravel. You couldn't layer a chant to save your life. You were the ultimate proof of how useless an incompatible mage could be. However, the raw talent hidden within you was an undeniable force that even I couldn't ignore. That's why I pushed for you to embrace AI magic, to salvage that gift. Honestly, we didn't expect a miracle this time. We figured this was just the desperate thrashing of a broken man backed into a corner." To this, Haran simply nodded with a stoic face. "I understand." In-hyuk tapped the desk, referencing the viral article, "The Return of the Prodigy." He stood up, clasping his hands behind his back as he paced. "When I saw that sensational piece by GA, I hoped a public shaming would finally wake you up. Instead, you shattered the limits of your incompatibility. You pioneered this so-called revision magic and completely defied my expectations. This gamble of yours, it paid off, Haran. Your performance on the field, it was truly the display of a masterclass mage." The unexpected praise made Haran's heart skip. He stood up straight, caught off guard. He responded with newfound confidence. "Thank you, Father." A thin, rare smile touched In-hyuk's lips. It was a formal truce. "Moving forward, you have my full backing and the resources of the clan. Whatever you require for your magical development, you shall have it. Furthermore, I am reinstating your status within the magic clan as an official heir to the family name. Do not make me regret this by acting out of turn." With the weight of the clan finally behind him, Haran felt a surge of invincible energy. But then the temperature in the room dropped as the patriarch's tone turned icy. "One last thing. A warning. If I see you stagnate or if your power begins to rot again, I will not wait for you to fail. I will personally shatter your magic circles myself." Haran's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white from the sheer pressure. "My father is a monster. Is this the crushing aura of an eight-circle master? It's terrifying. But this is my one and only shot. His gaze burned with a crimson resolve. Understood, Father. Inhayak sat back down, calm and collected. Tell me then, what is your true ambition now? Haran blinked, momentarily confused. My ambition? The patriarch's eyes were cold and hollow. Yes. Weren't you once obsessed with becoming the head of the magic clan? Between Jihan and Inhyuk Minji. As it stands, you are trailing behind every single one of your siblings. Haran pressed a hand to his heart, his voice echoing with conviction. As I said before, I intend to lead the magic clan, nothing less. My first step is to force every member of this family to respect my name. Inhyuk narrowed his eyes, challenging him. And how do you plan to achieve that? Haran stepped toward the desk and planted his hand firmly on the wood. I'll do it at the grand event coming up in 2 months. The World Academy Games, the absolute elite of the global youth will be gathered for that festival, and I am going to bring home the gold medal. In essence, this is a global showdown for anyone under 20, the Olympic Games of the sorcery world. It carries the prestige of professional tournaments and is the ultimate stage for worldwide fame. Inhyuk still harbored his doubts. Be realistic. The highest our nation has ever placed is a silver, and that was earned by a legendary Blue Tower mage. He thought back to the record-breaking performance of that individual. Inhyuk leaned in, driving the point home. You realize how impossible it is to take the top spot at a tournament of that scale? Unfazed, Haran met his gaze. I do, which is why I have one condition for you, Father. The patriarch raised an eyebrow. What sort of condition? The request was blunt. During the 2 months I'm preparing for the games, I want you to keep my siblings from sabotaging me. This boldness actually impressed Inhyuk. What a cheek! Demanding total protection in exchange for a gold medal he hasn't even touched yet. Usually I'd kick a beggar out for less. But his arrogance, it's intriguing. Days later, back at the academy, Haran's room was a chaotic landscape of open scrolls and heavy tomes. He had worked himself to the point of collapse, passing out right on the floor. The first rays of dawn eventually prodded him awake. Did I pull an all-nighter again? He sat up with a wince, rubbing his stiff neck. Ever since I left the estate, I've been obsessing over the second trial. I cleared the first hurdle, but to reach the 3-circle tier, I have to conquer this next test. The problem is, the instructions are a total mystery. The only hint I have is, I have to evolve my resonance into deep resonance to master the 2-circle arts and move up. Skimming the pages of IDs, Haran muttered, to trigger the second circle test, I just need to place my hand here and follow the flow. But so far, all I know is, I need to fuse the intent and resonance circles into a single living unit. Is this handwriting for real? Is this supposed to be a diagram? On the page, 2 elemental circles, one of roaring fire and one of flowing water, began to spin and intertwine. Haran stared at the flickering symbols until his eyes blurred, then let out a sigh. I need some fresh air to clear my head. Outside, the morning was perfect, cool and bright. Haran threw on some light athletic gear and headed out. A quick walk is exactly what I need to reset my brain. The air is amazing. I'll grab a bite after this, and then it's back to the grind for the deep resonance state. Suddenly, a frantic voice cut through his thoughts. Heads up! Look out! He started to turn his head, but something was already hurtling toward him like a missile. Haran didn't stand a chance. A flying sports bag slammed right into his face. A girl came sprinting over, her face a mask of worry. Oh no! Are you still in one piece? He groaned, clutching his throbbing nose. That really stung. Wait, Adela? Why is your bag flying through the air like a weapon? Adela looked like she wanted the ground to swallow her whole. Well, I was just about to have my banana milk. I got a little too excited and started swinging my bag around, and then the strap slipped and it just found your face. Seeing how flustered she was, he gave a small, forgiving hum. I get it. Adela bowed so low she nearly hit the pavement. I am so sorry. Haran chuckled, shaking the carton she had handed him. Don't sweat it. At least I got a free drink out of the deal. But really? Are you still obsessed with this stuff? Adela unzipped her bag to reveal a stash of yellow cartons. Absolutely. This is the pinnacle of human beverage engineering. Ha-Ran stared at her, speechless. If you say so. Under a sky dotted with fluffy white clouds, Adela looked at him. So, Ha-Ran, I heard you finally went back to see your family? His expression seemed lighter than it had been in months. Yeah, I paid a visit to the clan yesterday. She let out a sigh of relief. That's a big step. Is the dream still the same? Still aiming to be the boss of the Magic Clan? Ha-Ran stopped walking for a second, his gaze distant. Did I actually say those words? Adela smiled, lost in a brief childhood memory. You did. You used to talk about it with such fire in your eyes. Ha-Ran rubbed his chin, looking more serious than she'd ever seen him. No, that's not my dream anymore. Her heart sank. What? Did you finally give up and let the world win? I mean, I get it. The Magic Clan is full of monsters, so taking the top spot is basically impossible. Ha-Ran's eyes snapped back to her, wide with surprise. Wait, what are you talking about? My dream isn't just to lead a single clan. I'm going to stand at the absolute peak of all mages. I'm going to be the master of every magic tower on the planet. That is my true objective. Adela looked away, coughing awkwardly to hide her shock. The master of all magic towers? That's certainly a bit bigger than I imagined. Just trailing behind you is enough to make my skin crawl with the pressure. Eventually, the shadows of evening stretched across the land. A pale moon hovered silently over the jagged rooftops of the Magic Clan's ancestral home. Inside, C was a nervous wreck, pacing frantically and gnawing on her fingernails. Finally hitting her breaking point, she slammed her palms onto the mahogany table. Brother! Aren't you even a little bit rattled? Jihan stood with his arms locked across his chest, his tone icy. Father doesn't do anything without a calculated reason. Despite his mask of calm, his mind was racing. I never imagined he'd grant such a bizarre concession. He replayed the scene in his head. Jihan and C had stepped into Inhyuk's dimly lit study. Father, you summoned us. What's this about? The patriarch stared through them before dropping the bombshell. I'm well aware of how your minds work, so consider this a direct command. For the next 60 days, do not lay a finger on Ha-Ran. The siblings were paralyzed with disbelief. C's face drained of color as she grew frantic. Father, give us a reason. Jihan, keeping his cool, stepped in to push for an answer. Could you clarify the logic behind this? He laid it out piece by piece with agonizing patience. You both know Ha-Ran officially rejoined our ranks yesterday, correct? Legally, he is still a minor. Plus, he's been away from our influence for a full year. Therefore, it's only fair he has a 2-month grace period to reintegrate into the clan's ecosystem. And let's be honest, I know you two are obsessed with the succession. You'd suffocate him with pressure the moment he walked through the door. Jihan found himself trapped in a rare moment of speechlessness. After a beat, he forced a smile and bowed. Understood, Father. Is there anything else we should be aware of? Inhyuk rose from his chair, his eyes fixed on the exit. I'm sure you've had a long day. Dismissed. The magical memory faded, and the present reality snapped back. C hissed under her breath. Jihan, are you really just going to roll over and take this? Her face was twisted into a scowl of pure irritation. But Jihan's inner thoughts were far more venomous. Damn it all, this is a bitter pill to swallow. He began dissecting the situation like a puzzle. Min Hyuk and Min Ji don't care about the throne. So it makes sense they weren't called in. But to coddle Ha-Ran over a 1-year gap? Father used to say that a year away was a sign of weakness to be punished, not pampered. Besides, child protection ends at 16 once the AI inscription is complete. That brat is 17, the rules shouldn't apply. The contradiction left him reeling. So why? What is Father's endgame here? C slumped in a corner, whispering her darkest theories. Do you think Father has already chosen? Jihan cut her off, trying to convince himself as much as her. No, Ha-Ran hasn't proven a thing yet. She shot back. Then what's with the special treatment? He thought back to the raw power Ha-Ran displayed in his recent matches. He must have seen a spark of something. Maybe Father wants to decode the bizarre magic system Ha-Ran is using, or maybe they struck some kind of secret deal behind our backs. This sent C into another spiral of anxiety. A deal? What kind of deal could they possibly have? Exactly. Our father is a shark. He doesn't give handouts. This is beyond frustrating, Haran. Should I pull back the spies I have trailing him? Jihan gave a mocking smirk. You better, unless you want them caught by the Black Shadows, the family's secret police. The Black Shadows, father's personal ghosts. They are the Magic Clan's hidden blade, specialists in everything from high-stakes infiltration to intelligence and elite bodyguarding. As Jihan turned to leave, he threw one last stinging comment over his shoulder. For the record, I've already pulled my people back. I'm not testing father's patience. C stood there, petrified. Then what's your move? A flash of cold, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I'm heading out. As he reached the hallway, a dark grin stretched across his face. C might quit, but I'm just getting started. If Haran really has made a bet with father, the next 2 months are do or die. It's time to call in a favor from the Black Tower. A crisp, radiant morning dawned over Obelisk Academy. Jiang So stood at the front of the room, leaning on the podium with a proud glow. All right, the midterms are officially in the books. Great job, everyone. Let's hear a round of applause. I'm beyond thrilled that the top-ranked student is from our very own class. Haran stood up, basking in the rare praise. The teacher handed Haran a certificate of excellence. You've proven yourself to be the brightest talent among the nation's 17-year-olds. Well earned. He took it with a respectful nod. Thank you, sir. Jiang So gave him a meaningful look. Since you've taken the lead, you need to defend that spot for the next 2 months if you want to make the cut for the Academy Olympics. Haran's eyes burned with resolve. I don't plan on letting anyone take it. He calmly returned to his desk. The room was alive with jealous whispers. Who does he think he is? Just because he has those special eyes, he thinks he's untouchable? Another student hissed, 2 months. Give it a week. The truth will come out. There was a chorus of agreement. Exactly. Once a failure, always a failure. He'll hit his ceiling soon enough. Haran ignored them, staring straight ahead. He didn't need their input. He knew exactly where his boundaries lay. Later that day, Sun Chan let out a groan that could be heard down the hall. Finally over. What was that? 8 straight hours of boring theory. Haran let out a playful wink. Look on the bright side. Tomorrow is all action. Sun Chan started to complain more, but he looked like he was about to pass out from walking. Haran gave him a playful jab to the ribs. See, this is why I tell you to hit the gym. Sun Chan collapsed dramatically. Are you a mage or an Olympic wrestler? Haran thought to himself, definitely the weak link of the group. Sun Chan's face paled as he wiped a river of sweat from his forehead. He scrambled after Haran, shouting, What was that, weak mage? So I'm just a punching bag to you now? Haran waved him off without looking back. If you don't like the label, put in the work to lose it. Sun Chan pouted like a toddler. Fine, I'll train so hard I'll knock your block off, just you wait. Haran spun around, laughing. Is that so? Then how about we hit the weights together after dinner? Instantly, Sun Chan's bravado evaporated, leaving his face totally blank. Haran raised an eyebrow. What's with the sudden silence? Sun Chan looked at his shoes. I'd love to, really, but I think I'm coming down with a sudden fever. Haran gave him a deadpan look. If you're lazy, just say you're lazy. Don't fake a terminal illness. Sun Chan kept digging. Look, it's not that I hate training, I just hate training with you, okay? Does that make sense? Haran looked genuinely puzzled. Why would training with me be the problem? Sun Chan let out a heavy, dramatic sigh. To be honest, it's because it's terrifying. The way people look at you when you're in the zone. It's like watching a monster. That night, in the Academy's high-tech weight room, Haran was a blur of motion, rep after rep of a 220-pound barbell. That lazy kid. He doesn't realize how much the body matters. 2 nearby students stopped their workout, staring in awe. Who is that guy? Is he actually human? A student in glasses adjusted his frames. Wait, isn't that Haran? His friend nodded. The guy who just crushed the midterms? No wonder he's a beast. Haran finally racked the weights. He wiped his brow, breathing heavily. I've spent so much time on Bytel magic that my conditioning has slipped. I need to close this gap fast. The words of the ID's manual were burned into his memory. The infinite circle isn't just a mental construct, it's a physical web. It resonates with your muscles. A powerful physique is the only vessel strong enough to handle high-output resonance. Therefore, the path of the master requires the tempering of both flesh and spirit to create the perfect conduit for power. The next day, a simulated three-eyed beast let out a digital roar in the training hall. The holographic monsters were closing in on Haran. Their eyes glowed red as they unsheathed glowing razor-sharp talons. Haran stayed light on his feet, tracking every twitch. Suddenly, he saw the opening. Swirling blue mana encased his limbs just as two of the beasts pounced. Haran dropped low in a perfect crouch, and the two monsters collided mid-air with a sickening crunch. He didn't give them a second to recover. God of Fire Rain! A torrent of white-hot flames turned the holograms into data dust. Only one beast remained, shaking in fear. A moment later, it was incinerated. A cool, mechanical voice announced, Haran, monster suppression trial, successful. Jiang So checked his tablet. Final result, flawless execution. A perfect score. Haran smiled brightly. Thank you, sir. Later, sitting in the quiet corridor, Haran studied his shaking hands. He fell into deep thought. The infinite circle has already pushed my physical limits by 50%. Once I break through to the third circle, the boost should be astronomical. I need to sharpen the resonance even further. He closed his eyes, sinking back into a meditative state. Mana hummed in sync with his heartbeat. He visualized the intent and resonant circles, weaving the energy through his nervous system. Drop the oscillation frequency of the first circle by 12.25%. Slow the second by 4.63%. Filter the intent mana to 8.9% higher purity. Just a little more. Haran snapped his eyes open, gasping for air and drenched in a cold sweat. His face was ashen. I hit a 99% sync rate. I've tried every variable, but that final 1% is like a brick wall. But if I want to claim the third circle, I have to bridge that gap. Before he realized it, the sky outside had turned a deep indigo. To clear his head, Haran went for a twilight run through the campus. He kept his pace steady, focusing on rhythmic breathing through his headphones. As he rounded a corner into a dim side street, he froze. A dark figure was waiting in the shadows. Without warning, the stranger launched a blistering punch toward his head. He ducked instinctively, feeling the wind of the strike whistle past his ear. Haran scrambled back, shouting, "Who the hell are you? You're Sahayuk, aren't you?" Sahayuk didn't answer with words, just another heavy fist aimed at Haran's jaw. He ripped off his mask, revealing a face twisted with rage. "You're pretty slippery, aren't you? Just like a sewer rat." Haran dropped into a defensive stance. "What's the meaning of this? It's the weekend? Don't you have a home to go to? Or is it just that you're no longer welcome at the dinner table? You're buried in disciplinary reviews, so let's be honest. You couldn't go home even if you begged, right?" Sahayuk's rage was so physical he started shaking. "Shut your mouth or I'll end you right here!" Haran didn't back down. He twisted the knife deeper. "If you're backed by a family like yours and this is the best you can do, you'd be a disgrace at home with or without a suspension. You're a man without a country, aren't you?" That final jab snapped Sahayuk's last thread of restraint. He lunged, raw mana erupting from his fingertips. "Die, you arrogant failure!" Only then did the gravity of the situation hit Haran. This lunatic actually did it. I poked the bear, and he's bold enough to cast offensive magic in broad daylight? Sahayuk was past the point of no return. "I'll kill you!" Haran's eyes flared a dangerous crimson as he countered. Predicting the strike, Haran pivoted toward his blind side and lunged. The suddenness of the maneuver left Sahayuk wide open for a split second. His forward drive faltered as his balance was completely shattered. In one swift motion, Haran tackled him and pinned him to the pavement, ignoring Sahayuk's muffled roars. "Get off me, you piece of trash!" Haran thought. Perfectly executed. The trap is set. Right on cue, the siren of a patrol car wailed nearby as the police arrived. Sahai UK continued to howl like a madman. "Let me go! I'm not finished with him!" An officer in a sharp black suit stepped in. "Save it for the station. You're coming with us." As Sahi-uk struggled, Haran stood up and brushed himself off. "I was acting in self-defense. He initiated a magical assault, and I used the minimum force necessary to neutralize the threat. I'm sure the street cameras caught the whole thing. It's shocking that someone would use lethal magic in a public zone like this." The officer nodded toward the student. "We'll handle the inquiry at the academy tomorrow. It's late. Get back to your dorm." Haran stood in the shadows, silently watching as Sahi-uk was shoved into the back of the transport. A cold, calculating light danced in his eyes. "Keep digging that hole, Sahi-uk. You're doing exactly what I need." The following morning, a heavy atmosphere hung over Obelisk Academy. A massive group of students crowded around the central notice board. The header read, "Disciplinary action. Student Sahi-uk is docked 10 points for unauthorized use of magic in a civilian sector. Office of Academic Integrity." The crowd buzzed with gossip. "Did you hear? Sahi-uk lost it last night and attacked someone on the street." Haran lingered at the back, absorbing the room's energy. Only 10 points for a magic assault? Seriously? He should be packing his bags for expulsion. Haran's jaw tightened, but he kept his thoughts to himself. A public spectacle settled with a slap on the wrist. It was exactly what he expected. The Baek family's influence was clearly at play. As a rising power hungry for social standing, they pump massive donations into the academy, essentially buying immunity for their troubled heirs. Though Sahi-uk escaped expulsion, his father won't be as forgiving. Elsewhere, in a private office, the air was thick with a father's fury. "You brainless incompetent!" Sahi-uk cowered, his voice trembling. "Father, I can explain." The man's voice was a low, dangerous growl. "I gave you one job. Stay invisible until you have that degree. Was that too complex for your tiny mind?" Sahi-uk swallowed hard, looking at the floor. "No, sir." The head of the Baek family leaned in, his shadow looming over his son. "If we lose our shot at a title because of your stupidity, I'll disown you myself. Am I clear?" Sahi-uk's heart hammered against his ribs. "Yes. I'm deeply sorry." "I won't forget this. Damn it!" As soon as his father left, Sahi-uk shattered his phone against the wall. His teeth ground together so hard his jaw ached. "Haran! That parasite! Haran! I'll tear him apart, that absolute bastard! Every time my life falls apart, he's at the center of it." A voice drifted from the doorway, slick and mocking. "Someone's got quite the vendetta against our top student." Sahi-uk spun around, his face a mask of hate. "Instructor Smith? Is that a problem?" Smith chuckled, leaning casually against the frame. "Not at all. Your personal grudges are your own business. But tell me, Sahi-uk, now wouldn't you prefer a little payback over just breaking your own electronics?" The offer stopped Sahi-uk in his tracks. "What?" Smith's grin widened. "I'm asking if you want to make him suffer." Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Haran was deep in a tactical review. He kicked his feet up on his desk, staring at the ceiling. I could push for a harsher sentence against Sahi-uk. But why? I've already gotten what I wanted out of this mess. His phone buzzed with an encrypted alert. It was a direct line from In-hyuk. Sender, the patriarch. The Baek family has folded. To keep this quiet, they've transferred 3% of their magic stone mining rights to us. Exemplary work, my son. Name your reward for securing these shares, and it is yours. Haran's smirk was one of pure satisfaction. He knew the Baek family's desperation for a title meant they needed the Magic Clan's favor more than they needed their mining rights. It was a textbook checkmate. Because when the victim is the primary heir of the Magic Clan, the price of silence is never cheap. The Baek family would have traded their souls to bury this scandal. 3% of a mining vein? That's a king's ransom, proving just how much they value their reputation. A title is a family's soul, like magic is to his own clan or mystic to Adela's. It's the ultimate status symbol. As for Sahayuk, he's effectively been neutered by his own family. He's no longer a threat. Case closed. Now, I can stop playing politics and get back to the real work. Breaking through to the deep resonance realm. The Sahayuk drama is already yesterday's news. A peaceful, almost eerie quiet returned to the academy grounds. Haran took a slow walk through the quad, observing the changes. The security detail is twice as thick today. I guess the Sahayuki incident rattled the administration. Suddenly, a voice called out, dripping with fake friendliness. "Haran, there you are!" Haran quickly wiped the calculation from his face, smoothing his expression. He turned to find Instructor Smith approaching. "Good afternoon, Instructor." The man didn't speak right away. He just offered a slow, knowing nod and a thin smile. However, his eyes were darting, searching Haran with an intensity that felt like a physical touch. Haran felt his internal alarms go off, every muscle in his body tensed. Smith stepped closer, an artificial warmth radiating from him. "I've been meaning to ask, Haran. I get the feeling you aren't exactly my biggest fan, are you?" Haran almost slipped. "That's right. I mean, of course not, sir." Smith laughed it off with a dismissive wave. "It's fine, really. I know I've been hard on you, but it was always intended to sharpen you. I hope you don't hold a grudge." Haran nodded along, but his mind was racing. What is he playing at? Smith reached out, his hand hovering near Haran's shoulder. "Why don't we turn over a new leaf? A fresh start?" He gave a forced laugh, subtly stepping out of reach. "I don't think that's necessary, Instructor, but thank you for the offer." Suddenly, a jolt of pure static shot through Haran's nerves. What is this feeling? This isn't right. A heavy, sickly scent of mana began to bleed from the older man. "It's a bit overdue, but congratulations on the midterms. You've truly carved out a path for yourself, Haran." Haran grit his teeth, his magical senses screaming. "This mana! It's wrong!" Through his heightened vision, he saw a shroud of oily black magic swirling around Smith. This void-like mana, he's connected to the Black Tower. The realization hit him like a freight train. The Black Tower, a name whispered in the darkest corners of the world. It isn't an official school of magic. It's a shadow syndicate, a criminal empire built by renegade mages who call themselves Dark Weavers. Haran's mind went into overdrive. Instructor Smith is a sleeper agent for the Black Tower? How many more are hiding in the faculty? Since when have they been here? No, those aren't the priority. I need to deconstruct this spell immediately. A translucent HUD materialized in his mind's eye as he began to scan the incoming mana threads. His pupils pulsed with sea blue light as he dissected the floating arcane geometry. I recognize these sequences. This is a cerebral puppet weave, mind control. Wait, he's trying to hijack my thoughts? He doesn't realize my Bytel-enhanced brain is naturally shielded from external psychic interference, so... Smith's little hypnotic trick isn't going to find any purchase in my head. That was a close one. He thinks he has me. He has no idea I'm still in the driver's seat. If I want the truth, I have to play the part. I'll pretend the spell worked. If he thinks I'm a puppet, he'll spill everything about the Black Tower's plans. Haran allowed his gaze to go hollow and slack. Smith paused, checking for any signs of resistance in Haran's expression. Finding none, his mask of friendliness finally dropped. Pathetic. A little revision trick and you thought you were special. You even had the gall to make me play nice. Listen closely, Haran. You are to keep this artifact on your person at all times. Do not question its purpose. Do not discuss it with anyone. Do you understand? Haran droned back in a monotone voice. I understand. The instructor's face twisted into a grotesque, satisfied smirk. Now, let's get to the good stuff. Explain the mechanics behind your revision magic. Haran panicked internally. How do I fake a technical explanation for a lie? He doubled over, clutching his head and groaning as if his mind were breaking. Smith scoffed. Fine. It seems the mental locks on his secrets are too tight. We'll leave it for now. As Smith turned his back, Haran's eyes sharpened instantly. Idiot! Mind control is a delicate art. It's like trying to rewire a computer while it's still running. It's designed to amplify certain emotions or plant commands, the bread and butter of Black Tower operatives. In the hands of a master, it can turn a person into a vegetable, which is why it's one of the most feared forbidden arts in existence. If the target has a powerful psychological anchor to a memory, forcing them to reveal it can cause a total mental collapse. If he's giving up that easily, then revision magic was just a side quest. They're here for something bigger. Smith clicked his tongue. He looked down at Haran with pure disdain. Such a waste of a rare talent. I was going to sell your secrets for a fortune, but I can't risk the main objective for a payday. I'll just harvest your brain after the mission is over. It'll be much easier when you're dead. Haran, you still with me? You looked like you drifted off there. You must be exhausted. Get some rest, boy. You'll need it. Haran slipped back into his mask and replied dizzily, Yes, sir. He watched Smith's silhouette vanish into the corridors. A cold, predatory glint returned to Haran's eyes. He wasn't the prey anymore. Later that evening, the academy grounds were bathed in a soft twilight. Haran walked toward the dining hall alone. My brain is burning through calories. I need to hit the canteen. He thought back to the spot he found yesterday. He detoured to a secluded, overgrown corner of the courtyard where no one would bother him. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out the device Smith had given him. I never imagined the souvenir instructor Smith handed over would be something this toxic. Haran fell into a deep silence, staring at the device. An unlicensed AI core. Giving me this can only mean one thing. They're setting the stage to frame me for using illegal black market tech. If their plan succeeds, the press will have a field day. Headlines like, Haran's fraudulent talent exposed, would flash everywhere. They want to bury my reputation so deep it never sees the light of day again. Instructor Smith doesn't have a personal vendetta strong enough to pull this off. Sure, we've never seen eye to eye. Haran analyzed the situation and realized, but it's far more likely that someone paid the Black Tower to take me off the board. He began a mental roll call of suspects. If this is a hit job, the list is short. First, there's Sahai-uk. I'll make you pay, Haran. He considered it for a second, but dismissed it. Pulling a stunt like this while on academic probation is too reckless even for him. That leaves my siblings. The ones who have everything to gain by permanently erasing me from the line of succession. Sister Minji is too detached from the power struggle to bother with this. Then there's brother ManHwa. He's desperate for the throne, but he lacks the spine to play this dirty. That narrows it down to the final two, or perhaps a joint effort. Haran's fingers tightened into a white-knuckled fist at the thought. Should I just track down Instructor Smith and beat the truth out of him? No, the Black Tower operates on a need-to-know basis. Smith might be a low-level pawn who doesn't even know the client, and taking him out now would tip my hand. Besides, I'm not ready for a head-on collision with a criminal syndicate yet. Instead, he made his way to a massive corporate spire in the city center, where a very different meeting was about to take place. The man standing by the window didn't bother turning around. Welcome, Haran. You're right on time. What is so urgent that it couldn't wait? Kangin's gaze was piercing, like he was trying to read Haran's DNA. Haran kept his guard up. The Blue Tower Master Kangin, he seems even more on edge than he was during the match. Regardless, Haran had to move forward. Kangin rubbed his temples, looking slightly annoyed. I distinctly remember telling you to stay out of trouble. Haran noted the man's stress. But I can't turn back now. The rumors were right. Whatever project he's buried in is clearly pushing him to his limit. He broke the ice with the calculated observation. Is the research not going well? The master didn't bother with a cover story. It's a specific magic stone. It's proving to be more stubborn than I anticipated. Haran leaned in for a closer look. Wait, that's an elemental magic stone. Talk about a lucky break. Kangin gestured toward a chair, his patience wearing thin. Skip the small talk. Time is a luxury I don't have right now. You claimed this was a life or death matter that required a face-to-face. Out with it. Haran suppressed a smirk. The man is stressed to the breaking point. If I just ask for a favor now, he'll probably show me the door. I need to negotiate. Having shifted gears, he spoke up. Before we get to my problem, let's talk about that stone you're struggling with. You're trying to refine an elemental magic stone, aren't you? The silence that followed was deafening. Kangin froze in place. His eyes lit up with a mix of shock and intensity. Ha-Ran, how do you know that name? That project is classified top secret. I suggest you choose your next words very carefully. Ha-Ran raised his hands in a peaceful gesture. Relax. I haven't bugged your office or bribed your staff. Kangin's gaze didn't soften. Then how are you speaking the name of a phantom stone? Ha-Ran reached into his bag. Because I happen to have one right here. The moment the stone caught the light, Kangin nearly knocked over his chair. That. Ha-Ran nodded calmly. It is. This is an elemental magic stone, refined to absolute perfection. The master's hands actually began to shake. Ha-Ran, the person who managed this, who was it? Ha-Ran met his gaze without flinching. It was me. Kangin stared for a moment, then burst into a fit of disbelieving laughter. That's impossible! He ran the facts through his head. James Blood of the Red Tower, the god of magic engineering, even my own elite team at the Blue Tower and myself, the supposed masters of refinement, we all failed. And you're telling me a teenager cracked the code? Kangin's expression turned deadly serious. Ha-Ran, did you find this stone in a finished state by some miracle? Ha-Ran maintained his effortless composure. No, I knew only the Blue Tower had the prestige to handle such a gem, so I brought it to the best. The master scoffed, his ego and curiosity warring within him. I'll ask one more time. Where did you get the knowledge to process this? He looked at the glowing gem. I'll keep that secret for now. Let's just say I have a knack for it. That's all the info I'm giving out today. Kangin clearly didn't buy the knack story for a second. A knack for the impossible? You're either the luckiest boy alive or the most dangerous. Fine, every mage is entitled to their hidden cards. I'll respect your privacy. Ha-Ran let out a quiet breath. I appreciate that. The master reached out. May I examine the workmanship? Ha-Ran nodded. Be my guest. Kangin donned a pair of silk gloves, handling the stone as if it were a newborn star. This is extraordinary. A stable 4-attribute core. I've only seen this in ancient texts. So tell me, why bring a treasure like this to me today? Sensing the hook was set, Ha-Ran answered, I want to use it to forge a sacred relic. The master's eyebrows shot up. A sacred relic? Bold. What form were you thinking? Ha-Ran considered his options. Maybe a suit of armor, an accessory, or even a blade. The form matters less than the function. I need something that maximizes my mana output. Kangin gave him a reality check. A stone of this caliber requires equally rare materials to bind it. The commission fee alone would bankrupt a small city. I'm being honest with you. But as the heir to the Magic Clan, you can just put it on the family tab, right? Ha-Ran's expression clouded over. That's exactly what I can't do. I need this relic forged in total shadow. No one in my family or the world can know it exists. Kangin laughed again, though it sounded a bit more tired this time. You really are a headache, kid. So how do you pay the bill? Without your father's checkbook, you're just a student with a pretty rock. Ha-Ran smiled, the negotiation reaching its climax. I have something better than cash. The master leaned in. I'm listening. Ha-Ran delivered the closing statement. I will refine a second stone for you, right here, and show you exactly how it's done. Kangin's jaw nearly dropped. You're offering to hand over the refining technique? Ha-Ran nodded firmly. I am. The master let out a booming laugh of pure triumph. Deal. If you can actually teach me that, I'd be the one in your debt. Ha-Ran seized the opening. In that case, I have one more request. Master Kangin's eyes sharpened. Here we go. Is this the urgent matter you mentioned? Ha-Ran sat forward and placed the illegal core on the table. This is it. The master's face went pale as he recognized the tech. An unregistered new-gen AI core? This is highly illegal contraband. Where did you find this? Ha-Ran's voice was cold and focused. He pictured Smith's smug face. An instructor at my academy, a Black Tower plant. gave it to me as a trap. The Black Tower has infiltrated Obelisk Academy. I need the Blue Tower to help me flush them out. As the meeting ended, night took over the city. A brilliant moon hung in the sky like a silver coin. A private car dropped Ha-Ran off at the academy gates. He gave a polite nod to the driver. "Thanks for the lift. Have a safe night." The driver, Su-Yi, watched him for a moment. "Take care of yourself, Ha-Ran." He stood by the gate until the taillights vanished. With a sigh, Ha-Ran walked back toward the dorms. He finally collapsed onto his bed, the weight of the day hitting him. What a marathon. He thought back to his encounter with the Tower Master. Everything fell into place perfectly. Who would have guessed Kan Gin was obsessed with those exact stones? Now I can get my relic without father ever knowing. Ha-Ran briefly thought of Sahayuk. That kid is the least of my worries now. He relaxed into the mattress. I was prepared to burn through those mining rights I took from the Becks, but I get to keep them as a bonus. Everything is coming up roses. He replayed Kan Gin's final words. It's hard to swallow. The Black Tower having agents inside a fortress like Obelisk? And all you have is this one illegal core as proof. Kan Gin had looked at him skeptically. That's not exactly a smoking gun, but the master had eventually sighed. The Blue Tower doesn't usually move on gut feelings and student tips, but for you, I'll make an exception. Let's see what we find. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Are you in position? Ha-Ran whispered back, I'm back at base. Let's stick to the script. The elevator dinked open, and he stepped into the small, metallic space. The person on the other end was still talking. Don't sweat the details. If your intel is solid, the Blue Tower's response will be surgical and absolute. Ha-Ran nodded to the empty elevator. I'm counting on it. Speak soon. The doors slid open. A group of people was waiting for him in the lounge. He put on his best youngest brother face, masking his true thoughts. I'm here. Hey, everyone. The blue-eyed girl, Min-Ji, the family's second daughter, practically jumped up. Look at you! It's been forever, Ha-Ran! He gave a polite laugh. You haven't changed a bit, sister. Still as energetic as ever. Min-Ji gave a playful wink. Is that your way of saying I'm still pretty? Ha-Ran grinned. Of course. She pulled him into a side hug. Our little Ha-Ran is growing up so fast. You're going to be looking down at brother Min-Hyuk any day now. At that moment, the other brothers stepped into the light. Min-Hyuk walked over, looking unimpressed. Min-Ji, stop filling the boy's head with nonsense. Good to see you back, Ha-Ran, even if it took you long enough. Ha-Ran gave a courteous nod. Good to see you too, brother Min-Hyuk, he thought, still as charming as a brick wall. Min-Ji didn't appreciate the tone. Brother, be nice. Min-Hyuk just shrugged. What? I'm being honest. Ha-Ran's eyes then shifted to the last two figures. It's been a while, brother Jihan, sister C. Jihan wore a knowing smirk as he greeted his younger sibling. You've finally started looking like a man. You've shed that childish air. This was the Magic Clan's eldest son and primary heir, Jihan. C, the clan's eldest daughter, sat poised beside him and added, It's been an age, little brother. Ha-Ran stood firmly before them. Ha-Ran forced a polite, hollow smile, a friendly face masking eyes that look ready to tear me apart. The mastermind is definitely in this room, at that precise moment. Jihan raised his crystal glass, signaling everyone to take their seats. Let's dine and catch up. Tell us, youngest, what on earth happened? To make you summon the whole family like this? With everyone settled, Ha-Ran cut to the chase. It's nothing elaborate. I simply missed my siblings and felt it was time for a family reunion. Sister Se found the gesture entirely unwelcome. What? We all have mountain-high piles of work and you drag us here for something so trivial? She didn't hide her blatant contempt. If I hadn't set this up, wouldn't brother Jihan or sister C have come looking for me eventually anyway? Am I wrong? Her temper flared as she slammed her hand against the table. What? How dare you speak to us with such insolence? Enough games. Let's get to the point. What are you plotting? Ha-Ran played the part of the innocent again. Plotting? Whatever do you mean? C laid her cards on the table. Drop the act. You're making a play for the succession, aren't you? He tilted his head and looked at her coolly. If I told you I had no interest in the throne, would you even believe me? C erupted as if she'd been robbed. Not a chance in hell. Then why ask the question? You little brat, Jihan interjected smoothly. C, that's no way to speak. These matters aren't settled with debate. They are proven through merit. Speaking of which, Ha-Ran, I've heard rumors of a fascinating new ocular magic you've mastered called revision. Are you planning to gift that secret to the family archives? The suggestion caught Ha-Ran completely off guard. Internally, he parsed Jihan's clever trap. Brilliant. If I hand over my unique magic, I'm effectively surrendering my edge in the power struggle. But it won't be that simple. C jumped at the idea. That's a magnificent suggestion, brother. Ha-Ran took a slow, measured breath. He donned the most pathetic, desperate expression he could muster. Everyone, this secret magic is the only thing I have left. It's the only way an incompatible failure like me can survive as a mage. I simply cannot give it up. Minji was instantly moved. Well, when you put it that way, it makes sense. It really is the poor boy's only hope. C stared off into space, annoyed, while Min-hyuk seemed to acknowledge the logic. On the other side of the table, Minji reached over to comfort Ha-Ran. Thank you for being so kind, sister. Jihan chuckled and raised his glass once more. Arguing over the succession won't get us anywhere tonight. Why don't we just enjoy the meal and tell some stories? Minji nodded eagerly. Exactly. I want to hear all about Ha-Ran's adventures. The feast was served, yet the tension was so thick no one actually ate. C and Jihan whispered back and forth in hushed tones. Meanwhile, the other three siblings chatted and shared a few genuine laughs. Suddenly, the clock struck 10 p.m. Ha-Ran scanned the room, noting the shift in atmosphere. It's getting late. Perhaps we should... Suddenly, all four phones on the table buzzed simultaneously with a high-priority alert. Their expressions turned to stone in an instant. Minji looked confused. What's going on? Min-hyuk grew visibly restless. This is a red-level emergency broadcast. C bit her lip, remaining silent but fuming. Now? Why does this have to happen right now? As for Jihan, his composed mask finally slipped, revealing a distorted grimace. He couldn't conceal his sheer irritation at the message on his screen. The alert read, Black Tower Sleeper Agent discovered within Obelisk Academy's 5th Instruction Wing. Len Smith, of the Magic Federation's Smith Line, has been detained. Arrest made by Blue Tower's 6th Circle Mage and Chief Secretary Jung Soa. Ha-Ran didn't miss the frantic way Jihan shoved his phone out of sight. A shadow of a smirk played on Ha-Ran's lips. Got you. He would never forget that look of pure, panicked frustration. Ha-Ran thought, Jihan, was it you all along? Outside, the night was deep and the moon shone with a brilliant silver glow. On his way back to his quarters, Ha-Ran's phone rang. It played out exactly as you predicted, Ha-Ran. A detailed report flashed on his screen at 10:31 p.m. Jung Soa, the Blue Tower's 6th Circle prodigy, intercepted Len Smith's suspicious activity at the Obelisk Academy Equipment Depot. Smith is charged with sabotaging gear intended for the upcoming survival trial. Had Soa not intervened, the Friday exam could have turned into a massacre. The government and the magic associations have declared a state of zero tolerance regarding this Black Tower infiltration. The voice on the line continued. But how were you so certain Smith would target the training warehouse? Ha-Ran adjusted his earpiece and replied, It was a simple deduction based on the variables. If Smith was a mole within the faculty, his most effective move would be to strike from within the school's infrastructure. Given when he attempted to mind control me and the academic calendar, the obvious window for sabotage was Friday, the day of the massive survival test. To ensure I failed or died during that test, he had to mess with the specialized gear. Since equipment is always calibrated at noon the day before, his window was narrow. The only time he could safely tamper with the tools without being seen by staff was tonight, Thursday night. I simply gave the Blue Tower a tip to watch the depot. While they watched the warehouse, I gathered my siblings to see who would flinch when the news broke. The result? Smith is in cuffs. Confirmed. A Black Tower operative was indeed lurking inside Obelisk. And more importantly, I've confirmed Jihan is the one pulling the strings with the syndicate. The plan was flawless. I gathered all the intel I needed without showing my hand. A textbook victory. It's a bit of a pity I don't have the hard evidence linking them yet, but I'll keep digging until the paper trail appears. Kongan spoke from the other end with a triumphant tone. Haran, I thought I was doing you a favor, but you've handed the Blue Tower a massive PR win. Our prestige is through the roof. I owe you one, and I intend to pay up. Haran gave a light laugh. I'll hold you to that, Master. The Master shared a quick word of praise before ringing off. I like your bluntness. Now I have a mess to clean up. Talk soon. Haran pulled out his earbuds. Understood. Good luck with the fallout. He sighed to himself. And that concludes that chapter. Suddenly a violent explosion ripped through the air behind him. The shockwave sent Haran tumbling across the pavement. He looked up, his face tight with shock. What the? A shadow emerged from the swirling smoke and debris. Haran! Oh, Haran! Haran! Die, just die, you worthless piece of garbage! Haran stared in disbelief at the attacker. Sahayuk? The boy was a feral mess, launching a concentrated orb of mana directly at him. Haran's eyes widened. He's moving way too fast! He barely managed to trigger his resonance magic. Water protection, while under Sahayuk's frenzied assault. Haran was pinned in a purely defensive position. This impact is insane. My water protection won't hold much longer. I need to find a new angle. Haran threw himself to the side just in time. A massive blast leveled the area, and he was slammed hard against a stone pillar on the campus edge. But this was a calculated risk. I couldn't outrun it, but I survived it. Sahayuk shrieked through the settling dust. This is the gap between us! A broken toy like you actually thought you could look down on me? This is the end for you! Haran scrambled back, calling out, Sahayuk, stop! He suddenly noticed the terrifying state of his opponent. Wait. Something is horribly wrong with him. Bloodshot eyes, veins bulging, skin glowing red. That reaction. He's on the illegal combat stimulant, the Berserk Potion. The drug works by forcibly accelerating mana circulation, causing capillaries to burst and staining the skin a crimson hue, hence the name. More dangerously, it shuts off the brain's survival instincts. He'll fight until his heart gives out. Sahayuk charged again like a wild beast. Haran snapped, Have you lost your mind? The boy let out a manic, high-pitched laugh. Lost it? No, I've never seen things more clearly. Haran's mind went into overdrive. Red mana. 3-circle magic. Flame infusion. Before he could complete the counter, Sahayuk lunged and grabbed him by the throat. Haran fought desperately to break the grip. You lunatic! Foam and spit flew from Sahayuk's mouth. I told you I'm wide awake. I know exactly what I'm doing. Say goodbye. Feel the heat. Flame. Infusion! A pillar of dark smoke rose into the midnight sky. Sahayuk stood over Haran's prone form with a grotesque, satisfied grin. What's with this guy? Still breathing? You actually tanked my magic twice. A defective failure dares to resist me? How dare you? He became hysterical, digging his nails into his own cheeks. Then abruptly, Sahayuk's expression went blank as he muttered, I suppose that's just how it goes. Haran panted, watching for the slightest opening. Those erratic mood swings are a classic side effect of the Berserk Potion. But his raw output is making no sense. Even with a stimulant, his power shouldn't be hitting this level. I need to test his limits. Sahayuk's eyes burned with an unnatural light. What are you staring at, you insect? Haran quickly summoned a swarm of projectiles as a probe. Wind spear! The bolts whistled towards Sahayuk as commanded. You bastard, you think that garbage tier magic is going to save you? Haran's voice dropped to a cold whisper. Focusing on the spears? Good. But you really should have watched your feet. Sahayuk's eyes shrunk in shock. When did he get so close? Haran seized the moment to trigger his second move. Kinetic Palm! At this point-blank range, Sahayuk had nowhere to run. He gritted his teeth and braced for the impact. Direct hit! Fire mana at this proximity! It was Haran's turn to be caught off guard. The moment Sahayuk unleashed his burst fire strike. Die! However, he narrowly escaped by twisting his body out of the blast zone. The defining trait of burst fire strike is its overwhelming power at point-blank range. but its reach is capped at 7.74 meters. If you can create enough distance, you can evade it. Could it be that every projectile he fired afterward was just a waste of energy? Haran wiped a streak of soot from his cheek and questioned, "Is your grudge against me so deep that you actually resorted to using a BIU?" Hearing this, the other boy cackled like a lunatic. "A BIU? What kind of gibberish are you spouting?" He purposefully adopted a look of mock disappointment. He really has no memory of it. A phantom glow pulsed behind Sahayuk's neck. "Why would I waste a tool like that on a defective piece of garbage like you? If you've got nothing but riddles, then just hurry up and die so you stop wasting my oxygen." Haran slipped past the next strike, seizing the moment to educate his attacker. An illegal BIU serves to overclock the user's physical limits, fortifying the mana circle through a modified AI, which fundamentally alters both the potency and the reach of your spells. The words hit his ears but meant nothing to his mind. "So what, you pathetic bastard?" Haran leaped back to dodge the skill, carefully laying his trap. The irony is, I'm currently specializing in the structural shifts of mana circles and arcane formulas. Which means if your mana is artificially amplified or your circle is overclocked, I'll detect it in a heartbeat. As he fell silent, he thought, whether it's luck or not, observing both illegal AI and berserk potions has given me invaluable data. Sahayuk grew increasingly erratic. "What are you rambling about, you freak?" Now it was Haran's turn to strike back. "I'm not going to thank you for the data. The only question is whether I end this tonight or let it drag until morning. Resonance." Facing the onslaught, Haran knew he had to gamble. One who reaches this peak can transcend their own limitations, a concept I've been dissecting while studying the Ides book. He rubbed his temples in sheer exhaustion. The catch is the backlash. Synchronizing different elemental circles and forcing them to accelerate places immense strain on both body and soul. The inevitable price for this power is the strict time limit. If I can synchronize 2 circles using resonance, I have exactly 3 minutes. Beyond that, my magic circles will be dead weight for the next 12 hours. I have to be surgical with its use. Sahayuk stared in confusion at Haran's quiet mutterings. "You moron! Are you so terrified that you've started talking to yourself?" He ignored the taunt, focused purely on the math. A 3-minute window for resonance. That amount of time is more than enough. Earthen needle! The ground split apart under the force of the spell, and a jagged spire of rock tore through Sahayuk's thigh. He gasped in sheer disbelief. 3-circle magic? How can a failure like you manifest a 3-circle spell? Haran tapped his forehead and smirked. I wonder, how am I doing it? Furious, Sahayuk conjured a massive sphere of flames. You bastard! Just burn! Haran didn't move an inch, his voice cutting through the heat. I see your magic isn't the only thing that's weak. Your insults are just as hollow and pathetic. Water protection. This time the inferno hit a solid wall of liquid, but Sahayuk was certain this blow would land. You idiot! You couldn't stop it before, so why try the same trick? Die! Suddenly, the water spiraled into a violent vortex, swallowing the fireball whole. He froze, his face pale with terror. What? Haran held his ground with total authority. If you want to talk trash, try thinking before you speak. If I were you, seeing that earthen needle would have told me this water protection wasn't the same as the last one. Your tricks have zero effect on me now. Sahayuk's expression darkened. Haran! Haran! You've got it right. I see how you got so strong. You're the one on the illegal drugs, that's the only way. Haran sighed at the fool's desperate logic. It's over. You've officially run out of my mercy. Everything happening now is a direct result of your own choices. Haran signaled the summoning of Black Eye. Sahayuk's bloodshot eyes filled with genuine dread. What is... Haran's voice went cold as he delivered the final warning. If you had shown even a shred of hesitation before trying to kill me, we never would have reached this dead end. Sahayuk felt as if he were falling into a pitch-black abyss. Damn it! Stop hiding! Show yourself, Haran! Fight me like a man! He stood nearby and activated the earth element. Chi lock. The boy's limbs were suddenly bound as if by invisible cords. This is just some low-level sealing spell. Every nerve was suppressed by the elements. Haran's voice echoed, dark and somber. It's far too late for that. The only kindness I have left is to let you fade away as gently as possible. Sahayuke shrieked in desperation. Shut up! This isn't over. If it weren't for you, my life would still be— Haran cut him off coldly. Would it? I doubt that. His vision began to fail.
Where are you, you coward? Where are you?
Haran offered one final piece of information.
You would have just found someone else to blame. By the way, besides the physical ruin, do you know why illegal AIS are strictly forbidden?
Sahayuk let out a guttural sound. What do you mean? He screamed in sudden agony. In the center of Haran's palm, a third magic circle flickered into existence. I simply adjusted my magic frequency to resonate with that overheated AI core of yours. How does it feel? Even with the berserk potion, the pain is unbearable, isn't it? Sahayuk's mouth hung open, drool leaking out. Make it stop. Standing before the broken boy, he gave one final, decisive push. Once the AI and the body are forced past their breaking point, even a nudge causes a total system collapse. And lastly, I should thank you. Because of your lunacy, I'm going to squeeze a fortune out of the Beck family. This settlement will dwarf the last one. Maybe 30% of their mining rights? No, let's aim for 40%. Sahayuk's eyes welled with tears of pure spite. You? Haran kept a mocking grin fixed on his face. Farewell, Sahayuk. Thanks for the gift. Try not to let it haunt you. With that, he struck the AI core at the base of the boy's skull with focused force. Sahayuk's final scream was a pathetic dying wail. Immediately, the magic dissipated, leaving him motionless on the dirt. In the silence, Haran retrieved his phone from the ground. He quickly dialed a familiar number. Haran called in Hyuk. Father, it's Haran. The reply was slow and measured. What is so important that you call at this time of night? He looked at the carnage and said, I'm well aware you've been watching this entire performance. It's late, yes, but it's far too convenient that a violent battle in the dorms didn't attract a single student or a patrol officer. In Hyuk let out a dry chuckle. I assumed the students were cleared out. As for the police, well, I have my ways. Haran smiled, peeling back the curtain. Many could stall the police, but only you, Father, would sit back and enjoy the show until the final blow. Anyone else would have stopped it or tried to leverage it. Thanks to your previous vow of protection. My brothers and sisters can't even send spies to watch me anymore. And Hyuk stopped playing coy and admitted it. You're right, I have. Haran sensed a presence in the foliage. A quiet footfall broke the silence. A figure emerged wearing a mask with glowing crimson lenses. Entrusted Seok Haeon to be your shadow. Moments later, a cleanup crew arrived to scrub the scene. On the line, In Hyuk spoke again. If you knew I was there, why didn't you call for help? He paused for a beat. Because I wanted you to see my three-circle magic with your own eyes, Father. He sounded skeptical and intrigued. I didn't think it was possible for you to progress that quickly. You've been hiding three-circle capabilities this whole time? Haran doubled down on the lie. Yes, that's correct. He said the words, but his thoughts were different. It was a bluff, of course. I just leveraged the resonance effect of my second circle mastery. Then Haran added with feigned concern, I'm still quite vulnerable. If it got out that I could cast three-circle spells, my siblings would escalate their schemes, and here Mr. Seok Haeon has already utilized soundproofing and illusion magic to contain the area. In Hyuk was clearly impressed. Very well, it's late. A car is waiting for you. Go home and get some rest. Haran replied quickly, Thank you, Father. I'll see you soon. Once the connection cut, In Hyuk allowed a small smile to form. His excitement bubbled over into a loud laugh. I don't know what you did during your year away, but that level of confidence is breathtaking. Back at the scene, Haran greeted the masked man. It's been a while, Mr. Seok Haeon. The man reached up to unfasten his mask. COK Heon revealed a face marked by a prominent scar. It has indeed, young Master Haran. Hold still. Those injuries are significant. Let me apply some initial treatment. The family physician will take it from here. He accepted the help with a smile. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll leave the cleanup in your capable hands. COK Heon replaced his mask and bowed low. Nothing that happened tonight will leave this courtyard. Across town, in Jihan's private office, he yanked off his tie in a fit of rage. Damn it all! A silhouette shifted in the dark corner of the room. Rough day at the office? I've been waiting so long I thought I'd grow roots. This sofa is surprisingly comfortable, though. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. A member of the Black Tower? The intruder just laughed it off. Just a bit of bad luck, wouldn't you say? Who would have guessed the Blue Tower would stick their noses in and ruin the party? To be caught before the mission even started. Quite embarrassing. Jihan's voice rose in anger. You're still joking? You swore this was foolproof. What do you want from me now? The man stood and gave a nonchalant wave. Forgive me, I laugh when I'm stressed. Since the job failed, you'll get a full refund. And don't worry, the loose ends will be tied. You're a VIP client. Your secret is safe with us. As for Len Smith, he won't survive until dawn. Jihan dismissed him with a flick of his wrist. His life is irrelevant. But what about him handing over the AI core and berserk potion to Sa Hyuk, or the core to Haran? How do you plan to silence that? The Black Tower mage replied with chilling calm. There's no need to worry. That brat Sa Hyuk is effectively brain dead. This stunned him. Brain dead? What are you talking about? The man explained, It appears he took it upon himself to ambush Haran. And now, thanks to the massive feedback from the side effects, he's nothing more than a breathing vegetable. Jihan's face paled. I couldn't care less about his fate. But what about Haran? The Black Tower operative mentioned that the boy hadn't escaped unscathed. The matter is settled. He's no longer our concern. This dismissive tone pushed Jihan to the edge. Are you mocking me? The agent smirked back. I wouldn't dream of it. I'm simply reporting what my eyes confirmed. The news was enough to make Jihan's jaw tighten in fury. You're telling me Haran took down Sa Hyuk, even while the brat was juiced up on an AI core and a berserk potion? The mercenary gave an appreciative click of his tongue. Spot on. You hit the nail on the head. Then he paused, adding, though I can't be certain of the specifics. When the ambush went down, it was hard to tell if the shadow lurking nearby was there to hunt him or shield him. But Seok Heon was definitely on the scene. He deployed a high-level isolation barrier to shut out the world. The man is incredibly perceptive. I couldn't risk staying to watch the full performance. Such a shame to miss the finale. Jihan's brow furrowed as he processed the grim reality. Could the Black Shadow Squad be involved? Since when has Seok Heon been acting as Haran's personal guardian? The Black Tower agent gave a nonchalant wave. Don't ask me. I only spotted Seok Heon making his move after Haran finished his meeting with our esteemed guest. The mere mention of the Black Shadow Guards sent a chill through Jihan. He felt a sharp pang of jealousy. Why would the captain of Father's elite personal security detail personally intervene for the family's failure? Why him? Still, Jihan fought to maintain his composure. If the Black Shadows are in play, I have to tread lightly. It seems Haran is off limits for the foreseeable future. Searching for a silver lining, Jihan brought up the evidence. What about the illegal AI core Haran took? The man chuckled darkly. Don't lose sleep over it. That core was rigged with a self-destruct sequence. By now, the hardware has melted and the data has completely evaporated into nothingness. Is there anything else on your mind? Jihan turned his back coldly. No, get out. The agent swung his legs over the windowsill, ready to vanish. Then I'll be on my way. I still have a medical emergency to arrange for Len Smith, my favorite client. Catch you later. With a low, mocking snicker, he dissolved into the night shadows in an instant. Now, Jihan had to pivot. He needed to scrub every trace of his involvement before Seok Heon's investigation reached his doorstep. The fact that a criminal could waltz into his home was the least of his problems now. I have to move fast. Several days passed in a blur of quiet following the confrontation with Sahi-uk. Haran finally shut the worn cover of the IDZ manual. He reached his arms up, letting out a long, satisfying yawn to release the tension. Reflecting on the fallout, Haran murmured to himself, "The Blue Tower Master reported that Len Smith suffered a fatal heart failure. While in police custody, how convenient. I expected a cleanup, but the speed of it is staggering. It seems Seok Hyun handled the Sae-hyuk mess with surgical precision." Just then, his phone vibrated with a lengthy text from In Hyuk. "Negotiations with the Becks are closed. For our silence, they've surrendered 43% of their magic stone mining rights. Excellent work. This infusion covers the capital for our next global venture. Decide on a reward for yourself and let me know." Haran's lips curled into a satisfied grin. Father rarely sends more than a few words. He must be genuinely thrilled with this windfall. "You did well," he read. Regardless of the danger, everything fell into place. He felt lighter than he had in months. Now there was only one thing left. A pop-up notification appeared on his screen, an announcement for the event the entire magical world was anticipating. Haran smiled, fixating on his next milestone, the Academy Olympiad. Suddenly, a faint spiral of mana danced around his fingertips. He squeezed his hand into a tight fist, testing his flow. The mana dispelled cleanly. Finally, the 12-hour lockout from using resonance has expired. Time to unlock the secrets of the third circle. The Ides book began to pulse with a soft radiance. Following the familiar pull, he flipped to the next section. Entering the challenge trial now. In a flash of light, Haran vanished from the room. He squinted, his eyes stinging from the overwhelming brightness of his new surroundings. He stood in a void of infinite light. What is this? A blank canvas? Is this another mental landscape hidden within the pages? From the white haze, a new presence emerged. It wasn't the usual manager, Alpha. "Welcome to the second trial of the successor. I am Beta, the administrator of this challenge floor." Haran nodded, quickly deducing the situation. "The second challenge? So this will be an escalation of the first trial." In the initial test, Alpha had tasked him with the perfect refinement of mana from a raw elemental stone. Beta stepped forward to present the new objective. "On this floor, O successor, we shall evaluate your ability to manipulate and manifest magic circles with total fluidity. The specifics will be revealed the moment we begin. Success will grant you access to the advanced third circle data from pages 32 through 81. The sheer volume of info caught Haran off guard. "Wait, really?" A moment later, a surge of excitement replaced his shock. "An update covering nearly 50 pages? I was expecting maybe 10. This changes everything." But a leap that big means the third circle is in a league of its own. It'll likely make intent and resonance look like child's play. I'm equally parts thrilled and terrified. Beta placed a hand over her heart, her voice resonating through the void. "Let the trial commence." The moment the words left her lips, she faded into the white background. Immediately, the booming, familiar voice of Raybell echoed, "My disciple, pay heed to the rules of the second challenge." Haran perked up instantly. "That voice! Master!" Raybell's spectral image projected a series of complex diagrams. "From this moment, 100 magic circles will manifest in rapid succession. You must activate every single one." Haran reached out to touch a nearby circle, feeling the mana within it shift and vibrate with a strange new frequency. The Master's voice continued to guide his movements. When the circle's frequency aligns perfectly with the formation, it will spark into life. Haran's eyes widened as the mana reacted to his touch. "Why is the flow so erratic? It's changing every second." Then another circle flashed into view. "You have exactly 3 seconds to stabilize each formation. A single failure will reset your progress to 0. The gravity of the task sank in. "So it's a test of rapid-fire precision and memory?" As if anticipating the shortcut, Raybell warned, "The sequence is randomized with every attempt. Do not rely on rote memorization. Rely on your instincts." Haran took a deep breath, shaking off the easy path. "This won't be a walk in the park. Let's see what I've got." Outside the mental trial, the sun began to dip below the horizon, bathing the academy dorms in a warm, honeyed glow. In the quiet room, the Ides book sat innocently on the desk. Haran eventually emerged, his face drained of color and his body trembling from mental fatigue. He let out a weary sigh. 8 hours. I've been at it for 8 hours and my personal record is only 10 consecutive circles. But I can feel the rhythm starting to click. Still, clicking won't get me to 100. I need a breakthrough. Searching for answers, he dove back into the text. Suddenly, a specific passage caused him to freeze in realization. The book shimmered as Raybell's image reappeared. A small tip. This isn't the only volume I left behind. If you hit a wall, seek out the other manuscripts. They are the keys to accelerating your evolution. Haran sat back, stunned. There's a whole series of Ides books? It was only a matter of time before I'd have to start a scavenger hunt. He had no titles or coordinates, but across town near the Great River, Haran decided to clear his head with a walk, eventually wandering into a local convenience store. I need some fresh air to reset my brain. Inside, a quiet voice called out from the checkout. Could you ring this up for me? Haran nearly bumped into Adela. She looked just as startled. Haran? The two found themselves walking along the riverbank together. Haran broke the silence with a light laugh. We seem to run into each other in the oddest places, don't we? Adela gave a small smile. It does seem that way. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes, he asked, Did you pull an all-nighter? Adela looked away, trying to hide her exhaustion. Guilty. I found a research paper that was just too good to put down. I got so absorbed I forgot the sun was coming up. Here, you should take a look. The screen displayed, Feasibility of Practical Spatial Translocation Magic. Haran gestured at the title. This? Sounds a bit like a pipe dream, doesn't it? She nudged him insistently. I know how it looks, but just read the abstract. He gave in to her enthusiasm. Why are you so hyped about this? Following her lead, he began to scan the opening lines of the complex theory. The two of them stood in companionable silence for several minutes. Adela absent-mindedly finished off a few cartons of her favorite banana milk while he read. Finally, he handed the laptop back. It's actually quite brilliant. Adela beamed. Right? But Haran's expression turned thoughtful. The only problem is, and they both finished the thought together, it's missing the final conclusion. Suddenly, a bolt of recognition hit him. He realized, this entire thesis is built on the foundational research of Raybell Beitel himself. Raybell Beitel, my master. Despite the different formatting and modern terminology, the core logic is identical to Beitel's fundamental principles. It's elegant on the surface but feels unfinished underneath. Haran turned to Adela. Who wrote this paper? Adela blinked in surprise. The name on the file is Sang-jun. Hearing the name, Haran made a beeline for home to start his own search. He repeated the name like a mantra. Sang-jun, Sang-jun. The results showed an anonymous researcher with no affiliation, no background, and no public profile. Looking at the printout, Haran pondered. This is the only work they've ever published. I wonder if it was pulled from journals because it was too controversial for the mainstream. Haran crumpled the paper with a smirk. This is probably the dead end most students would hit, right? He tossed his phone onto the desk, his smile growing more confident. Hello, Blue Tower Master? I need a favor, because here's the thing. I'm not exactly a normal student. In the Blue Tower, a masterpiece of glass and ancient stone. The private line began to ring incessantly. Kanjin was practically face down on his desk, surrounded by notes. Hey, it's Haran. The master groaned, his voice gravelly from lack of sleep. What now? Haran's voice was smooth and full of promise. I think I found a way for us to solve both our problems. That sentence snapped Kangen wide awake. Haran's eyes sharpened with intent. I need your help tracking someone down. A new morning dawned over the spires of Obelisk Academy. Inside the dimly lit training facility, Haran manifested a complex magic circle around himself. Sun Chan focused every ounce of his energy into Iya magic to intercept the incoming blast. To his horror, the wind spear suddenly splintered into multiple lethal trajectories. He groaned in frustration, shouting, No way! You've got to be kidding me! Haran, that's straight up cheating! Haran maintained a perfectly stoic, shameless expression. "What's cheating about it? It's a basic one-circle spell. Don't be so dramatic," he replied, forcing Sun Chan to contort like a breakdancer to evade the shards. "You absolute scoundrel! Who even fights like that? Spamming one-circle magic shouldn't be this effective." Just as Sun Chan thought he'd found a window to breathe, another volley of wind spears materialized out of thin air. With no room left to dodge, Sun Chan gritted his teeth and braced for the impact. Haran let out a pleasantly surprised, "Oh!" It turned out Sun Chan had managed to conjure a last-second barrier. Haran didn't miss a beat, using the momentum to close the gap. He teased, "See? You've got better reflexes than you think." Sun Chan wheezed, clutching his side. "I nearly saw the light. Enough with the spells, let's settle this with fists." The shift to hand-to-hand combat played right into Haran's current strategy. "Works for me. Though are you certain you can handle me without your staff?" Sun Chan ignored the warning, shouting, "Bring it on!" However, before he could even square his shoulders, Haran's fist was already hovering inches from his throat. A fraction closer, and it would have been lights out. The sheer speed of the move left the surrounding students standing with their mouths agape. Haran pulled back his strike, checking his knuckles. How was that? Felt like a decent connection. In a close-quarters brawl, the predictive edge of revision magic narrows, making the raw power difference between two-circle and three-circle circles the deciding factor. "Good hustle," Haran added. Sun Chan's face turned beet red as he pouted. "Is that a compliment or a jab? This feels totally rigged." He stripped off his sweat-soaked shirt, unbuckling his combat belt. "Your magic is deceptive, and your physical combat is just terrifying. You really are a nightmare to spar with." Haran walked over, playfully slapping a recovery patch on the boy's back. "If my style bothers you, maybe spend a bit less time at the cafeteria and more on the treadmill." Sun Chan suddenly turned serious. "Jokes aside, what's your next move?" Haran blinked, momentarily lost. "What do you mean?" Sun Chan grinned, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the upcoming tournament. "Your eyes are on the Olympiad trophy, aren't they?" The question caught Haran off guard. "Is it that obvious?" Sun Chan scoffed, enjoying the rare upper hand. "Please, everyone sees it. That's why you were a maniac during the Lightstone trials, wasn't it? The average elite can block 27 pulses. But you tanked 74. Lately, you haven't just been passing tests. You've been obliterating the curve by a ridiculous margin. You're gunning for the seniors spot because you think that's your ticket to the top, right? But being realistic, with your current rank, winning the Olympiad is a pipe dream." "Excuse me?" I knew you'd react like that. "Look, the front-runner this year is a 5-circle monster. You're sitting at 2-circle. No amount of dirty play bridges a 3-circle gap." The weight of those words settled heavily on Haran. Sun Chan wasn't wrong. If he intended to dominate the Olympiad, even with the temporary boost to 3-circle power through resonance, he'd still be outclassed by the upper-tier elites. To stand a chance, he needed to break through to the 4th circle. And the key to that evolution lay with the mysterious Sang-jun later that afternoon. His phone vibrated with a set of coordinates. He dialed Kan Gin to confirm the intel. "Is this the place?" He checked the scribbled note in his hand and spoke into the receiver. "First, I owe you an apology for the delay. I didn't think tracking down one researcher would take a full week. That's a first for my network. Just give me the location. Where is he?" Haran's eyes widened as the address was read out. It was the dusty old bookstore he frequented. Haran froze in disbelief. "Sang-jun is there?" "I never would have guessed the man I was looking for was right under my nose in the Academy's own shopping district. Back when I was labeled a failure in AI magic, I spent months scouring those shelves for old-world theories, but the origin of the Ides book remained a mystery. Did it actually come from this shop?" Driven by sudden urgency, Haran pushed through the shop doors. "Hello, is anyone in?" The shopkeeper was preoccupied with a stack of scrolls, but paused to look up. He recognized the visitor and walked over. "Haran, it's been far too long." He smiled warmly. "How's the world treating you?" The man chuckled. "I'll take that as a yes. Word on the street is you finally made a name for yourself in the magic department. It shows. You look far more energized than the last time you were here. Ha-Ran gave a modest shrug. I owe a lot of it to your collection. The keeper teased, I just sell the paper and ink, kid. You're the one who did the reading. Ha-Ran felt a surge of genuine gratitude. Those books changed everything for me. The man seemed touched by the sincerity. I appreciate the sentiment, but you didn't come here just for a trip down memory lane, did you? Ha-Ran finally asked the question he'd come for. I need to speak with your son, Sang-Jun. Is he available? The shopkeeper's expression flickered with surprise. Sang-Jun? Why the sudden interest? How do you even know that name? Ha-Ran chose total honesty. I came across a thesis he wrote. There are concepts in there I need to understand, so I spent the week tracking the author. The trail led me back here. I'm sorry for digging into your family's privacy like this. But this is vital for my progress. I have to meet him. The father scratched his temple, looking conflicted. The thesis? Ah, that old thing. Well, if it's that important. I suppose I can take you to him. Ha-Ran bowed deeply in thanks. But before he could feel relieved, the man added a sobering warning. Just don't expect a conversation. You won't get any answers from him. Ha-Ran's brow furrowed. What do you mean by that? The man didn't explain. He simply unlocked a back door. Follow me. He's back here. They walked through a narrow, book-lined corridor until Sang-Jun's father stopped before a heavy wooden door. He paused with his hand on the handle, glancing back. Go on in. This is where he stays. As the door opened, Ha-Ran was met with a chilling sight. The man on the bed was hooked up to a rhythmic, wheezing ventilator. Clear tubes and an IV drip were snaked around his arm. Sang-Jun's father walked quietly to the bedside. He's been in a deep coma for a long time. Ha-Ran stood paralyzed, the weight of the silence hitting him. This is... Sang-Jun? The father nodded slowly. Yes, this is my son. For a long time, neither of them spoke, the only sound being the hum of the machines. Ha-Ran eventually found his voice, looking at the older man with empathy. Do you mind if I ask what happened to him? The father gave a faint, tired nod. It's no secret. Sang-Jun committed the ultimate taboo of a mage. The word taboo sent a shiver through Ha-Ran. What exactly did he do? The father explained in a hushed tone. In mana circulation, there is one place you never ever let the energy flow. The brain. That is the forbidden zone. The revelation felt like a physical blow to Ha-Ran. What? The brain? But that's exactly how my magic operates. He clenched his fists, trying to keep his voice steady. Why? Why would he take such a risk? The father replied simply, for that thesis of his. He hit a wall in his theory, a structural collapse he couldn't bypass. He thought he could find the solution by accelerating his mental processing with raw mana. Ha-Ran remembered the missing conclusion in the paper. The only way to complete the circuit was to bypass the safety of the heart and go straight to the mind. Looking down at the shell of a man on the bed, the father whispered, I should have burned those research notes when I had the chance. Ha-Ran realized with a start he was trying to reach the same realm as Master Raybel's magic. The father turned back to him. So as you can see, he won't be answering any questions, though he'd probably be thrilled to know someone actually read his work. Ha-Ran didn't want to overstay his welcome in such a private sanctuary of grief. I understand. I'm sorry for bringing up such a painful memory. I'll leave you in peace. The father patted his shoulder gently. Don't be sorry. It's rare to see a young man so dedicated to the old ways of study. Seeing you buried in books every day, it reminds me of him when he was your age. They spoke a while longer until the shadows in the room grew long and orange. Before stepping out, Ha-Ran made one last request. If it's not too much to ask, could I see the references and journals he used for his research? The father rubbed his chin, considering it. His library? I don't see why not. They're just collecting dust. If they can help you, take whatever you need. However, I've got two specific terms that need to be met. First, if his books help you complete a thesis on spatial movement, make sure Sang Jun's name is credited alongside yours. Haran gave a solemn nod. You have my word. I'll make sure he's recognized. The man's expression grew intensely serious. Good. The second condition is non-negotiable. Under no circumstances are you to ever attempt to circulate mana through your brain. Haran felt a pang of guilt but forced a nod. I will keep that in mind. Having secured the promise, Sang Jun's father led him to a small, private study. These are his personal archives, but the specific text you're looking for. Haran wandered toward the shelves, a strange magnetic pull tugging at his senses. Something is calling out from here. Suddenly, a worn volume nudged itself forward from the row. It slid off the shelf and fell perfectly into Haran's waiting hands. He looked at the cover and felt his heart skip a beat. It was identical in design to the IDS book. He picked it up, his hands trembling slightly. Sir, this book here? The father smiled sadly. That was his favorite. He carried it everywhere, even to bed. He called it his answer key. Take it. If anyone can find use for it now, it's you. Haran replied breathlessly, Thank you, truly. He flipped it open. The handwriting was chaotic and nearly illegible. Master's signature style. This is another of Master Raybel's journals. Haran bowed low. May I borrow this for a few days? I promise to return it in perfect condition. The man laughed softly. Keep it. If it leads you to something great, that's payment enough. Haran was overwhelmed. I don't know how to thank you. By the way, are there any other volumes like this, perhaps in a set? The shopkeeper hummed thoughtfully. I'm not sure. Haran tried to prompt his memory. Maybe a high-end version with a deep red leather cover. After a moment, the man shook his head. I don't recall anything like that. A rare edition like that wouldn't normally end up in a place as humble as this. A seed of doubt took root in Haran's mind. Then where did my copy come from? Haran gripped the new journal tightly. I see. Thank you for everything, sir. He walked away, wondering, how did the original IDS book end up in my bag if it didn't come from here? It was well past midnight by the time he made it back to his dormitory. Haran sat on the edge of his bed, comparing the new journal with his original copy. I scoured his entire collection and only found this one match. A slow, triumphant smile spread across his face. Even so, one more piece of the puzzle is exactly what I needed. As the two volumes drew near, a sudden resonance bridged the gap between them. The unexpected reaction made him jump. What on earth? Why are they both radiating light? Suddenly, Raybel's deep voice echoed through the room. I bequeath this companion volume to the true and official successor of IDS. A familiar, violent pull began to warp the space around Haran. Not again! I'm being dragged into the pages! The narration continued the introduction. This tome is known as the Book of Mimia. Haran gritted his teeth, bracing for the transition. It's Master's voice. Am I heading back into a trial? Raybel's final words resonated. May you embrace the absolute blessing of true knowledge. The blinding flash subsided. Haran was gone, leaving the room empty. He had successfully crossed over into the metaphysical realm within the text. Haran scrambled to his feet, scanning the horizon. Where have I landed this time? Suddenly, the soft flutter of fabric caught his attention. A tiny hand playfully tapped the nape of his neck. As he spun around, a slender finger poked his cheek. The girl standing there wore a mischievous grin. Caught you! Welcome to the hidden archives of the Book of Mimia. Haran stared, completely bewildered by the child before him. Who are you supposed to be? She tilted her head. Me? I'm Mimia. I'm the guardian of these records. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, successor. He blinked, looking at the endless rows of shelves. Mimia? Mimia chirped. That is the name of this living library. Raybel Betel constructed this sanctuary specifically for his chosen heir. Entry is restricted solely to those carrying the Betel bloodline or legacy. Haran glanced at the ceiling, unimpressed. Calling this a grand library seems like a stretch. It feels a bit cramped, doesn't it? Mimia giggled, teasing him lightly. That's only because your current power level is so low. This library is alive. Its dimensions expand in tandem with the successor's growth. Looking at the modest size of the room, it's clear you haven't even cleared the second trial yet. He didn't bother lying. Yeah, that's the truth. Mimia's expression suddenly shifted to a pout. By the way, could you drop the formal speech? It's annoying. Haran blinked, confused by the request. Huh? She pointed directly at him. We're going to be spending a lot of time together. Talking like I'm a professor won't work. Just relax and talk to me like a friend. Haran caught her drift and let out a small smile. Fair enough. I can do that. Mimia beamed. Perfect. And honestly, successor, you have incredible luck. Finding my volume while you're only at the second circle is a massive advantage. Haran asked curiously, what makes it such a big deal? Mimia reached out her hand, laughing with pure confidence. It means your path to the fifth circle is basically guaranteed now. The claim hit Haran like a physical shock. The fifth circle? Just like that? As she spoke, Mimia drifted into the air, her own mana shimmering. A thick book slid out from a high shelf as if pulled by an invisible string. She skillfully manipulated the mana around the book as it floated toward her. Mimia shoved the book into his hands. Read this. It'll explain everything better than I can. Haran opened it and skimmed the first few diagrams. Is this an exhaustive breakdown of resonance theory? Mimia explained the archive's purpose. This place houses all the intricate details that were too dense for the primary IDES manual, like the advanced mechanics you're holding. Puzzled, he asked, why wouldn't he just put it all in one book for the sake of simplicity? She gave him an approving look. Excellent question. Loading every detail into the trial pages would have caused a system overload. The mental toll to verify a successor would have been lethal. So, the Book of IDES acts as the core engine, while Mimia serves as the comprehensive database and expansion pack. Haran's eyes widened as the realization dawned on him. So, Master stored the deeper, more complex research here in the Mimia archives? Mimia nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. If IDES is the executive summary, this place is the encyclopedia and reference library combined. He nodded, absorbing the logic. I see. In that case... Every book here is a goldmine of information? And as I grow stronger, more of these shelves will unlock? Mimia winked. Bingo! You've got it. Now, do you see why the fifth circle is within your reach? Haran nodded with newfound determination. I do. This is exactly the edge I need to crush the second trial. The book of Mimia pulsed with a soft, warm glow. Haran's consciousness snapped back to his dorm room. He slowly blinked his eyes open. 79. The second trial demands the synchronization of 100 formations. When I started, it took me 8 grueling hours just to align 10 of them. But after just one session with Mimia's notes, I cleared 79 in a single go. Haran felt a strange mix of relief and annoyance. All that effort I spent before, it feels like I was trying to swim upstream with weights on. He felt the mana buzzing under his skin, more vibrant than ever. If I push myself, I'll hit that 100 mark by tomorrow morning at the latest. Securing this knowledge right before the Olympiad is a literal miracle. The night sky over the city was punctured by the bright, expensive lights of the Shin family estate. Haran followed a silent maid through the sprawling mansion. I wonder what father wants this time. Is this finally the reward for the Sahi-uk situation? Flashing memories of the confrontation with Sahi-uk crossed his mind. His thoughts were already racing back to his studies. I was planning to spend the night in the Mimia library. This meeting better be worth the interruption. A moment later, the maid opened the heavy doors. Master, young Master Haran has arrived. Inhyuk looked up from his desk. Enter. Haran bowed slightly. Father. The patriarch's gaze was weary. Take a seat. I'll keep this brief. This victory wasn't yours alone, unlike the previous ones. However, your contribution was undeniably the deciding factor. Combined with your past merits, you've secured 26% of the total mining rights for the clan. Haran nodded respectfully. Yes, father. Inhyuk continued. The family has prospered because of your actions, and such loyalty demands a significant reward. Name your price. What is it you desire? Haran didn't hesitate for a second.
I want an artifact, Father.
Specifically, one held within the deepest vault of our family treasury. In Hyuk's brow furrowed. An artifact? Surely you don't believe those old fairy tales about hidden powers? They are little more than expensive curiosities. Haran stood his ground. With all due respect, I disagree. I believe the power described in those myths is very real. In Hyuk sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. You're still so full of idealistic nonsense. Who actually falls for these stories? I'll honor your request, but you are permitted only one item. Choose wisely. Having gained permission, Haran allowed a small smile to surface. Thank you, Father. Hyuk leaned back. Fine. Which legendary piece have you set your heart on? Haran's response was precise. The one forgotten in the back of the vault. Haran's target was something very specific and very controversial. I want the ancient cloak that belonged to Raybel Beitel. Honoring the agreement, Hyuk personally escorted Haran into the high-security Magic Clan vault. The vault keeper presented a small, unassuming wooden box. Before handing it over, Hyuk looked him in the eye. I hope you don't grow to regret this indulgence. Haran took the box with both hands, treating it with reverence. I won't. Thank you, Father. As Haran turned to leave, Hyuk gave a final piece of advice. Chasing myths at your age, it shows a lack of maturity. Focus on your actual training, Don't let the obsession with the past ruin your future. You're dismissed. Haran held his head high. Understood. Soon his car was pulling away from the estate. Haran whispered to himself in the back seat. The family has no idea that most of these curiosities are the real deal. He looked at the box beside him. Raybel Beitel's personal cloak. If this is truly Master's, then those mining rights were a bargain. Wait, I need to be sure it's not a replica. He carefully pried open the lid to inspect the fabric. What? Haran's breath hitched in his throat. Holding the material, he felt a surge of disbelief. This is pure mana-spun thread? Every single fiber! The technology required to pull raw magic stone into a flexible, wearable fiber is a lost art of extreme difficulty. In the modern era, fewer than 30 masters can produce even a small amount. This entire cloak isn't just infused, it is woven entirely from the stuff. Haran ran his fingers over the fabric like it was a holy relic. The level of craftsmanship here is light years beyond what we can do today. I've never felt mana conductivity this pure. It's perfect. He couldn't stop grinning the entire ride back to his dorm. The clock had already passed midnight when he finally locked his door. Haran spread the cloak out on his bed to study its construction. On the inner hem, he spotted small, scratched-out characters. That signature, and the terrible, cramped handwriting. It's definitely his. He saw it every day in the journals. There was no mistaking it. Wait, look at this weaving pattern. Why would the structural polarities of the inner and outer layers be swapped? Haran began to pace, muttering his analysis. Normally, mana thread is tricky because you have to balance the layers. The inner side should be a superconductor to boost the wearer's flow. The outer side should be an insulator to deflect external spells and minimize impact. But this cloak was built completely backward. The outside was highly conductive, meaning it would absorb damage, while the inside was a total insulator, actually dampening the wearer's own power. Haran was momentarily stumped. Master was a genius. He wouldn't make a rookie mistake like this. Is it meant to be worn inside out? He frowned, remembering he had already checked that. The weave was identical on both sides. The structural inversion was built into the core of the thread itself. If it's deliberate, there has to be a reason. What kind of madness is this? Is this really a legendary artifact or a high-level prank? No wonder Father let it sit in the back of the treasury. Haran quickly summoned the path to the Mimia library. He materialized in the center of the archive. The second he landed, he called out urgently, "Mimia, I need answers!" She was unwinding when Haran suddenly materialized. Oh, look who's back. The heir has returned? Wait, is that Ray's old cloak you're holding? Successor, I can't believe you tracked this down so fast. Simply marvelous. Unlike her, Haran looked deeply troubled. Actually, this cloak feels off. Her playful grin vanished as she inspected the fabric. What do you mean, off? Suddenly, Mimia let out a high-pitched shriek. She pointed an accusatory finger at him. Successor, you're currently only at the second circle, correct? Still baffled, he gave a slow nod. That's right. Hearing this, Mimia reached a blunt conclusion. Then you aren't ready to understand. Haran, feeling slighted, tried to pry the secret from her. Don't leave me in the dark. How else am I supposed to master it? But Mimia squeezed her eyes shut and shook her head. I'm sorry, Successor. Truly I am. But explaining the nature of this cloak is forbidden for now. Her refusal left him flustered. What? Why the mystery? Mimia shoved the garment back into his arms. I spoke too soon. The House of Beitel possesses a very unique lineage of magic. She seemed to startle herself again with her own words. Haran hung on every syllable. Unique magic? Mimia gripped her head, looking panicked. Now that I think about it, I'm not even allowed to whisper the name of that art. Oh, forget it? I've already said too much, so here it is. The Beitel family wields an extraordinary power known as true magic. Haran processed the term with intense focus. True magic? She put her hands on her hips, nodding firmly. Correct. It is fundamentally different from the spells you've used thus far. This is the real deal. He looked skeptical. Are you saying everything I've learned up to now is a lie? Mimia gave a cryptic, scholarly answer. In a sense, yes. However, the secrets of true magic can only be unveiled once the successor reaches a specific milestone. Haran pushed for clarity. So there's some kind of seal or restriction? She nodded naturally. Exactly. This cloak is a specialized support tool for true magic. He let out a defeated sigh. So you're saying your lips are sealed? Mimia giggled, patting his arm. Precisely. You're a quick study, Successor. Haran looked down at the legendary garment once more. Then tell me, what level do I need to reach to earn the explanation for this? Mimia took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling. You must reach the 5th circle. The sheer scale of the requirement left Haran frozen in place. His stunned silence only fueled her amusement. You have to master the 5th circle and be formidable enough to conquer the 5th trial page. Only then can you truly step into the world of Beitel magic. The journal of Raybel Beitel flickered open before him. Haran focused entirely on the rapid manifestation. 98, 99, 100. The count hit the mark and the circles dissolved into light. Haran was hit with a wave of pure exhilaration. I finally did it! A perfect run! Raybel's spectral voice echoed. Congratulations, you have cleared the trial. Haran perked up instantly. That's Master's voice. The voice continued with praise. Surmounting this challenge is no small feat. You've shown grit. Now, I shall guide you through the synchronization of the 3rd circle immediately. Haran rubbed his sore wrist. The 3rd circle? The answer came with a surge of energy. It is the 3rd gate of the Beitel lineage, the 3rd infinite circle. Interference. His eyes widened in shock. Interference? With that, the journal of Raybel Beitel snapped shut. Staring at the cover, he whispered to himself, so that marks the end of the 2nd trial. Time to establish a link with the interference circle. Haran donned the cloak and gathered his 2 precious volumes. Without this cloak and Mimia's guidance, passing the 2nd trial would have taken weeks of grueling effort. He thought back to the conversation in the Mimia library from the previous night. Mimia had explained the hurdle. Once you master the 5th circle and pass the 5th page, you'll be ready for Beitel magic. This had made him hesitate initially. Then I suppose I have no use for this yet. I'll just have to lock it away in storage until I reach the 5th circle. But Mimia had stopped him dead in his tracks. Wait! Successor! Are you insane? Why would you let a masterpiece like this gather dust? He looked at her, puzzled. What's the point? The mana threads are reversed. It's It's functionally broken. She snatched it from him with an indignant huff. Good grief, give me that! This cloak is designed to prevent mana leakage, trapping the energy inside and saturating your body with pure mana. When you reach that saturation point, the infinite circles spin at an accelerated rate, and the mana flow to your brain surges. In short, your mind becomes hypercharged with mana, allowing you to recover from mental exhaustion instantly. It does the same for a worn-out body. Catching the hint, Haran took the cloak back. I see. So wearing this means I can cut down on sleep? Mimia skipped over to tease him. You think you get it, but you're missing the big picture. Wearing this basically means you won't ever have to close your eyes for a wink of sleep. His jaw dropped. What, no sleep at all? Mimia nodded with total confidence. Yep, just wearing it for 5 hours a day keeps you in peak physical and mental condition. And since that's just a minor side effect, I figured it was safe to tell you. The true power of this thing is way beyond that. Armed with these secrets, Haran's motivation soared. I need to hit the 5th circle as fast as humanly possible. But Mimia left him with a final warning. Just so you know, it only works for the successor. To anyone else, this cloak is a deadly poison. Haran gave a confident smirk. I know. With this cheat-tier item, the coming trials don't stand a chance. Time flew. 2 nights later, Haran was huddled in his room, draped in the cloak. His eyes were half-lidded in deep focus. He was still poring over the notes in the Raybel Betel journal. I've tried 100 times, but I'm missing the final spark. I can feel the edge of interference, but the book says, the 3rd circle of the Betel system, to manipulate the mana of others. To interfere with an opponent's spell, one does not require 100% synchronization with their mana frequency. Haran leaned back, absorbing the theory. So that's the essence of interference? Disrupting someone else's magic directly? A sharp, ambitious grin tugged at his lips. Now that is a game changer. Since unlocking this path, he had pushed himself to the limit. He never imagined the 2nd trial would be the perfect foundation for connecting the interference circle. He continued reading the ancient script. To anchor the 3rd circle, one must harmonize the intent and resonance circles, then dissolve into the ambient mana of the surroundings. He made a silent vow. If he maintained this perfect resonance, the 3rd circle would finally take shape. With that, Haran got to work. All right, this is the one. No more failing. He closed his eyes, centering his spirit and gathering his internal magic. Synchronize with every trace of mana in the air until the body reaches its absolute saturation point, like laying the foundation for a grand fortress. Flickers of raw mana began to dance and swirl around Haran like fireflies. This was the genesis. I've found the anchor. The mana is being pulled in. A phantom voice seemed to whisper in his ear, "Come and play." He felt the mana rising like a tide. "Over here!" the voices chimed again. "It's so vibrant, so warm. I never want to leave this feeling." That's right. This is our new world. Let's start a new game. What should we try? Haran felt himself becoming one with the magic. Halfway there. Just keep the resonance steady. Mana stones join the circle. Form a loop. Create the playground, hold hands, and complete the ring. Sing, dance, and become one. Sweat began to pour down Haran's forehead. The heat was intense. If the amplification rate shifted by even 1%, the mana would reject his body and dissipate. At that critical 1% threshold, I must lock the mana's position within my core, then gently dial it back to 0.01% to allow the circles to crystallize. Keep it quiet. Don't let the flow break. Outside, the first light of dawn began to touch the horizon. Haran collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. His eyes were wide with shock, his clothes soaked through with sweat, but he felt like a new man. It's done. The first circle, intent. The second circle, resonance. And now, he balled his hand into a tight fist. A sense of absolute calm washed over him. This was the third infinite circle, interference. He focused on the new sensation of power huming within him. This was the third infinite circle. He had finally established the link for the third magic circle, the interference circle. I need to keep this momentum going. Next stop, 5-circle mastery. Early morning in a dense, secluded forest. A student was lounging under a tree, appearing completely relaxed as birds landed on his shoulders. Haran thought to himself, so the survival combat test is finally here. It was a grueling 32-hour exam held across a massive mountain range. Every student was equipped with specialized tracking artifacts. As the play area shrunk over time, the goal was simple: survive as long as possible to secure a top grade. He glanced at the digital briefing in his hand. All right, time to get moving. The twist was that they had to fend off monster attacks while staying alert for ambushes from fellow trainees to rack up points. Just as he stood up, the birds scattered into the sky. Suddenly, a shadowy figure launched an attack from the brush below. But Haran's reflexes were peerless. He dodged the strike with inches to spare. Without missing a beat, he prepared his counter-offensive. Kang Ji-ha couldn't help but smirk. Nice dodge, but I've already got you cornered. The arrogance of the comment struck a nerve. Ji-ha continued to taunt him. You moron, what are you going to do with just your fists? Haran decided to show him exactly what a focused punch could do. His hand seemed to blur as it pierced straight through the magical veil. Haran's focus was cold and sharp. Kang Ji-ha's eyes widened. He hadn't expected such raw, overwhelming force. The impact sent Ji-ha spiraling backward through the air. Crashing into the dirt, Ji-ha struggled to comprehend what had just happened. My barrier shattered by a simple earth sphere? Haran loomed over him, delivering a final verbal blow. Pathetic. You're actually proud of such a sloppy sneak attack? And why on earth were you screaming? You gave your position away before you even moved. Haran felt a surge of satisfaction as he felt his new power. Is this the true strength of interference? Destabilizing the core of a 2-circle barrier, and then shattering it effortlessly with a basic 1-circle spell. He took a moment to savor the breakthrough. As for Kang Ji-ha, he lay in the dirt, completely defeated and unable to find the strength to stand. He simply turned away and strolled off. If you're that reckless, you've got no hope of evading a lethal blow. Thanks to that decisive encounter, Haran has banked 10 points. The sky today is strikingly clear and vast. Haran walked in deep thought for quite a while. I think I've finally grasped the essence of interference. With this, I can disrupt not just 2-circle spells, but 3-circle magic as well. Suddenly, a blur of movement flickered behind him. Haran, ever alert, picked up on the presence instantly. His hidden pursuer was radiating an immense, heavy pressure. Haran suddenly felt the weight of this terrifying power closing in. He hadn't anticipated being completely surrounded in the blink of an eye. It seems the commotion from his previous skirmish drew them in like moths to a flame. A typical student would probably whine about the non-stop fighting or collapse in a fit of nerves. But for me, with my eyes fixed firmly on that first-place trophy, this is a golden opportunity. A beastly howl suddenly ripped through the quiet forest. Haran didn't flinch. Instead, a surge of adrenaline hit him. Come on then, you mangy mutts, all at once. Back at the base, someone is intently focused on the live feed of his progress. She is currently providing a play-by-play of each standout candidate. They are all top-tier students. If they maintain this momentum until the clock runs out, they'll certainly secure a spot in the top 10. But surviving the final stretch is where most dreams go to die, isn't it? At this point, however, it seems the doubts about Haran's raw talent have finally evaporated. Isn't that right, Instructor Jiangso? The man remained glued to the monitor. A moment later, he nodded in solemn agreement. No one can dismiss him as incompatible anymore. Who would have the nerve? He's crushed every training session so far. And at that very second, Haran is widening his lead with a staggering point gap. What's truly shocking, though, is how perfectly he manipulates the instincts of the blood-sucking wolves. He baits one without killing it, waiting for its pack to respond to its distress call from miles away. He's essentially farming them for points. If he keeps this up, we might actually see a record-breaking winner this year. Deep in the woods, the air is thick with the scent of battle as he pushes his limits. Haran has been locked in combat for hours without a single second to catch his breath. He is busy tallying his kills and calculating his current standing, but then a strange vibration caught his attention. An earthquake? No. The very earth beneath his feet is shifting. Haran's eyes narrowed as the realization dawned on him. A behemoth with the girth of an elephant and a shell the color of polished emerald emerged. The legendary emerald hexaturtle has entered the fray. Why on earth would a rare beast like this be wandering into a student testing ground? Its massive frame resembled a living fortress with a brilliant green back. There was no mistake. It was the formidable emerald hexaturtle. A creature of this rarity appearing here is practically unheard of. Haran decided to hunker down and analyze the threat before making a move. I've read the legends, but seeing this beast in the flesh is something else entirely. Well, no time like the present to test my mettle. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the atmosphere in the evaluation tower at the training grounds was electric. All eyes were glued to the screen showing the standoff between Haran and the hexaturtle. Normally, boss-tier monsters are placed there to test a student's survival instincts or to force them into desperate alliances. But even for a prodigy like Haran, taking this on solo seems suicidal. The Emerald Hexaturtle is a C-class, rank 4 Titan. It's famous for its impenetrable shell and is widely considered a mage's worst nightmare. It possesses a core of incredibly volatile, concentrated energy. It's capable of leveling everything in its path with a single lunge. Haran, of course, had already begun setting up a perimeter. Taking it down would grant him a massive windfall of points, but he seemed to be missing one crucial detail. He immediately began channeling his internal reserves. Haran was determined to bring this Titan down by any means necessary. He threw every ounce of his strength into the opening gambit. He used magical shields as temporary platforms to stay mobile, but they shattered like glass under the turtle's weight. Even six-circle masters struggle against this beast, yet Haran unleashed a different technique: fire dance. A swirl of intense flames erupted, encircling the massive monster. Haran questioned his own choice for a split second. Will a fire attribute even leave a scratch on that shell? But the monster's aura only seemed to intensify as the fight dragged on. Just by the feel of the mana, he knew a standard frontal assault was doomed. This was turning out to be an uphill battle. Defeating this solo is a feat for a 5-circle mage. The beast's speed is only possible because it fuels its muscles with internal magic. Wait, it's using internal magic to move? A spark of inspiration hit Haran, a much more clever experiment he wanted to try. He put all his power into a sudden burst of speed. The hexaturtle was visibly caught off guard by the change in tempo. Haran began to sprint, skillfully kiting the beast into a more favorable position. One headbutt from that monster could snap an ancient oak like a twig. A direct hit would mean certain death. Simply running forever wasn't a win. He had to find an opening. He decided it was finally time to execute his real plan. Haran threw up a protective shield for a momentary breather, but even that didn't hold against the sheer physical force. I misjudged the timing. I can't clear the blast zone. He gritted his teeth, the cold fear of failure creeping in for the first time. Immediately after the turtle unleashed its heavy attack, it froze, its massive limbs locked until its energy reserves could reset. Haran knew this was the narrow window he'd been waiting for. That beast was about to experience the full weight of his first true offensive strike. As a child, Haran had obsessed over a particular monster field guide, which noted that the emerald hexaturtle puts extreme strain on its joints during a double dash. Right after the impact, while it's temporarily paralyzed, that is the perfect moment to strike its only vulnerable points. Every spectator at the academy was holding their breath, eyes wide with tension. The feed captured every drop of sweat and every calculated movement in high definition. Haran surged forward, channeling interference once more. The hexaturtle never expected its own internal mana to be turned against it. The giant beast slumped, its emerald shell hitting the dirt with a deafening thud. Haran exhaled a long, shaky breath of relief. The Titan was finally down. He immediately checked his updated ranking on the device. It was confirmed. High-risk monsters meant a massive, game-changing jump in points. The sky remained a mocking, peaceful blue. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Clan estate, the high-ranking members were also tuned in to the live broadcast of his victory. The patriarch sat back, his hand on his chin in deep contemplation. The hexaturtle's known weakness is ice, yet a third-circle mage just dismantled it with raw physical logic and interference. How is that possible? My apologies, sir, but he continues to defy every analytical model we have. He's an enigma. It's a bit unsettling, but his resource management in this survival test is flawless. His tactical mind is sharp. In-hyuk glanced at the man beside him. It's not that the monster was weak, Patriarch. It's that Haran is becoming something else. May I ask you something? Why is Haran making such a public spectacle of himself? He must know this will paint a target on his back for Jihan and Seiya. He looked at the screen, understanding his son's move perfectly. The boy isn't being reckless. He's being strategic. Before, when his magic was a non-factor, he was naturally ignored in the race for the succession. His status was non-existent, but the board has been flipped. He has secured a level of power and magical progress that no one can ignore anymore. By forcing this 2-month protection period, he's essentially buying time to grow while I keep his siblings at bay. He isn't just hiding behind me, he's using these public victories to build a reputation. He's leveraging the world's attention to force the family's hand. He wants his own seat at the table as soon as possible. And by the time my protection expires in 2 months, Haran plans to be so powerful that Jihan and Seiya's interference won't even be a threat. Such a bold, calculating child. The sun finally began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of deep violet and gold. Haran reclined in his enchanted cloak, focus fixed on the sizzling slice of meat roasting before him. Night, one of the wilderness trials. From 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., a mandatory ceasefire is in effect. Safety is fine, but being this lenient compared to real-world stakes won't push these students to their true potential. Prestigious foreign academies train under far more grueling conditions. Our institution definitely needs to raise the bar. Since the kit list allowed for magical artifacts this time, I'm using Master's Cloak to accelerate my recovery. Regardless, a warrior has to eat. The canopy overhead had surrendered to an even deeper shade of ink. He savored the rare moment of peace and a hot meal in the wild. Suddenly, a faint rustle behind him triggered his heightened senses. To his surprise, Haran found himself face to face with 2 familiar classmates. As they settled by the fire, he asked, "What were you 2 doing crawling out of the undergrowth together?" Adela replied nonchalantly, "We were locked in a duel until the 11 o'clock bell." The boy next to her winced. It wasn't a duel. She wiped the floor with me in a single move. Haran pieced it together. Forced to stop their skirmish at the curfew hour, the 2 had simply followed the delicious scent to his camp. Their stomachs growled in unison. "That smells like heaven. Is it ready yet?" He eyed them, amused by their boldness. "Who invited you to dinner?" They both flashed him their best puppy dog eyes. "Come on, what's a little steak between best friends?" Haran sighed, realizing these 2 were going to be a handful. "Fine, it's more than I can finish anyway. Dig in before I change my mind." The moment he gave the nod, they dove in. "Food! Victory at last! Thanks for the feast!" They feasted without an ounce of shame or hesitation. It's a universal truth. Nothing drains your battery like a high-stakes magic battle. "I swear this is the best thing I've ever tasted!" Adela paused, recognizing the distinct rich flavor. "Wait, is this honey bear tenderloin?" "That's a notorious forest beast. Its meat is legendary for being succulent when flame-grilled." He shook his head. "Wrong. In this entire sector, only 2 creatures won't kill you if you eat them. The honey bear is one, and the emerald hexaturtle is the other. Anything else is either toxic or tastes like old leather." Connecting the dots of his prowess, her eyes widened. "Don't tell me you actually hunted a hexaturtle." Haran didn't see much point in hiding it. "I did. Caught it earlier today over in the western marshes." The boy choked on a bite, stunned. "A real hexaturtle? I've only seen those in textbooks. How did you take down a fortress like that?" "That's purely legendary stuff." Haran shot him a look of sheer annoyance. "Don't spray crumbs while you're talking." Adela recalled her monster lore. "The records say no mage below the 5th circle. It stands a chance at bringing down an emerald hexaturtle alone." He was well aware that he was breaking all the conventional rules of power. To avoid further prying, Haran gave them a small demonstration of his surging mana. A brilliant flame erupted, momentarily illuminating the dark heart of the forest. The display left both of his friends visibly shaken. They couldn't fathom how his growth had reached such an explosive pace. "Have you seriously broken into the 6th circle already?" In their eyes, Haran was starting to look like a figure out of a myth. In truth, he was still at the 3rd circle, but he had to maintain the illusion to protect his secret techniques. Curiosity got the better of them. "So, what was the killing blow? Did you find a gap in the neck?" He replied bluntly, "No, I punched right through the shell." Their jaws dropped. "You shattered hexaturtle plating? That's impossible." "The faculty is recording everything. Check the replay later and see for yourselves. Either way, you'll see the reality of my power soon enough." The weight of his words didn't quite sink in for the two of them yet. Anyway, we're back to being rivals tomorrow morning, so don't expect any mercy. Adela smirked, clearly hiding a trump card. Since we're sharing, I've got a little surprise of my own to show the class tomorrow. Day 2 of the survival combat trials. Only 2 hours remain. The safe zone has constricted to a tiny circle, and only the final 4 competitors are left standing. The question on everyone's mind, who will emerge as the ultimate survivor? Haran strolled through the clearing, looking as if he were on a Sunday walk. He felt a sharp, aggressive aura rapidly closing in on his position. A sudden rustle of wind whistled behind him. Haran instantly snapped into a defensive stance, his senses dialed to the max. A silhouette streaked across the skyline. Sangu Dak finally made his move. Well, ready to see what a true prodigy can do? He plummeted from the heights like a falling star. Sangu Dak was aiming for a total shutdown, but Haran wasn't about to be intimidated. The speed of the assault was breathtaking, even for him. It was clear Sangu Dak was in a completely different league than the others. The wind slash was a mere distraction. He lunged into a melee, following up with a spinning kick that missed Haran's face by a hair. Sangu Dak let out a cocky laugh. Tough luck crossing paths with me so early. Haran stood his ground, unfazed. Actually, I think my luck is just getting started. He quickly analyzed the combat data he had gathered previously. This opponent had a reputation for ruthlessly eliminating anyone weaker than himself. He was a fan favorite for a reason. His body reinforcement magic was flawlessly executed. Among the sophomores, he was widely considered a top-tier martial artist, a specialist who turned his own body into a living weapon through magic. This wasn't an opponent he could simply bypass with a quick interference spell. He formulated a high-risk strategy on the fly. If that's his game, then I'll take him on at his own specialty, close quarters. Sangu Dak's ego flared at the challenge. Melee? You've got guts, I'll give you that. Meanwhile, in the monitoring hub, the instructors were glued to the feed of the two titans. It looks like a showdown of pure physical reinforcement. On paper, this is Sangu Dak's fight to lose, isn't it? He's the reigning king of hand-to-hand combat and a national youth champion in reinforcement magic. But after seeing Haran dismantle that turtle yesterday, his ceiling is anyone's guess. The tension was palpable. It was the ultimate clash of styles. Haran's eyes sharpened as he spotted a recurring pattern. There it is. He's pooling his mana in his right fist for a heavy strike. No. Wait, it's a feint. He's shifting the flow to his knee for a rising blow. He had cracked the code of the opponent's rhythm. Haran conjured a precise mana shield as a buffer. That kick carried enough force to shatter a boulder. If I time this shield bash just right, Haran pivoted and launched a lightning-fast counterstrike. Sangu Dak's eyes widened in shock. He's forcing his way through my guard? How? I've never seen a mage move like this. He really is like an ancient master reborn. The rumors weren't exaggerating. This is actually getting fun. But don't count me out yet. No one outfights me in the trenches. Haran stayed cold and calculated. Now, there's the gap. He drove his fist forward with everything he had. But Sangu Dak's instincts were razor-sharp. He caught the punch in his palm. The raw impact sent a shockwave through the clearing, surprising Haran. Even the spectators gasped. He actually caught it. Sangu Dak was proving to be the most resilient wall Haran had hit yet. He hadn't expected his opponent to have such refined tactical reflexes. His timing is good, but he's still playing by the book. What if I fake the grapple and ignite a fire palm point blank? Even his reinforcement won't save his arm from that. Sangu Dak snarled as his forearms turned a scorched, angry red from the heat. Haran pressed the advantage, sprinting forward before his opponent could recover. Sangu Dak was left scrambling, his rhythm completely shattered. But he was a champion for a reason, and he wasn't going down without a fight. Haran found this guy incredibly dull. Back to that same old defense again? Your flank is wide open. He was deliberately poking the bear, trying to drive him into a blind rage. Sangu Dak was caught off guard by the taunting. This guy, the glowing fist, was just a distraction. That kick is the real threat. When did he find the time to channel energy into his legs? I'm pretty sure my ribs just snapped. Regardless, I am a warrior. I must push through this agony and let my willpower lead the way. Strike! This is the path and the destiny of a true fighter. Observing the guy's reckless bursts of energy, Haran noted, leaning too hard on raw muscle is going to tear your body apart. Sangu Dak was convinced that a massive surge of power was all he needed to crush him. Don't you think you're rushing things a little too much? Actually, a small part of him felt a flicker of respect for the man. It looked like Sangudok wouldn't be able to brace himself for Haran's next move in time. Just like that, a devastating punch landed squarely on his jaw. His frame was sent tumbling backward. Haran let out a long breath, relieved to finally put this guy down. In that split second, the opponent had funneled every drop of mana into his chin to cushion the blow. Sangudok simply didn't have any fight left in him. As expected, his instinct for battle was top tier. He wasn't just a powerhouse on offense. His defense was solid, too. Definitely not someone you can just overlook. The sun had begun its slow descent into the late afternoon. Haran ventured back into the woods, mirroring his entrance from the night before. He checked the clock. Only 3 survivors remained in the game. Suddenly, Haran snapped his head around. A new figure stepped out of the shadows. "Hi there. Lovely evening, isn't it?" Haran stood in the forest once more, a scene identical to the previous night. He glanced at the remaining players. Just 3 survivors left now. Haran whipped his head back abruptly. Another person emerged into the light. "Hello, good evening to you." The two squared off. Meanwhile, inside a towering academy skyscraper, "I can't believe a nobody like that made it to the final round of a test being streamed across the whole country. He's acting out because he knows our hands are tied. If this carries on, Haran will be back in the running for the succession. We can't let this slide. Don't you agree, brother?" The man beside her stayed stony-faced, not uttering a single syllable. "Brother, talk to me. He took down an emerald hexaturtle all by himself." "How did he even manage that?" "This trial is live, not just on some site, but Father is definitely watching. The entire clan is seeing this." The man just wanted a moment of silence. "Can you pipe down for a second?" But she was spiraling. "No! Why are you shushing me now of all times?" She was desperate to wipe him out of the picture, but he cut her off with a cold warning. "I'm not going to say it twice." "I'm sorry, brother. I'll be quiet. Please, just don't punish me." A faint, subtle smirk began to play on his lips. He suddenly shifted to a warm, caring expression. "What's all this about, Seah? Why on earth would I ever punish you? We're family, after all, and so is Haran, right? That brat has been slippery from the start, always grabbing the best prizes right out from under us. I know we share blood, but if he keeps acting this high and mighty, I won't be able to just look the other way." Returning to the current scene, another high-stakes clash was about to ignite. The blonde girl pointed a finger directly at him. "I'm not making any mistakes this time. I've studied your movements hundreds of times just for today. You've been labeled a genius in those clips, haven't you? Well, tonight's fight is a whole different ball game." She prepared to trigger her most powerful technique. "I'm not giving you a single window to hit me back." Haran could sense that his friend had tapped into a much deeper well of power. A relentless storm of moonlight bullets. The sheer volume of projectiles this time is leagues beyond the midterm exam. Dodging every single one is a lost cause. Mages who prioritize precision and finesse like I do usually find themselves cornered in long-distance shootouts. The blonde girl is clearly not an opponent who goes down without a fight. And that's exactly where you're vulnerable. I'm going to outshine both your natural talent and your hard work. Without a moment's delay, the blonde girl let her powers run wild. Haran is pushing his limits to hold back the onslaught. "I'm going to take everyone down." "What do you mean, weakness? This is nothing more than a long-range barrage fueled by magic circles. Just how much data has he managed to gather up until now? But then again, whether it's winning through numbers or sheer force, not everyone has the gift. The heir to the mystic family truly operates on a different level, and besides, Haran had no idea when this friend of his had managed to break through to the 4th circle. Since when was she capable of this? He worried that he might actually lose his footing under the pressure. "I figured you'd pick up on the change eventually. Time to launch a surprise strike through the cover of the smoke." Adela had no intention of keeping her progress a secret from her friend. "I stepped into the 4th circle just 4 days ago, and believe me, that's just the beginning." She shut her eyes as if revisiting a memory. She is finally unveiling the true extent of her capabilities. Her strength has truly skyrocketed since that day. "I'm not falling for those basic decoys ever again." Adela is absolutely determined to walk away as the champion. The thought of losing to anyone is simply not an option for her. Haran suddenly grasped something even more incredible. Not only has she hit the 4th circle, but she's unlocked the mind's eye? To that degree? This is the guarded magic of a high-ranking family in France. For Adela, this serves as a pivotal trump card. It's a sensory mystic eye akin to the jade eye held by Kang Jin, the master of the Blue Tower. Adela has fused the versatility of the mystic family with her own lineage's tracking prowess, exceeding all expectations. She really has become nothing short of a monster on the battlefield. From here on out, I am coming at you with every ounce of strength I possess. I'm not foolish enough to hold back when I'm facing you. That spell you used to crush the Emerald Hexa-Turtle? Just when are you planning to pull that out? Haran decided to wait and see what her first move would be. He isn't the type to act on impulse. I was just getting ready to show it to you. Adela's moonlight bullets are woven from light, dark, and water elements. Based on the calculations, it's a complex magical lattice featuring 12 reverse spirals. He didn't hold back in releasing his own aura either. She was stunned to see her magic being countered. The path of the moonlight bullets just curved. They all missed? What is this? How is that even possible? Why don't you try to figure it out? Can that mind's eye of yours see through my trick? He met her intensity by unleashing his full power as well. She didn't expect her offensive to be suppressed so easily. The bullet's trajectory was warped and they completely missed the mark? What's going on? How did you... Go ahead and guess. Is your mind's eye sharp enough to decode this? Late at night, within the walls of the Mystic family estate, Sang Cheon tracked down In Hyuk to demand some answers. What kind of sorcery was that? What spell could possibly bend the path of magic in such a ridiculous way? The logic of it still escaped him completely. He gave a blunt response. I haven't a clue. I'm just as baffled as you are. Did Haran not mention anything to you? In Hyuk confirmed immediately. I haven't heard a single word. This sparked a bit of doubt. How strange. Does Haran actually keep secrets from you now? He knew his son's character inside and out. Lately, he's grown quite daring. He keeps me in the dark and refuses to explain himself. Sang Cheon was quietly fuming. Is that right? It looks like Haran has gone through quite a transformation during his year away, wouldn't you say? It's a known fact that a man needs to step out of his comfort zone to truly come into his own. To be perfectly honest, back during the midterms, I figured the boy had just gotten a lucky break. In Hyuk, I realize it's awkward to say this to a father's face, but I genuinely thought he'd be a flash in the pan, shining bright for a second before fizzling out. He seemed to take the comment in stride. Is that right? I suppose it makes sense. After all, everyone had already branded Haran as incompatible. But looking back, the reason Haran managed to best our Adela wasn't through brute force. It was his sharp wit and tactical finesse. Once the breakdown of Haran's style goes public, his shortcomings will be laid bare, and he'll come crashing down. In Hyuk sensed the man was being far too cocky. Yes, Adela definitely has a gift for analysis. Spot on. My daughter's ability to read a situation is second to none. Despite the skepticism, he still had unwavering faith in his son's potential. I suppose I've been oversimplifying things, Sang. Cheon turned abruptly to address him by name. I've actually been quite grateful to Haran for a few things. After she lost her sense of direction, Haran, well, my daughter seemed to lose the spark in her eyes entirely. But now, her crimson eyes seem to glow with a fire more vibrant than ever before. I'm truly thankful Haran came back. Even Jisoo is starting to find his drive again. In Hyuk kept his gaze fixed on his son through the monitor. Hearing those words, he couldn't suppress a swell of fatherly pride. That's wonderful news. Attention! The survival trial has concluded. All participants must cease hostilities immediately. Haran quickly ran the numbers in his head. He was standing right on the threshold of a hard-won victory. Haran wasn't about to let this golden opportunity to prove his worth slip through his fingers. Della was just as wiped out as he was. What a shame. A few more minutes and I would have had you. She gave a playful toss of her head. Not a chance. It was pretty obvious that I had you on the ropes. Neither of them was willing to back down or admit defeat. He stepped in to play peacemaker. Okay, take a breath. Both of you need to cool it. The sun's already down. Let's pack it up and head home. The following day, back at the facility, one girl insisted, yesterday's win was definitely mine. Haran was quick to shut that down. Keep dreaming. It was me, same as always. The bickering intensified. I've already figured out how to counter your curveball magic. Give me 5 minutes and you're toast. Yeah, and 5 minutes later your mana would be dry and you'd collapse anyway. Another boy sat nearby, stuck listening to their endless back and forth. If you two want to keep squabbling, take it to your own room. Stop doing it here, it's driving me crazy. They both whipped around and barked at him in unison. Zip it, Mr. 26th place loser. This is literally my room. I invited you guys over to review the battle footage together. I even ordered pizza. and got fries and drinks just for the three of us.
And this is the thanks I get? Why are you treating me like a stranger?
The two finally sat down, still huffing with annoyance. Move it! You're blocking the view! Hurry up and hit play. We've got to start from the beginning. This footage is 14 hours long. 14 hours later, the world outside had gone dark once again. The two were still glued to their chairs, eyes fixed on the screen. Only the host was out cold, fast asleep. Haran noticed his friend sitting next to him was wearing a quiet smile. Adela just shook her head softly and pulled a blanket over her sleeping friend.
I'm only watching because it's actually quite fascinating. I honestly expected you to bail halfway through after 14 hours of pure data analysis.
He let out a small, knowing smile. You always say you're done with it, but when it counts, you give it everything you've got. You're a weird one for sure, but you've got a great friend there. Actually, he's a bit too good. I sometimes feel like I don't deserve him. Adela suddenly turned to him, her voice heavy with an unexpected apology. Haran was caught completely off guard. Whoa, where is this coming from? Why are you apologizing? For the last year, I acted like I didn't know you. I tried to keep my distance, pretending we were just total strangers. I see now that I was wrong to do that. I'm truly sorry. He realized it was time to let the past stay in the past. Why are you apologizing? I'm the one who blocked the signals you were sending. I was the one who built those walls. To be honest, I even gave this guy the cold shoulder at the beginning. Hearing that, he suddenly bolted upright, his eyes wide. But I'm not that same person from a year ago. I've discovered a new source of power. The two of them leaned in, hanging on every word of his confession. And since I have teammates I can actually trust now, there's something I want to show you both. Haran wasted no time and began gathering his internal energy. Both of them were visibly stunned as they witnessed the spectacle unfolding before them. It was an ability so rare, it was completely beyond their wildest guesses. Haran had actually manifested his own version of the moonlight bullets. Kanjin threw his hands up in disbelief. You're a total monster! Haran, standing nearby with a thoughtful expression, said, I don't need to re-explain how the path of those bullets gets warped, right? Adela chimed in. If the requirement for using interference is a perfect understanding of the opponent's spell, then it wasn't that you chose not to use it early on, you literally couldn't yet. He gave a knowing grin and replied, Bingo, you're sharp as ever. During our bout, you went all in on the moonlight bullets, which gave me the perfect window to deconstruct your mana. If you'd mixed in other spells, I would have been in deep trouble. She crossed her arms with a heavy sigh, only just realizing that her reliance on that one move had been her undoing. Does that technique have any other blind spots? She asked. He answered, The calculations needed to analyze mana are incredibly draining and complex. Because of that, I can only interfere with spells right in front of my face. In the heat of a real fight, there's no time for deep math, so I can only nudge the trajectory slightly. She watched the energy shimmering around her and probed further. Well, what about flipping the magic 180 degrees and sending it right back at the caster? He shook his head. There's no time for that. It's impossible. She raised an eyebrow. Really? Because if you could reflect it, the impact would be absolutely game-changing. Even as it is, it's a terrifyingly powerful ability. From the sidelines, Kanjin waved his arms and came rushing over. Hold on a second. He stomped up with a look of pure exasperation. Sit down and listen to me. Why? Why are you just handing out the secrets to such high-level magic like it's nothing? He looked at them confused. Don't you get it? She added from the side. You're really out of the loop, aren't you? At this, his face went totally blank. What are you two talking about? I'm completely lost. The two of them answered in perfect sync, the Olympiad. The name of the tournament left him momentarily speechless. He placed a hand over his heart and declared firmly, I'm taking both of you to the Olympiad with me. I need your help. His eyes instantly lit up with excitement as he looked at Haran. Suddenly, he raised a tentative hand. But, Haran nodded. Go ahead, Kanjin. What's on your mind? He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I mean, Adela is a natural, but I don't think I'm good enough for a massive stage like that. Even third-year seniors are fighting for spots. Maybe second years have a shot, but with 7 classes of third years, making the academy cut seems like a stretch for me. He reassured him, Don't sweat it. It'll be fine. No matter what hurdles come our way, I'll make sure you're standing on that stage. She let out a small, confident smile. There are a lot of rules, but interference magic is going to be our ultimate wild card. especially in a siege battle, where victory depends on guarding your own monostone while raining fire on the enemy's base to capture their flag. He crossed his arms and looked at them both. Exactly. In a siege battle or any objective-based match, that magic is basically a cheat code. She was floored by the strategic potential. In that case, do you have any other aces up your sleeve? He smirked with a look of total triumph. You bet I do. Later that evening, inside his private quarters, he gripped the ancient tome and whispered, "It's ready, shall we?" As he touched the cover, a brilliant, blinding light erupted from the pages. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the room. He reappeared in a different chamber. "There you are, Mimia." The girl looked up from the sofa and said, "Greetings, successor." "You're later than I anticipated. Don't tell me you failed to take the top spot." He answered with absolute confidence. "Of course I took first. The points I racked up against the Hexaturtle sealed the deal. Do you remember me saying I needed to win gold in a major tournament?" She nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, I remember now. You're talking about the Olympiad, right?" He smiled and nodded. "That's the one. I also filled my friends in on the plan, and I told them about interference, too." The girl looked surprised. "Really? But didn't you say it was better to master it completely before showing your hand? You might have jumped the gun." He quickly shook his head. "No, the timing was perfect." The girl's eyes widened in shock. "No way, you've already mastered the art of interference? Successor, you truly are a marvel." At her praise, he allowed a small smile to form. "So, could you track down a few specific items for me? Like books focused on the School of Destruction? Third Circle Magic Master Destruction. It's time for me to step into that territory." Suddenly, his phone began to vibrate and ring. He picked up immediately. "Good to hear from you, Tower Master." A crisp voice resonated from the speaker. "I just finished watching your assessment footage. I have to say, taking down a Hexaturtle single-handedly was a move I didn't see coming." He offered a humble grin. "I think luck was just on my side today." The voice on the line turned businesslike. "I'm calling about that magic elemental component you requested." His stomach did a nervous flip. Should I be bracing myself for bad news? She chuckled softly. "Quite the opposite. Everything is ready to go, so let's shift into high gear." Hayran's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "Wait, is everyone pulling all-nighters for this? They really don't have to push so hard." She gave a playful wink. "Not a chance. My team consists of obsessive artisans. They can't turn down a crack at a rare mana stone." He felt a chill of intimidation, thinking they must be working themselves to the bone. She laughed, sensing his worry. "Don't stress the craftsmanship. I'm actually thrilled to see the result. Talk soon." Just as she was about to hang up, he blurted out, "Wait! I have a favor to ask." She smirked. "A favor? Is this about the settlement for the Lang-Schmidt incident?" He looked ahead with a sharp, focused gaze. "That depends on how the Tower Master values a good proposal." She sounded intrigued. "Is that so? You have my attention. Let's hear what kind of deal you're cooking up." He made his pitch. "For the upcoming Olympiad, I want the Blue Tower's top craftsmen assigned as the national team's engineers." Mimia let out a high-pitched shriek. "No way! You're actually going to square off against a Fifth Circle mage?" He sat back, clutching his book, and replied with icy calm, "That is the condition the Tower Master set." Am I biting off more than I can chew? He replayed the conversation in his mind. She had said, "You want our elite smiths to serve as official engineers? Absolutely not." He remembered freezing up in that moment. It wasn't a request she could just grant on a whim. Then she had added a loophole. "I'd love to leave it at no. But if you can defeat a Fifth Circle mage in a duel, then we can talk business." Without blinking, he had locked in the deal. "It's a bargain," she had pressed him. "You realize there are at least 2 Fifth Circle mages in this year's student roster, right? I don't doubt your talent, Hayran, but mobilizing our master craftsman is an astronomical expense. I can't justify such a massive investment just for a bit of prestige." The silence after she hung up had been heavy. "Show us undeniable proof that the gold medal is within your reach." Snapping back to the present, Mimia crossed her arms and paced toward him. So, what's the master plan? No matter how you spin it, a current successor taking out a fifth circle mage sounds like a fairy tale. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling. That's why I've got a 10-day window to make the impossible happen. The girl blinked in confusion. You're seriously planning to master a counter strategy and end the fight in just 10 days? He shrugged confidently. If a counter exists, I'll find a way to pull it off. She tilted her head. But mastering a high-level technique that fast is insane. Is getting Blue Tower engineers really worth this much trouble? He didn't look up from his organizing. Absolutely. Anything less is a waste of time. The only specialists in this country capable of fine-tuning Olympiad-spec artifacts all work for the Blue Tower. The girl whistled. So they really are the best of the best, huh? He explained. There's a clear 10% performance gap between standard gear and anything touched by a Blue Tower craftsman. On top of that, they're the only ones who can currently calibrate light elemental magic items. A smile spread across her face. So the quality of the gear basically dictates the win rate. If that's the case, we definitely need them in our corner. He began stacking a fresh pile of books. I have to win them over. I'll need this volume, and this one, too. The girl stepped up behind him. So when do we hit the third challenge page? We're on a tight schedule. He clutched the books and gave a determined smile. I'm not moving an inch until I've devoured every single book you've prepared for me. The girl beamed. Now that is the spirit I like to see. Fine, then. When you step into the third training hall, give them my best and let them know I'm doing great. He paused, looking at a cover. Your best? You have friends in there? She squeezed her teddy bear tight and turned away playfully. That's a secret. Where's the fun in knowing everything beforehand? In the void of his mind, fragments began to drift. A deep, mystical violet hue flooded the space as the glass barriers shattered into nothingness. High above the city, at a glittering high society gala, the air was thick with the hum of gossip. To our esteemed guests celebrating the Mado Singa Group's anniversary, please enjoy the festivities. Chairman Jihan glided through the crowd, the center of attention. It's practically a given now that the chairman will be the next patriarch of the Mado Singa line. Oh, you flatter me. It's mostly just good fortune. Everything I've achieved is a reflection of the support from people like you. The sycophants around him doubled down on the praise. The future of the company has never looked brighter. Indeed. And the young master's recent feats are certainly making waves. Suddenly his eyes narrowed as he caught a snippet of conversation. He shifted his gaze slightly to the side. He kept his face neutral while eavesdropping. You all saw the broadcast, right? I never imagined someone could solo a hexa turtle like that. A genius is a genius, I suppose. He tilted his golden wine glass, the liquid catching the light. Others chimed in. Did you see him go toe-to-toe with Adela? She's a fourth circle prodigy, dealing with the Holy Guardian's moonlight magic. And holding his ground? It was a masterclass. After a performance like that, who would have the nerve to call him incompatible ever again? If you didn't know his age, you'd swear you were watching a high-level duel between seasoned masters. I'm genuinely hyped to see Hayran at the Olympiad. Count me in, I wouldn't miss it. The room was buzzing with anticipation. Even the head of the family seemed immensely pleased with Hayran's progress. Everywhere he turned, people were chanting Hayran's name. The sound made Jihan's blood boil. If this kept up, his little brother would snatch the succession right out from under him. So much noise. Oh, that brat, those fools. They just love the sound of their own voices. He couldn't stand it. The person he loathed most in the world was Hayran. He thought he'd finally buried him, but now the boy had crawled back into the light. Suddenly, a voice in the crowd wondered aloud, Wait, where did the chairman go? He was just here. When did he slip away? Jihan had retreated to the privacy of his office. He paced the floor, aggressively yanking at his tie to loosen the tension. He stepped out onto the balcony, his face contorted with fury. This is bad, very bad. That kid, he needs to be erased. Hayran stayed quiet, completely absorbed in the pages of the book. He turned the pages one by one. The room was so silent you could hear a pin drop. After finishing the last line, he shut the book firmly. I'm done. Mimia, who was waiting nearby, looked surprised. Finished already? He nodded. Yeah, if this covers the basics, I think I've seen enough. The girl stood amidst the towering stacks of books and challenged him. So you've plowed through everything on destruction magic? Tell me, successor, do you actually get how it works now? He gave a blunt shrug. Honestly, not in the slightest. It hasn't clicked yet. His confession made her freeze in place. Surely you've at least moved past the totally clueless stage? He looked down at this volume in his hand. I can visualize the basic framework, I suppose. The girl immediately tried to put him at ease. It's perfectly natural to be confused. If you told a human to just flap their arms and fly, they wouldn't know where to start, would they? The truth is, since you haven't fulfilled the prerequisites yet, understanding destruction magic is currently impossible for you. He commented, the circuit diagrams are a bit of a mess, but I can trace them. At that, her expression soured. That is a work of art you're talking about. Haran rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Prerequisites. So to meet those specific requirements, I have no choice but to dive into the third challenge page. The girl smoothed out her dress and gave him a knowing smile. Exactly. Every answer you're looking for is hidden within that third page. He stood up and approached her. By the way, is the person you want me to greet the same one who teaches the path of destruction? She crossed her arms and gave him a playful look. Well, if you're that curious, go find out for yourself. You've done the reading, haven't you? He pressed further. Is there some kind of magical gag order keeping you from describing the third challenge? Her gaze drifted to the floor. It isn't a restriction. It's a promise, a private pact we made with one another. Suddenly, the book began to glow, and flower petals mixed with raw energy surged out of the pages. He was pulled back into the mental space. What kind of promise could be so heavy that she won't say a single word about the third page? Well, I guess there is only one way to find out. Without missing a beat, he grabbed the next book and threw it open. A blinding pillar of golden energy erupted from the center of the book. The scenery shifted until he was surrounded by lush leaves. He reached out to touch them. In an instant, he was teleported to a completely unfamiliar location. He looked around, startled by the sudden shift. I'll know the truth once I hear it from the source. He squeezed his eyes shut. Suddenly, a tiny spark of light flickered in the darkness. When he opened them, his jaw dropped. He was standing in the middle of a massive forest. But this wasn't a normal woodland. The trees were impossibly tall, reaching for the heavens. Where in the world am I? I expected another void like last time, but there's no guide here and I can't hear Master's voice. Don't tell me. He began to wander through the giant trees, taking in the scale of the place. Confusion swirled in his mind. He wondered, could this entire ecosystem be the challenge? A forest that goes on forever? The scale was mind-boggling, but a moment later, a wave of excitement hit him. Master's magic truly defies all logic. No matter how far he trekked, the horizon just kept expanding. He stopped by a massive lake and muttered, just what kind of trial is this supposed to be? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the trees. His eyes widened in terror. An earthquake? No, there's something watching me. His blood ran cold as he slowly turned his head to the side. A gargantuan beast was staring him down with predatory intensity. It began to crawl toward him. He stared in absolute shock, unable to process the size of it. This has to be a dream. It's right on top of me, yet I didn't feel its presence at all. He scrambled backward so fast that he lost his balance and fell into the lake. He broke the surface quickly, his eyes locked on the creature in sheer panic. Those vertical pupils, the reptilian skin, scales that look like reinforced armor, a hide as tough as a crocodile's with claws and teeth as sharp as broadswords. There's no mistaking it. This is a disaster-class entity, an unranked the Z. I thought these things were just myths. Is my test really to defeat this nightmare? Taking down a monster of that caliber is a suicide mission. I'm paralyzed. Even the slightest breath I take makes the mana in the air ripple with tension. This thing is on a completely different level from any beast I've faced. To it, I'm just a snack made of mana. Prime prey. Is escaping even an option? He braced his weight on his palms, slowly pushing himself up from the ground. Those predatory eyes remained locked onto him with a fierce, unwavering intensity. He was frozen, his mind racing. It's hopeless. Even at top speed, I couldn't outrun a centipede of that size. But the real kicker is that my body refuses to move. If it decides to pounce right now, I'm as good as dead. Wait a second, that creature, why is it staying back? He managed to force the words out slowly. Is there something keeping it at bay? This is incredible. From the shadows, the steady rhythm of approaching footsteps echoed. Elena's voice cut through the air. Even when staring down a monster that dwarfs your power, you don't let hope slip away. Your resolve is forged of iron. Your ability to stay level-headed in a desperate crisis is truly remarkable. You've passed the test. You're free to move now. Stunned by her sudden presence, he gasped. Who are you? She offered a gentle smile as she introduced herself. I am Elena Angeline Utter. Once, the world knew me as the guardian of the forest and a great mage. I'm also an old friend of Jay's. Elena smiled warmly at him and repeated, The trial is over. You've passed. You can stand up now. My name is Elena Angeline Utter. I was once the forest guardian, a high mage, and I shared a long history with Jay. Haran was speechless, wondering to himself, is she some kind of deity? She glanced down at him and asked softly, Why don't we deal with our guest first? Beads of sweat rolled down his face as he watched the scene unfold in awe. She stepped toward the colossus. Even under such temptation, you refrain from trespassing into my inner sanctuary. That shows restraint. Since you harbor no malice, despite the mess you've made of my garden, I shall grant you mercy. Now return peacefully to the depths from which you came. Last of a fallen bloodline. She extended her hand, weaving a complex spell toward the beast. A surge of pure energy pulsed through the entire woodland. He was floored, thinking, is the forest actually vibrating in harmony with her? It felt as if every leaf and branch was acknowledging her as the true sovereign. She seemed to glow, bathed in the natural resonance of the earth. She pointed her hand toward the beast and warned, If you cannot comprehend my mercy, then return to the dust of the earth. She let her eyelids flutter shut for a brief moment. The monster let out a series of agonizing shrieks as blood erupted from hidden gashes. He was baffled. Where did all those wounds even come from? There wasn't a sound, just a blur of afterimages. It looked as if invisible blades were shredding the dragon's hide at supersonic speeds. Completely lost, he wondered, what kind of magic did she just perform? Wisps of smoke began to curl from the beast's tattered flesh. Slowly, the wounds began to knit themselves back together before his eyes. In an instant, the once frenzied monster became as docile as a pet. She spoke with a calm authority. This is my final warning. Leave. Without a second thought, the massive creature turned and vanished into the brush. He stared at her, mesmerized. The injuries had vanished in a heartbeat. That thing was a disaster-level threat, yet she handled it like a minor nuisance. Who is this woman? She turned back to him, her expression softening into a smile. She asked gently, Are you all right? He managed to stammer, Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for the help. She looked at him knowingly and said, I imagine that was quite a shock to the system. Now please come with me, successor who fell from the heavens. Dappled sunlight broke through the canopy, bathing the entire forest in a golden glow. They walked together toward a cozy dwelling nestled at the roots of an ancient tree. She handed him a steaming cup of tea. Here, try this. It's a herbal blend that Jay was particularly fond of. It'll help settle your nerves. He whispered, thank you, and took a cautious sip. His eyes popped open in total amazement. He thought, what is this? This tea is like magic. My mind feels crystal clear all of a sudden. He then proceeded to savor the rest of the drink with sheer delight. Once the cup was drained, she inquired, How was it? Did it suit your palate? He answered without a second's delay, Yes, absolutely. That is, without a doubt, the finest tea I have ever tasted. She smiled warmly. I'm thrilled you enjoyed it. Do you feel your nerves settling now? He ducked his head. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. She waved off his apology. There is no reason to feel embarrassed. Refusing to back down when staring into the eyes of a dragon is a feat worthy of praise. His breath hitched as the reality sank in. So it actually was a dragon? I suppose I never really stood a chance of outrunning it. She clarified, While it reigns as the apex predator of this woodland, it wouldn't dare set a claw within my sanctuary. However, it seems it was lured here by an irresistible scent. His brow furrowed in confusion. Lured by what? She replied, The concentrated, pristine mana flowing through you is like a rich bait to that beast. In its sight, you are a rare and potent elixir. Its ravenous hunger simply drowned out its fear of me. Do you have any other questions on your mind? He looked around skeptically once more. Is this place truly just a world within Idris's book? The environment feels incredibly tangible, not like a story at all. It took 15 minutes just to reach this house from where the dragon stood. Just how vast is this forest?
This is leagues beyond the previous training modules. Where am I exactly? She answered softly, "This realm spans from page 214 to 232 within the Book of Idris. It is the third stage of your training." Shock registered clearly in his eyes. Then was that dragon merely a magical illusion? Elena offered a cryptic smile. Who can say? It is neither fully real nor entirely a fabrication. He blinked, lost. What do you mean? Elena elaborated. This dimension was forged by manifesting echoes from a bygone era. The world contained in Idris's book is a perfect recreation of the Zenith Forest as it once stood. You can think of it as a flawless mirror of the original world, so it exists somewhere between reality and myth. He marveled, so they captured a piece of history and bound it within these pages? But how is such a feat even possible? Elena sighed gently. I don't have that answer. The only person who truly grasped that power was Jay, and now his heir. That would be you. When you eventually reach Jay's height of mastery, the mechanics of this world will become clear. He pressed further. Then why did Master create this world in the first place? She explained, It was designed to bequeath a specific legacy of magic to you. He leaned in. What kind of magic are we talking about? Elena's expression shifted, becoming intensely focused as she looked at him. He held his breath, waiting. What is the magic? She spoke the words. The third circle secret of the Beitner style, the ultimate magic of annihilation. The sight that pierces the very soul of sorcery, the holy eye. Inside the quiet cottage, Haran asked with a hint of doubt, Then what is your purpose in maintaining this space? Elena answered, It's because I'm tasked with guiding you through a unique arcane path. He asked again, Which is? She lowered her head slightly, a fleeting shadow of grief crossing her features. He watched her, taken aback by the sudden change in her aura. She then looked up, her voice steady. The hidden core of a third circle Beitner master. The fundamental magic required to master destruction. The eye that perceives the essence behind the form. Her gaze seemed to cut through the very walls as she declared, The golden eye. He let out a sharp gasp. The legendary Beitner mystic eye, the holy eye. Elena gestured towards her own eyes. Exactly. Though my version remains a work in progress. The only individuals capable of harnessing the holy eye's full potential are Jay and you, his successor. Jay entrusted me with the duty of awakening that power within you. And for that specific purpose, I remain, even if I am only a fragment of memory preserved in this archive. A sleek, dark vehicle sped down the highway. In-hyuk, leaning back in the rear seat, gave a cold command. Update me. The assistant replied promptly. Reporting on the subjects you identified, young Master Min-hyuk and Lady Minji seem to have lost all interest in young Master Haran, and interestingly, Lady Seiya appears to have cooled off as well. It seems your recent directive has made a lasting impression. In-hyuk mused. Seiya may have softened her edges, but she isn't the type to simply ignore Haran. She's likely just playing it safe because she knows my people are watching his every move. And what of Ji-han? Keok Han answered. Young Master Ji-han is acting with caution, but that's the extent of it. Even at the gala tonight, he didn't make a single suspicious move. He whispered to himself, Is that how it is? It appears they've both mastered the art of shelving their personal grudges for the sake of the clan's greater good. Nevertheless, do not let your guard down until the protection window closes. Maintain a relentless watch over them. He nodded gravely. Understood. Sir, I have top-secret intelligence to share, so I will initiate a privacy field first. He replied. Proceed. Keok Han began. This is the definitive report on potential traitors within our ranks colluding with the Black Tower. We launched a deep-dive investigation into 32 individuals, focusing on elders bitter about young Master Haran's return and high-ranking branch officials. He offered no verbal response, simply watching him with a steady, silent gaze. He added firmly, Regarding the Black Tower, their records are spotless. In-hyuk rested his chin on his palm, his eyes narrowing. Just because they aren't in bed with the Black Tower doesn't mean their hands are clean. He slid the documents across. Precisely. Out of those 32, 5 are glowing red with suspicion. If we make too much noise, those scavengers will definitely catch the scent. He began to methodically scan the profiles of the suspects. I'll deal with these 5 personally. Meanwhile, back at the forest cottage, Elena turned to him and declared, "It is time to begin the rigorous process of unlocking the secrets of the Holy Eye." He glanced back, a flicker of nerves in his eyes. "Right, I'm ready. Please lead the way." She gave him a warm smile. "You truly are Jay's heir. You have that same unshakable spirit. Now close your eyes." He obeyed, asking, "Like this?" She began to guide him into a state of deep relaxation. "Yes, just like that. I am going to channel my own mana into your system, successor. Breathe slowly as I explain the fundamental essence of the Holy Eye. Typically, knowledge of the Holy Eye is gated until one reaches the 4th circle. You'd normally find it in a different archive." He whispered, "Not until the 4th circle?" Thoughts raced through his mind. "I've scoured the destruction manuals in both Idris's and Mimia's records, and there wasn't a whisper of the Holy Eye. Does that mean the information is invisible to anyone below the 4th circle?" He spoke up tentatively. "Lady Elena, that other book you mentioned, are you referring to Mimia's records?" She looked delighted. "My goodness, you're already familiar with Mimia's records?" He nodded. "Yes. In fact, I have a message from Mimia herself." He recalled the girl's voice from the mental space. "If you make it to the 3rd challenge, tell her she's doing well." He mused. It clearly was a private pact between the two of them. He called out, "Lady Elena?" She quickly stammered, "Oh, I'm so sorry, forgive me." He kept his eyes shut, wondering. For a brief moment, her mana became erratic. Did I accidentally stumble onto a sensitive topic? She resumed the steady flow of energy into his veins. She finally spoke. "I apologize for drifting off. So, you've met Mimia. That is truly heartening. We can share stories about Mimia when things are more settled. For now, let's focus our attention back on the Holy Eye. The reason this power is usually reserved for the 4th circle isn't that important. It's exactly why I'm stationed here on the 3rd page of Idris's records." He checked in again. "Lady Elena?" She continued, "Yes, Jay left me here specifically to be your guide and explain the complexities. To be frank, there's only so much data one book can hold. Honestly, that man really knew how to run people ragged." His expression turned thoughtful. "The data limit?" Mimia mentioned the exact same thing. The sheer weight of the challenge pages and the complex formulas required to verify a successor consumes an enormous amount of mana, far beyond the capacity of a single grimoire. That's why Idris's records hold the essentials, while the rest was offloaded into Mimia's records. A flicker of light returned as she gradually fluttered her eyelids open. Then she gently pulled her hands away from his back. She held her palms out toward him, the air between them shimmering. "The preparations are complete. Open your eyes, successor." He let out a sharp gasp. Lady Elena's mana has perfectly synced with my infinite circle. I can no longer tell where my energy ends and hers begins. Lady Elena, something is wrong. This feels incredibly bizarre." She replied calmly, "Yes, it's a jarring sensation, isn't it? I have effectively severed your optic nerves using mana." He cried out in alarm. "You've blinded me?" Elena explained with clinical patience. "Don't panic just yet. The Holy Eye is a 6th sense that exists entirely independently of the 5 physical senses. To sharpen that 6th sense, the others must be silenced. They are nothing but noisy distractions. Touch, smell, and taste. You will feel them start to drift away, and eventually, even the world of sound will go silent." He shouted into the void. "You're right. I can't feel anything anymore," Elena whispered. "Successor, I am now inviting you to step into the world of absolute stillness." Elena watched him in a heavy, watchful silence. His body lay perfectly still on the floor, but within the depths of his subconscious. It was a world where every sense had been extinguished. With no sight, there was only a void. With no hearing, there was only silence. Without touch, he couldn't even tell if he was tethered to the ground. As his sense of smell and taste evaporated, my body has gone completely numb. Does it still react to the world around me? I can't tell if I'm even alive anymore. This sheer void is paralyzing.
This isn't just like being blindfolded in a dark room, it's like being drowned in a silent ocean of isolation where every sensation has evaporated into the night. This is a literal hell, but I have to remember it's only a trial. Elena mentioned that the mind's eye, the vision that perceives mana, is a sixth sense, totally independent of the 5 physical ones. That means even in this absolute void, mana should still be visible. I need to find it. Focus on the mana. The scene shifts back to the interior of the forest cottage. Elena stared at his motionless form, her face pale with disbelief. This is impossible, she thought, her heart racing. Nobody should be able to keep their sanity when every single one of their senses is locked away. Usually madness sets in after 60 seconds. By 2 minutes, the mind begs for death. By 3, most would try to end their own lives just to stop the void. That is the terrifying reality of the sensory seal. I understand the cruelty of this spell better than anyone. I only meant to give him a fleeting glimpse of it before breaking the seal. Moreover, I gained my mastery over this state through years of gradual, painstaking practice, yet this successor has been drifting in that sensory vacuum for over 3 minutes now, and he hasn't broken? No, it's more than that. The entire forest is starting to hum in harmony with his mana. If he can synchronize like this, then we might actually be able to follow the original plan. Elena reached out to the surrounding energy and whispered in awe, "He is truly something else." She observed him closely. His heart rate is steady and his internal magic circle has reached a point of perfect equilibrium. She looked at him with newfound respect. This is the one Idris's records chose. Jay saw this potential from the very start. Just as she realized he could handle the pressure, Haran stirred. "Elena, are you there?" She jumped slightly, startled that he could communicate from within the seal. He slowly opened his eyes, though they remained unfocused. "Could you lift the seal now?" She moved instantly to release the spell. "Of course, let me undo it." The moment the weight lifted, he sat bolt upright, gasping for air. "Phew, I can finally feel the world again." She leaned in, concerned. "Are you really okay?" "How did you manage to endure that? The mental strain should have been unbearable." He wiped his brow. "Being trapped in a world where you're cut off from everything. Just the memory of it gives me the creeps. But I kept chanting to myself that this was a controlled environment. I was basically forcing my brain to stay calm." She was stunned by his admission. Self-hypnosis? He suppressed primal terror just to focus on the flow of mana? She spoke up. "Just brainwashing yourself? That's an understatement for what you just pulled off." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Well, you're right. To be honest, I almost lost it halfway through." He thought to himself, even if logic tells you it's training, the body doesn't care about reason. That short time in the dark felt like an eternity of solitude, a private hell. Just as I was about to sink into total despair and let my focus shatter, a single memory flared up in my mind. He looked Elena in the eye, his gaze unwavering. Even that void was better than where I was a year ago. He flashed back to that devastating moment. The day I was officially labeled incompatible with AI-integrated magic. The day my dreams of being a mage were crushed, and I was discarded by my clan, and even by my own father. I was already living in a personal hell back then. So, compared to the soul-crushing despair of losing my future, this training is a walk in the park. Later, standing outside the cottage, she walked him to the edge of the clearing. "So the seal was easier to handle than your past?" He nodded. "The seal is just a hurdle I have to jump to get where I'm going." She looked at him with a trace of hesitation. "You've had to carry a lot on your shoulders, haven't you?" A flicker of old sorrow touched his eyes as he looked down at his hands. "It's all right now. Everything that happened is just history. Now, I'm just thankful I've found a path that's uniquely mine." His resilience moved her, to her very core. She turned away for a second, subtly dabbing at a stray tear. He gave her a warm, genuine smile. "Elena, thank you." She looked at him, surprised as he continued. "In that pitch-black world where I lost my senses, your mana was the only thing I could see. It felt incredibly gentle. It was the only thing that kept me grounded and at peace. I wonder, was I able to stay calm because your energy was protecting me?" Her eyes widened, a look of soft doubt crossing her face. "Gentle?" The word echoed a long-forgotten memory. A small, nostalgic smile played on her lips. "I never thought I'd hear those exact words again," she thought.
Images of Jay, this forest, and her home flashed through her mind. He sat back, taking a sip of his tea. I've been traveling between Mimia's records and this place. She nodded understandingly. I see. Hearing that Mimia is doing well brings me so much joy. Thank you for bringing me that news. He replied with a polite bow. Think nothing of it. I'm just the messenger. He pictured the girl in his mind as Elena spoke softly. Since you've met Mimia, I assume she told you about our history and the Zenith Forest. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Not a chance. She insisted on honoring her vow and wouldn't breathe a word to me. A shadow of grief crossed her face. So Mimia still holds that promise, dear, though I am no longer in a position to fulfill it. He called out softly, Lady Elena? Catching herself, she offered a fragile smile. My apologies. I've gone and made the mood quite somber, haven't I? He shook his head. It's all right, she added. By the way, and if she mentioned the promise at all, it suggests Mimia has grown quite fond of you. Am I off the mark? He let out a slightly awkward laugh. No, our dynamic is just... Anyway, what exactly was the nature of that pact? Cradling her teacup, she replied, You're certainly curious. I'm sorry, but it remains a secret, a bond shared only by the two of us. I cannot disclose it, not even for a moment. He spoke up suddenly. If that's the case, then since Mimia bound herself to a promise with you, she must have been a living person from history, just like yourself. This caught her off guard. She hasn't revealed her identity to you? I'm afraid I can't be the one to tell you. I won't betray Mimia's privacy. He met her gaze and said, It's okay if you can't say. A vow is meant to be kept, after all. Elena beamed with genuine warmth. Thank you, young successor, for showing us such grace. By then, the stars had claimed the sky. It was finally time for him to depart. I'll be taking my leave. I'm placing my progress in your hands. She nodded. I will give my all to guide you until the holy eye is yours. Suddenly he paused. Before I go, could I ask one last thing? She gave a small nod. He looked at her with a serious expression and asked, Lady Elena and Mimia, what is the true connection between you two? She whispered back, We are kindred spirits. Alongside Jay, we are the sentinels of the Beitner legacy. Like stars in a constellation, though vast distances may separate us, our souls are forever linked. The ancient book creaked open. He took in the familiar surroundings and said with a grin, I'm back. Mimia leaned her head on her palm and teased, What, back so soon? He walked over and replied, I have classes tomorrow, so I had to cut the session short. The little girl squinted at him suspiciously. Did you actually get any real work done? He let out a chuckle. Of course I did. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The sacred vision. With a thoughtful look, he remarked, Seeing the mana swirling around you, I'd bet you've been pushing yourself pretty hard, too. Just kidding. My vision isn't quite stable yet, but I've definitely been on the right track. Hearing this, Mimia darted over and squeezed his cheeks. Strange. Usually after that kind of training, you shouldn't have a lick of energy left. He teased her back. It's impressive. Your mana is incredibly icy and composed. She gave him a chilly, knowing smile. Is that right? Well, I've always been a rather cold person. The little girl placed the tea set neatly on the table. Then she prodded, You endured the sensory deprivation trial and you're still standing? He nodded. I'm fine. Mimia muttered skeptically. Did Elena go easy on you because she's such a softie? Or was it some kind of forest enchantment? He looked at her puzzled. Forest enchantment? What do you mean? The girl looked concerned. Haven't you received any therapy for the trauma cycles? He shrugged it off. I don't have any trauma. He thought, something here is definitely off. Mimia's jaw dropped. You dove into that psychological nightmare and came out without a scratch? You must have used a cheat code, right? What's your secret? Spill it right now. He thought to himself, I told Mimia exactly what I told Elena. Everything about that year of failure. After listening, the girl looked stunned. What? You actually went through all that? If it were me, I would have broken... Contrasting her shock, he replied with total calm, That's why I was so aimless until a year ago. And besides, Because the expectations were so high, the fall was that much harder. I lived in a void of despair. Now I just see it as training to sharpen my resolve. Having my senses cut off feels like nothing in comparison. Mimia sat across from him and whispered, "So the dark aura I always felt from you, it's because you've learned to call the darkness home?" So that's the heart of the matter. He expected Mimia to make a joke of it, but she didn't. Her expression stayed heavy and serious. At that moment, he remembered her earlier words. "So that you can understand us, and we can understand you." He shyly reached out a hand. Was it that hard to hear? Lady Elena was a bit... His gesture left the girl flustered. Is this guy losing his mind? Anyway, you claim training was easy, but do you really think you'll finish before the deadline? He gave a firm, confident nod. Yes, I'll make it happen. Then he whispered to himself, "It's incredible. Those long years of misery finally made me realize just how gifted a mage I truly am. I can't afford to waver anymore. As the heir to a legend, I have to keep moving forward." At the Obelisk Academy student living quarters, two ancient grimoires sat side by side on the wooden desk. He tossed and turned in bed, sleep eluding him. According to Lady Elena's teachings, the Holy Eye is a mystical ocular power that evolves in tandem with the infinite circle. At the first circle, I can perceive the vibrant hues of mana. Once I reach the second circle, the Holy Eye will allow me to deconstruct the complex architecture of magic formulas. And by the third circle, I'll be able to peer into the very soul of magic itself. Once I've mastered it, the world of mana will be visible to me at a moment's notice. That means I need to start integrating the Holy Eye into my daily life more naturally. I can pull this off, can't I? All right, the Blue Tower Master finally sent an update. My opponent, a fifth circle mage, has been officially chosen. He swiped his phone open to read, "Blue Tower Master, Haran, your fifth circle challenger has been assigned. I've attached their file. I'm expecting a brilliant performance." A man's image filled the screen. Yu Ha Gu, age 29, blood type B. He let out a sharp gasp. This is... Staring at the digital dossier, Haran's memory flickered. That's right. The Tower Master's message came in today. The fifth circle pro facing Shinharan is locked in. The profile is here. It's almost time for the big show. Yu Ha Gu, 29 years old, blood type B. Haran's eyes snagged on that specific line of data, sending a jolt through him. The following morning, inside the Academy's sprawling indoor magic arena, the air was thick with concentration as students pushed their limits. Sung-chan watched the intensity and muttered, "Are these guys even human or just mana-fueled machines?" Della poured every ounce of her willpower into a devastating long-range assault. Haran, standing firm at the front, narrowed his eyes to track the incoming trajectory. With fluid precision, he swatted away every single strike launched at him. Adela's jaw dropped at how effortlessly he nullified her power. Wait, did that message from the Blue Tower come with a secret cheat sheet or something? The two stayed locked in their rhythm, a relentless storm of offense met by an unbreakable wall of defense. Haran replied with a grim look, "I'm telling you, that wasn't just a basic bio, it was practically a tactical roadmap." Curiosity piqued, Adela leaned closer and whispered, "If that's true, then this data analysis..." She suddenly looked up, her face pale as she realized the implications. Wait, could it be happening right now? In a split second, Adela was forced into a defensive shell, shielding her face with her arms. But just as the spell was about to make impact, it swerved away at a sharp angle. Adela blinked, watching the stray energy dissipate, her mind reeling. Haran walked toward her, shaking his head. "I was just getting to that. I honestly can't figure out what they're playing at." He offered her a hand and asked, "Adela, what's your take on this?" Accepting the help up, she suggested, "Mind if I take a look at that profile?" He handed it over. "Be my guest." As she scrolled through the phone, her eyes widened in shock. "You weren't kidding. This isn't a biography. It's a complete combat breakdown." Haran reclaimed his device. "See?" Sung-chan came sprinting over. "Hey, let me in on the secret too." Adela looked pensive. "The data breakdown is flawless. It's almost too detailed. Instead of overthinking the why, focus on sharpening your skills. Maybe the Tower Master is just looking out for you." Haran sighed. "Maybe. But since the odds are stacked against me, I guess they're putting a thumb on the scale." Sung-chan shot him a worried glance. Well, it's a win for us either way, right? We're already running out of practice time. Haran gave a non-committal, yeah, as he and Adela turned to head out. Whatever, sweating it out in the field beats guessing games any day, she nodded. Agreed. Suddenly a booming voice echoed through the hall. Recess is over. Back to work. Have a heart! I can't even feel my legs yet. Give us 5 more minutes. Push through it. You need this fatigue to build real grit. At the shout, Sung Chan scrambled back into position. Shin Haran, you absolute slave driver! But before his complaint could land, a massive concussive blast rocked the room from behind. A voice from the hallway screamed, Get out! Those lunatics are still inside! Sung Chan stared at the new skylight in the ceiling and wept internally. Why do you two insist on blowing things up indoors for the love of magic? A short while later, back at the academy dorms, Della dragged herself into her room, completely spent. She collapsed onto her mattress like a fallen leaf. With heavy lids and a muffled voice, she groaned, Need to change, but sleep first, night world. As she drifted toward unconsciousness, one thought remained. His moonlight bullets. They're becoming faster and more devastating than my own. But then, she sat bolt upright, her eyes snapping open. Wait, hold on a minute. The more she replayed the day, the more the pieces didn't fit. My fingers are digging into the bed sheets. It's infuriating. No matter how much I grind, I still feel like I'm standing in his shadow. Adela bolted upright, her eyes burning with resolve. I can't let it end like this. I have to push past my limits. She stared into the darkness, her jaw set. I've made it this far with my visual techniques. I refuse to be outclassed by Shin Haran's moonlight magic. But the restlessness wouldn't leave her. She paced the room, frustrated. Sleep is impossible right now. I'll take a freezing shower to clear my head, then dive back into today's training notes. She recalled the specific passage inscribed in the ancient text. That night, a heavy, expectant silence hung over the forest. Haran entered a deep, meditative state, focusing his energy on cultivation. Elena's eyes widened. I didn't think you'd adapt this quickly. I can finally stop using the sensory ceiling trial. Haran bowed his head. I appreciate your guidance, Lady Elena. Elena offered a proud, gentle smile. It appears you have fully awakened the ability to perceive the true flow of mana. He looked up, surprised by her praise. Yes, I still get a bit of a migraine if I overdo it, but I can tap into the vision at will now. Without a word, Elena manifested a complex spell toward him. Then it's time to move on to a more advanced art. This time, use your divine eye to peer directly into the heart of my magic circle. By analyzing its core, you will find the structural flaw, the tiny crack that allows you to shatter the entire spell. Haran whispered the word, his mind racing. A crack? Elena nodded. Exactly. No matter how majestic, every spell has a vulnerability. Find that pressure point and use it to unravel and extinguish the magic circle entirely. This is the art of magical demolition known as Bahoi. His eyes went wide with realization. You mean, I can actually delete an active spell? She confirmed, yes. Bahoi is the act of opening your divine eye to its limit to neutralize and dismantle magic. Elena's tone turned solemn. Give it a try. I suspect the theory will click once you feel it. She watched him intently, waiting for his first move. Finally, he reached out toward her, his palm trembling slightly with anticipation. Suddenly, a surge of alien energy flooded Haran's hand. What is this sensation? The mana feels incredibly potent yet strangely comforting. But as I scan the array, the magic circle looks flawless. I have to look deeper. There has to be a structural weakness somewhere in this web. Elena leaned forward and commanded, Ignite the divine eye. Break down the geometry of the circle right now. Haran's pupils shifted, glowing with a faint light. He muttered, Right, the divine eye. In the world of magic theory, a truly perfect equation simply does not exist. He remembered a specific chapter in Mimia's records regarding the neutralization of spells through Bahoi. Since no formula is truly airtight, loopholes are inevitable. It's just a matter of finding them. He focused, trying to see through the glamour of the magic, listening for the hiss of the mana to pinpoint the flaw. Haran let out a cry of intense concentration. Just then, Elena, standing opposite him, continued to pour a steady stream of power into the complex array. From that moment on, magic ceases to be magic. It is merely raw data to be dismantled, crushed, and erased. That covers everything, This concludes our initial strategy brief for the Olympiad. A voice called out from the back. Mr. Shin In-hyuk. Kanjin approached with a friendly grin. I didn't expect the legendary leader of the Mystic God clan to grace us with his presence today. In-hyuk turned, his expression unreadable. I could say the same. Blue Tower Master, you usually have better things to do than attend these briefings. Kanjin kept his composure. I'm only here in my capacity as a sponsor. In-hyuk raised an eyebrow. A sponsor? His eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. Yes, or to be more precise, a very interested potential sponsor. In-hyuk's gaze sharpened. That sounds like the Blue Tower is actually considering sending their elite engineers. Kanjin stepped into his personal space. It's on the table. Like I said, potential is the keyword. In-hyuk replied coolly, the mere fact that you're entertaining the idea is a shock. He stopped walking, the temperature in the room seeming to drop as he looked at Kanjin. But let's be real. The Blue Tower isn't exactly in a position to spare its craftsmen right now. Kanjin shrugged, unfazed. Things have a way of working out. We believe this year's Olympiad is a high-value investment. In-hyuk's brow furrowed. That high? You think the Korean team under Shin Haran might actually pull off a miracle and secure the gold medal? Suddenly, the name hung in the air. Haran. At the mention of his name, Kanjin's eyes flared. I think you're betting on it just as much as I am. In-hyuk rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I see. So, Haran approached you with a similar deal? Kanjin burst into a hearty laugh. I knew it. You saw through it instantly. In-hyuk's face hardened. Tell me, what kind of proposal did he lay out for you? However, Kanjin simply crossed his arms, offering nothing but a mysterious, satisfied smirk. In that secret meeting, Haran had vowed to seize the gold at the Olympiad in exchange for top-tier engineering support. And you? In-hyuk asked, his voice laced with doubt. He vowed to seize the gold and requested that I provide every ounce of backing necessary until the trophy is in his hands. He's undergone a total metamorphosis over the past year. The boy is radiating an incredible amount of self-assurance. Kanjin asked with a somber tone, and did you simply grant his request without imposing any stipulations? In-hyuk met his gaze with an icy, unreadable expression. That's correct. After all, offering support is a trivial matter for us. But tell me, are you seriously entertaining the idea of mobilizing elite craftsmen based solely on a child's oath? Kanjin offered a thin, characteristic smirk, mocking his own hesitation. As expected, this suffocating aura of authority. It's clear the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Reflecting on that, he stated, Indeed, provided Haran satisfies the requirement I've established, I will invest without hesitation. In-hyuk pressed, and what exactly is this requirement? He held up 5 fingers in a blunt gesture. He must take down a 5th Circle mage in a head-to-head duel. That is the ultimatum I laid before him. In-hyuk let out a low, dark chuckle. A bold choice. He added, Will you be there to witness it? I wouldn't mind attending the spectacle myself. By all means, your presence would be more than welcome, deep within the emerald heart of the ancient forest. Haran collapsed onto the soft moss, chest heaving. I'm absolutely spent. Elena approached with a refreshing tray of water, her smile full of warmth. An exceptional performance, successor. And with that, your comprehensive training regimen has reached its conclusion. Haran sat up, a sudden bolt of energy hitting him. You were the one doing the heavy lifting, Lady Elena. I only reached this peak because of your guidance. Elena let out a light, melodic laugh. I hope I didn't overextend your limits just because it was our final lesson. He pulled himself to his feet, a spark of pride in his voice. Thanks to Master's enchanted cloak, I can still take quite a beating. She offered him a steaming cup. Sip this tea. It's brewed to soothe the soul and melt away exhaustion. He accepted it gratefully. Thank you. I'll savor every drop. Elena observed him, adding, In this one aspect, you and he are worlds apart. Jay absolutely loathed any task that required even a hint of physical exertion. He was the sort who wanted magic to solve every problem, so he'd grumble and moan whenever he had to lift more than a quill. Haran replied sheepishly, For a mage of his legendary status, I suppose that's a fair privilege. A heartbeat later, Elena's voice dropped to a soft, lingering whisper. Successor. She spoke with profound sincerity. Thank you for staying the course with me. Our journey together ends here. Guiding your growth has been a fascinating chapter for me. I should be celebrating, yet I find myself torn between relief and a deep sense of longing. Her gaze softened with a bittersweet light as she continued. From the moment I began waiting for your arrival, I knew this parting was inevitable. Confusion clouded Haran's face. Wait, what do you mean by that? Elena slowly lifted her hand, her form beginning to drift upward into the air. Once my purpose is served, the records of destruction within the book must dissolve. I will fade away alongside this forest. This was the pact I made with Jay long ago. Panic surged through Haran as he watched her start to shimmer. Just before she vanished, Elena whispered, Please do not mourn me with such a sorrowful face. The fact that this world fades so quietly only proves it was a beautiful creation. It is time for our final farewell, successor. Haran called out, his voice urgent and strained. Without your light, Lady Elena, I never would have even dreamed of grasping the power of destruction. Elena closed her eyes, a serene smile gracing her lips. It brings me such peace to know that Jay's legacy has passed to someone as capable and worthy as you. It is a true relief. A single glistening tear traced a path down her cheek. My only regret is that I won't be there to see the heights you will eventually reach. Haran reached out desperately, trying to grasp the fading threads of her image. As his fingers brushed against the warmth of her hand one last time, she whispered, No matter how steep the mountain, or how dark the path ahead, never let go of your resolve. With those final words, she drifted gently out of his reach. And please, look after Mimia. She hides her loneliness behind a sharp tongue and can be quite a handful. Haran stood frozen, watching the last remnants of her figure dissolve into light. I promise. I'll take care of her. So this is truly goodbye. A sharp, unfamiliar ache bloomed in his chest, a stinging, unavoidable weight of loss. Elena looked back one last time with a tender gaze and declared, My congratulations. You have ascended to a third circle master. In that instant, the magical grimoire snapped shut with a heavy final thud. Alone in the silence of his room, he immediately threw open Idris's book. The sections on destruction were blank. Every word and illustration had vanished. He could no longer hold back the tide of emotion, and tears began to fall. Thank you for everything, Lady Elena. The memories of our training in that forest are now etched into my soul, serving as the fuel that will keep me moving forward through this final goodbye. Transitioning to a new location, the high-stakes Blue Tower Combat Arena. Kanjin projected his voice across the hall. The showdown between Haran and the Fifth Circle Titan is about to commence. Beside him, Sung-chan sat with his head buried in his hands, cold sweat drenching his collar. In-hyuk, standing nearby with a stoic expression, cut through the tension. In your honest opinion, what are his actual odds of survival? Sung-chan trembled, his mind racing with fear. Why? Why does it feel like I'm the one headed for the chopping block, too? Kanjin announced with booming authority, The epic duel between Haran and the Fifth Circle Master begins now! To the side, Sung-chan hunched over, his nerves completely shot and sweat pouring down his face. In-hyuk turned to him, his voice as cold as ice. Tell me exactly when the clock starts on this match. Terror gripped Sung-chan's heart. Please don't let me get caught in the crossfire of this insanity. Sung-chan wailed inwardly. This is torture. Why am I sandwiched between these two monsters? Adela, I need backup. She's down there playing cheerleader for Haran while I'm dying up here. Get up here already! Haran stole a quick glance toward Adela but remained tight-lipped, focusing on the task at hand. Nearby, a spectator leaned in. Does the kid actually have a shot at winning? Kanjin snapped his fingers with a smug grin. I'd give him a 10% chance, tops. Down on the arena floor, the officials began the final roll call, their voices echoing through the stadium. In-hyuk let out a dismissive snort. My math is a bit more pessimistic. Kanjin raised an eyebrow. Oh, what's your professional estimate, Lord In-hyuk? In-hyuk's face remained a mask of stone. At best, 2%. Kanjin's voice dripped with hidden intent. That's a brutal verdict. What about you, Sungchan? Sungchan jumped, nearly biting his tongue. Me? You're asking me? Kanjin locked eyes with him, his gaze piercing. Precisely. Strip away the friendship and give me an objective take. What do you truly believe are Haran's odds of pulling off an upset? Sungchan looked down at his friend in the pit and took a deep breath. I genuinely think it's a 50-50 toss-up. Kanjin leaned forward, his interest piqued. An even split? That's bold. What's the logic behind that number? Sungchan's expression turned dead serious. Logic? It's more of a gut feeling. If Haran stops holding back and goes for broke, he can match anyone blow for blow. His growth isn't just fast, it's explosive. He's still hiding his real fangs. Kanjin let out a mocking cackle. Are you implying that Haran has just been playing house until now? Below, Suwa raised her arm and signaled to the booth. Shield integrity confirmed. The duel commences now. Adela gave Haran a final nod. It's time. Move out. He blinked, snapping out of his trance. Right. Let's do this. High above on the challenger's platform, Hagu Gok let a predatory smirk play on his lips, his eyes dancing with amusement. Adela fought to keep her hands from shaking as she retreated to the spectator stands. Sungchan practically tackled her with tears of relief. I'm saved! Adela, you're an angel! She looked at him bewildered. Did they threaten to execute you while I was gone? The clash between Haran and Hagu Gok officially exploded into action. It was painfully obvious that Hagu Gok didn't feel even a shred of intimidation. Sua's voice boomed across the sands. Combatants, assume your starting positions! A flash of pure, unadulterated confidence glittered in the depths of Hagu Gok's eyes. As they squared off, Hagu Gok spoke with a patronizing charm. I never imagined I'd be facing the prodigy of the Mystic Art Clan in a place like this. Haran stood his ground, unfazed. Then I hope I don't disappoint you, senior. Sua dropped her hand in a sharp arc. Begin! Hagu Gok gestured lazily. I'll be a gentleman. You take the opening move, Junior. Haran didn't waste a second. Then I won't let your kindness go to waste. He instantly wove a complex offensive, Windblade Fireball. A grim smile tugged at Haran's lips as he thought, You handed me the lead on a silver platter. I'm going to make sure this opening sting leaves a mark. Hagu Gok didn't even drop his hands from his hips. Ah, so this is the adaptive magic everyone's whispering about? Chaming. Haran let out a sharp laugh. Don't you think you're being a little too relaxed right now? Hagu Gok grinned broadly. When you're at my level, relaxed is the only way to be. Haran watched his opponent, his face tightening. That level of arrogance was suffocating. He doubled down on the assault. Let's see if that smile stays on your face. Fire! A tempest of magical fire roared toward the fifth circle mage. Hagu Gok's eyebrows shot up slightly, but his smirk didn't waver. Impressive energy! The spells looked uniform, yet each projectile spiraled along a unique, jagged path. They were a chaotic blend of precision and power, nearly impossible to track. In his mind, Hagu Gok was already several steps ahead. If these were true fifth circle spells, he'd be in serious trouble. He shifted his weight, fine-tuning the output of his internal mana. His eyes became cold, calculating machines, measuring the velocity of the incoming storm. Level 5 non-attribute defense, mana shield, activate. The impact turned the center of the arena into a blinding whirlwind of dust and sparks. Haran felt a pang of frustration. Even his most refined level 5 attacks were splashing harmlessly against that shimmering barrier. But he knew the trade-off. A mana shield of that density completely walls off the caster from the outside world. Right now, Hagu Gok is effectively blind to anything outside his bubble. This is my chance to close the gap. Hagu Gok's eyes widened as a shadow loomed through the smoke. You're rushing me? You actually plan to use my own shield as cover. Clever, but ultimately futile. Haran bared his teeth in a daring grin. You want to bet on that? Haran channeled every drop of his remaining mana into a single, concentrated point. His vision narrowed, the world slowing down as he whispered, Intervene. For the first time, a flicker of genuine fear crossed Hagu Gok's face. Up in the VIP box, Sungchan surged to his feet, screaming at the top of his lungs, "He's cracked it! A level 5 shield is breaking!" The intensity below reached a fever pitch, the air itself vibrating with the force of the collision. Hanjin gripped the railing, his knuckles white. "No, that's impossible. A third circle master cannot do this." In-hyuk simply watched the scene unfold in stony silence, his face a mask of grim intensity. As he pressed the assault, Heiran declared, "It's too late for regrets." With those words, he triggered his final gambit. "I anticipated the exact moment you'd try to tamper with my mana, so I rigged the spell to surge forward the instant you touched it. Two separate paths of gale and flame have fused into a single point. Firestorm Blast, a strike intended to end it all. Glistening shards of the shattered magic array rained down across the arena floor. Adela's heart skipped a beat in panic. "The mana shield!" Sungchan's voice cracked in a terrified shriek. "It's been obliterated!" A flash of triumph crossed Haran's face. "If only you had been a bit more reckless, Senior, this would already be over." Emerging from the center of the inferno, Ha-gu-gok replied with eerie calm, "Being relaxed is a luxury, but dropping your guard is a death sentence. That is the core lesson the Tower Master engraved in my mind." Haran's mind raced. To manifest a secondary absolute barrier the very microsecond the first one failed. Is this the terrifying reality of Fifth Circle Mastery? Safe within his shimmering dome, Ha-gu-gok let out a low, amused chuckle. Ha-gu-gok adjusted his stance casually. "Fair warning, Junior, it's my turn to go on the offensive." A massive new geometric array flared into life beneath Ha-gu-gok, snaring Haran in its glow. Dropping the facade of the mentor, Ha-gu-gok muttered, "Now I'm truly stepping onto the field." Haran had prepared for this, but the sheer pressure still sent a shiver of anxiety through him. Here it comes. It aligns perfectly with the dossier the Tower Master provided. Age 29, blood type B, a master of flame arts and physical augmentation, with a restless, inquisitive soul for undiscovered magic. Yu Ha-gu-gok, 29 years old, B-type, a specialist in high-output fire magic. His next play will undoubtedly be his signature move, a devastating fire spell delivered through a magically enhanced physical strike. Across the gap, Ha-gu-gok launched himself forward like a released spring. Haran braced for the impact, a sliver of hope taking root. He's curious about my unique magic style. He's pulling his punches ever so slightly to study me up close. He isn't aiming for a killing blow just yet. However, a new worry surfaced. He won't hold back forever. When the real strike comes, there's only one way to survive. Ha-gu-gok's right fist whistled through the air in a powerful lunge. By a hair's breadth, Haran managed to twist his body and evade the direct hit. The sheer velocity of the near miss was enough to tear the skin on his arm, leaving a jagged graze. Despite the sting of blood, he didn't let his focus waver for even a second. He curled his fingers into a tight, white-knuckled fist. Without a hint of warning, Heiran drove a heavy counterpunch straight into his opponent's midsection. Caught completely off guard by the lightning-fast retort, Ha-gu-gok buckled, his teeth bared in a silent grimace of pain. The force sent Ha-gu-gok skidding backward, his balance momentarily shattered. Resetting his stance, a flicker of genuine concern finally reached Ha-gu-gok's eyes. "You actually tracked my movement at that speed?" Haran didn't blink as he replied, "I've spent countless hours honing my hand-to-hand combat." Ha-gu-gok shifted into a fresh combat form, his eyes reassessing Haran. He's right. Even though brawling is his forte, he's still calculating my rhythm and correcting his footing. The boy is a natural-born warrior. Ha-gu-gok laughed softly, the sound tinged with respect. "The next generation is going to be a nightmare. A third circle mage with martial skills this sharp. From this point forward, I will—" Mid-sentence, Ha-gu-gok lunged again, but with a different aura. "I'm fighting for real now! Fire dance, ignite!" A torrential wave of roaring white flames swept toward Haran. This was the raw, unbridled authority of a Fifth Circle Master. A wide-scale spell of total incineration. A mere third circle barrier shouldn't be able to withstand this heat. Ha-gu-gok's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Well then, how do you intend to survive this?" This is the final curtain call. Gazing into the wall of fire, Haran activated the secret technique Elena had taught him. With his mind set on a single outcome, victory, He focused intently on shifting the frequency of his mana resonance. Every lick of Hagu Gok's flames slammed into a solid, high-pressure water shield. Hagu Gok's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. A third circle defense? That's impossible! Is that more of that adaptive magic sorcery? Above the pit, the crowd saw nothing but a massive eruption of steam. Adela shouted over the roar. The fire dance and the water shield are tearing each other apart! Sung Chan wailed. The steam is too thick, I can't see who's still standing. Kanjin adjusted his spectacles, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. That water shield is technically third circle, isn't it? Yet it's exerting the structural force of a fifth circle masterpiece. In-hyuk maintained his poker face, watching the chaos with a heavy and stoic gaze. Below, the challenger squinted in frustration, shielding his face. Curse this fog, I can't see a thing! However, he tried to reassure himself. He's just as blind as I am in this soup. There's no way he can coordinate a strike from out of nowhere. Little did he know, Heiran had already bypassed his physical sight by activating the Holy Eye. In this void, the physical world is gone, but the mana speaks clearly. The crimson pulse of that fire sword is practically screaming its location. At this stage, the opponent was forced to rely entirely on his ears to navigate the battlefield. He caught the faint rustle of a movement through the thick vapor. Lashing out at the sound with a desperate swing, he roared, I've got you now! But Haran was already a ghost behind him, thrusting forward with a crackling lightning spear. Panic seized the challenger. How is he moving this fast? Quick, absolute shield manifest! That shield had already been compromised. Relying on it again was a gamble. Haran tracked the golden surge of yellow mana, reading every intended move. The duel raged on, invisible to the crowd within the shroud of white mist. The opponent desperately cast a defensive wall, Earth Shield. Haran's hands moved in a blur of counter-incantations. He had to dismantle the defense before the barrier could fully solidify. Two titanic forces collided within the fog, sending shockwaves through the arena. The challenger reeled from the magical feedback, his eyes stinging as a fist emerged from the haze, but carrying the sheer weight of total destruction straight toward his chest. Haran surged forward with a speed that defied logic. The opponent scrambled to cast again, gasping, He's way too fast! He immediately detected the chilling surge of blue mana. A split-second lapse in focus allowed a high-pressure water pillar to graze and wound him. Seizing the opening, Haran followed up with a devastating critical blow. He hammered home the advantage with a crushing water shield impact. The steam refused to lift. The opponent hissed through gritted teeth, Curse this, I'm fighting in total darkness. Yet a dark, mysterious grin spread across his face. This is proving to be quite the headache. But it's time to put an end to your little parlor tricks. Haran remained unfazed, his entire being locked onto his target. Through the Holy Eye, he stripped away the illusions, listening to the heartbeat of the mana to pinpoint the structural rot in the spell. In that moment, the arcane ceased to be a mystery and became a target for erasure. A moment later, the opponent's face paled as he realized, My magic has been extinguished. He gritted his teeth, paralyzed by the shock. My fire hell is gone. Haran offered a cold, triumphant smile. The second you think you've won is the exact moment you've lost. He unleashed the wild wind dance, and a roaring cyclone swallowed everything in its path. Sua's voice cut through the fading mist. The victor is Shin Haran! The arena fell silent as the opponent lay unconscious on the scorched floor. Struggling to comprehend, the fallen mage muttered, How did my magic just vanish? He was haunted by the erasure of his signature move, Fire Hell. Haran's victory smile was sharp. Arrogance is the greatest vulnerability. The final cyclone of the wild wind dance cleared the air, revealing the aftermath. Sua officially declared Shin Haran the winner as his opponent lay defeated and motionless. Slumped in the recovery room of the Blue Tower, Haran exhaled a long breath. I'm completely drained. Kanjin was already there, waving enthusiastically. Shin Haran, that was a legendary performance. However, Haran simply leaned back, showing no interest in the praise. Undeterred by the cold shoulder, Kanjin leaned in eagerly. I could hardly believe what I was witnessing. I was baffled by your movements at first, but when I realized it was all a setup for that final neutralization, it was like watching a grandmaster finish a game of chess. I'm still shaking. Look, I've got literal goosebumps. He draped a friendly arm over Haran's shoulder. Tell me, What was that final technique? And that wild wind dance? That's a 4th-tier spell. How on earth did you bypass the memory incantation limits? Haran gave him a skeptical look. If I told you I just recoded the memory on the fly with a transformation spell, would you actually buy that? Kanjin pulled back and shook his head. Not for a second. If it were a 3rd-tier spell, maybe, but 4th tier is a whole different league of complexity. You didn't just patch the holes in the incantation, you rewrote the rules of the spell entirely. It's a complete impossibility, yet you made it happen. Haran opted for silence, letting the weight of the question hang. Kanjin pressed on. Your casting speed is practically instantaneous, and you're weaving spells that defy every known law of magic. You even dismantled your opponent's spells mid-air. Seriously, Haran, what kind of sorcery are you hiding? Haran met his gaze with a sharp, calculating look. He began to stammer, well. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Blue Magic Tower headquarters. Deep within the private office of Kim Kanjin, Su'a looked up from her desk and stated, I'll take charge of mobilizing the engineering team for the Olympiad tomorrow. Kanjin swirled his tea and offered a thin smile. Very well. Just ensure you sync up with the contractor so our other milestones don't slip. He clicked the glass onto the tabletop and leaned forward. Su'a, give me your honest take. Su'a blinked, puzzled. About what specifically? Kanjin's eyes danced with excitement. Do you genuinely believe we can seize the gold at this year's Holy Assembly? Su'a paused, choosing her words carefully. I wouldn't say it's outside the realm of possibility. Is that so? Kanjin teased smugly. Just yesterday you were saying a bronze medal was a pipe dream. Su'a blushed slightly. The variables changed since yesterday, didn't they? He studied her reaction. Exactly. You found his performance just as breathtaking as I did, didn't you? Su'a turned her attention back to the recording on the screen, tapping it thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, she admitted, it was truly a spectacle. Kanjin let out a boisterous laugh. You were so mesmerized you almost forgot you were there to judge. Stop poking fun at me, please. He turned serious again, his brow furrowing. But in all honesty, what was that magic he displayed? Su'a looked at him skeptically. Didn't you have your ruby eye active for the entire duel? He nodded. I did. But even with that level of vision, I can't find a logical explanation for what I saw. He used that steam cloud to mask himself from my ruby eye. The fact that he actually factored in countermeasures against me is chilling. I can see that he physically tore the fire-hell formula apart, but the how escapes me. I have no clue how he unraveled that sequence. Su'a was lost in her own analysis. Even with the ruby eye, one of the 3 most powerful scouting eyes in existence, the core nature of his magic remained a complete enigma. Kanjin rubbed his chin, looking frustrated. It's driving me mad. I tried to corner him in the waiting room. Recalling his talk with Haran, he prompted, And? Do you remember his response? He reminded me that a mage has every right to keep their grimoire private. He flat out told me he wouldn't disclose his secrets. His shoulders slumped. He shut me down, called it a secret, and basically told me to figure it out on my own. Su'a looked concerned. Do you think there's any chance he's using forbidden or illegal techniques? Kanjin shook his head firmly. No. The signature and flow of his mana are incredibly refined and pure. Su'a reached for her laptop and noted, the only thing I'm sure of is that if he claims he's just using transformation spells to tweak his memory incantations, he's lying. It's definitely something else entirely. Kanjin grinned. Regardless, this Olympiad is going to be a hell of a show. He flashed her a playful look. How about we grab a celebratory dinner? Su'a simply arched an eyebrow, a small smirk playing on her lips. She countered, Are you offering overtime pay for this dinner? Meanwhile, back at the Obelisk Academy dorms, a phone alarm blared at 7:30 a.m. Haran, looking like he hadn't slept in a week, fumbled for his phone. Ugh, I feel like I got hit by a truck. I managed 8 hours of sleep, but the resonance drained me more than I anticipated. Recovering from that level of exertion is a slow process. Using resonance leaves my mana circuits completely bone dry for a while. That means even my master's cloak is just a piece of cloth right now. I need to be much more strategic with my energy. I can't afford to be this vulnerable. He sat on the edge of his mattress, waiting for the room to stop spinning. He noticed a notification blinking at the bottom of his screen. It was a text from his father. He worried that yesterday's display might have been, "Father, message. You clearly pushed your limits in yesterday's match. I've cleared your classes for today. Stay in bed and get your condition back to peak levels." Haran stared at the text, a heavy feeling in his chest. Father walked out without a word after the duel, so I was terrified that I'd somehow disappointed him again. A wave of relief washed over him, and he smiled. Well, that's a start. Have I finally started to earn back a piece of his trust? No, it's too early for that. The real test is just over the horizon. The Olympiad is coming fast. Suddenly, Mimia materialized beside him. "Successor, you're awake. Tell me, how did the duel go?" Haran gave her a weak but confident thumbs up. "I crushed it. It was a walk in the park." Mimia squinted at him. "A walk in the park? You look like a ghost that's about to faint." He sighed. "If I'm being honest, it was a total nightmare. A single slip-up and I would have been toast. I only had the upper hand because the Blue Tower Master fed me intel beforehand. Winning like that doesn't feel like a real victory at all." He held up 4 fingers as if issuing a challenge. "So, Mimia, I need a new grimoire. Bring me the volume on the 4th infinite circle, the chapter of the crescent." Mimia stepped onto a raised dais, one hand on her hip while the other swept through the air. The 4th infinite circle array ignited around her, and the surrounding books began to pulse with a faint magical hum. Hovering gracefully, she teased, "I've curated quite the library for you, successor. Don't you dare leave a single page unread." Meanwhile, back at Obelisk Academy, an instructor tapped the podium for attention. The professor pointed to the monitor while addressing the class. "Listen up. Your assignment covers chapters 5 through 10. I want a detailed breakdown of magical affinities and your solutions to the practice problems. It's all in the text, so don't make it harder than it is." The stylus moved with rhythmic precision across the surface of the tablet. Haran propped his chin on his palm, pen poised as he whispered, "The expansion circle." He drew a bold line downward, sketching the foundation of the expansion circle, the most critical structural component he had ever attempted to master. Rings of vibrant color began to flicker into existence, layering over one another. The consideration circle, the resonance circle, and the interference circle. Each band of light manifested with a soft crackle of energy. The structure began to bloom, formed by intricate layers that looked exactly like the delicate petals of a flower. Haran scrutinized his digital blueprints. "I see. By encasing the expansion circle within 3 stabilizing rings that rotate in a perfect harmony, the entire matrix becomes rock solid. That's how the magical output becomes so efficient." He closed his eyes and visualized himself standing at the heart of these rotating rings. When the geometry is perfect, the spell's vulnerabilities simply evaporate. Haran reached out as if to touch the glowing bands of light. Energy absorption hits its peak, while the duration and frequency of the resonance reach entirely new levels. He traced the center where the rings intertwined. The backlash from magical resonance is neutralized this way. More importantly, the mental strain of managing complex, multi-part incantations is cut in half. A faint smile touched his lips. It's the exact same principle for the divine eye. The geometric flower glowed on his screen. But because the architecture of these circles is fundamentally different from anything I've done before, manifesting them in reality is going to be a grueling process. He leaned back, thinking of the quiet hours spent in Mimia's library. That's the catch. The ancient texts say perfecting a single expansion circle takes at least a year. He let out a weary chuckle. And the more circles you add, the more the complexity increases exponentially. He stared out the window at the drifting clouds. This is a massive undertaking. At this rate, I can't even guess how long it'll take to bridge the gap. Back at the Obelisk Academy's high-tech indoor training center, Haran stood with a stopwatch, monitoring Sung Chan and Adela as they pushed their limits on the treadmills. 5 minutes to go, don't drop the pace. Sung Chan was a mess of gasps and heavy footsteps, his shirt soaked through. Adela's face was flushed, her breathing ragged but controlled. The moment the timer chirped, Haran tapped his screen. Time's up. You've earned a 10-minute breather. Sung Chan collapsed onto the mats instantly, wheezing, "Just leave me here to die." Adela walked over with shaky legs. "Are you still with us?" She leaned over him. "Don't quit now." Stunned by her sudden encouragement, he blinked up at her, momentarily forgetting his exhaustion. She gave him a rare, soft smile. "Didn't we vow to push ourselves to the absolute limit?" Sung Chan snapped back to reality. He remembered the night immediately following the brutal fight with Yuha Gugok. He recalled Haran groaning, "Look, guys, I just fought a fifth circle mage. I'm dead on my feet. Can we just call it a night?" Sung Chan had been the first to point an accusing finger. "Are you kidding me? You're the one who preached that post-battle analysis has to happen on the same day. No exceptions. Your words, master." Adela had looked concerned then. "Maybe today is an exception. Should we just pick this up tomorrow?" Sung Chan had laughed, savoring the irony. "Not a chance." Haran had mimicked Sung Chan's dramatic, teary-eyed training face. "Training while you're physically broken is where the real gains happen. Skipping that is like throwing away 30% of your progress." Sung Chan crossed his arms, mocking Haran's usual stern tone. "That's the Shin Haran special, isn't it? You wouldn't want to be a hypocrite, would you?" That comment had clearly touched a nerve, and Haran's face turned bright red with annoyance. Suddenly, Haran forced a pleasant smile. "You're absolutely right. I was being lazy. I need to get back to basics. I'm actually looking forward to the grueling session we have planned for tomorrow." Sung Chan's bravado vanished into a forced, nervous grin. Actually, maybe a rest day isn't such a bad idea. Haran didn't give him a choice. He grabbed Sung Chan by the collar and started dragging him toward the gym. "Let's start with the basics and work our way up." Sung Chan flailed in mock terror. "Adela, save me! Help!" She just watched them go with a wry look. "Good luck." As they walked, the memories of the day began to blur and fade. Under a brilliant, cloudless sky, the trio walked past the sleek glass buildings of the city. Sung Chan trudged along, muttering, "Man, friend or not, that guy is a total freak of nature." Adela nodded in agreement. "He truly is in a league of his own." Sung Chan made a face. "He's a madman. Just because his opponent missed one tiny step, he rewrote his entire strategy and invented a counter-move on the fly." They continued down the bustling sidewalk. Adela asked, "It's a bit scary, right?" Sung Chan tilted his head. "Was he always this intense, even when you guys were kids?" Adela took a sip from a small milk carton and looked thoughtful. "Well, he was certainly focused, even back then." The two shared stories as they walked. "So he's always had an old soul?" "Basically." She drifted back into a childhood memory. He was obsessed with training. Honestly, he probably had a bit too much confidence in his own potential. She pictured a younger version of herself, small hands gripping a tournament trophy. "But that's why I worked twice as hard, just to make sure he didn't leave me behind." Back in the present, she smiled and took a sip through her straw. "Now that I'm actually following the path he carved, I see things differently. To be honest, I'm having the time of my life." She thought of Haran standing centered within his complex magic circles. "I find his approach to magic more fascinating now than I ever did before." Sung Chan stopped in his tracks. "Wait, the Prince of Perfection actually had an awkward phase?" She chuckled. "Oh yes, definitely before he set foot in Obelisk." He nudged her with his elbow. "So maybe being told he was incompatible with magic wasn't a curse at all, but the best thing that ever happened to him?" She looked at him, surprised by the depth of the comment. He quickly clarified. "Don't get me wrong. I just mean that in all the stories, geniuses usually start out as arrogant jerks until something humbles them, right?" A vision of Haran centered within his magical rings. "I don't think his pride ever hindered his evolution. If anything, it acted as fuel. Haran is constantly pushing forward, absorbing knowledge and refining his soul. Day by day, he is shedding his old skin to reach a state of true mastery." Adela nodded slowly, following his logic. So you're saying that by tasting the bitterness of failure, he was able to forge the perfection we see today? Is that your take? Sung Chan took a confident step forward. Exactly. That's how I see it, though Haran would probably give me an earful if he heard me psychoanalyzing him like this. He looked toward the horizon with a grin. Well, he's paved his own way now, so it's safe to say he's doing just fine. Adela watched him in a thoughtful silence. He glanced back, his eyes sparkling with energy. Come on, Adela, let's make sure we aren't left in his dust. The three of them stepped together into the bright morning light. We have to prove to him that we're evolving just as fast as he is. Sung Chan pumped his fist, his face set with resolve. Let's give it everything we've got and crush this Olympiad prep. Adela smiled, her spirit lifted. Yeah, let's go all out. He lay back on the grass, tracking the clouds across the azure sky. And that's the long and short of it. He tilted his head as a shadow fell over him. Huh? Hayran was standing there, extending a fresh bottle of water. Great work out there. Sung Chan let out a self-deprecating laugh. First you break my spirit with training, then you offer the cure. You're playing both sides, aren't you? Haran dropped the bottle into his hands. I didn't break you. I just gave you a rigorous checkup. Consider this water your official prescription. Right, thanks. You're a regular miracle worker, Doctor. Adela watched their banter and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Haran gave a quick wave. Adela, it's time for your specialized session. Understood. They headed back toward the Obelisk Academy training hall. Sung Chan remained on the floor, catching his breath, while Adela stood ready as Haran approached. Adela spoke softly. I hate to cut into your downtime, but do you have a second to talk strategy? She glanced over her shoulder. Wait, not here. The two of them slipped out of the academy gates for privacy. Haran began, Now that the official roster for the Olympiad is set, I'm planning a total overhaul of our current regimen. He tapped a few icons on his tablet. As of tomorrow, we've been granted full exemption from regular lectures. She nodded. That's a huge relief. Haran rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The Academy's official training schedule is okay, but 8 hours of practice is a drop in the bucket compared to what we actually need. He flipped the tablet around so she could see the screen. So from this point on, complex data grids and schedules flickered to life on the display. We'll be holding high-level tactical briefings every single morning. Her eyes widened. Tactical briefings? Haran's expression became intensely focused. Precisely. We are going to dissect every single event in the Olympiad from top to bottom. He swiped to a new page. We need to exploit the updated rules and find the most efficient path to the gold. Adela, are you with me? She replied, I'm in, but why am I the only one hearing this? He smiled, thinking of their exhausted friend. Sung Chan is barely surviving the physical drills right now. If I tried to explain complex theory to him, his brain would probably melt. Adela chuckled. Fair point. Haran continued his explanation. The scouting reports on international rivals are being compiled 24/7 by Jong Sua at the Blue Magic Tower. He pointed to a digital timeline. We start at dawn. Just be ready. She paused. Wait a second. Adela looked pensive. Coming up with a plan is one thing, but do you really think the third years are going to take orders from us? Haran's smile took on a mischievous edge. He replied with quiet confidence, I've already figured out exactly how to handle them. The following morning, the trio gathered in the sun-drenched courtyard of the academy. Sung Chan paced back and forth, his nerves on edge. Aren't you guys even a little bit intimidated? Haran looked perfectly composed. Not really. Adela stood firm beside him, arms crossed. Why should we be? What's there to be afraid of? Sung Chan held up 3 trembling fingers. What do you mean? We're talking about the seniors. They're terrifying, unpredictable, and they look at us like we're bugs. Haran put his hands on his hips. The upperclassman title does have a certain intimidating ring to it. Adela shrugged. It doesn't bother me. Sung Chan gaped at her. What? How? They're practically giants. Adela stated flatly, It's simple. I plan on winning. Zhen Hyun appeared suddenly from around a pillar. Well, aren't you a cocky little thing? The rumors didn't do you justice. She came to a halt with her clique, looming over the 3 second years. Third-year elite Kang Shin-Hu, third-year vanguard Ma Jin-seo, third-year prodigy Zen Hyun. Hyun stepped into Adela's personal space. "Hey, brat, why don't you repeat that for the class?" Adela didn't even blink. "Repeat what?" Hyun's eyes narrowed provokingly. "You just said you'd wipe the floor with us if we fought. Go ahead, say it to our faces." Adela didn't back down. "If you're that desperate for a reality check, as it stands, there isn't a single person in the third-year class who can take me down." Sung-chan nearly choked on his own breath. "Oh man, please excuse her. She's just incredibly stressed. So sorry, seniors," he hissed at Adela under his breath. "Have you lost your mind? Why are you picking a fight with the strongest mages in school?" She remained icy. "I'm just stating a fact." He jumped to cover her mouth, whispering frantically, "Shin Haran, do something! Stop her before she gets us killed!" Haran smiled calmly. "Who, me? I wouldn't dream of making trouble." Suddenly, he put on a bright, welcoming face. "Seniors, good to see you. We've actually been looking forward to meeting you." Haran leaned in, his tone polite but sharp. "Since we're all here, how would you feel about a friendly sparring match between the second and third years today?" Sung-chan went pale. Haran thought, "I'm sorry, seniors, but if I'm going to lead this team, I have to establish the hierarchy right now." His face hardened into a mask of pure, unwavering authority. Shin-hoo stood his ground, his eyes narrowing. "So let me get this straight. You're proposing second years versus third years?" A smirk played on his lips as he continued. "Meaning the three of you against the three of us." Hyun instantly stepped forward, eager for the fray. "Let me handle this. These bratty little weeds need a serious pruning before they get out of hand." Haran didn't flinch. He simply rested a hand on his hip with a cool, composed smile. "Actually, that's not quite what I had in mind." His gaze turned razor sharp. "I'm talking about every single student on the Olympiad roster. All of us. It'll be 3 versus 7. A stunned silence fell over the upperclassmen at his audacious proposal. Sung-chan, however, looked like he was about to faint, his face turning a ghostly shade of white. Shin-hoo tilted his head. "What exactly is your end game here?" Haran blinked innocently. "My goal?" Shin-hoo extended his hand, his eyes dripping with disdain. "Knowing your reputation, you wouldn't throw a tantrum like this without a motive. There's a hidden agenda behind this provocation." Kang Shin-hoo, the second son of the prestigious Shin-mu lineage. Haran thought, "I remember him from the family gatherings when we were kids. He's always been this calculating and overcautious." Haran rubbed his palms together casually. "What kind of scheme could I possibly have? I just believe a real duel is the most efficient way to gauge everyone's true caliber." Jin-seo, who had been simmering in silence, finally reached his breaking point. "You arrogant little punk!" He dropped into a combat stance, his mana beginning to flare. "You honestly think you're good enough to step on us?" Shin-hoo's eyes flickered with realization. "I see. You want to humiliate us so you can seize total command of the Olympiad team." Hyun looked ready to explode with rage. Jin-seo closed the distance, a mocking grin on his face. "That's it, isn't it? Tell me I'm wrong." Haran remained unfazed, offering no defense. Hyun pointed a trembling finger at him and screamed, "Your ego has officially crossed the line, Junior. Even our patience has its breaking point." She continued her tirade. "Fine, I'll admit you and Adela have talent, but this is disgraceful. Your blatant disrespect for your seniors is unforgivable." She was practically vibrating with fury. "In a fair one-on-one, sure, maybe your fancy tricks would give you an edge." Hyun's voice rose to a screech. "But 3 against 7? You're delusional, no matter how gifted the two of you think you are." She jabbed a finger toward a trembling Sung-chan. "There is 0 chance you can win against double your numbers when you're dragging around a useless anchor like him." Sung-chan looked utterly crushed. "Useless?" Adela's eyes flashed with a dangerous, icy fire. She and Haran shared a silent, knowing look of disapproval. Hyun huffed, trying to regain her composure. "I'll give you one last chance to be sensible. Apologize now and we'll pretend this never happened." Shin-hoo let out a dry chuckle. "Listen to her, Junior. You've really stepped in it this time. Haran let out a long, exaggerated yawn, his demeanor entirely flippant.
Sigh, honestly, it's just blah, blah, blah.
Do you ever stop talking? It's getting tedious. Shinhu's smug expression instantly vanished. Sung-chan hovered nearby, whimpering, Haran, stop! You're actually going to get us killed! But Haran wasn't finished. Aren't you the ones acting useless right now? Less talking, more fighting? He flashed a provocative, toothy grin. Come on, show me what you've got. Respectable seniors. The morning sun bathed the academy in a deceptive calm. The time for the confrontation had finally arrived. Jin Cook knit his brows, his annoyance palpable. I really didn't want to start the season on a sour note, and I tried to be the bigger person, but you've officially pushed me too far. Shinhu, you ready to end this? Shinhu replied with cold finality, Ready. Jin Cook strutted to the center of the arena, looming over Haran. Fine, let's play your game, 3 versus 7, but let's make it interesting, shall we? If we win, you'll scrap your strategy and follow my lead without question. And if we win... Before the senior could finish the thought, Haran smirked and cut him off. Deal. Consider it done. Jin Cook paused, confused by the lack of hesitation. I haven't even told you our terms for your victory yet. Haran turned away, radiating absolute confidence. Bet whatever you like. If you want me to drop out of the academy, I'll do it. Not that it matters, since losing isn't in my plans. The sheer audacity of the statement left the upperclassman momentarily speechless. Hyun was the first to find her voice, snarling, You little brat! Meanwhile, Sung-chan just buried his face in his hands. Haran casually snapped his fingers as if remembering a minor detail. Oh, and we have one specific condition. When we win... Hyun blinked in surprise as his finger leveled directly at her. Haran delivered the ultimatum with a cold smile. You will get on your knees and apologize for calling Sung-chan useless. The following day, the Obelisk Academy combat arena was buzzing with energy. The environment simulators roared to life, transforming the stage into a rugged, moonlit mountain range. Haran did a quick series of stretches while checking his gear. Ready to make history? Adela replied instantly. Always. The opposing team stood poised on the far ridge. The digital system announced, Siege match begins in 5 minutes. All combatants take your positions. The engagement guidelines are clear. This 3 versus 7 skirmish is a streamlined siege simulation modeled after international tournament standards. Each squad must capture and hold the banner positioned at a neutral site. Haran fixed his eyes on the target and whispered, The objective should be right here. At that moment, Sung-chan cast a troubled sideways glance toward his leader. Noticing the heavy vibe, Haran asked, Something on your mind? Drowning in apprehension, Sung-chan couldn't even manage eye contact. Haran, was it really necessary to push things this far? Haran tilted his head in confusion. What's the issue? Sung-chan stood up, fumbling for words. I mean, going out of your way to bait the seniors. Do we actually need to turn this into a personal vendetta? Even without the theatrics, they would have eventually fallen in line behind you. Haran's gaze sharpened into a stern stare. Passive compliance isn't the goal. They need to believe in my word as law. But Haran, you're the strategist here. Won't this kind of forced dominance just spark a psychological backlash? For a fleeting second, the young leader found himself without a retort. As the countdown finished, Haran offered a small, confident smirk. Don't worry, I have a plan to smooth things over. We just have to win with such a crushing display of power that they won't even think of resisting. Sung-chan sighed, realizing it was like talking to a brick wall. I really should have known better than to argue. On the other side of the field, Hyun was practically vibrating with rage. Haran is a total nightmare! Where does he get off acting so smug, saying he can't lose and telling us to name our price? That brat! Seeing her spiral, Shinhu intervened. Get a grip, Hyun. We have 5 minutes until the whistle. Hyun grabbed her hair, trying to breathe. Right, 5 minutes. Zen mode. Wait, no. He actually demanded I apologize for calling that guy a small fry? I call him a small fry because that's exactly what he is. This is driving me insane. Her teammates' attempts to calm her were useless. Shinhu felt the weight of the situation. He wanted to steady the team's nerves, but the clock was ticking down to 0. Jin Seo OK actually found himself agreeing with her frustration. He's right about one thing. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. A dark grin spread across his face. Even I'm feeling the heat. Since we're all riled up, we might as well weaponize that fury. Rage is a powerful catalyst. It can push a mage's limits beyond their natural capacity. It's the ultimate natural performance enhancer. Suddenly, the arena's broadcast system signaled the official start. 3, 2, 1, fight! Haran's eyes narrowed into slits. He was fully committed to winning this gamble. Instantly, Shinhu's squad fanned out in a tactical formation. Move out, full press! In stark contrast, Haran's team stayed remarkably cool. It's all on you, Sungchan. You ready? Having accepted his fate, Sungchan gave a resolute nod. A chilly midnight breeze rustled the canopy. 5 minutes in, Hyun was perched high on a sturdy branch, scouting the terrain. She tapped her comms to Jin Seok. Objective sighted. I have the flag. He replied with a chill tone. Excellent. What's the security like? True to form, Hyun sneered. Just one lonely little small fry, Jin Seo. OK paused. His suspicion piqued. Only one guard? Are they running a stealth op nearby? She leaned back against the bark, scanning the shadows. Hard to say. I don't see any thermal signatures or movement, he cautioned. Don't drop your guard. This could be a honeypot trap using him as the lure. Understood. I'll poke the bear and see what happens. With a daring leap, Hyun dropped from the heights, landing right in front of Sungchan. What, nobody else showed up to play? Despite being the target of her scorn, the small fry answered with surprising grace. Just me. I guess this is how it's going to go. She circled him like a predator. Did you actually expect me to be the first one here? He didn't skip a beat. Actually, yeah. This threw her off her rhythm. How could you possibly know that? Sungchan frowned, recalling the briefing. Haran warned me that a raging gorilla would be the first to charge. He predicted that the moment the gates opened, Senior Hyun would come flying in for a head-on collision. He remembered Haran's blunt analysis from minutes ago. Her fuse is so short, they'll definitely use her as a spearhead rather than a shield. Sungchan finally saw the logic. You baited her just to lure her into this spot? Even after hearing the play, Hyun maintained her haughty attitude. So he knew I'd show up but still left a weakling like you to hold the fort? The sheer arrogance of that kid. She immediately unleashed a fire strike, pouring her irritation into the spell. A massive wall of flame roared toward Sungchan. Brace yourself! A thunderous explosion echoed through the woods. Hyun blinked at the unexpected result. Fire strike is a high-level fourth circle spell. A nobody like you shouldn't be able to... She froze. Her mind flashed back to a snippet of Haran's voice she hadn't heard. Sungchan, you realize you're the linchpin of this entire operation, right? Are you really going to let them treat you like a doormat and back down? The inferno was split in two, dissipating harmlessly around Sungchan. Not a chance. I'm done being everyone's punching bag. Hyun stared in pure disbelief. He tanked it? No way. How is he standing? Rewinding a few days, Haran had sat Sungchan down for a reality check. Sungchan, you've been trying to play the glass cannon, but your true calling is being an unbreakable frontline tanker. Sungchan's jaw hit the floor. Me? A meat shield? Shortly after, Haran launched into a deep dive lecture. Every mage has a core affinity that defines them. The Blue Tower Master is a genius of water. James over at the Red Tower is the absolute authority on fire. Hyun is a fire specialist, too. When you cast using your primary attribute, you burn far less mana while pumping out significantly more raw power. Sungchan, from what I've observed, your primary nature is actually non-attribute. And within that neutral spectrum, your talent for defensive fortifications is off the charts. Right now, the massive, unyielding barrier Sungchan has manifested is the ultimate proof of that theory. Hyun's face contorted with irritation. You spend all day playing sidekick to Haran and Adela. You must be delusional if you think you're in their league. Compared to them, you're nothing but a third-rate small fry. Wincing at the familiar jab, he let out a weary sigh. Small fry again, huh? He shrugged it off with a lazy grin. Look, I know I'm the underdog in this trio. But if this weak sauce barrage is the best you can do, then I can sit here and tank your hits all night long. That taunt sent Hyun's blood boiling over. You little brat! 2 more of her teammates materialized from the thicket to flank her. The duo shouted for everyone to focus fire on Hyun's target. Spurred on by the backup, Hyun lunged forward. Don't get cocky with me, you bottom feeder. I'm going to shut that mouth of yours for good. Get flattened. Take this. Her fist slammed into Sungchan's shimmering barrier with a heavy thud. His brow furrowed and sweat began to bead on his forehead. But his stance remained as steady as a mountain. The shield didn't even show a hairline fracture. Hyun swung again, desperate. Try this one on for size. But no matter how many spells she threw, they just splashed harmlessly away. How is this wall so dense? It's clearly only a third circle construct. I've never encountered a signature quite like this. Doesn't matter. With the 3 of us blitzing you at once, your guard is bound to crumble. This match is already in the bag for us. Suddenly, Sungchan began muttering a cryptic string of coordinates. 16, 60, 63, 26. In the far distance, a brilliant, blinding strobe of light cut through the trees. Ma Jin-seo was the first to notice the incoming threat, his eyes widening. In a flash, all 3 members of Hyun's assault team were blindsided by a high-velocity wind spear. The impact sent a flock of birds scattering into the night sky. A wind slash? Where the hell did that come from? Who's sniping us? I can't see the caster. Oblivious to the chaos, Sungchan kept rhythmically counting. 16, 77. On the other side of the clearing, the realization hit her like a ton of bricks. Haran! Hyun screamed a warning to her squad. She braced her internal mana to shore up her defenses. That sneaky brat Haran is lurking in the shadows nearby. Hyun shrieked into the dark forest. Show yourself! Where are you hiding? Sungchan's voice droned on. 21! 83! A golden bolt of energy lanced out, striking Luong Han dead center. Hyun watched her teammate fall in total shock. This shouldn't be happening. She frantically tried to piece the puzzle together. Adela's signature moonlight bullets were herding them like sheep into a tactical dead zone. Hyun barked into her comms for immediate help. Jin-seo-ok, they've got us pinned. All 3 are here. We need an extraction now. On the other channel, Jin-seo-ok's voice came back frantic. Hyun, what are you talking about? Cut the crap! Staring directly at the silhouettes of Ha-ran and Adela standing right in his path, he shouted, If they're with you, then who the hell am I looking at right now? It was a 2-on-1 standoff. Jin-seo-ok was desperate to hold the flag. Realizing Shin-hoo's detachment was out of position, he cursed his luck. Damn it! The commotion over there baited 2 of my guards to help Hyun. Even Shin-hoo is gone. Our formation is completely broken. Meanwhile, Haran watched the rising plumes of magical smoke with a calm detachment. Looks like Sungchan is playing his part perfectly. Back at the flag, Hyun was losing her mind. Jin-seo-ok, move it! They're everywhere! I can't track the spell trajectories! What kind of trick is this? But Jin-seo-ok was effectively paralyzed. He couldn't abandon the objective. Shin-hoo chimed in over the radio, sounding lost. Jin-seo-ok, give me a fix on Haran. Where do you need me? Someone else suggested they regroup at the base immediately. Jin-seo-ok's voice cracked with stress. I'm telling you, Haran and Adela are standing 5 feet in front of me. Hyun hissed in frustration. You moron, I'm the one getting blasted over here. Haran, what kind of illusion is this? Haran let out a soft smirk at the total collapse of the seniors' communication. Don't strain yourselves. This will all be over in a few minutes anyway. His dismissive tone finally snapped the leader's composure. Damn it, we walked right into a goddamn meat grinder. Jin-seo-ok ran the numbers. If Haran were alone, he might have been able to stall. But with Adela by his side, the math was impossible. Jin-seo-ok stood his ground, though his knees were starting to shake. His mind was a whirlwind of panic. He felt like a cornered rabbit being hunted by a dragon and a tiger simultaneously. Shin-hoo clenched his jaw, his brain working overtime to find a way out of the maze. At that critical moment, Haran initiated his final spell. This match is officially our win. Shin-hoo, spotting this towering pillar of radiance from the distance, barked into his comms. Jin-seo-ok! Focus! Get back in the game! Ha-Ran successfully seized the banner while Jin Seo-ok slumped over, clutching his back and groaning, "Damn it, how?" Just then, the scattered remnants of the senior squad trudged back to the center. He threw his hands up in a gesture of total surrender. "I'm a complete moron! I give up!" Simultaneously, the situation on Sung-chan's front had reached its conclusion. Hyun was sprawled on the turf, gasping for air. "Curse my luck!" The arena monitors flared with a massive win notification. Sung-chan erupted into a victory dance, unable to contain his glee. "Yes, we did it!" Once the exhibition match concluded, the high-octane tension began to simmer down. Inside the Obelisk Academy strategic briefing room, Ha-Ran's trio stood together on one side. The assembly of upperclassmen occupied the opposite side of the table. The atmosphere among the veterans was visibly sour and heavy with frustration. Hyun let out a long, weary sigh that seemed to drain the room's energy. She elbowed Jin Seo-ok's shoulder with sharp irritation. "Seriously, Jin Seo-ok, what were you doing? You let the flag get snatched right from under your nose." Jin Seo-ok's brow furrowed so intensely his face looked like a mask of pain. "You try standing your ground against those two monsters." Hyun rolled her eyes. "You should have at least stalled until Shinhu reinforced you." At this point, he threw all etiquette out the window and snapped back. "This is on you. You're the one who claimed Ha-Ran and Adela were pinned down on your side, and that's why the whole formation collapsed." That retort effectively shut Hyun up. "Well, but I was definitely taking fire from both Ha-Ran and Adela's signature moves." The composed leader of the group, Shinhu, finally intervened. "Enough, both of you. Cut the bickering. This loss wasn't a failure of effort from anyone here. The simple reality is that our opponents played at a much higher level." A young man resting his chin on his palm observed the trio with keen interest. This was Damon, a key member of the third-year squad. Flanking him were Tacit and Hana, the other core members of the veteran team. Joining them was the still-fuming Jin Seo-ok, completing the third-year roster. Since Shinhu's logic was ironclad, Hyun could only slump back into her chair in quiet resignation. Jin Seo-ok followed suit, biting his lip in a silent, frustrated admission of defeat. Waiting for the room to settle, Shinhu finally looked at the sophomores. "Ha-Ran, Adela, tell us, what kind of illusion or trick did you use to pull that off?" Ha-Ran placed a hand over his chest, adopting a tone of mock sincerity. "Let me clear up the biggest mysteries first. To start with, the only person actually physically guarding our flag was Sung-chan." Hyun slammed her palms onto the table and surged upward. "Then explain how Sung-chan was casting wind blades and moonlight bullets at the same time." He gave her a look that suggested she was missing the obvious. "He wasn't. Every spell that pinned you seniors down was cast by my own hand." Now it was Jin Seo-ok's turn to look bewildered. "What? But you were staring me in the face. Are you saying you can snipe across the entire map from the front lines?" Ha-Ran smirked, a spark of mana dancing at his fingertips. "You could say that." The entire third-year team stared in gobsmacked silence at the object manifesting in his palm, a perfect moonlight bullet. The sheer impossibility of it made Hyun shout, "That's the high-level secret art of the mystic family. Adela, don't tell me you broke the bloodline taboo and leaked your family's secrets." Ha-Ran juggled the glowing orb casually before interjecting. "Let's clear the air. She didn't leak a thing. This is magic I deconstructed, analyzed, and learned entirely on my own." Even Sung-chan looked baffled. "Deconstructing a secret bloodline art? Is that even humanly possible?" Ha-Ran gave a sharp, confident nod. "It is if you have eyes that can peer into the very heart of a magic formula." The room was plunged into shock once more. "A mystic eye?" Jin Seo-ok crossed his arms, his voice trembling. "That's impossible." Ha-Ran ignored the doubt. "Don't stop being surprised yet. I used my mystic eye to map out the moonlight bullet. Then, the moment the match began, I pre-deployed spell traps of moonlight bullets and wind blades across the entire terrain." Sung-chan, hearing his name mentioned, blinked and said, "Huh?" In an eye blink, a lethal wind spear manifested out of thin air right in the middle of the room. Hyun's eyes widened to the size of saucers. She reflexively squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for an impact that never came. Ha-Ran gave a dismissive flick of his wrist, causing the wind spear to dissolve into harmless mist. He began to unveil the mechanics of his strategy.
I performed long-range execution by triggering the spells that were already floating in the environment. He thought back to the grueling hours of trial and error. This is a refined version of the remote resonance technique I used against Hagu Gok. Damon leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. Then how did you handle the targeting? Noticing Tacit breaking into a cold sweat, he added, Exactly. Those spells didn't just fire, they hunted us with pinpoint accuracy. It was Sung Chan's time to shine. That's where those numbers I was shouting come in. Shinhu rubbed his chin, the puzzle pieces finally clicking. Spatial coordinates? Haran nodded gravely. Spot on. The first digit identifies the specific spell trap, while the second indicates the exact angle needed to recalibrate the projectile's flight path. As the hours ticked by, I broke down the mechanics of my spellcraft for the entire group. I detailed the unique synergy I share with Adela and Sung Chan. The third-year veterans found themselves with absolutely no ground left to argue. Of course, there's a vital distinction I kept to myself. I won't be disclosing that my magic follows the ancient biternal principles. Once the briefing concluded, Heiran delivered his final point, and that covers the how behind my tactical execution. He carefully scanned the room, gauging their reactions. Now the seniors understand exactly what Adela, Sung-chan, and I bring to the table. Since we're all aboard this Olympiad vessel together, transparency was necessary. It settles their nerves and makes them far more cooperative. With that in mind, Ha-Ran spoke with steel in his voice, looking each person in the eye. Let me be crystal clear. My only objective is victory. I am here for the gold medal. The room fell into a heavy, contemplative silence as they processed his resolve. Seizing the moment to solidify his leadership, he added, To make that happen, I need every one of you fully committed. Today's match proved that my strategies aren't just theory, they work. I apologize if my earlier words were blunt. I ask for your trust. Follow my lead, and we will win. Hyun's defensive posture melted away the moment she saw Haran offer a sincere, respectful bow. He immediately followed up with a compelling promise. In exchange for your cooperation, I will ensure every one of you shares in the glory of the podium. Sung-chan stood there, stunned by the sudden shift in atmosphere, while Jin, Seo-ok, and Hyun found themselves unable to refuse such a powerful appeal. After the tension finally dissipated, she spoke up. Fine. I'm not thrilled about taking orders from a junior, but I'll listen. Hana gasped in shock. Wait, seriously? Hyun shot her a sharp look. Why the face? Hana whispered. I just figured you'd be in a total state of disbelief after losing. Hyun waved the comment away. Hardly. I lost a fair fight, and a mage's word is her bond. I have to honor the result, don't I? Besides, I'm not about to get kicked off the national team over an ego trip and, sorry for the small fry comments, Sung-chan. That defensive barrier of yours is actually incredibly impressive. Sung-chan's face lit up like a Christmas tree, clearly moved by the praise from a beautiful upperclassman. He grabbed her hand and shook it enthusiastically. No way, your fire magic is way more badass. Following the pivotal summit with the third-year squad at Obelisk Academy. Later that evening, in a quiet corner of the campus cafeteria, Haran held a modest victory dinner with his core team. You guys were amazing against the seniors today, but listen. Before we dive headfirst into the official Olympiad training, I need to ask you both for a personal favor. Adela tilted her head, looking intrigued. A favor? For us? Sung-chan leaned in. What's up? Name it. Haran's voice dropped to a serious, low tone. Regarding our extra night training sessions, I need you both to continue without me for a while. There's a specific goal I need to pursue in private. Adela's eyes widened. Solo training? Are you working on a new mana circulation technique? A flash of calculation crossed Haran's mind. Exactly. I feel like I'm standing right at the threshold of a major breakthrough. In reality, he knew he was just buying time. Sung-chan nearly choked on his drink. A breakthrough already? Adela's mind raced through the possibilities. Are we talking about the fifth circle threshold? Despite their bond, Haran had to keep his true source of power a secret. I can't let them know the truth about Biternell-style sorcery. Even though I've rebranded it as transformation magic for the public,
The reality is that level 3 binaural magic rivals 4th circle AI magic. To bridge the gap to the 5th circle, I need total focus to synthesize the level 4 binaural formulas. The breakthrough story is the perfect cover to gain some privacy. Sungchan turned to Adela, his voice full of awe. The 5th circle at 18? Adela, he's got to be pulling our leg, right? She frowned at him. If he pulls this off, he'll literally be the youngest 5th circle mage in recorded history. They were the elite of the academy, and they believed in him without a single doubt. Heartened by their loyalty, he gave them a grateful smile. So I'll be MIA from the evening drills for a bit. Thanks for understanding. Seeing it as a necessary step for their future success, Adela agreed warmly. If that's what it takes, go for it. Don't even worry about the night sessions. Sungchan gave him a playful wink. Yeah, stay away. Consider this your official get-out-of-training-free card from tomorrow on. Haran kept a straight face, but he couldn't help thinking, these two seem a little too excited to be rid of me. Then he dropped the hammer. Don't get too comfortable. I'll still be dropping in to audit your physical conditioning and stamina drills. The two froze instantly. Wait, that's cruel. Night eventually swallowed the campus. The leaves of the ancient trees at the great magic family's estate rustled in the wind. In-hyuk stared at the requisition list on his monitor, his brow furrowed. The octagonal beast's horn, the heart of calamity. These are ultra-rare astronomical-grade materials. What on earth are you planning to craft with these? Heiran replied with absolute conviction. They are the final keys to my magical evolution. Since obtaining Ray Bell's grimoire, I've been receiving cryptic clues from Mimia on how to weave the level 4 formulas. Deep within the mental landscape of Ray Bell's world, Bin Haran closed the heavy book with a sigh. Mimia, isn't there a more straightforward guide to these expansion circles? She hummed a carefree tune, barely looking up from her corner. Seeing her lounging about, he gave her a playful nudge. Are you going to be my guide or just a decorative spirit? I need more references. Go find some. As he spoke, Haran's fingers brushed against the towering stack of ancient texts piled beside him. One of the volumes slipped from the stack and hit the floor with a thud. The fallen book immediately piqued his curiosity. Haran snatched it up and whispered, Magic Pharmacy? He eagerly flipped through the opening pages. The binding was weathered and ancient. It seemed little Mimia was quite the messy librarian, leaving treasures scattered everywhere. Suddenly, a surge of adrenaline hit him. This is it! I found it! Mimia, hovering close by, nearly jumped out of her skin. What did you find? His eyes glittered with sheer joy. You're a lifesaver, Mimia. With the techniques in this book, I can actually brew the formulas in the magic pharmacy. Haran spent the entire night buried in the text, refusing to rest. He focused all his mental energy on a specific alchemical recipe, a legendary tonic capable of helping the body process massive quantities of mana. If he could brew this, the grueling time required to master the expansion circle would be cut in half. Returning to the present, Heiran spoke with unwavering clarity. I am currently standing at the threshold of a major breakthrough. In-hyuk's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying you're about to ascend to the 5th circle? Resolution burned in his gaze. Yes, these specific components are the only way I can bridge that gap and achieve this evolution. Recalling the entries from the magic pharmacy, he mused to himself, I can scrounge up most of the basics, but the high-tier rarities that never hit the open market, I'll need Father's influence to secure those. In-hyuk sat back, weighing the gravity of the request with a calculating stare. Even under that suffocating pressure, Haran's spirit remained as solid as a rock. After a tense silence, In-hyuk finally conceded. You don't have the face of a liar. These ingredients are indeed the hallmarks of ancient elixir crafting. Heiran nodded firmly. Exactly. In-hyuk leaned in, his voice dropping an octave. Where on earth did you dig up a recipe like this? Even in my circles, such a formula is unheard of. Heiran kept the existence of the magic pharmacy guarded. I discovered it in an old forgotten text, sir. In-hyuk's brow furrowed into a deep line. An ancient elixir? Very well. If this is what it takes for your ascension, I will move heaven and earth to find them for you. Relief washed over Haran. I appreciate it, Father. Inhayak let out a dry, almost admiring chuckle. First it was that relic of a cloak, and now it's a forgotten alchemical secret. I haven't quite figured out your game yet, but your luck for finding lost things is uncanny. Haran felt a prickle of guilt and fumbled his words. I beg your pardon? In the dead of night, a private car whisked Haran back to the obelisk dorms. Looking out the window, he replayed the interrogation in his head. Father grilled me on the specifics of my duel with Hagu Gok and the theories the Blue Tower Master proposed. I had to play dumb, of course. He's clearly suspicious. Between the legendary cloak and now these ancient potions, it would be weirder if he didn't have questions. The clock is ticking. I'll have to come clean to Father about the nature of my magic sooner or later. The following morning, Hayron arrived at the chaotic monster scrap market. He pulled a cap low over his eyes to blend in with the sea of hunters and merchants. So this is the place. The infamous scrap market. He navigated the crowded stalls. A merchant spotted him and hollered, "Hey kid, fresh red slime core, straight from the source." He scanned the inventory with a sharp eye. In a place like this, one misstep means throwing money away. Voices merged into a roar. "Get your reagents here! Lowest prices in the city!" A nearby vendor brandished a dripping container. "Hey young man, I just processed this kobold heart today. Still warm." Haran couldn't walk 10 paces without being swarmed. "Scrolls for cheap. Enchanted blades, buy one, get one free. Move it or buy something, kid." He stayed on high alert. Without a deep knowledge of magic items, a buyer is just a lamb to the slaughter for these scammers. As he walked, a persistent woman grabbed his sleeve. "Listen, student, do you have any idea how rare this Celatin spider silk is? It's practically priceless." Haran smirked, his expertise cutting through her act like a knife. Since when did common one-horned spider silk qualify as the thread of a saint spider? The merchant's face reddened with caught-in-the-act fury. "What? Watch your mouth! This is the genuine article!" To settle the debate, Haran methodically dismantled her claim. True saint spider silk has a very specific ethereal luminescence. The owner doubled down, shouting, "You think you're so smart? Look! Can't you see the glow right there?" He looked at it with pure mocking disdain. "Oh, there's a glow, all right. It's the glow of a cheap fluorescent spray you coated it with." "It's a decent fake, though. You must have spent hours trying to get the sheen right." She exploded in a rage, shooing him away. "Get out of here! Beat it, you little brat!" He continued his stroll through the market, unfazed. If a student walks in alone, these sharks see nothing but a naive paycheck. I've committed all 40,000 spells in the open-source archives to memory. Identifying fake monster parts is child's play. Don't underestimate my mental database. Haran continued to weave through the labyrinth of stalls. His mental shopping list was clear and precise. He was here to secure the base reagents, required to stabilize the ancient elixir. In a place where authentic is a dirty word, finding real ingredients is an art form. The market was a minefield of grifters and con artists requiring absolute vigilance. Thinking back to the fake silk, Haran's jab about the effort put into the fake glow had sent the woman into a frenzy. "Get lost! Get out of my sight!" Right after that little drama, as Haran resumed his search, a voice drifted through the crowd. "Impressive. You've got a very sharp eye for such a young man." Haran didn't take the bait. He just stopped and silently appraised the speaker. An elderly man shuffled toward him, a sympathetic look on his face. "Those merchants are a bunch of vultures. I hate seeing them prey on people. But they've got deep roots in a nasty organization, so I usually keep my head down. My apologies." Haran gave a brief, cool reply. "No worries. Only the foolish get fooled." The old man let out a delighted cackle. "You're a sharp one, kid. I like your spirit. Tell you what, I'll give you a special genius discount. Step into my shop for a second." Haran followed, seizing the opening. "I'll take you up on that. Do you happen to have a black ox horn in stock?" The old man gave Haran a couple of friendly pats on the back. "You've got the devil's own luck. A fresh shipment literally just came through the door yesterday." A few minutes passed as they navigated the narrow alleyways. The old merchant stopped at a weathered, crumbling shack. "Welcome to my humble boutique. Stay put while I dig out that black ox horn." He gave a nod and hobbled inside, leaving Haran to wait outside, every sense on high alert. Moments later, the old man re-emerged, cradling a horn that pulsed with a faint inner light. "Behold, a genuine black ox horn, S-rank quality. Flawless surface and the mana purity levels are clocking in at over 90%. Here, look at the scanner. The numbers don't lie." Sure enough, the digital readout on the scanner beamed back a staggering 94% purity. Despite the impressive data, Haran's skepticism didn't waver for a second. The old man beamed, already mentally tallying the sale. "Since we're kindred spirits, I'll let it go for a mere 27 million gun." "You know as well as I do that high-grade scrap like this usually fetches over 30 million. It's your lucky day." Suddenly, a faint dark aura began to swirl around the old man. Haran's voice turned icy and accusatory. "Since when did a common African buffalo horn magically transform into a black ox horn just by passing through your door?" The old man's jaw hit the floor, his practiced facade crumbling instantly. Haran thought back to the woman and her fake silk, connecting the dots. "I knew that lady's hustle was too obvious to be real. It was just the bait." "It's a classic good cop, bad cop routine. You're all part of the same crew, aren't you? Is she your daughter or your student? Either way, I'm not falling for the honest old man act." "Let's quit the games. If you actually have the real thing hidden in there, show me. Assuming you aren't just a shop full of knockoffs." The old man's face twisted into a sour pucker, and he went dead silent, his voice seemingly trapped in his throat. The walking cane he had been leaning on clattered uselessly to the pavement. He suddenly stood up perfectly straight, stretched his back with a satisfying pop, and smacked his lips. Haran didn't move an inch, watching the old man's theatrical transformation with a bored expression. The merchant grinned, his entire vibe shifting from frail to formidable. "You're definitely not some average academy brat. My deepest apologies. This way for real." Later that evening, as twilight settled over the city, Haran headed back home. In the Shin family estate, a digital tablet pinged with new alerts. Transaction log, scrap market veteran shop 37,540,000 gun. Transaction log, market fresh reagents 8,670,000 gun. Seok Hyun stared at the screen in disbelief. "Master, the young master's card is seeing some incredibly heavy activity." Ian Hyuk didn't even look up from his papers. "He's just stocking up on supplies." "Let it go. I gave him that account so he wouldn't have to worry about the bill." Seok Hyun scratched his head, clearly baffled. "But why buy monster parts in bulk all of a sudden? What's the end goal?" In Hyuk leaned back, his eyes narrowing. "Word is he's attempting to brew an ancient high-level elixir." Seok Hyun paced nearby, muttering, "Always pushing the boundaries, that one. But these prices are steep. Maybe I should double-check the quality of what he's buying?" In Hyuk raised a hand to dismiss the idea. "Don't bother. That boy has been able to identify monster anatomy and scrap quality since he was 5 years old. I didn't raise a son so incompetent that he'd get swindled by a street merchant. Now what's the status on the octagonal beast horn?" Seok Hyun checked his logs. "The initial contract is signed. We're just haggling over the final premium." In Hyuk began running the numbers. "Factor in the specialized shipping, and we should have it in his hands within a week." He snapped his fingers, erecting a localized soundproof barrier before switching to a more shadow-filled topic. "What about the mole hunt? Any progress on the internal leak?" Seok Hyun's tone turned wary. "We're digging deep. It's becoming clear that a high-ranking member is indeed in bed with the Black Tower. I planted some confidential files regarding Black Tower operations and found clear evidence of unauthorized access and tampering. However, the perpetrator is staying in the shadows. We haven't pinned a name to the trail yet." "I'm sorry, sir. We are currently focusing our surveillance on the upper management, those with the clearance to intercept the family's top-tier intelligence, but so far everything looks spotless. No suspicious movements, no paper trails, it's disturbingly clean." In Hyuk propped his chin on his hand, staring out at the darkening landscape. "No cracks and perfectly clean? Sometimes that level of perfection is the biggest red flag of all." Seok-hyeon stood ready, absorbing his master's cold logic. In-hyuk's lips curled into a predatory smile. If they're hiding that well, active searching is a waste of energy. We wait for them to make their move and contact the Black Tower. Prepare the trap. Meanwhile, the pages of Raybell's book turned. Haran dumped the heavy bags of ingredients in front of Mimiya. I'm officially wiped out. She zipped over, her eyes wide with wonder. Successor, you actually managed to track all of these down? We're almost there. Just 3 more rare components and we can finally start the brewing process. The goal was the Mana Blessing Potion. Once consumed, it hypersynchronizes the user's internal flow, allowing the body to act as a massive sponge for atmospheric mana. This surge is the only thing capable of fueling the immense mana demand required to ignite an expansion circle. Mimiya looked up at him, hovering mid-air. When do the heavy hitters arrive? Haran leaned back against a stack of books. I checked with my father on the way back. They'll be here in a week. She did a little victory spin. A week! That lines up perfectly with the start of the Olympiad. Haran, however, looked pensive. In theory, yes, but even once the potion is ready, I can't just drink it anywhere. The manual is specific. To reach peak potency, it has to be taken in an environment saturated with high-density atmospheric mana. Only then can the final mana circulation begin. Mimiya's eyes went wide as saucers. So do you have a sacred spot in mind yet? Haran shared the breakthrough. I've found the perfect spot. She leaned in, eyes wide with wonder. Where is it? The destination was Baek Ryong Island. Data confirms it boasts the highest mana density in the nation, and recent readings show the levels are spiking even higher. Mimiya crossed her arms, her face glowing with pure thrill. Brilliant. So when do we pack our bags? He smirked, letting a mysterious glint touch his eyes. I've already mapped out the entire plan. A few days later, within the academy halls, a shout of disbelief rang out. Seriously? The upperclassmen looked absolutely electrified. They couldn't contain their excitement even if they tried. Haran had just dropped a bombshell. We're heading to Baek Ryong Island for a high-intensity training camp. Following the announcement, a cheer erupted from the group. We're actually going to Baek Ryong for a week of hardcore training? He held up a hand to signal the duration. 6 days and 5 nights of specialized drills. I've secured exclusive clearance from the Blue Tower Master himself. So everyone, make sure your mental game is locked in. Hyun threw an arm around Adela's shoulder, beaming. This is going to be epic, right, Adela? Imagine the fun. Adela flinched slightly and stammered, Yes, absolutely. Can't wait. Shinhu pulled up his phone and began tapping through checklists. I'll need to prep quite a bit of gear. Seeing this, Sung-chan blinked. Why? Can't we just pack light and wing it? Despite the odd question, Shinhu's expression remained stony. Are you kidding? Didn't you hear? The Blue Tower Master is personally designing our drills. Jin Seo-ok tossed in a comment. A casual trip would be nice, though. Sung-chan, however, worried the team's vibe was still a bit messy. Haran felt a wave of quiet triumph. The mood is exactly where I want it. The friction between the sophomores and seniors had finally smoothed over. Ever since that sparring match, I've taken the reins of everyone's growth. With the Blue Tower's backing, the team's trust is becoming rock solid. Haran paused as if catching a sudden thought. Oh, by the way, we need to head to the Blue Tower for a mandatory mana calibration right now. Move out. Someone groaned loudly. What? Again? This is such a chore. In the blink of an eye, they were standing at the entrance of the Blue Tower's headquarters. Sui was there to greet the squad. Welcome. I'm Sui, representing the Blue Tower. Haran and his team stood ready before her. After the formalities, Sui gestured toward the hall. Everyone slated for a mana check, please follow my lead. Haran, the Tower Master requested a private audience with you in his chambers. Following the instructions, Haran made his way to Kanan's personal office. Kanan took a slow sip from his cup and glanced up. Ah, you're here. How's the squad holding up? Is the training productive? Haran nodded with a relaxed air. Yes, thanks to your support, everything is moving along perfectly. Cannon let out a small chuckle, fishing for any lingering drama. No ego clashes or seniority issues within the team? Haran could truthfully reply, none whatsoever. A few of them were a bit reserved at first, but were all gelling together nicely. Cannon laughed heartily. Glad to hear it. As long as you're all on the same page, keep pushing forward. Haran bowed slightly, his hand over his heart. I appreciate it, sir. And thank you again for the Baekryong Island arrangement. The master waved it off like it was nothing. Don't mention it. Renting out an entire island is a small price for progress. But you've already figured out why I sent for you today, haven't you? Haran's posture sharpened. Is it time for the holy relic? Cannon beamed, clearly impressed. Bullseye. I want you to prepare for the mana engraving process. Why is this step so vital? Mana engraving is the act of imprinting a mage's unique energy signature, retrieved from their check, onto an artifact to make it a perfect extension of their own power. The tests the others are undergoing right now are the groundwork for this very synchronization. Cannon suggested getting it over with. I'd like to finalize your check before you depart for the island. Haran thought for a moment before nodding. Understood. I'll be ready after 8 p.m. And since the subject of engraving came up, I assume you can already see the final form of the holy relic in your mind? His eyes shone with absolute conviction. In 2 weeks, 3 at the most, we will have it fully realized during the Olympiad no matter what. After the assessment, Haran retreated to his quarters at the obelisk dormitory. The ancient grimoire of Ray Belbin was once again open on his desk. In an instant, Haran was back in the mental realm visiting Mimiya. He held the magic pharmacy guide in his hand and called out, Mimiya, I've absorbed everything in this volume. What's next on the list? She flicked her wrist, her magic singling out a specific tome from the shelves. A heavy book detached itself from the collection and glided through the air. It settled gently into Haran's waiting palms. Mimiya gave him a playful, knowing grin. Dive into that one. So? How are the preparations coming along? He answered vaguely, his eyes already scanning the text. Which ones? The expansion circle? Or the tournament? She shrugged. Take your pick. Setting the book down, Haran tapped his chin thoughtfully. The Olympiad is under control. The expansion circle, however, well, it's stalled. Mimiya tilted her head. Is the theory behind the expansion circle really that complex? He paused, choosing his words. Actually, I've mastered the theory perfectly. The issue is purely physical. My body just doesn't have the mana capacity to bridge the gap. She conjured a glowing illusion of a tonic bottle and teased, So it all comes back to that mana blessing potion, doesn't it? Haran snapped the tome shut, releasing a heavy, weary exhale. He tried to soothe his racing thoughts. At least the supplies are arriving ahead of schedule. Apparently, the trade restrictions were eased up recently. A sudden realization made Haran's face go pale. Hold on. Could Father have pulled some strings to get the laws changed just for me? Mimiya didn't miss a beat, dissolving into a fit of giggles. The successor certainly has a knack for catching the right winds. He let out a forced, awkward laugh. You think so? Yeah, I guess you're right. As the night grew heavier, the blue tower fell into a silence so deep it felt like a tomb. By the following night at the tower headquarters, Haran finally finished his assessment. That was a marathon. This was your debut performance for a mana check, wasn't it? Tell me, how did it feel? Haran offered a candid response. The testing process was straightforward and intuitive, but the sheer duration of it has me completely drained. Cannon let out a hearty laugh, offering high praise. You were incredibly efficient, Haran. You wrapped it up in an hour. Most mages are stuck in there for at least 8. The news made his head spin. Excuse me? As Kanan handed over the official file, he noted, the fact that you found that grueling exam easy is honestly mind-blowing. Haran kept his expression neutral, but his mind was racing. Even if it's a basic test of sustained energy flow, maintaining a precision margin within 0.3% is an absolute nightmare for most. Of course, these hurdles feel like child's play for someone who survived the second trial. Cannon quickly scanned the incoming data. Regardless, the metrics are phenomenal. We don't have to worry about the Holy Relic's quality. At this rate, we're crafting a true masterpiece. Haran gave a modest scratch of his head, trying to downplay the hype.
A masterpiece? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? The older man shook his head, clarifying the stakes. The Blue Tower houses an S-rank, fourth-tier artifact known as the Emperor's Ring. Now, if we look at raw output in a single element, it might not quite match the specialized power of the Emperor's Ring. However, your holy relic is being forged from primal elemental stones. It will be an integrated marvel capable of amplifying 4 distinct attributes simultaneously. In terms of sheer adaptability, it rivals the Emperor's Ring in every way. Hayran's heart skipped a beat, a flush of excitement warming his face. Are you saying my personal artifact will be an S-rank 4th tier? Hayran couldn't suppress the spark of triumph dancing in his eyes. That would put it among the most elite magical tools on the planet. Truly incredible. Seeing his genuine shock, Cannon offered a warm, knowing chuckle. I believe this is the first time I've seen Hayran look genuinely thrilled. Hayran tightened his fist, his voice full of resolve. Well, yes. Being mentioned in the same breath as the Emperor's Ring is a monumental honor. By the way, have you settled on a name for this artifact yet? My apologies, give me 1 second. I'm getting a ping from my father. An urgent message from Inhyuk appeared. Son, the vessel docks at 2:20 a.m. Your reagents will be delivered by 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. Seok Hyun will facilitate the handoff immediately after your drills. This news doubled Hayran's joy. Every single component for the elixir is finally under one roof. The next evening at 8 p.m. sharp, the grimoire of Ray Belbin was flung open. Hayran and Mimia stood in solemn silence, gazing at the mountain of rare materials spread out before them. The collection ranged from high-quality basics to an incredible array of legendary spiritual artifacts. Mimia's eyes beamed like high-intensity spotlights. Wow! Everything is in pristine condition, the quality is elite, and the proportions are perfect. The stars have aligned to brew the elixir immediately. Let's get these reagents prepped for the fusion. A short while later, Hayran was hunched over the workspace, cross-referencing every detail in the book. Mimia cautioned, "One slip could ruin the batch. Run a few drills with the surplus stock first to build your muscle memory." He nodded with intense focus. Understood. Precision is everything. Wait, is this the correct incision? Mimia coached him from the side. It's salvageable. Just shave off a hair more from the edge and try again. Handle this one with speed. It'll lose its potency if it's exposed too long. I think I actually nailed it. This component has been properly light-etched. Now segment this one into 3 equal parts while keeping it in total darkness. After another hour, he exhaled. Okay, this stage is successfully completed. Hayran's face was slick with sweat. Only the crown jewels of the recipe remained. Noticing the toll the task was taking, Mimia suggested, "How about a quick breather?" He was hesitant to break his flow, but knew he needed a steady hand. Hayran inventoried the remaining items. The 8-sided spire, the core of the catastrophe, and the gaze of Levon. These are priceless rarities. We won't get a second chance with materials this perfect. Failure is simply not an option. With the stakes set, Hayran and Mimia shared a brief tea break to settle their nerves. He took a cautious sip and gave a small nod. This is actually quite good. Immediately after, the atmosphere shifted back to high-intensity focus. Ready to dive back into the fire? Let's finish this. Hayran approached each step with surgical care. Starting with the octagonal horn, I'll flow the maximum mana density into the carving blade and begin the slow, rhythmic shaving of the outer shell. Mimia held her breath in total silence as he hovered the blade over the priceless artifact. The blade made its initial decisive incision. In that instant, Hayran's eyes snapped wide with intense focus. Mimia slid a sterile glass vessel forward to receive the organ. The heart of calamity requires a specialized bath, water infused with iridescent fairy wing dust, to purge all impurities while maintaining a rock-steady temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. This phase is incredibly temperamental. A single moment of diverted attention during the 6-hour soak could ruin the entire batch. Next, you must meticulously shroud the eye of Levon in a micro-thin film of stabilized mana. Skip this step, and the pressure buildup will cause it to detonate violently once it hits the boiling point. As the final prep wrapped up, Hayran exhaled a shaky breath of relief.
The raw ingredients are finally processed and stabilized. Beside him, Mimia swept her finger across the parchment to the next instruction. Now for the endurance test. We must simmer and stir the decoction without pause for 10 straight hours. Time lost all meaning in the heat of the lab until the first rays of morning began to bleed through the shadows. The grimoire of Ray Belbin remained spread wide on the workstation. A soft, ethereal glow bathed Mimia's hidden dimension. Exhausted by the mental strain, Haran had finally succumbed to a deep sleep right at his desk. Light, rhythmic footsteps echoed through the quiet room as someone approached. Mimia's face beamed with maternal pride. "You did it, successor. Against all odds, the synthesis is a flawless success." 5 sleek vials filled with a shimmering violet essence sat in the cooling rack. The legendary Mana Blessing elixirs. Fast forward a few days. The sleek hull of a private yacht cut through the waves, charting a course for Baekryong Island. Sung-chan stood at the bow, his hair dancing in the sea breeze and catching the sunlight. He turned back to look at the young man who had orchestrated this entire expedition. Everything was falling into place like clockwork. The joint training camp was finally here, the perfect cover for me to finally weave the complex expansion circle. Sung-chan bounced over and draped an arm around his friend's shoulders. "Look at you, posing like a high-fashion model. Should I snap a shot for your fans?" Haran just shot him a deadpan look. "Excuse me?" "You've got that brooding protagonist vibe down perfectly, and with this scenery, it's a literal masterpiece. Something still feels a bit empty in the frame, though." Haran shrugged, checking the horizon. "If you're going to take the photo, just get on with it." Suddenly, a spark of pure mischief lit up Sung-chan's hyperactive brain. He darted toward the other side of the deck. "Hey, Adela, get over here. We need a group photo." She looked up, tilting her head curiously. "A photograph? Now?" Sung-chan leaned into his best Gen Z influencer persona. Leaving a top-tier aesthetic spot like this without an outfit of the day post is basically a felony. Adela blinked, clearly out of the loop. "Is it really that serious?" He nodded vigorously, ushering her toward Haran. "Absolutely a crime. Come on, let's go. 1, 2, 3, team photo." "Perfect." The trio shot came out great. I'm dropping this in the group chat immediately to make everyone jealous. Now time to go bother the seniors for some selfies. Adela watched him dash away, marveling at his stamina. He's always a live wire, but today he's practically vibrating with energy. Haran, ever the pragmatist, offered a dry explanation. "It's just pre-game hype. It's been a long time since we've had a change of scenery." Adela turned to him. "But this is a business trip, not a vacation. Is it okay for him to be this giddy?" He shoved his hands into his pockets and sighed. "Let him have his fun. Once the real drills start, he won't have enough breath left to cheer." Then Adela changed the subject. "What about you? Not even a little bit excited?" Haran stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the distance. "Why would you ask that?" She let out a soft laugh at his stoic posture. "Because you look like you're heading into a funeral, not a training camp. Anyway, I heard the mana density at Baekryong is off the charts lately. I'm dying to feel it." He watched the island silhouette grow larger. "We'll have our answer soon enough. Have you ever set foot on Baekryong before, Adela?" She leaned against the railing, letting the wind toss her silver locks. "Once. About 5 years ago. It's a mage's paradise, truly the gold standard for cultivation." The faint hint of a smile tugged at the corner of Haran's mouth. "Baekryong Island. Show me what you've got." The rugged coastline began to emerge from the morning mist. Baekryong Island was now towering before them in all its mystical glory. Sung-chan let out a triumphant holler as the boat docked. "Behold, we have officially arrived at the promised land." The moment they disembarked, the team was escorted to their high-end living quarters. Haran gestured to the facility. "The Blue Tower didn't hold back. These lodgings were custom prepped for our stay." Sung-chan and Hyun reacted like they'd just won the lottery. "This is insane. Are we sure we're here to work?" Inside the kitchen, a team of world-class chefs was already plating a gourmet lunch. Sung-chan's eyes bulged as he spotted a platter of fresh seafood. "Is that actual lobster? We are living the dream." Ha-Ran looked at the spread, unimpressed. I've cooked bigger lobsters than those, though the presentation is nice. Across the room, Hyun was enthusiastically sampling the dessert tray. Adela, you have to try this cake. It's life-changing. Even the more reserved Jin So-ok and Shin-Hoo were clearly enjoying the high-end buffet. For a brief moment, the entire group sat together in harmonious, well-fed peace. That peace was shattered when Ha-Ran stood up, his voice dropping into instructor mode. All right, listen up. You have 30 minutes to digest. Gather at the main training field at 15:30 sharp. The atmosphere remained light and airy until the clock struck 3 o'clock. Then the tension began to settle in. At the Baekryong training grounds, Ha-Ran stood at the head of the formation, leading a light stretch. Is everyone focused? Before we dive into the heavy lifting, there is one crucial adjustment we have to make. Due to the fact that Baekryong Island's mana saturation is vastly superior to the mainland, everyone might experience some intense discomfort as your magic circles attempt to filter and absorb this high-density mana. To acclimate, I want everyone to begin a full cycle of mana circulation immediately. Jin So-ok let out a slow, measured breath and gently closed his eyes to focus. The other 3 third-year seniors followed his lead, sinking into a meditative state. The rest of the squad didn't miss a beat, initiating their own internal mana flows. Ha-Ran stood perfectly still, his sharp eyes tracking every twitch and rhythm of their breathing. After a moment of scrutiny, he provided his critique. Senior Shin-Hoo and Adela, your technique is flawless. Change nothing and maintain your current pace. They both gave a subtle nod of acknowledgement without breaking their flow. Ha-Ran then stepped toward Jin So-ok and Hyun. Senior Jin So-ok, you're overextending. Throttle your circle's magic output down by roughly 20%. Senior Hyun, you're underpowering. Crank your output up by 15% to compensate for the atmospheric pressure. As for the others, he didn't hold back, pointing out their flaws with blunt precision. Finally, he made his way to Sung-chan. Ha-Ran placed a steady, grounding hand on the center of Sung-chan's back. He offered tailored guidance. Sung-chan, slash your output by half and shift your posture to better align with your center of gravity. Sung-chan's face scrunched up in total bewilderment. Wait, what? Half? Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide as the energy stabilized. Sung-chan looked up at Ha-Ran with a beam of pure joy. Whoa, the friction is gone. This feels incredible. Seeing the immediate results, Ha-Ran issued the real challenge. Better, right? Good. Now hold that exact frequency for the next 60 minutes. Let's get to work. Seeing his calm smile, the group groaned in agony. You're a monster! Just finish us off now! That smile is the face of a devil! The hour crawled by like an eternity. When Ha-Ran finally called time, Hyun collapsed onto the grass in a heap. Good grief. Who in their right mind circulates mana for a solid hour straight? Shin-Hoo, wiping sweat from his brow, muttered, that was beyond exhausting. The third-year veteran laughed breathlessly, noting that if someone of his caliber was struggling, it was a miracle the others were still standing. A refreshing bottle of chilled water was suddenly held out toward them. Adela moved gracefully between her teammates. Please, everyone, rehydrate. You've worked hard. Jin So-ok took a bottle with a weary smile. Much appreciated, Adela. Ha-Ran remained silent, his gaze fixed on Adela's composed demeanor. Observing her lack of fatigue, he mused, Adela hasn't even broken a sweat. Her mastery over the mystic arts is truly in a league of its own. With the initial drill concluded, Ha-Ran stood with his hands on his hips and projected his voice. Has everyone caught the rhythm of the island's mana? No further questions? Excellent. We're moving into the primary phase of the camp. Training on Baekryong will be entirely self-directed from this point on. A look of pure confusion crossed Jin So-ok's face. Self-directed? Ha-Ran nodded firmly. Exactly. You are responsible for your own progress. I've given you the roadmap and corrected your foundations. For the rest of this trip, you will self-correct and push your own limits. And what exactly will you be doing while we're grinding away? He offered a perfectly logical excuse. I have my own calibration and attunement drills to complete. In reality, his plan was set. I need to synchronize with this mana density. Once I'm tuned in, my rate of advancement will skyrocket. Nearby, Hyun leaned over to Hana. Ha-Ran said this was his first visit to Baekryong, right? Hana nodded. I don't believe him. He acts like he owns the place. Haran's eyes were locked on the distant mountain peaks. The mana saturation up there is even more potent than the map suggested. This is perfect. I'll use this environment as a catalyst to finally ignite the expansion magic circle. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the group. That's all for today's joint session. You're free. The following morning, as the sun climbed toward its zenith, Haran had trekked deep into the rugged mountain terrain. It should be right around this coordinate. Suddenly, a pulse of foreign high-frequency mana hummed through the air. The sheer intensity of the sensation caused Haran to miss a step in surprise. Pushing through the final thicket, he let out a triumphant cheer. Found it! The sweet spot! He was standing directly atop a natural ley line. In high-density zones like Bec Ryong, there are specific intersections where magical energy pools into a vortex. Mages call these mana nodes. Despite being so close to the living quarters, the mana concentration here was a full 5% higher than the surrounding area. Haran pulled a small vial of shimmering purple liquid from his pack. Time to use the first of my 5 secret weapons. The Mana Blessing Elixir. Let's see if this ancient recipe lives up to the legend. He popped the cork and downed the entire potion in one go. All right, time to evolve. But the moment it hit his throat, Haran doubled over, coughing violently. Gods, that tastes like liquid garbage! Wiping his mouth and ignoring the foul aftertaste, he waited for the internal reaction. Haran instantly manifested his second magic circle, feeling the surge. A flush of heat rushed to his face as he pushed his limits. Infinite Circle, Biternell System, deploying the third circle. The sheer volume of mana flooding into his veins was staggering, far beyond anything he'd felt before. He gripped his chest, gasping. It's a tidal wave of energy. I have to hold the line. The complex geometries of the magic circle began to crystallize. If my focus wavers for even a millisecond, this mana will tear me apart from the inside. Sweat poured off him like rain as he wrestled the energy into submission. I just need to grit my teeth and hold on for one more hour. To jumpstart the expansion circle, I have to boost my current mana reserves by at least 20%. 30 minutes into the process, Haran whispered to himself, "The flow is finally leveling out. If I can just maintain this." Suddenly, a violent spasm racked his body, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson fluid. Staring at the mess on his palm, his voice shook with terror. What is happening to me?" It was 11 p.m. at a high-end urban hotel. Jihan stood by the window, tensely awaiting a connection. The voice on the other end crackled. "You're asking me to eliminate Haran?" He scowled, his irritation boiling over. "Yes, can you get it done?" The Black Tower sorcerer let out a dark, knowing chuckle. Assassination is always on the menu, however. The real challenge is bypassing the black shadows led by Seok Hyun. Jihan's composure fractured. Drenched in a cold sweat, he hissed, "I know, we have to ghost them completely. No mistakes." The Black Tower mage sat lounging in his chair, legs crossed. "As I've warned you, moving while they're on high alert is a suicide mission. We only mention this because the Black Tower values a top-tier client like yourself too much to see you fall." At that moment, a mutated rat darted from the shadows nearby. A group of alley cats instantly lunged after it. Watching the predator-prey dance, the mage told Jihan, "Stay in the shadows for now. We strike the second the target is isolated." Jihan slammed his fist against the wall, his face contorted. "No, that's too slow. We have to move immediately regardless of the risks." The sorcerer simply laughed, a mocking sound. "Is there some desperate reason why we can't wait for a clean opening?" Jihan's fear curdled into pure venom. "Seok Hyun, he's throwing his full weight behind Haran." The Black Tower mage went silent for a beat. "You mean the current chief enforcer of the great magic family?" He nodded frantically. "Yes. If Seok Hyun aligns with Haran, my future is over, and yours won't be far behind." The man on the line sighed. "Understood. We are fully invested in seeing you take the throne of the great magic family, but as I said, taking out Haran under Seok Hyun's nose is a near impossible feat." Jihan slumped into a chair and shouted back, "I don't care about impossible." "Hard doesn't mean there isn't a way." The mage transitioned into oily flattery. "Spoken like a true VIP, your instincts are razor sharp. There is indeed a perfect solution, just as you hinted, and as it happens, The target is currently on Baekryong Island. There's a specific phenomenon there we can exploit. Jihan's heart raced. Tell me, what is it? The Black Tower mage tapped a rhythmic beat on his desk. We trigger a localized mana catastrophe on Baekryong Island and frame it as a tragic natural accident. Jihan bolted upright, his voice a harsh bark. You're talking about a man-made magical disaster? Can you actually pull that off? The man remained chillingly calm. Absolutely. Given the current volatile state of Baekryong, it's actually quite easy. Jihan paused, trying to connect the dots. You mean because of the rising mana density? The mage smirked. Bingo. This is top-secret intel I'm sharing, but for a VIP, I'll peel back the curtain. On Baekryong Island, do you have any idea what's buried beneath the surface? Back on the mountain, Haran stared in horror at the blood staining his hands. He stammered, How? Why is this? Tracking the mana currents with his inner eye, he spiraled into a panic. This is a mana overflow, but it's not a standard surge, it's something far more violent. Just minutes ago, I was absorbing energy. Now it feels like every pore has transformed into a miniature black hole. It's siphoning mana directly from the ley line itself. A natural node shouldn't be capable of discharging this level of raw power. Focus, Haran, get a grip. The pain is so intense I can feel my consciousness slipping away. Mimia's stern warning echoed in his mind. Successor, if your mana goes critical, you cannot pass out. Fight through it or you won't wake up. That thought acted like a jolt of adrenaline, forcing him back from the brink. He whispered to himself, just hold on until the sun comes up. Don't let go, not yet. As dawn finally broke over the horizon, Haran was found sprawled motionless at the center of the mana node. Though his body was broken, his mind flickered with life. I can't move a muscle. My internal mana is dead quiet. Haran managed to roll onto his back, gasping for air. I've lost all sensation. I pushed way too hard. I guess it's a miracle I'm still breathing. He curled into a ball, lost in thought for a long stretch. Perhaps my consistent circulation drills and Mimia's guidance saved me, but what could have triggered such a violent mana surge so out of nowhere? Stranger still, the ley line that was pulsing with energy just moments ago has gone completely dormant. I can't detect even a flicker of mana from it. Behind Haran's back, a shadow shifted as the seconds ticked by. 2 days later, inside the high-tech specialized training hall on Baekryong Island, Sung Chan took a defensive stance, pleading with his eyes. Hey, go easy on me, okay? I'm not a punching bag. Haran began his warm-up stretches, a playful yet chilling smile on his lips. Let's see what I've got. Opposite him, Sung Chan's pulse spiked. That look on your face is giving me the shivers. Adela raised her hand, signaling the start. Commence! The moment the word left her lips, Haran lunged forward like a gale. First circle! Simui! Sung Chan groaned, his arms trembling as he held his barrier. You absolute madman, dial it back, tone down the output. Haran was electrified by his own growth. Even Simui feels rock solid from the jump. My raw mana capacity has surged, yet the mental tax is significantly lower. Now how does the resonance circle hold up? With the mental drain, previously my biggest hurdle, now minimized, the sustainability of my spells has skyrocketed. My efficiency and destructive power have climbed to a level that rivals a half-circle mage. I haven't pushed resonance to its limit yet, so the ceiling is still unknown, but... Sung Chan, now pale as a ghost, pointed a trembling finger at him. Are you actually trying to send me to the hospital? Haran ignored the complaint, his mind racing. There's no doubt the duration and potency have both been upgraded. Haran manifested another shimmering geometric pattern. All right, moving on. Third circle. Disturbance. A sharp crack echoed through the arena, reaching every corner of the surrounding dorms. Sung Chan's shield shattered into glowing shards. I seriously hate training with you. Adela watched from the sidelines, her eyes sparkling with genuine awe. Simply magnificent. Haran squeezed his fist, feeling the hum of power. Not a bad start. A wave of pure adrenaline washed over him. This is turning out to be incredibly effective. The expansion circle is a game changer. Night soon draped over Baekryong Island. The lights of the academy lodgings flickered on against the darkness. Moonlight spilled through the window, casting long shadows across the floor. Haran stepped out of the steam of a hot shower, trying to wash away the day's fatigue. He sank onto the edge of the bed, letting out a long, satisfied breath. Examining his palms, he mused, confirmed. The disturbance circle has stabilized perfectly. The feedback pressure on my body is lower, even though the area of effect has widened. I kept destruction in reserve during today's spar, but I need to start integrating it more fluently. The process is becoming second nature now. Haran drifted into a brief meditative state. When he snapped his eyes open, his pupils glowed with a brilliant molten gold. It wasn't just his mana that had evolved. His mystic eyes had undergone a metamorphosis. Since the eyes are a reflection of the mage's core, they had ascended alongside his circles. With the massive boost in mana flow, I can maintain this vision much longer. The complex colors of magical formulas and the very essence of raw sorcery are now crystal clear to me. Stepping away from his self-reflection, a nagging feeling of unease returned. He pulled on a fresh shirt, muttering his observations. The way the atmospheric mana on this island is thickening every single day. Something was deeply wrong. No matter how I calculate it, this saturation is accelerating too fast. If it keeps up, it'll ruin our drills. We'll be too busy just trying to breathe the air to actually train. After weighing the risks, Haran reached a firm conclusion. Time to investigate. He pulled up his phone to scan for local data. I'm almost certain there's a high-level research hub positioned right in the heart of the island. Fine, I'll clear my schedule tomorrow and dig into what's really going on at that lab. At that exact moment, a pulse of corrupted dark mana was radiating from the depths of the Baekryong Central Research Center. A raspy, chilling laugh bounced off the cold walls. The countdown has reached its final stage. A simple shift in the alignment of this mana core axis, and then the figure stepped into the dim light, revealing the face of the Black Tower mage, Tukit. His eyes burned with the zealot's fire. Everything for the glory of the Black Tower. The following afternoon, Haran signaled the end of the session. That's a wrap for today, everyone. Great effort all around. You're dismissed. I have an errand to run. Adela didn't pry, simply nodding with a quiet, "Stay safe." Watching him vanish into the distance, Xinhu looked perplexed. What's got him in such a rush? Sung Chan stretched his sore muscles and answered, he mentioned something about visiting the local research institute. Xinhu rubbed his chin, intrigued. The Mana Research Center? Why now? Jin Seook added thoughtfully, well, the mana levels on this island have been acting bizarre since yesterday. Maybe he's worried. Someone chimed in with a shrug. It's probably just a routine checkup, right? Meanwhile, the Baekryong Central Research Center, an observatory for the island's unique ecosystem and the primary facility dedicated to studying the frequent mana surges in the region. Haran arrived at the gates, his suspicion peaking. This is the only place with enough data to explain these weird atmospheric anomalies. A young woman stepped out to meet him. Welcome, Haran. He offered an apologetic scratch of his head. I'm sorry for the late arrival. She dismissed it with a graceful wave. Don't worry about it. We were the ones who requested a meeting at this hour, after all. Considering the gravity of the current situation, we reached out to you as a matter of urgency. Haran seized the moment to dig for answers. This is about the mana fluctuations, isn't it? Have you identified the source yet? The girl shook her head with a look of helplessness. No, we haven't made any meaningful breakthroughs so far. At the moment, our primary theory is a full-scale ley line riot. The director will clarify the specifics with you directly. Please wait here for just a moment. A few minutes passed before she eased the door open. A wave of peculiar mana rippled through the air as a silhouette emerged from the shadows. The door latched shut behind him. Apologies for the delay. Haran gave a slight involuntary start. The man standing before him was Tukit. Sorry to keep you waiting. Haran's heart hammered against his ribs for a split second. He played it cool, feigning confusion. Is there something on my face? Realizing his reaction was suspicious, Haran quickly shook his head. No, you just look much younger than I anticipated. Tukit offered a polished smile. I'll take that as a compliment. Would you care for some tea? Deep down, however, Haran knew he was being played. The fact that the director of the Baek Ryong Center was a young prodigy was public knowledge. But this skin-crawling sensation. This man claims to run the lab. He should be at least a seventh circle mage. A seventh circle is essentially an archmage. There are fewer than 10 such powerhouses in the entire country. Why would a living legend be pulling shifts as a local lab director? Just then, Tukit set down 2 cups of coffee with a cheerful flourish. Is coffee to your liking? Haran felt a chill run down his spine. Yes, thank you. Haran didn't even have the stomach to touch the cup. Is this man masking his true power, or is he an outright imposter? I need to settle this right now. Mystic Eye, activate. Haran's pupils instantly shifted to a brilliant, unnatural hue. Through his enhanced vision, he saw a shroud of eerie, subconscious mana clinging to Tukit like a second skin. A cold sweat broke out on Haran's brow. This can't be. Suddenly, Tukit spoke his name in a low whisper. I've heard you're a regular on the training grounds here. It must be exhausting to deal with all this chaos. Haran fought to reclaim his composure, forcing a light laugh. True, this island is usually a mage's paradise, but lately, even basic attunement feels like a battle. Tukit wore a mask of genuine concern. The mana spikes we've seen recently are a freak occurrence. It's far too volatile. You should probably cease all high-intensity magic for now. Haran barely heard him. His brain was busy deconstructing the truth. 6th circle non-elemental illusion magic. False image. A high-tier spell that uses a specialized mist to rewrite the caster's identity, creating a perfect human disguise. This director is a complete sham, and this suffocating dark mana signature, it's all coming back to me. This is the exact same energy that haunted Instructor Smith. The man standing in front of me is a mage from the Black Tower. Haran's survival instinct screamed at him to be ready for a fight. A terrifying realization dawned on him. Does this mean I've walked straight into a den of vipers? As he looked at Tukit, Haran forced himself to breathe. Stay focused. Act natural. If they realize I've seen through the mask, I'm not the only one in the crosshairs. My friends and the seniors will all be marked for death. For a fleeting moment, Tukit's gaze turned as sharp and cold as a surgical blade. He lifted his coffee cup and spoke in a flat, clinical tone. So, you wanted to discuss the mana saturation levels on Baek Ryong Island? Haran laughed, skillfully pivoting the conversation. Exactly. I'm trying to stay on schedule, but the density is so erratic it's making my synchronization drills nearly impossible. Tukit tapped at a tablet, a plastic smile plastered on his face. I understand. That must be incredibly frustrating. Regarding the current state of the island's mana, the two of them continued their verbal chess match, exchanging pleasantries and technical jargon. As the clock ticked on and the discussion wound down, the night grew heavy and dark. Haran maintained a friendly smile as he backed out of the institute. I'll get out of your hair now. Sorry for dropping in so late. Tukit stood in the doorway waving a polite farewell. Not at all. It was a thoroughly enlightening conversation. A few moments later, Haran disappeared into the night, maintaining a casual, unhurried pace. Even after he was out of sight, Tukit's hollow smile remained fixed in place. Then, Tukit's expression shifted as if sensing a strange ripple in the air. The girl at his side stepped forward, holding out a dark, heavy Black Tower cloak. Thank you for the performance. Shall I dispatch a tail to keep eyes on him? He smirked, pulling the dark fabric over his shoulders. Don't bother. Let him run. A shadow is already woven into his path. We don't want to leave any clumsy fingerprints. Besides, the boy is already a walking corpse. He doesn't have much time left. The girl's form shimmered as she shed her disguise to reveal her true self. Understood. Your will be done, Lord Tukit. Tukit simply smiled, his expression finally reflecting his true predatory nature. Then he whispered with a chilling softness, Shall we descend to the basement now? The girl trailed him closely, her voice laced with doubt. But Lord Tukit... Why the sudden appearance at the laboratory? Don't you think the boy has already sniffed out our trap? He shoved the heavy cellar door open and smirked. It's irrelevant. Even if he's deduced everything, he's merely a spectator to his own demise now. The island's mana core has been pushed beyond its breaking point. By tomorrow afternoon, this entire rock will be erased from the map. Deep within the facility, the spiritual stone was vibrating, undergoing a violent and unstable mana metamorphosis. Tukit watched the terminal in a state of pure ecstasy. No mortal power can withstand the raw fury of nature. Soon the world will be swallowed by the void. Everything is unfolding precisely as the Black Tower envisioned. On the path back, the only sound was the jagged rhythm of heavy breathing. Haran sprinted toward the dorms, his lungs burning. Damn it, what is happening? Why is an operative from the Black Tower embedded in the research lab? Am I being tailed right now? And that director? If he's reached the 7th circle, he isn't just a mage. He's high-ranking executive royalty within the Black Tower hierarchy. Why would a heavyweight like that be stationed on a remote backwater island like this? Is he really here just to fulfill Jihan's petty vendetta and wipe me out? But they aren't idiots. They have to know Seok Hyun's Black Shadow team is watching my every move. They wouldn't be that suicidal. What if I'm just a footnote in a much bigger plan? Either way, the mana waves hitting Baekryong are peaking, and having a Black Tower elite posing as a scientist proves they are using this island as a laboratory for something catastrophic. The timing is too perfect. Jihan's request for my disappearance arrived just as we docked. Our training camp is the perfect cover. If they've sabotaged the ley lines to trigger a mana riot, they can kill me in the chaos and blame it on a natural disaster. No evidence, no witnesses. But I'm empty-handed. I have zero physical proof to expose them. The smoking gun has to be hidden somewhere inside that laboratory. First step, get Uncle Seok Hyun to dig into the director's history. Second step, find a way to evacuate everyone before this island turns into a crater. The following morning, Haran's anxiety was visible. What do you mean the ship is grounded? The port official stood firmly by the gangway. Look at the sky, kid. The weather has gone completely haywire. No captain is brave enough to face those swells today. Haran countered quickly. What about the mana-driven vessels? They don't rely on wind or tide. The official tugged his cap lower, looking grim. The mana ships are bricked. The atmospheric mana is so thick it's clogging the intake valves. The engines overheat the second we turn the key. They're useless. A deckhand beside him rubbed his temples in frustration. And without a specialized engineer on site, we're just sitting ducks. Haran gritted his teeth, a sense of dread pooling in his stomach. Did the Black Tower plan the logistics this thoroughly? We're effectively quarantined. Sung-chan wandered over, picking up on the tension. Wait, the boat's a no-go? Haran nodded, his mind racing for an alternative. Yeah, we might have to send an emergency flare to Inchinport for a heavy-duty rescue ship. Shinhu scanned the darkening horizon. Helicopters are out too. The turbulence in this mana storm would swat them out of the sky. Jin Seo-ok asked tentatively, should we just resume our training at the facility? Haran opted for caution. Let's regroup at the dormitory for now. His thoughts were a chaotic blur. I can't tell them the truth yet. They'll lose their heads if they know we're trapped with a ticking bomb. The environment around them began to distort, the very air feeling heavy and electric. Suddenly, the phone in Haran's pocket gave a sharp, insistent vibration. His heart sank as he read the encrypted text from Uncle Seok Hyun. The director has vanished. No trace of his mana signature anywhere on the island. Reading the report, Haran's fear turned into a cold, sharp fury. A Black Tower executive just disappears into thin air, right when the island starts screaming, and... He stared at the screen, his mind working overtime. What is the end game? What are they waiting for? A torrential, unnatural downpour suddenly slammed into the island. Haran rendezvoused with Seok Hyun in the shadows. Uncle, give me the ground truth. How bad is it? Seok Hyun's eyes flickered with power as he made a subtle, sweeping motion. Give me a second. I'll cast a dry zone barrier so we can speak. Haran collapsed his umbrella and leaned in. Thanks. What did you find? Seok Hyun lowered his voice. The second I got your ping, I performed a forced entry at the lab. The place is a ghost town. Every server has been wiped, and all hard copies are ash. We've been combing the coastline since midnight, but the director has gone completely off the grid. Suspicion gnawed at Haran. Did he finish his work and flee, or is he hiding in the tall grass? Either way, they moved with terrifying efficiency. Seok-Hyeon looked at the young master with genuine concern. Young master, that facility isn't a research center. It's a crime scene. Hae-ran's voice was barely a whisper. You feel it too, don't you? The wrongness in the air. They spoke for a long time under the shimmering barrier. The rain is definitely a side effect of the mana saturation, Seok-Hyeon noted. But don't assume they've left just because they've gone quiet. Haran's eyes hardened. I'm going back in. I need to see that lab with my own eyes. Seok-Hyeon moved to block him. We've already cleared it. There's nothing but empty rooms. Suddenly, Seok-Hyeon saw a flash of In-hyuk in the boy's stubborn gaze. Stubborn and reckless. You really are your father's son. He sighed and placed a hand over his heart. Very well. If you're going, the black shadows go with you. Haran started to offer a grateful smile, but it vanished as a stabbing, white-hot headache tore through his skull. Young master! The rain hammered against the magical dome with increasing violence. Do you hear that? Seok-Hyeon caught him as he stumbled. Young master, stay with me! Haran's senses were overwhelmed. This isn't just noise, it's mana resonance, but it's jagged, wrong, nothing like the harmony of my infinite circle. It sounded like two massive tidal waves of energy crashing into each other, screaming in agony. It's coming from the lab! Seok-Hyeon hauled Haran up, his face grim. Young master, we have to move! Can you keep your footing? He fought to find his voice. I'm all right. More importantly, tell me you heard that agonizing sound just now. He furrowed his brow, scanning the desolate perimeter. Sound? Sir, there's nothing but the roar of the gale and the rain. The realization hit Haran like a physical blow. Am I the only one tuned into the frequency of screaming mana? Why is it wailing? Is it a warning or a death rattle? Activating his god's eye, he peered through the storm to see a shimmering, translucent dome encasing the distant research facility. Haran recoiled, his breath hitching. What in the world is that? A high-intensity containment field around the lab? It's saturated with volatile energy. One wrong vibration and the whole thing is going to go critical. The very oxygen felt heavy, saturated with a suffocating magical charge. The sheer volume of energy was enough to turn the lab's reinforced shields into glass. That psychic shriek from the mana, there was no longer any doubt. This isn't just a leak, it's a full-scale mana cataclysm, and we are standing in the shockwave of an imminent detonation. Haran's panic surged. Damn my blindness. How did I not see the fuse was already lit? Uncle Seok-Hyeon, follow me. We're breaking into that lab now. Witnessing the boy's desperate resolve, Seok-Hyeon barked to his men, Form up, we're moving in. Standing before the outer shell where raw mana lashed out like whipcord, even a veteran like Seok-Hyeon felt a primal chill. What kind of madness have they cooked up in there? A scout hurried back to report, Sir, a reinforced security aegis has been draped over the entire perimeter. This wasn't here during our midnight sweep. He analyzed the structure with a grim eye. A top-tier fortress shield woven from 720 parallel runic matrices. It's a self-healing loop. Break one thread, and the rest weave it back in seconds. Seok-Hyeon's heart sank as he calculated the odds. Young master, it would take a siege team 10 hours to crack this. This is overkill for a simple research outpost. Are you certain the source of the danger is trapped inside those walls? Haran didn't blink, his senses entirely locked onto the vibrating air. I am. I don't just think it. I know there is a thermal runaway occurring inside. If it pops, it won't just take the lab. It'll vaporize every inch of Baekryong Island. A ripple of pure terror swept through the elite Guardian squad. Haran began to gather a swirling vortex of light into his palm. Channeling the full weight of his fifth circle authority, he declared, Stand back, I'm taking this wall down. A flash of lightning tore across the sky, mirroring the spark in his hand. The impact of his strike sent spiderweb fractures racing across the surface of the barrier. A team member stammered in disbelief. But there are still 719 layers left to penetrate. Reading the flow of the energy, Haran warned, The pressure inside is building exponentially. It's about to burst its seams. He threw a sharp hand signal to Seok-Hyeon's unit. Get back, give me room. Haran synchronized every ounce of his training. Every complex spell has a focal point. If I can just sever the master thread, the back pressure from the core will exceed the barrier's ability to mend itself, triggering a total systemic collapse. He hunted for the microscopic flaw in the magic matrix, preparing to strike. Is he unsealing it manually? Seok-hyeon's jaw dropped in sheer astonishment. The air hissed as the guardians whispered, "Unbelievable. The entire containment fence is just dissolving." Seok-hyeon looked at the young man with newfound gravity. "I was told you only recently ascended to the 5th circle, but this—" One of the mages in the squad spoke up. "I'm a 5th circled practitioner too, but young Master Haran's output is on a completely different plane of existence." Another teammate could only mumble, "He bypassed 719 layers like they weren't even there." The sky continued to weep as the torrential rain blurred their vision. Reaching the threshold, a scout called out, "Empty! The security hub has been abandoned!" Haran turned toward a nondescript corridor. "This way, follow the heat. The mana is thickest here. It's bleeding through the masonry. This wall is a fake. Disturbance." The wall crumbled to reveal a dark stairwell. "There it is, the hidden sublevel." Seok-hyeon drew his weapon, taking the lead. "We'll clear the path. Stay behind us, young master." Haran nodded, slipping into the formation as they descended into the lightless tunnel. Emerging into a massive cavern, Seok-hyeon stopped dead in his tracks. "Good gods, look at the size of it." The room was dominated by a pulsing, erratic spiritual stone. The culprit of the island's agony was revealed. A massive, unstable heart of raw power. A spirit core, the concentrated essence of a world's mana, usually only found in the deep earth. Typically, these cores remain dormant miles below us, feeding the ley lines that act as the planet's circulatory system. Those vents are what we know as ley lines. And where these lines converge, the nodes, the mana density becomes so potent it can rewrite the laws of physics. This island is the ultimate junction. What kind of monsters would gamble with something this volatile? Seok-hyeon's mind raced through the implications. To think they were actually mining a spirit core right under our noses. A team member spat on the floor. "They're lunatics. This isn't research, it's an illegal stockpiling operation." Haran's face went cold, his eyes burning with a silent, murderous fury. His mind flashed back to the encounter with Tukit. It was obvious the Black Tower was pulling the strings, yet the director's true identity remained cloaked in shadows. "First things first. I have to neutralize this ticking time bomb." Seok-hyeon stepped toward Haran, his voice low and grave. "Young master, a history lesson. A foreign power once attempted to weaponize a spirit core. The resulting detonation erased half their civilization from the map. Even if we broadcast a total evacuation of the island this second, with the core in this state of violent agitation, we have no way of knowing how many minutes remain." Haran stood directly before the pulsating spirit core and drew a long, stabilizing breath. "Let me look into its heart." His gaze ignited with a celestial radiance as he pushed the god's eye to its limit. A dizzying array of hidden seals, forbidden charms, and intricate magic circles manifested in his field of vision. A sharp, throbbing headache bloomed behind his eyes. The sheer volume of metaphysical data was staggering. Even with his divine sight, processing it all felt like drinking from a fire hose, but one fact hit him with cold clarity. The countdown was at 60 minutes. In 1 hour, Baekryong Island would cease to exist. Seeing him stagger, Seok-hyeon's voice cracked with worry. "Young master!" as all color drained from Haran's face. Haran waved off the concern, speaking rapidly to the unit. "I'm okay, but listen carefully. We have exactly 60 minutes before this whole place blows." The team reeled from the bombshell, whispers of terror rippling through the ranks. "Only an hour?" Seok-hyeon stepped forward, his face set in stone. "Evacuation is a pipe dream. We'd never clear the blast radius in time." Haran nodded grimly. "Exactly. We're trapped." A desperate realization flickered in Seok-hyeon's eyes as he spoke hesitantly. "Then our only remaining path is—" Haran met his gaze with iron resolve. Haran delivered the verdict with chilling finality. "We have to stabilize the mana core ourselves," but his own logic fought against him.
How can we possibly tame a primal force? There isn't a single record in history of a mage successfully calming a runaway spirit core. Focus. Break it down. What is a mana core at its essence? He recalled the ancient texts he'd pored over at Mimia's spring. Those scrolls claimed that even locating a spirit core was an impossible feat for mortals. They belonged to the deep earth, nested far beneath the mantle, cradled near the planet's very center. Even the rare surface-level cores project mana over such a vast radius that pinpointing the heart is a nightmare. Usually, the act of excavation itself kills the core. The shift in geological pressure breaks its connection to the world, rendering it inert. But this one was different. It was alive, screaming, and fully operational. Those Black Tower fanatics. What kind of dark alchemy did they use to keep this thing beating outside of its natural cradle? Haran ground his teeth, a bitter taste in his mouth. Damn them all. He stared at the pulsing light with a mix of regret and fury, his heart a storm of conflict. We're fighting a ghost we don't understand. Suddenly a firm, grounding hand came down on his shoulder, snapping him out of the spiral. It was his most trusted protector. Haran blinked, looking up. Uncle Seok-han? In the shadow of certain death, the veteran spoke with a gentle, fatherly warmth. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders alone. We stand with you until the end. Feeling their unwavering loyalty, Haran's breathing leveled out as his focus returned. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. We're flying blind right now, though. Scour every inch of this room. We need every scrap of data on this core's current frequency. The room exploded into activity. Seok-hyun pivoted to his comms. I'm alerting the Patriarch immediately. Haran gave a sharp nod. Do it. Go. As the gears turned, he sank back into a state of hyper-analysis. I can't wait for my father or the Blue Tower Master to save us. By the time they arrive, we'll be stardust. 1 hour. I have to find the off switch for a literal natural disaster. Meanwhile, at the majestic estate of the great magic family, the storm outside raged as fiercely as the news inside. In-hyuk stood in the shadows of his study, his voice a low growl. Speak! The voice on the line was frantic. The core goes critical in 60 minutes! There is zero time for a standard response. His expression shifted into something truly terrifying. If my son is at risk, the word impossible does not exist to me. In-hyuk barked out a series of high-level commands. Listen well. Scramble every mana-powered warship in the fleet. I want every 8th Circle Archmage and above on deck within 5 minutes. Move! Back at the lab, the Guardians were tearing through the wreckage for clues when one man stopped in his tracks. He let out a jubilant shout. Young Master! I've breached the server! I have the research logs! Haran was at his side in a heartbeat. Show me! Now! The final pieces of the puzzle seemed to shimmer into view as the holographic display flickered to life. The digital clock was bleeding seconds. Before him lay a labyrinth of encrypted, high-level secrets. Haran's eyes scanned the scrolling text. It's a massive data dump, but the encryption is tied to the countdown. He theorized with growing dread. Is this a scorched earth protocol? Does the system delete itself the moment it's accessed? Even if we find the answer, the Black Tower wants us to watch it vanish while we die. Haran turned to the technician. Can we pull this onto a local drive? The man wiped sweat from his eyes. It's locked behind a master-level soul-binding seal. I need hours, not minutes. The news hit like a hammer, leaving Haran frozen in a heavy silence. The technician stammered nervously, Young Master? Just as a brilliant molten gold light erupted from Haran's eyes. Haran's voice dropped to a fierce, focused growl. I'm not waiting for a backup. I'm analyzing the entire data set with my own eyes. The world around him slowed to a crawl. I didn't expect to find the Black Tower's fingerprints so clearly. My theory about Jihan's involvement is finally becoming a reality. Is this the end of the line? Am I supposed to die here dragging everyone down with me? Not a chance, Jihan. I will survive this hell, and then I am coming to tear your world apart. Haran whispered to himself for a moment, tracing the ley lines of the mana core as if solving a complex geometric puzzle. His face lit up with sudden clarity. Yes, that's the trick.
But the excitement faded into a frown. How do I actually vent this pressure? We're severely understaffed for a job this big. There's no other way around it. Get the entire squad down here immediately. And while you're at it, grab the satchel from my dorm room. In record time, the group was assembled. Adela peered at the pulsing heart of the island with a pale face. So that's the core, and we only have about 40 minutes before it detonates? He gave a grim nod. Correct. I've analyzed the readings. If we want to see tomorrow, we have to neutralize this energy spike now. Shinhu muttered. So this thing is the reason the sky has been falling. Hyun added with a shaky voice. Great. So we have 40 minutes to save the world or be vaporized. No pressure. Jin Seo OK crossed his arms, his eyes sharp. You didn't bring us here just to deliver a eulogy. You've got a strategy, right? Heiran nodded firmly. I do. I've gathered you here to perform a forced stabilization. This is an elixir I call the Mana Blessing. It's specifically designed for practitioners at the 4th circle or below. It supercharges your mana absorption rate to an extreme degree. Someone interjected, sounding skeptical. You want us to drink a random potion during a meltdown? Is this even safe? Haran shot back with total confidence. I brewed it myself and ran the trials. It's perfectly clean. One by one, they began to huddle around. You actually synthesized this? You drank it yourself? After a frantic debate, he laid out the final plan. There are 4 doses left. We use these to siphon the core's excess energy and vent it through the secondary ley lines. This was the blueprint for their survival. Lightning tore through the sky, but Haran didn't flinch. The Baekryong core is currently in a state of thermal runaway, and the conduits that normally bleed off the energy are fractured. By using this elixir at the key nodes, we can force the overflowing mana into the unstable conduits, creating a chain reaction that forces the energy lines to oscillate in sync. This surge will cause a controlled mana bleed into the atmosphere, eventually bringing the core back to a stable baseline. Haran's voice turned somber. But there's a catch. Someone has to physically stay at those nodes, drink the elixir, and act as a human conductor for the mana. The sheer volume of energy passing through you will be astronomical. If your focus wavers, your mana circuits will shatter. It could lead to a permanent magical burnout. In the worst case, it won't just be your career as a mage that ends. Back on the muddy path, Hana called out through the rain, Adela, wait! Ignoring the storm, Adela steeled her resolve and began to swallow the shimmering liquid, gulp after gulp. The warning rang in her mind. This could be a one-way trip. Shaking off the fear, she urged the others, Every second counts! Move out! Elsewhere, the final countdown began. Heiran's internal focus reached a fever pitch. I have to stay at the epicenter to balance the heart of the core. I can't leave this post. I need my most reliable allies at the vents. Adela Senior Shinhu, Senior Jin Seo Ok, and Senior Hyun. The lives of everyone on this island are in your hands. The deluge showed no signs of letting up. The shadows of the Black Shadow team led the group to their posts. We've reached energy node number 4. Haran's voice crackled through the comms, tense and low. Senior Hyun, prepare for synchronization. Hyun stared at the glowing vial in her palm, her usual confidence flickering. She turned to the screen, her voice quiet. Haran, be honest. Is this about raw power or precise mana manipulation? It's the control that matters most, isn't it? Haran answered steadily. Yes, precision is everything in this drill. Hyun looked at the younger boy beside her. Then Sungchan should take my place. He's the better choice. Sungchan's eyes went wide. Wait, me? You want me to do it? Hyun looked at him with a heavy, trusting gaze. Haran knows it too. When it comes to delicate mana weaving, you've always surpassed me, Sungchan. Given the stakes, there was no room for ego. The most skilled person had to be at the node. Sungchan stammered, touched by her sudden humility. Senior, Hyun pressed the vial into his hand. You've worked harder than any of us. Prove it now, Sungchan. Save us. Sungchan looked down at the purple liquid, his throat tightening with nerves. He let his umbrella fall into the mud as a crack of thunder boomed overhead. Fine, I'll do it. I can handle this. Haran, are we really doing this? Haran squeezed his eyes shut for a second, centered himself, and then looked into the camera. He flashed a small, encouraging smile and a thumbs up. I wouldn't trust anyone else. I'm counting on you, partner. Above, the sky remained a bruised purple, choked with thick, swirling clouds. A pale hand reached for a sleek smartphone on a mahogany desk. Tukit toweled his damp hair, a cold, detached amusement in his eyes as he watched the monitors. And so the curtain rises. This is going to be a day for the history books. I think I'll enjoy the show from the comfort of this suite. Just then, his phone began to vibrate incessantly with an incoming call. He answered the call with a mockingly cheerful expression. Ah, welcome, my most distinguished guest. On the other end, the voice was rigid with panic. My father has already detected the Spirit Core's critical state. Jihan's face twisted as he barked into the receiver. And what now? What's your move? Tukit leaned back, acting completely indifferent. Then I suppose I shall do absolutely nothing at all. Jihan's voice rose in sheer disbelief. What? What the hell are you talking about? Do you have any idea how much of my capital you've burned through for this? Tukit's fingers didn't stop moving. He was tracing a complex, eerie runic circle in the air. My apologies, I misspoke. It's not that I'm idle. It's that there is simply no need for me to lift a finger. Baek Ryong Island is now a total dead zone, completely cut off from the world. Even if a top-tier 8th Circle Archmage mobilizes right this second, by the time they pierce the perimeter there will be nothing left but a smoldering crater. Interference or not, Shin Ha-ran is a dead man walking. Sit back and enjoy the fireworks, dear customer. Jihan's temper was fraying. He spoke through gritted teeth. You're just lucky this storm is playing into your hands. Don't let it go to your head. Tukit's playful expression flattened into a cold stare. I think you've profoundly misunderstood the situation. Do you honestly believe it's a mere coincidence? A storm of this magnitude appearing exactly when we need it? Jihan scowled, baffled by the mage's cryptic arrogance. What are you implying? I'm saying, the fact that the core is redlining, the conduits are failing, the technicians are gone, and a blockade-level storm is sealing the ports. Tukit raised his palm toward the ceiling as if grasping the heavens. The storm is literally fueled by the core's own mana. Even flight magic is grounded in this turbulence. Do you still think this is just a lucky break? The realization finally dawned on Jihan. So you're telling me every single variable was engineered? Tukit continued in a slow, rhythmic tone. The initial breach has already occurred. The final detonation will trigger within the hour. The assassination is, for all intents and purposes, complete. Jihan squeezed his eyes shut, his knuckles white. But what if the impossible happens? What if the plan fails? Tukit let out a sharp, predatory laugh, filled with pure disdain. If a literal miracle occurs and he crawls out of that wreckage, then I will personally finish the job myself. So spare me the whining, and ensure my payment is ready. If that's all, I have a show to watch. Jihan tried to shout over him. Wait, don't you dare! You! Before he could finish, Tukit ended the call with a disrespectful flick of his wrist. He stared at the darkened screen, his mind drifting back into cold calculation. Tukit settled in, savoring the chaos like a master of ceremonies. But suddenly he leaned forward, his eyes widening in genuine surprise. A piercing beam of light cut through the distant storm. A mana flare? No, that shouldn't be possible. His pupils contracted as he focused on the horizon. Damn you, Haran. You really are a persistent little pest. The scene shifts to Adela's position. Despite the stinging rain and the howling wind, she stood her ground with unwavering focus. At Shinhu's post, he squeezed his eyes shut to drown out the thunder. Node 1 has successfully initiated mana circulation. Node 2 is online and beginning the cycle. Node 3 is active, stabilization cycle in progress. He entered a deep trance, channeling every ounce of his mental fortitude. Haran held his breath at the epicenter, a silent prayer echoing in his mind. Please, hold on. I'm counting on you all. The synchronization was working. The violent whirlpool of energy within the spirit core began to flatten out as the flow found its new channels. Seok Hyun relayed the data in a hurried report. The connection to each ley line is grounding. The atmospheric interference is dropping. Our comms are clearing up. The technical team moved in unison, commencing illusionary projection to stabilize the feedback loop. An alarm blared through the facility. Haran's head snapped up. Mana surge detected at Node 1. Adela's body buckled under the pressure, and she coughed up a spray of blood. Haran shouted the command instantly. Pull Adela back! Break the connection immediately! The surge was the goal. The line is vented. Lady Adela is clear. She's receiving emergency treatment now. At Node 2, Xinhu collapsed as the massive power flooded his circuits. Node 2 has reached surge capacity. Xinhu is down but stable. Medical team is on it. The core's angry hum was noticeably fading. The pressure was dropping. At Jinseo Oak Station, the struggle was just as fierce. Node 3 has surged. Hang in there, Seo Oak. Don't let go. Drenched in sweat and trembling from the strain, Heiran's voice was desperate. Only one left. What's the status of Node 4? Before the monitor could update, Hyun's scream pierced the comms. Node 4 is going critical! Sung-chan! Sung-chan doubled over, blood staining his lips as he clutched his chest in agony. A harrowing shriek tore from his throat. Sung-chan's internal mana flow was spiraling into chaos. At this rate, his heart would give out before the stabilization surge even began. Blinding shafts of light plummeted from the heavens, striking the energy conduits with surgical precision. The first ley line reached its breaking point, erupting in a spectacular plume of raw mana. Seconds later, the second conduit detonated in a similar fashion, followed immediately by a third. As the third ley line released its pent-up pressure into the atmosphere, Haran stood fixed before the massive spirit stone encased in its reinforced chamber. Through the glass, he saw the stone's volatile glow dimming to a level detectable by the naked eye. Just one more. Node number 4 is the only one left. Give me a status report on Sung-chan's position. At the fourth node, Hyun's voice crackled through the comms, high-pitched with dread. Node 4 is failing. Sung-chan was doubled over, clutching his chest as he wheezed in agony, unable to squeeze out a single word. He let out a guttural roar as his magical circuits misfired. The mana was backing up like a flood. He was going to be vaporized from the inside out before the surge could clear. Hyun lunged forward to pull him out of the circle, but the black shadow guards restrained her. Sung-chan, let me take over. You can't. The captain barked a sharp denial. Stop. We're out of the elixir. You won't survive the transition. Tears of frustration blurred her vision as she hissed a curse at the sky. Damn it all, there has to be a way! Sung-chan collapsed into a fetal position, the sensation of white-hot needles racing through his veins. It hurts too much. It feels like my internal organs are being shredded. Suddenly, Haran's voice cut through the white noise of pain, tethering him to reality. Sung-chan, focus on me. Can you hear my voice? Haran called his name with relentless intensity. Sung-chan, listen very carefully to what I'm saying. 3 of the 4 major ley lines have already successfully vented their energy into the atmosphere. Haran's eyes flared with a divine light. I'm tracking the mana tides. I see it now. The exact current that's overwhelming you. That's him. He's pushing his limits so hard that his own mana engine is spinning out of control. Haran made a split-second tactical call. I am going to temporarily sever the mana feed to your node. You have 5 seconds to reset your breathing and stabilize your core. The swirling obsidian aura surrounding the spirit stone began to churn at a slower, more manageable pace. Haran poured every ounce of his mental willpower into micromanaging the core's output. He ground his teeth, his muscles trembling as he shouldered the burden to keep his friend from shattering. Hyun scrambled to Sung-chan's side the moment the pressure dropped. The flow has hit a lull. Now, Sung-chan, fix your breathing. If you don't pull this off, we are all dead. Every single person on this island. I am putting everything I have into your talent. If you quit now, you aren't just giving up. You're choosing to take us with you. So you get back up and finish this. Do you hear me? Sung-chan muttered hoarsely. You talk way too much. I'm still here. I'm going to finish this. Despite his bravado, his pulse was erratic. Every inch of me is screaming. Did the others feel this? No. Haran is taking the brunt of it for me right now. I can't let his effort go to waste. Suddenly, a sharp command. Sung-chan! Haran pushed him one last time, demanding his absolute best. I'm opening the floodgates again. You're ready for this, right? Sung-chan's expression hardened as he dug his fingernails into his palms. Am I ready? No. I'm already done. He screamed in his mind, I have to do this! Glittering motes of light began to spiral upward from his body. Hyun gasped in relief. Sung-chan, you're doing it, look! His eyes rolled back, white and terrifying as the sheer volume of power transitioned through his body. The operative on the comms reported the final update. Node 4 has officially hit mana overload. The vent is successful. The moment the circuit closed, Sung-chan went limp, losing consciousness instantly. Hyun and the medical team rushed in to lift his exhausted body from the mud, their weary, successful faces reflecting back from the monitors in the command center. Back at the core, Haran was slumped against the console. Young master, you've pushed your limits into the red zone. His eyes were clouded with deep fatigue. I'll be fine. I knew Sung-chan wouldn't let me down. Seok-hyun looked at the screen, a rare look of respect on his face. Your comrades are truly exceptional mages, young master. Haran managed a small, tired smile. That's right. I'm not carrying this world alone. They all chose to stand by me. They staked their lives on my plan. But the final act is still ahead of us. The island was still in mortal danger. The spirit core was a ticking clock. Even though the primary pressure had been vented, the internal structure was still slated for a catastrophic collapse. Now it's finally my turn to finish what we started. Haran shook off his lethargy, his focus sharpening into a razor's edge as he returned to the task. He stared directly into the heart of the colossal spirit stone. A heartbeat later, his irises dissolved into a brilliant molten gold. God's Eye, activate! The world transformed into a blueprint of raw energy. Perfect. I can see the core's skeletal structure and the exact pulse of the remaining ley lines. He raised his hand high, gathering a swirling sphere of pure white radiance. Sixth circle resonance, biternal style. Even after all that effort and everyone's sacrifice, is the core's residual power still this massive? Despite my current exhaustion, I can still exert influence over this energy. Diverse magical currents converged into a breathtakingly ethereal display. Disturbance. Haran clenched his jaw and made a split-second resolute choice. Even Seok-hyun stopped breathing as he waited for the outcome. Two colossal streams of energy collided. The containment vessel shattered, unleashing a magnificent pillar of light that pierced through the clouds and into the heavens. The spirit stone pulsated with a mesmerizing prismatic radiance that bathed the room in 7 colors. Simultaneously, a rhythmic vibration shuddered through the island as if it were letting out a final, heavy sigh. Time slowed. A jagged, massive opening now exposed the subterranean base to the sky above. The oppressive storm clouds dissolved, and the horizon gradually reclaimed its serene, azure glow. Sung-chan lay motionless, showing no signs of returning to consciousness. Sung-chan, he's still completely out. Unexpectedly, his eyelids flickered open ever so slightly. Is this the part where I die? Hyun and Minterset were so paralyzed by fear they barely drew breath. You absolute moron! You idiot! Don't you dare give up on us now! Look at the sky! Haran actually pulled it off! Only the two of them were there, their voices echoing loudly in the clearing. Hey, Sung-chan, can you hear me? The sky! You weren't kidding, sis. It's gorgeous. That kid Haran, he really did the impossible. If this is my final view, it's a pretty good one. Sung-chan finally drifted back to the waking world after a long, feverish dream. Adela and the rest of the crew were huddled nearby, their faces etched with concern. Are you finally with us? Sung-chan blinked in a daze, his mind struggling to catch up with his surroundings. Where am I? Didn't we all get vaporized? Wait, this looks like a hospital. This looks... Jin Seo-oke held up a smartphone, a wide grin on his face. Baekryong Island is standing and everyone is alive. While you were counting sheep, the news and the entire internet went absolutely ballistic. Check this out. Sung-chan took the phone, his eyes widening as he scrolled through the headlines. Haran's name was plastered across the front page of every major news outlet. Shin-Hoo stood at the foot of the bed with his arms crossed. That overachiever already headed back to the academy. No rest for the weary. He's busy managing the cleanup and dodging a literal mob of reporters. Adela let out a breath of pure awe. He is truly in a league of his own. The scene shifts to In-hyuk's study. It is, using his god's eye. He identified the exact moment of the spirit core's eruption and countered it with a form of magic I have never witnessed in all my years. To neutralize a core of that magnitude and save every soul on that island. I saw it all happen with my own eyes, right beside him. Inhyuk massaged his temples, lost in a labyrinth of thought. It is a peculiar turn of events, to say the least. Of all the people to be present, he was the one caught in the epicenter, and yet he possessed the exact key to defuse it. He issued further directives with a cold precision. Regarding the catastrophe on Baekryong Island, we've greenlit a joint task force with the Blue Magic Tower, even if the disaster was averted. A breach of this scale must never under any circumstances be allowed to repeat itself. Magical scripts and enchanted symbols began to flutter out from the ancient tome. Mimia sat there with her cheeks puffed out, looking incredibly cross. Haran could only manage a nervous, forced smile. He approached her cautiously, treading lightly as if on eggshells. "Mimia, why the long face? What's bothering you?" The grimoire creaked open further. Mimia's fiery, indignant gaze locked onto Haran, pinning him in place. A bead of sweat rolled down Haran's neck as a chill took hold of his limbs. He let out a shaky, awkward laugh. "Mimia, talk to me." Mimia remained silent, her tiny frame leaning forward as she scrutinized him with intense curiosity. For a fleeting moment, Mimia's lips twitched into a mysterious, knowing smirk. A second later, she could no longer contain her excitement. Her eyes shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 stars as she beamed at Haran. Mimia's energy spiked as she began to laugh and skip joyfully in circles around him. He was completely lost as to what had triggered this change, but he kept grinning to match her infectious spirit. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Haran. "Wait, hold on, there's something I need to clarify." Mimia paused and glanced back. "Well, don't keep me waiting. What is it?" Haran's expression clouded with suspicion as he lowered his voice. "I've noticed there's a total lack of information regarding dark mana in these records. Do you have any insight into that?" Mimia tilted her head and pointed toward a specific section of the archives. "Dark mana? If you're looking for the dark elemental arts, that's all kept over there." Haran rubbed his chin and shook his head dismissively. "No, that's not it. I'm talking about a specific type of mana, one that feels fundamentally corrupted by shadow. Do you follow me? That specific tainted energy?" Mimia's expression shifted from playfulness to profound confusion. Haran looked her squarely in the eye. "Mimia?" After a tense moment of hesitation, Mimia whispered, "Successor." The atmosphere around her grew heavy and dark. Her eyes began to glow a menacing crimson as she demanded, "Where exactly did you encounter this corrupted mana?" Haran paused, his mind racing through his options. "I just realized I haven't breathed a word to her about the Black Tower yet. How do I even begin to explain this mess?" After a long silence, and he finally sighed and began, "Fine, here's the whole story." After an eternity of explanation, Mimia shrieked in shock. "You mean to tell me you've been under constant siege by the Black Tower?" Haran nodded gravely. "First, it was a faculty member at the academy, and then it was the director of the research center on Baekryong. Both times I encountered them. I could sense that same foul, corrupted dark mana clinging to them like a shroud. It makes my skin crawl like a freezing wind hitting my spine. That's the warning sign I get whenever the Black Tower is closing in." Mimia's eyes blazed as she balled her tiny hands into fists. "Successor, why on earth are you only mentioning this to me now?" Haran hesitated, glancing at Mimia with a sheepish look. "I'm sorry. After we met, I honestly thought I'd seen the last of the Black Tower's shadow." Mimia huffed, turning her back on him in a fit of pique. "Even so, keeping a secret of this magnitude?" Haran offered a nervous chuckle to soothe her. "Well, I'm coming clean now, aren't I?" Mimia's temper flared at his nonchalance. She slammed her palm against the table and snapped, "Do you think this is a joke? I am about to divulge something of vital importance, so you had better pay attention. You're aware that all contemporary sorcery traces its roots back to primordial magic, correct?" Haran gave a firm nod. "I am." Mimia pressed on. "The infinite magic circle is a system anchored in that very same primordial natural mana. So do you believe the origin of the dark arts wielded by the Black Tower The foul energy you described also stems from primordial magic? Haran rubbed his chin, a seed of doubt taking root. No, it feels fundamentally different. It possesses a resonance entirely distinct from standard dark elemental spells. Mimia pointed an accusing finger at him, her voice rising. Exactly. Standard dark magic is just another branch of basic elementalism. This, however, is something else entirely. It is a separate lineage, a corrupted system of magic that stands apart from the natural order. He stiffened as the gravity of her words set in. Are you saying there was a different architect who founded this dark path? Mimia's voice dropped to a somber, haunting whisper. Precisely. A blight upon our history. A being whose essence erodes the very fabric of mana and poisons the world. The progenitor of the dark arts, the one who unravels the structure of all known energy. His name is Veisoto. Meanwhile, in a high-rise luxury, elsewhere within the opulent walls of Shin Jihan's penthouse, inside, Jihan shattered a priceless vase in a fit of rage, screaming, "Tukit! What did you just tell me? Wasn't your guarantee that Shin Haran would breathe his last on Baekryong Island? Because of your spectacular failure, Haran is being hailed as the hero who saved the entire region. The internal factions of the family are flocking to his side in droves now. Every major tabloid is plastered with his face and glowing praise." Jihan lunged forward, seizing Tukit by the collar. "How do you intend to answer for this disaster, Tukit?" Jihan's face was a mask of livid, ashen fury. Yet Tukit didn't flinch. A chilling, murderous edge bled into his voice as he commanded, "Take your hands off me." Once the grip on his collar was released, Tukit let out a weary sigh. "Forgive me. I find it distasteful to let my true nature slip." Tukit smoothed his clothes, his voice eerily calm. "I accept full accountability. This oversight was mine." Jihan snarled back, "Accountability? What does that even mean to a failure like you?" Tukit explained with chilling detachment. "His fame has soared, his supporters have multiplied, and he's the front-runner for the succession. But if he ceases to breathe, all those accolades become worthless, don't they?" Jihan lost his grip on his composure, stammering, "You mean you'll execute Shin Haran yourself? How could you possibly get close enough?" Tukit eyes glinted. "The Olympiad. As long as he remains on our soil, he is shielded by the eyes of the public and the reach of the powerful. But the moment he steps across the border, he is mine. At that moment, Tukit curled his lips into a predatory grin. "In the name of the Black Tower and the gods of the Abyss, I will personally erase his existence to cleanse this stain on my record." The scene shifts to the quiet exterior of a villa nestled in the night. Haran lay staring at the ceiling, his mind a whirlpool. Information on Veisoto only becomes accessible once I master the fifth circle. Earlier that day, Mimia had been blunt. "All I can tell you is that the Black Tower is your absolute enemy. You must grow stronger if you hope to survive the coming storm." Despite her advice, Haran's heart refused to settle. "The unease won't leave me. I know the name and the shadow behind the Black Tower now, along with the existence of the Mana Cloak, but I've only seen the surface. That power is locked away until the fifth circle. True magic, the cloak, Veisoto, the dark arts. It's all tethered to my next advancement. I have to push past my limits before the Olympiad begins." The next morning, at the sprawling Blue Tower headquarters, Haran was dressed in sharp, formal attire, eyeing the massive structure with a sense of anticipation. Kang Gwyn stepped forward to lead the way. "Welcome to our premier artifact workshop." Haran followed, curious. "Is that the classified tech the public hasn't heard about yet?" Kang Gwyn turned to him. "The Baekryong incident was a shock to us all, and we feel a deep sense of responsibility. As your sponsors, we are doubling our commitment to your team." Haran smiled warmly. "I appreciate the support, Tower Master." Kang Gwyn stopped before a massive humming device. "Now, here is something you simply must witness." Haran gasped as he looked at the intricate machinery. "What is this thing?" His brow furrowed in bewilderment. "I don't understand. I've never seen a mechanical setup like this in my life." Kang Gwyn stroked his chin, looking smug. Of course you haven't, he boasted. This entire apparatus was engineered for a singular purpose, to forge a custom artifact just for you, Haran. Haran was speechless. You built all this just to craft a single relic? Kang Gwyn nodded. Indeed. This machine compresses mana stones with a precision of less than 0.1% deformation per cycle. After 100,000 repetitions, the stone is refined until it is as thin as a sheet of parchment. You requested an artifact that wouldn't impede your movement, something sleek, lightweight, and intuitive. We explored every known avenue, but this was the only way to achieve perfection. This is the world's first 4-attribute fusion artifact, and the first to be controlled entirely through the user's gaze. It is the crowning jewel of the Blue Tower. Haran stared in total shock. All of this for one magic tool? Kang Gwyn explained with pride. I experimented with dozens of methods. None could match the output of this machine. A global first in quad-attribute integration and a pioneer in eye-linked technology. This is the masterpiece that defines the Blue Tower's legacy. I am certain that with you wielding it, Haran, these tools will usher in a new era of magic. A moment later, as their tour concluded, Kang Gwyn turned to him with a friendly smile and asked if the meal had been satisfactory. Haran glanced down at the empty plate and beamed. Yes, the flavors were truly exceptional. He dabbed his mouth with a napkin, looking pleased. I owe you one for introducing me to such a hidden gem. Kang Gwyn's laughter filled the room. I'm thrilled you enjoyed it. Now then. His expression shifted instantly into one of gravity as he lowered his voice. What was it that you wished to consult with me about so urgently? Haran didn't blink. Straight to it, then. I wanted to discuss the security protocols here. Kang Gwyn snapped his fingers, a confident smirk playing on his lips. While our defenses are top tier, one can never be too careful when perfection is the goal. In an instant, a shimmering soundproof barrier rippled through the air, isolating their table from the rest of the world. Kang Gwyn leaned forward, his focus sharp. The floor is yours. Speak freely. Haran cleared his throat. I won't beat around the bush. A sharp, calculating glint flickered in the depths of his eyes. There is a massive probability that the Dark Tower will try to sabotage the upcoming Olympiad. Kang Gwyn's composure cracked, his voice rising in alarm. What? That's a heavy accusation. Do you have proof? Haran continued. You remember my interview after the Baekryong Island incident, right? I publicly revealed the existence of my mystic eye. By doing that, I essentially handed the Dark Tower a map of my weaknesses and let them see the boundaries of my power. It was a gamble I had to take to explain what happened on that island, but it was also a stage to showcase my potential, and to the entire world. And based on your understanding of the family's internal politics, that move actually worked. I've gained a significant wave of support from the Demon Clan's higher-ups. Kang Gwyn looked at him with newfound respect. I watched that broadcast. You played a dangerous game, Haran, turning yourself into a lightning rod for the Olympiad. A move like that requires nerves of steel and overwhelming skill. But isn't your mystic eye just a sensory tool like my red eye? How does that link back to the Dark Tower? Haran met his gaze firmly. It's more than just detection. My mystic eye allows me to perceive the spectral signature, the unique colors of mana. Kang Gwyn paused, his eyes widening. You can see the color of mana? I follow you now. He leaned in closer, probing for the truth. So, you were able to identify the Dark Tower's specific magical fingerprint? He nodded, truthfully. Exactly. Back at the Lensmith incident, I spotted a specific hue in the mana that confirmed their involvement beyond a shadow of a doubt. And on Baekryong Island, I saw that same ominous black mana clinging to the director of the central lab. Kang Gwyn tapped his chin, connecting the dots. Then it's clear the Spirit Core disaster was a calculated move by the Dark Tower. Furthermore, it implies an insider within the Demon Clan is actively trying to erase you. Since the family is currently locked in a cutthroat battle for the succession, the person targeting you is likely in bed with the Dark Tower. That is your conclusion, isn't it? Yes, Haran confirmed with a sharp nod. Kang Gwyn added, if they were bold enough to trigger a meltdown on Baekryong, they'll definitely strike when you're on foreign soil for the Olympiad. Haran looked the Tower Master in the eye, his voice unwavering. I gave my word to bring home the trophy in exchange for the Blue Tower's backing, but against an enemy as ruthless as the Dark Tower, I am walking with a target on my back. Therefore, during the entire span of the Olympiad, I am requesting the formal protection of the Blue Tower. A short while later, Haran was being driven back. He watched the city lights blur past the window, his mind a whirlwind of strategy. I cannot give you a signed contract this very second, but I will consider it a priority and give you my answer soon. It all depends on the logistics. On the surface, it sounded like a polite no. But knowing the master of the Blue Tower, that was essentially a 99% yes. The remaining 1% was just his way of doing due diligence before making it official. Suddenly, the driver's voice broke his reverie. "We've arrived, sir." "Right," Haran replied. "Thank you for the ride." Stepping out, he stared up at the imposing building. "I've secured a powerful ally for the games, yet the weight in my chest won't go away. The Demon Clan's internal shadows are the final pieces of this puzzle." The moment he crossed the threshold, a familiar voice called out, "Haran!" Jihan was leaning over the balcony above, peering down at him. "It's been quite a while, hasn't it?" Haran greeted him as brother with practiced courtesy, though internally he groaned. "Of all the people to run into the second I walk through the door, it has to be him." Jihan descended with a smooth, friendly smile. "I was worried sick when I heard about that disaster on Baekryong Island. I'm so glad to see you standing here in one piece." Haran's inner voice screamed in annoyance, but his face remained a mask of perfect etiquette as he forced a radiant smile. "I'm truly moved by your concern, brother." His voice stayed upbeat, though he felt the strain. "It was just a scratch. As you can see, I'm bursting with energy and feeling better than ever." Jihan's smile never wavered as he praised him. "That is wonderful news. It brings me peace of mind. To survive such a catastrophe is a testament to your luck and skill." He descended the stairs slowly, closing the distance between them. "Always so formal, my dear little brother." His tone dripped with a thin veil of mockery. "Next time you're in over your head, just run to me. That's what family is for, isn't it?" Haran maintained a polite, stiff smile. "Of course. I'd love to lean on you, but I know how drowning you are in your own work. Besides, I can handle myself. You're the one who really shouldn't be overextending your concern." Jihan cut him off with a patronizing pat. "Now don't be like that. Caring is my duty. I'm just so proud to have such a reliable brother under my wing." A nearby servant, charmed by the staged display of affection, chirped, "What a beautiful bond. With young Master Jihan's leadership, the Demon Clan is destined for glory. Truly a sight to warm the heart." Jihan, the consummate actor, kept his hand heavy on Haran's shoulder, wearing a gentle, mask-like smile. Yet deep in his gaze, his malice burned bright and unchecked. "I've heard whispers that you're hunting for gold at the Olympiad." Haran didn't flinch. "That's right. Since I'm representing us, bringing home the gold is the best way to elevate the Demon Clan's prestige." Jihan let out a hearty laugh. "Such noble ambition. I have no doubt you'll achieve it. I'll be watching with high expectations. It's an honor to have such a sturdy brother." Haran offered a faint, knowing smile. "With your encouragement, I'm certain I can't lose. I need to sharpen my skills quickly so I can truly support you one day." Jihan laughed again, his fingers finally recoiling from Haran's shoulder. He made a show of checking his watch. "Look at the time, I really must be going, duty calls." He flashed one last sinister look. "Let's hope our next reunion is in a much more interesting place, Haran." Haran watched him walk away, feeling only a cold resolve. Make no mistake, Shin Jihan is definitely cooking up a trap for the Olympiad. Kang Gwyn smiled enigmatically. "May our paths cross again in a place of true beauty, Haran." Haran stared at Jihan's retreating figure. "That snake is planning to play dirty once we're on that international stage. I'd bet my life on it." Back at the primary estate of the demon sect, inside Shin in Hyuk's private study, Haran gave a formal bow. "It has been a while, sir." Looking at the imposing man before him, he spoke softly. "Father." In Hyuk's expression remained frozen, his presence casting a heavy, darkening shadow. "Sit." He walked toward his son with measured steps. The sun dipped below the horizon, giving way to the quiet of the night. Inside the Obelisk Academy dormitories, Haran returned to the sanctuary of his room and took a seat, finally allowing himself to relax. His face was etched with deep, heavy thoughts. He replayed the afternoon's meeting in his mind. I laid out almost everything for Father today. I started with the chaos of the Lensmith incident, moved on to the Bisa Hyuk, and finally detailed the sinister involvement of the Dark Tower during the crisis on Baek Ryong Island. I'm certain Uncle Seok Hyun already sent his own detailed report on the Baek Ryong disaster before I even arrived. The outcome of sitting across from In Hyuk was clear. Once the Olympiad curtain falls, I'll be flanked by the Shadow's elite guard, with Uncle Seok Hyun leading my protection. He leaned back on his bed, exhaling slowly. I've set the board as best as I can. The only secrets I'm still keeping from Father are Jihan's alliance with the Dark Tower and the fact that I'm wielding the Beiternell style. Just 9 days left until the world watches the Olympiad. The following morning, the sun rose over the training grounds. Haran called out with high energy, "All right, everyone, that's a wrap for today's session." Wiping sweat from his brow, he looked at his teammates. We have 5 days left. From this second on, focus entirely on your physical recovery and peak condition. Hyun let out a long, satisfied stretch. The air felt crisp, and the taste of impending competition was sweet. Jin Seo Ok stood nearby, pondering their odds. With how far we've come, gold doesn't seem like a dream anymore. Sun Chan chuckled and rubbed his palms together. Just put your faith in me, Brother Jin. After the nightmare on Baek Ryong Island, everyone had bounced back from their wounds, allowing us to dive straight back into the grind. Adela, casually sipping on banana milk, offered, "You want one, Haran?" He paused, then shook his head. Maybe in a bit. After Adela braved the mana blessing to stabilize those volatile magic veins, her internal mana circle had surged with newfound power. Even Jinseo Oke and Shin Hu had seen their circles strengthen significantly. Though not as explosive as Adela's, their foundations were now rock solid. "I give! I said I give up!" However, the most stunning transformation belonged to someone else. Haran turned his gaze toward Sun Chan. Because he had pushed his body to the brink to channel that raw energy, Sun Chan had smashed through his mental block and ascended to the fourth circle. The thought brought a genuine surge of joy to Haran. Truly, the greatest opportunities are born from the worst crises. Our tactical options had expanded tenfold. Haran stood at the center of the group, his voice dropping to a serious tone. "I have one more thing to share." Shinhu looked up, intrigued. "Is this about our travel plans for the Olympiad? Is there a problem with the flight?" Haran didn't sugarcoat it. "Yes, there's been a slight change in plans due to an incident." He made the announcement loud and clear. "We've been upgraded to even more elite transport. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., we'll be heading to the States aboard the Blue Tower's private jet." The group froze in sheer disbelief. Sunchan let out a stunned yell. "Wait, what? We're taking off tomorrow already? The Blue Magic Tower's personal aircraft?" Hayran nodded to the team. "Pack your bags tonight and be ready." The next morning, Hyun's eyes widened with pure delight as she whispered, "It's absolutely gorgeous." Haran caught her staring at the band on his finger. Hyun immediately leaned in. "Is that the artifact we'll be using for the Olympiad?" He shook his head. "Not exactly. The master smiths at the Blue Tower custom-tuned these for us. To follow the rules, they look like the standard issue gear other countries use, just with a different color scheme." Sunchan playfully snatched a ring from Adela's hand. "Hey, let me see that." She frowned, pulling it back. "Back off. This one's mine." Sunchan grinned mischievously. "Do you think the power stacks if I wear a bunch of them at once?" Haran let out a soft laugh. "Each ring is calibrated to the user's specific mana signature, so..." Sunchan's face instantly fell into a pout of disappointment. Suddenly, Sunchan doubled over on the floor. "Ugh, my stomach feels like it's doing backflips." Haran snapped his fingers. "That's exactly what happens when you try to channel through someone else's frequency by mistake." A shadow fell across the room as someone entered. "I should have warned you about that earlier," a voice said. It was Kang Guin. He stepped forward, adding, "Since these tools require a synchronization period, I suggest you keep them on all day." The master of the Blue Tower offered a tired, strained smile. "My apologies for the delay." Haran stepped forward, noticing the man's haggard appearance. You look exhausted, Tower Master. He waved it off with a weary hand. It's nothing. Just a long night's work. In truth, my elemental frequency is so volatile that the engraving process kept failing at every turn. Haran saw right through him. I heard the success was only possible because the Tower Master personally oversaw the final forge. He must have worked through the entire night. Sua, standing by the door, checked her watch. It's time to move. Kang Guin jumped. Good heavens, is it that late? Let's get to the hangar immediately. Outside on the tarmac, the weather was flawless for a departure. Their designated aircraft stood waiting, gleaming under the sun. The cabin interior was the definition of sprawling, high-end luxury. The team stared in awe, their eyes shining like beacons. Is this really a private jet? It's insane! Kang Guin whispered to Sua. We have 40 minutes before the wheels are up. Let them explore. Ms. Sua will show you the amenities. Sua gave a graceful nod. Follow me. Haran walked over to the Tower Master, overwhelmed. To provide custom artifacts and a private flight. I don't even know how to thank you. Kang Guin settled into a plush seat. I still owe you a great debt for what you've done, Haran. But listen, there's something grave we need to discuss. Haran's expression sharpened. Yes? Kang Guin snapped his fingers, and a thick envelope materialized out of thin air. Haran took it, his eyebrows shooting up. Magically sealed confidential files? The Tower Master looked him dead in the eye. Haran, the recent activity from the Dark Magic Tower is highly concerning. Haran ran his fingers over the seal. Classified intelligence hidden behind a mana lock? Kang Guin leaned in, his voice low. Every move they've made lately is completely off the charts. Outside, the jet's engines began to hum as it prepped for takeoff. Inside the cabin, Kang Guin continued. I've had my people tracking the Dark Tower from every possible angle. Haran skimmed the files, his jaw tightening. This is incredibly thorough. Sitting across from the boy, the master added, Look at the numbers. There have been 67 incidents this year linked to the Dark Tower. He opened a laptop displaying a complex graph. Now compare that to the data from the last 15 years, specifically the January to May window. Haran studied the chart in shock. Aside from this year, the average is 131 cases. The numbers have plummeted by half. That kind of sudden drop isn't just luck, it's a red flag. He switched tabs. Now look at this. 11 years ago, the same time frame during the year of the Great Atlantic Wormhole Catastrophe. The Atlantic Wormhole? That was one of the 10 most devastating disasters in modern history. A cold chill settled in Haran's chest. It was never officially proven, but everyone in the loop knows that was a man-made tragedy triggered by the Dark Tower. Kang Guin nodded grimly. Exactly. 11 years ago, the case count for the same period was 61. The statistical pattern this year is almost a perfect match. Haran's voice turned cold. So they're going quiet because they're pooling their resources for something massive, a terror attack. Kang Guin tapped the screen. That's my fear. Now look at the geography. This map compares the current hot zones with the ones from 15 years ago. Haran's eyes darted across the map. Wait, the frequency of incidents in the U.S. is surging? Kang Guin nodded. And guess where this year's Olympiad is being held? Haran whispered in horror. In the United States. The Dark Magic Tower is planning to turn the Olympiad into ground zero for a terrorist strike. The Tower Master's voice was like ice. We have to move with extreme caution. A massive storm is brewing on the horizon. Hours later, the flight touched down in the City of Angels. Los Angeles International Airport, USA, the gateway to the West Coast. Sunchan breathed in deep, his hand shielding his eyes from the California sun. So this is America. Even the air smells like freedom and burgers. Jin Seo-ok threw his arms out wide. Can you smell that? That's the scent of the States. Hyun rolled her eyes. That's the scent of the airport's industrial-grade air filtration system, you dorks. Sua glanced back at them. Let's keep moving. I'll lead you to our transport. The group started moving, but someone noticed a gap in their party. Wait, isn't the master of the Blue Tower coming with us? Sua shook her head. No, he has a private summit scheduled with the master of the Red Tower. Adela looked over at Haran. a spark of curiosity in her eyes. The Red Magic Tower. I've always dreamed of seeing it. He smiled warmly. You and me both. As they walked, Sua turned around to ask, In that case, shall we get it on the calendar? Both of them gasped in unison. Wait, what? Sua maintained her professional, stoic expression. The master of the Red Tower specifically requested an audience with both you, Shin Ha-ran, and Ms. Adela Stars. Ha-ran's face lit up with excitement. If it's not too much trouble, we'd be honored to accept, Adela added eagerly. Yes, absolutely. A short while later, night had completely blanketed the city. On a nearly abandoned stretch of road, their car was the solitary vessel gliding through the darkness. Assistant Sua was busy coordinating logistics with her team nearby. Sun-chan couldn't hide his grin and noted, That's incredibly thoughtful of them. Ha-ran nodded. Right? They're proving to be more reliable by the second. Suddenly, a blinding, incandescent flash erupted out of thin air. Ha-ran's eyes immediately snapped toward the source of the radiance. Beside him, Adela's instincts flared as she noticed the anomaly. Sun-chan peered up at the sky with them, his body tensing into a combat stance. The light intensified, glowing with a more predatory ferocity every moment. The three of them scrambled backward, putting distance between themselves and the core. A massive shockwave of energy surged toward them. Assistant Sue and her staff were caught off guard and thrown back by the pressure. Hyun cried out in sheer disbelief, What on earth is that? While Hyun frantically shouted, Adela! Sun-chan! Jinso Oak's voice cracked with fear. Ha-ran, watch out! Through the swirling white mist, a distinct silhouette began to emerge within the glow. Luckily, the trio's reflexes were sharp enough to manifest a shimmering protective barrier just in time. A figure stepped out from the shadows. Impressive. That was a textbook example of a perfectly synchronized defense. It was the United Kingdom's top prospect, Kyle Ventia. Ventia flashed a charismatic smile and gave a stiff, formal bow. Greetings, South Korean representatives. I trust you're having a pleasant evening. Adela didn't return the pleasantry. Her gaze was cold and sharp as a razor as she glared at him. Is this the customary greeting in your country? That's news to me, Kyle Ventia. Ventia kept his smirk playful, raising his hands in a mock defense. Hardly. Britain is a land of refined ladies and gentlemen. We'd never dream of greeting a guest like this. This wasn't a hello, it was a blatant assault. Sun-chan's temper began to boil over. He barked angrily. What kind of nonsense is that? You've got a lot of nerve. Ventia drew a gleaming weapon from his gear bag, his eyes twinkling. To be fair, honesty is a knight's greatest virtue. So let's settle this. Right here, right now. Ventia leveled the point of his blade directly at Ha-ran's throat. Shin Ha-ran, I've been dying to see if your reputation matches your reality. Ha-ran stared back with total apathy. And why exactly should I bother fighting you? Kyle Ventia, the so-called Knight of the Storm. Ventia's confidence was unshakable. Because I want to. If it's a stage you need, I can arrange a private duel in seconds. As a magic swordsman, he is a master of high-speed CQC and wind magic, a perfect fit for his moniker. Ha-ran listened with a bored expression, mentally critiquing the man. The rumors say he's a combat junkie with a hair-trigger temper who hunts for strong opponents. But I didn't expect him to be this delusional. Ha-ran had no desire to entertain a madman, so he simply waved him off. Pass! Ventia's jaw dropped as he yelled, Why the hell not? Sun-chan let out a dry scoff. Adela added with a look of pure disgust, You haven't matured a bit since the first-year tournament, have you? Ha-ran dismantled Ventia's ego with a casual flick of his hair. Because I have nothing to gain by humoring you. Besides, it would be quite embarrassing if you ended up in the infirmary before the games even start. Ventia stood frozen, his brain struggling to process the insult. Did he really just suggest I'd be the one getting hurt? Ha-ran's teammates began to whisper among themselves. And there it is, that arrogant streak. He's back to his old habits. Ventia's expression darkened. You might have studied my profile, but as a fifth circle mana mage... Ha-ran cut him off with a yawn. I didn't bother. Ventia reeled back as if physically struck, shouting, That's preposterous! Just then Maya arrived on the scene. See? I warned you that your little stunt wouldn't work. Ventia groaned in frustration. Maya... It was Maya Nisantia, the heart of the UK team. Maya spoke with a flat, detached tone. "Don't take it to heart, Captain. We'll have our chance to settle the score on the battlefield next week anyway." Maya then turned to the Korean team and dipped her head. "Please accept my apologies for Kyle's behavior. He's impulsive, but he didn't intend to cause actual harm. I hope you can overlook this." Haran shrugged indifferently. "I've already forgotten about it. That spell was all flashy theatrics and noise. No threat to us or the vehicle. Just empty magic, wasn't it?" Ventia and Maya prepared to depart. "Thanks for being a good sport. We'll be seeing you." Ventia waved cheerfully. "Next time I won't be holding back." Sun-chan watched them leave, completely bewildered. "What's wrong with those people? They're like a human hurricane." Ha-Ran's gaze turned serious. "You're right. And I have a feeling the weather is only going to get stormier from here." The team climbed back into their transport and drove away from the scene. Hyun hissed irritably. What was the deal with those lunatics? Assaulting us out of nowhere, offering some lukewarm apology, and then just skipping away like nothing happened. The more she ranted, the more worked up Hyun became. Are they actually insane? I can't believe we're just letting this go. Haran glanced back from the passenger seat. So, what's your brilliant plan? Hyun snapped back. What do you think? I'm filing a formal complaint. At the very least, they should be slapped with a massive fine. Haran let out a soft cough and added, I'm afraid there won't be any legal consequences for them. Hearing that, Hyun lunged toward the front seat in a flurry of indignation. Why on earth not? They discharged offensive magic in a public space. Haran explained with a calm, technical tone. Technically, Kyle's wind cutter was just a harmless mass of wind attribute mana with 0 density. Even if it hit us head-on, it wouldn't have left so much as a paper cut. Sun-chan's eyes widened as it clicked. No wonder my mana shield didn't even flicker. He continued his explanation. Furthermore, we're in the U.S. now. That level of mana discharge isn't even classified as a misdemeanor here. It's viewed as a common greeting where mages probe each other's capabilities. Shin-Hoo sighed. Besides, look at the recording drones that were hovering nearby. They have all the data to prove it wasn't a lethal strike. Hyun could only simmer in her rage, muttering a string of colorful curses. How infuriating! They calculated every single variable just to stay on the right side of the law. Adela pondered the situation before speaking up. Given how calculated that move was, they've likely pulled this stunt on every other national team, haven't they? Ha-Ran nodded. Almost certainly. Adela pressed further. Their true objective is intelligence gathering, right? Ha-Ran confirmed. Most likely. Those high-speed mana cameras will allow them to analyze and archive everyone's combat signatures. Shin-Hoo added grimly. Even Sun-chan's defensive patterns were likely logged in their database. Sun-chan looked skeptical. But would top-tier teams really fall for such a blatant, reckless provocation? Ha-Ran gave a knowing smile. You'd be surprised how many will. Sun-chan looked agitated. But why? Ha-Ran lowered his voice. Do you remember Kyle's taunt? He mentioned he could extract data even from a fifth circle mage like myself. Sun-chan slumped back into his seat, crossing his arms. I get it. By fighting back, the other teams think they can gather data on Kyle too, but it's a trap. Haran turned to him with a serious gaze. The reason I walked away is simple. My hidden potential is far more valuable than any data I could get from him. Sun-chan just groaned. Fine, keep your secrets, Mr. Mystery. At this point, your ego is practically a medical condition. It was, however, a sound tactical move. Shin-Hoo peered out the window. Look, we're pulling up to the hotel. Even as they parked, Hyun was still fuming. This is so beyond frustrating. My blood is literally boiling. I am definitely putting those UK jerks on my blacklist. Jin Seo OK immediately chimed in. Don't leave me out, I'm helping you settle the score. Count me in too. Inside, the suite was impeccably clean and offered a breathtaking view. Haran did a quick sweep of the room. All right, the perimeter is secure and preparations are set. Now I just need to synchronize the Biternell and Mimiternell IDs. Where did they get to? Suddenly, a heavy, ornate chest tucked under the desk caught his eye. What's this?
A literal treasure trove of magical catalysts? Haran placed his palm on his grimoire to initiate his mana cultivation technique. After a moment, he let out a breath of satisfaction. The Olympiad doesn't skimp on hospitality. These resources are top tier. Even if this isn't ultimate grade, this security warding is more than sufficient for tonight. He continued his mental inventory. Excellent. Now that I finally have a moment of peace, I can focus on my personal progression. He summoned his familiar and called out, "Mimi, I'm back!" Mimi blinked into view. "Successor, have you settled in without incident?" Haran replied with a casual shrug. "I've made it to the home base in one piece." Mimi tilted her head. "Are you sure? No trouble during the transit?" He touched his chin and gave a sheepish, dry cough. "Well, if you consider a minor skirmish a problem." A moment later, a heavy silence settled over the room once more. Mimia perched on a chair, summarizing the situation. "I see. So we have the dark magic tower lurking in the shadows and the UK team acting as a public nuisance. Successor, tell me you didn't go looking for a fight." Haran hesitated. "Of course not. Am I really that impulsive, Mimia?" She stood up, radiating a surprising amount of confidence. "I know exactly what's on your mind. Supporting your growth is my primary function. Leave the heavy lifting to Mimia." Haran looked at her with a mix of gratitude and concern. "I trust you implicitly, but what exactly do you mean by I know?" Mimia immediately began a rapid-fire search through a series of ancient floating magic texts. Haran's eyes widened as he watched the frantic magical blur of her movements. 3 distinct glowing grimoires were slammed onto the table before him. Haran picked one up, feeling the hum of power. "What are these?" Mimia announced with a flourish. "Exactly what you need. The advanced theory for fourth circle mastery." Haran was floored. "Wait, how did you know I was struggling with this?" Mimia smirked. "It's written all over your face. The UK team is a sign of things to come, and the Dark Tower is a storm you can't outrun. You need to bolster your power right now for the sake of survival." Then Mimia began to tease him, mimicking his voice perfectly. "Oh, Mimia, please show me the path to the fourth circle. You're my only hope." Haran began scanning the text, trying to hide his smile. "I don't sound that desperate, but you're not wrong. You nailed it, Mimia." Haran gripped the leather-bound book, his resolve hardening. "I have to bridge this gap to face whatever is coming." Mimia beamed. "Now you're speaking my language." Haran flipped through the pages, his eyes landing on the core philosophy, the absolute pinnacle of a fourth circle mage, the law of harmony. He was determined to master this equilibrium before the opening ceremony. The session lasted until the late afternoon. Outside, the California sky was painted in serene, peaceful hues. While clearing his head with a walk, Haran spotted Adela in the distance. He called out, "Adela!" She looked up, her expression unusually somber. "Oh, hello." He walked closer. "What are you doing out here in the park all by yourself?" "Just clearing my head." "Is something weighing on you?" Adela looked away awkwardly. "No, it's just getting late." "I don't really have a reason to worry. I should probably get back to the suite." Looking back at her, even during our group drills this morning, she seemed to be drifting in her own world. She was completely zoned out during the team dinner as well. The more he reflected on it, the more concerned he became. It was obvious something was deeply unsettling her. Adela is our team's anchor. If her spirit wavers, the morale of the entire squad could crumble. Watching her walk away, Haran called out, "Wait, Adela, could we talk for a moment?" Time slipped by and the sky had already deepened into night. Haran poked around, trying to uncover the source of her melancholy. "Are you nervous about the tour of the Red Magic Tower tomorrow?" Ever since Ms. Sua stopped by the training hall this morning to go over the schedule for the Red Tower, I noticed your energy shifted. Adela shook her head softly. "No, that's not the reason at all." Haran's anxiety began to spike. "It's not? Then please tell me what's wrong." Adela hung her head in shame and whispered, "Promise you won't laugh at me?" Haran vowed, "I won't, I cross my heart." With the gravity of someone announcing a tragedy,
Adela enunciated every syllable. Did you know that in America, they don't sell banana milk? Haran stood there, blinking in total disbelief. For a second, it felt as if his brain were being pelted by 1,000 imaginary bananas. Suddenly, Adela began to sob silently, her eyes glistening with a pathetic, tearful desperation. What am I going to do? Without it, I can't function. Haran spoke softly. Adela. He had to clamp a hand over his mouth to suppress a giggle. They definitely sell banana milk in the States. You just have to check the international aisle at any big supermarket. Upon hearing this, Adela's eyes widened and she shrieked, No way! But Sister Hyun was so certain! In an instant, she bolted toward the exit. I've been played by Sister Hyun. Thank you. I've got to go. Haran gave a cheerful wave. See you tomorrow. I better get ready myself. Tomorrow is finally the day. The Red Magic Tower. The young mage felt a surge of genuine wonder. It felt like he was stepping into a legendary location from a childhood daydream. He never imagined he would actually be granted access to this sanctuary of fire. The entire group stood frozen in awe at the architectural marvel before them. A man adjusting his spectacles whispered in admiration, It looks more like a high-tech starship than a tower. Well, I'll head inside to finalize the guest credentials. Everyone, please remain here for a moment. Sister Hyun looked genuinely contrite. I'm sorry. I promise no more cruel pranks. Sun Chan just stood there, scratching his head, completely lost as to what had just transpired. Looking on, Haran was well aware that Hyun had been teasing her. To Adela, the absence of banana milk is a crisis of the highest order. The technology here is peerless. Lately, they've been pouring their resources into magical cybernetics and arcane automation. He leaned over and whispered to his teammate. He whispered back, It's a bit late to ask, but are we truly permitted to be roaming around here right now? I mean, this is basically that girl's home turf. Isn't there a risk of us seeing top-secret intel? Haran wasn't worried in the slightest. So what? We aren't casting spells, we're just tourists on a sightseeing trip. Besides, this tournament is shaping up to be an encounter I've really been looking forward to. With 3 legendary towers backing the top teams, this has essentially turned into a high-stakes proxy war. I wouldn't be surprised if the tower masters themselves have side bets going. A feminine voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Oh, they definitely placed bets. And right now they're limping back after losing their shirts. They claim that if the tower master loses, the school's reputation is toast. The team's faces instantly paled with panic. Isn't that an insane amount of pressure to dump on a student? Are all tower masters this ruthless? Haran replied calmly to the newcomer. I couldn't say. I'm not officially an apprentice of the Blue Tower, so I'm not privy to their teaching methods. The girl gave a playful, sarcastic smirk. Is that so? What a shame. If the Blue Tower master actually pampered his students, I might have considered defecting. Haran didn't miss a beat, firing back instantly. Is that your plan? Then let me give you a tip. The Blue Tower master is actually quite devoted to his pupils. If you're looking for a new mentor, he's your best bet. The girl's icy demeanor thawed instantly into a grin. I was only teasing. You're actually quite the wit. Pleasure to meet you. I assume you already know my name without me having to spell it out? He responded with a confident nod. Nice to meet you. I don't think I need a formal introduction either, do I? I've got a bit of a reputation, and besides, we've crossed paths once before. What, you're making a move like that the moment we meet again? Haran helped jog her memory. Don't you recall? This isn't our first encounter. We met once when we were both only 10 years old. You accompanied the Red Tower Master to my birthday celebration. Back then, you were introduced as their most brilliant prodigy. The redhead's eyes flickered as she searched her memory. It's a bit fuzzy, but if you're that certain, I'll take your word for it. In that case, welcome back, old friend. Before he could react, she planted a swift, playful kiss on his cheek. Even Sun Chan felt his own face turn bright red at the sight. The mentor finally made an appearance, teasing, Is my star pupil already practicing her charm magic on the guests? Both turned to find the master of the Red Tower standing there with a knowing smirk. He bypassed the pleasantries and went straight for the jugular. Blue Tower Master, how do you plan to settle this? It seems we've won the wager. No one can resist Danjia's magnetic allure. The Blue Tower Master countered instantly. Charm magic? I didn't see any. That looked like a simple handsome guy magnet at work to me. The two legendary mages continued their playful bickering. Believe me, he's exactly the type of guy my disciple finds irresistible. Don't you find it exhausting being the butt of the joke? That's quite enough. Any more teasing would be dreadfully rude to our visitors. He let out a boisterous laugh. What's this? Do you actually have a crush on him? Her face flushed a deep crimson as she snapped, Tower Master, please zip it. Fine, I'm out of here. Catch you later, Ha-Ran. We'll have a proper meeting next time. The three of them collectively exhaled a long sigh of relief. The Blue Tower Master whispered a quick warning. Lower your voices. When she gets into one of those moods, it's a total nightmare. The Red Tower Master nodded in agreement. But her outbursts are so entertaining, I just can't help myself. Ha-Ran felt the need to intervene. She did mention wanting to trade you in for a new master. The master's face fell into a mask of comedic despair. What? Am I really that unbearable? One more joke and she might actually jump ship. Not a chance. Never in a million years, moving on. This marks our second encounter, does it not? It is truly a pleasure to cross paths with you again. Ha-Ran extended his hand in a formal greeting. The honor is entirely mine, Master. The Master beamed with genuine warmth. I had every intention of giving you the grand tour myself, but my schedule is currently a chaotic mess. Please explore every corner of the facility as you wish. Ha-Ran found himself surprisingly charmed by the man's eccentric personality. Inside the state-of-the-art Red Tower Magic Data Analysis Suite, the high-tech training chambers were quickly becoming packed with spectators. A technician demonstrated the interface. The diagnostic results are rendered in real time. Man, I wish our school had gear this advanced. The tour moved into a casual break period. Wait, has it really been 2 hours already? Time flies when you're having fun. I honestly felt like we only walked in 10 minutes ago. A refined-looking man approached and made a quiet request. Could I borrow a moment of your time? Ha-Ran's curiosity was piqued by the mysterious invitation. He gave a short nod and followed the messenger through the corridors. They arrived at the secure entrance of room 75. Ha-Ran was struck by the meticulous attention to detail in the hospitality. They had even rolled out a ceremonial red carpet to mark his arrival. In the sanctum of the Red Tower's peak, the walls and ceilings were adorned with ancient, mana-infused fossils. Ha-Ran strode into the room with unshakable confidence and poise. To his utter amazement, his father was sitting right there waiting for him. Father, when did you get here? I thought you weren't attending until the final rounds. He replied with his usual stoic gravity. I touched down 4 hours ago to handle a critical situation. Ha-Ran noted his father's grim demeanor and immediately connected the dots. What's going on? This is about the Black Magic Tower, isn't it? The Red Tower Master spoke up to validate his suspicion. I apologize for dragging a visiting student into official business, but duty calls. I hope you can forgive the intrusion. Ha-Ran straightened his posture, ready to listen. The Blue Tower Master spoke with rising urgency. At dawn, we intercepted an operative from the Black Magic Tower masquerading as a government official. The four of them gathered around the table. The afternoon sun began to cast long shadows across the city. We will initiate negotiations with the U.S. authorities regarding today's findings and issue a formal briefing to all parties. I will bring these security concerns directly to the attention of the Olympiad Organizing Committee, and I'll take point on liaising with the International Counterterrorism Center. Ha-Ran was stunned by their sheer efficiency. Breathtaking. The speed and precision with which they make life-altering decisions. These truly are the world's premier archmages. The young girl sat in the corner, intensely poring over research notes. Human experimentation. Have they really not abandoned those barbaric practices after all these years? Successor, if this is the case, you should seriously consider withdrawing from the games. Ha-Ran snapped the grimoire shut, his resolve hardening. No, this is exactly why I need to pivot my strategy. The little girl looked up, her expression clouded with confusion. Pivot it how? I've made my decision. I will take on the trial of the 4th challenge page. She stared at him, her face a mask of disbelief. Are you truly certain? You understand the stakes better than anyone, Successor. The gateway to the 4th challenge only swings open once a month, specifically on the day of the opening ceremony. The air at the venue was thick with excitement. What kind of spectacle will we see today? Which nation is going to steal the spotlight? During the grand opening, each team's designated representative must showcase their magical prowess in a choreographed demonstration. A magnificent display signifies that the lead mage possesses elite-tier talent. More importantly, they carry the weight and prestige of their entire country on their shoulders. There is zero room for a mediocre showing. The UK, the US, and South Korea are the ones to watch, right? Do you know who's representing them? I'm as hyped for him as I am for Danjia. He's the world's youngest fifth circle wizard, and apparently, he's even mastered support spells for technical roles. Sun Chan's anxiety reached a breaking point. He's vanished into thin air. Haran isn't anywhere. Did you tear the room apart? I checked, but the bed is empty. Just his book and his cloak lying there. He's gone. What's the game plan? The performance is about to start in a few minutes. The massive arena hosting the International Congress was already swarming with spectators. Every single seat in the sprawling stadium was occupied by an eager crowd. After a desperate search, Sun Chan returned to the team with a grim report. He's totally disappeared. There's no sign of Haran at all. I even went back to his quarters, but he's not there. Only his research book and his mantle are left on the mattress. The bed remained undisturbed, holding only the two items he had described. The red-haired girl paced back and forth, her worry evident. This is enough to drive anyone to the brink of insanity. Adela stepped up to manage the crisis. Listen, the Blue Tower Master and the clan head are already en route, so let's stay calm for a moment. But if the worst-case scenario hits, we need to pick a substitute to go on stage. The announcer's booming voice vibrated through the monitors. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. The host's face was glowing with enthusiasm. The moment has arrived. The opening ceremony officially begins now. Sun Chan was practically vibrating with nerves, his thoughts a tangled mess. What are we supposed to do? Adela let out a weary sigh, her mind racing for a solution that didn't exist. The scene shifts to the night before the grand event. Haran had been obsessively exploring every possible path to secure their victory. He had pushed himself to the limit, laboring through the night without a second of rest. Finally, Haran managed to uncover the ancient manual of secret techniques. His goal was singular, to forge a greater power within himself through sheer will. The pages were covered in cryptic, otherworldly runes. Successor, once you have achieved total mastery over your expanded mana circles, you may access the 4th challenge page. Be warned, you only get one attempt every 30 days. Weigh your resolve carefully before you step through the threshold. In an instant, Haran was pulled across dimensions and dropped into a surreal landscape. He looked around and realized he was standing within the reality of the 4th challenge. Suddenly, a serene voice echoed from behind him. Welcome to the trial, Successor. I am your designated guide for the 4th challenge page. I am called Gamma. It is a profound privilege to finally meet you, Successor. Just as I thought, Haran mused. After those two, it was only a matter of time before this girl appeared. Haran returned the greeting with a polite and friendly nod. Gamma immediately shifted the focus to the official proceedings of the trial. We are here to evaluate your infinite circles, to determine if they have achieved a state of perfect internal resonance and harmony. A failure here means you are barred from re-entry for a full month. Please proceed with the utmost caution. Haran hadn't anticipated the stakes would be this high. A high-risk gamble indeed. If I stumble here, I won't have the raw power needed to crush the competition. I have to pass this no matter what. Enough talk. Let's get this challenge underway. With a nod, the girl initiated the mechanics of the trial. A flash of brilliant light erupted, momentarily stealing his vision. When Haran blinked his eyes open, he was met with a baffling sight. A musical instrument sat before him, appearing as though it were waiting for him to play a melody. He stared at it, confused by the purpose of such an object in a magical trial. Suddenly, the familiar voice of his mentor resonated in his mind. Gamma has manifested itself as an instrument for you to wield. Haran tentatively pressed his hands against it, but only silence followed. Is it possible that it makes no sound at all? Unless the 4 circles are in perfect resonance, the instrument will remain mute. The true meaning of the trial finally dawned on Haran, yet he could feel a faint hum of electric energy radiating from the device. He closed his eyes and tried to play a melody he knew by heart. A tone finally rang out, but it was a jarring, discordant noise. Standard mana is useless here. The objective is deceptively simple. Perform a perfect piece of music on this instrument. Once you produce a harmony that meets your own standards, you will naturally conquer this trial. You have exactly 12 hours to complete this challenge. The countdown timer has officially flickered to life. My student, I have full faith that you will master this trial. The feeling of the mana flow is incredibly abstract and elusive. Regardless of the difficulty, master was clear. Ordinary mana will not suffice. Aren resolved to stay true to his teacher's guidance. Gamma mentioned that the goal is to measure the level of equilibrium within my infinite circles. Haran began to deep dive into the raw power surging within his core. Suddenly, an external force seemed to be pulling his spirit forward. Haran reached out and placed his fingers upon the keys once more. The rules of the game were finally clear to him. Only mana that has been perfectly filtered and balanced through all 4 circles can create a crystal-clear note. Now that I've cracked the code, it's time to play for real. It has been quite a while. The last time I touched keys like these was likely back during my formal etiquette training. Haran finally felt the resonance of a true, pure sound. Back at the ceremony, the clock was ticking down to his scheduled appearance. Sunchan and Adela were swept with relief the moment they spotted his silhouette. Haran arrived breathless, having sprinted the entire way. "Forgive me for the delay." The moment they met, they couldn't help but lecture him for his disappearance. "I've already coordinated with the Blue Tower Master to get the stage and the outfits ready." That was an absolutely breathtaking show by the representatives from Italy. Our thanks to the Italian team for that vibrant display, and moving on, thank you all for your patience. Up next on the stage is the radiant, blazing blossom of our nation. Let's welcome the USA team, spearheaded by the incredible Dan Gia. The atmosphere in the stadium is more electric than it has been all night. At long last, the American team has made their grand entrance. I'm dying to see the marvels the Red Tower has engineered for today's showcase. Dan Gia took her position center stage and prepared to begin her recital. She was filled with the unshakable conviction that this tournament was already hers. She had meticulously mapped out her tactical maneuvers long before arriving. That level of supreme confidence is a rare trait, even among the world's best. The entire audience held its collective breath, captivated by her every movement. Dan Gia had orchestrated even more spectacular surprises waiting in the wings. She intended to make this a sight that no one in the world could ever forget. Towering plumes of crimson fire continued to erupt around her. None of the previous performers had come close to manifesting such raw elemental power. Dan Gia was making an undeniable statement of her genius to the entire world. She looked upon her own creation with a sense of immense pride. The commentators were losing their minds. The pillar of flame is blooming into a colossal rose. It's absolutely stunning. Dan Gia remained in a deep trance, focused entirely on perfecting the final movements of her masterpiece. The audience was absolutely spellbound by the sheer brilliance of this display. A crimson rose, crafted from pure energy, finally bloomed into a magnificent existence. Dan Gia felt a surge of triumph, certain she had just eclipsed every rival in the stadium. She pushed her limits further, unleashing another wave of her extraordinary magical prowess. In that moment, Dan Gia savored the victory born from her relentless, sleepless training sessions. Her goal was crystal clear: to show the world that she resided in a league of her own. The spectacle roared on, carried by a tidal wave of thunderous applause and adulation. An electric pulse of adrenaline surged through the crowd as they witnessed the miracle. A radiant, glowing blossom unfurled from the heart of a swirling inferno. This beautiful chaos was the living signature of her soul. With a serene expression, she stood framed by a celestial fireworks finale, the undisputed icon among the world's fifth circle mages. It was, without a shadow of a doubt, a masterclass in magical performance. "This is easily the greatest show I've ever seen. It's absolutely mind-blowing." Inside the VIP boxes, observers were left breathless, their voices raised in frantic praise. It's true. Her mastery of mana puts her on an entirely different plane of existence. The spotlight shifted now to the much-anticipated entrance of the United Kingdom's delegation. The stadium erupted once more, the deafening cheers of the crowd shaking the very foundations. A solitary figure stood center stage, thrusting a gleaming blade toward the heavens. The veil was about to be lifted on a talent that few had ever witnessed in person. The warrior seemed to be drawing every ounce of ambient mana into the core of his being. A heavy silence fell as the spectators tried to decipher the mystery of his opening stance. The air pressure spiked as his power surged. Every eye was glued to the stage in breathless anticipation. The gale is getting intense, but the atmosphere is just incredible. With a sudden, sharp motion, the swordsman shifted his blade into a striking position. He cut a mysterious figure, his features intentionally obscured by the shadows of his hood. The onlookers leaned forward, their hearts racing as they waited for the climax of the British display. The raw energy radiating from the stage continued to climb to dangerous heights. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the stands as people realized the stage was empty. Where had he vanished? A sharp-eyed spectator cried out, pointing a finger toward the high rafters of the arena. High above the ground, the representative was suspended in the air, defying gravity. He began a high-speed descent, a living projectile hurtling down before the stunned masses. It was arguably the most visceral and heart-stopping performance the Olympiad had seen so far. The crowd watched with their hearts in their throats, mesmerized by his daring acrobatics. A colossal cyclone erupted around him. He had become the eye of a literal, localized hurricane. He slammed into the stage amidst a roar of approval, his landing timed perfectly with the music. The UK's premier wind mage had delivered a performance that broke every conventional mold. It was easy to see why he commanded such a massive and dedicated global following. The consensus was unanimous. This year's lineup featured some of the most gifted mages in history. Given the bar set by the others, the pressure and expectations on our team were reaching a boiling point. He's getting into position and we're up next. Adela, has there been any word from him at all? Total radio silence, but I know him. I have absolute faith that he won't let us down. The audience sat in a state of hyper-focus, hungry for the next nation's demonstration. Throughout the stands, experts were already debating the technical scores of the leaders. Meanwhile, the tower masters in the high balcony looked on with visible irritation and boredom. What a letdown. I was hoping for a chance to finally humble those arrogant schools. Funny, I was thinking the exact same thing. As much as it pains you to admit it, their technical execution was flawless. You have to give credit where it's due, but where is that boy? Why hasn't he checked in yet? All that talk about him being the youngest fifth circle prodigy in the books? I hope he didn't catch stage fright and bolt. But the situation was far more complex than a simple case of nerves. Lucky for your reputation, he didn't run anywhere. I got tied up in some rather urgent business, but everything has been handled. The showcases from the American and British squads are in the books. Now, what exactly do you have up your sleeve for us? The woman pivoted toward him, her voice laced with a playful scolding. Still keeping secrets? You really are a stingy one. It's not secrecy. I'm honestly in the dark. To tell you the truth, even the Blue Tower's involvement was strictly limited to providing the wardrobe for this act. Haran isn't the type to rely on pre-programmed AI magic, so we had no way to influence his creative process. Frankly, I am just as breathless with anticipation as everyone else. I can't help but wonder what kind of masterpiece Haran is about to unveil. In the arena, the thunderous roar of the crowd merged with the announcer's booming voice. And now, representing. Haran emerged from the shadows following the grand introduction. South Korea's very own, Shin Haran. The fans below erupted into a frenzy. Adela and Sun Chan gripped their seats, their eyes fixed on Haran with a mix of hope and sheer nerves. High above in the VIP box, Kang Gwyn and his associates leaned forward, watching with unwavering focus. Haran didn't let the tension linger. He began weaving his incantation the moment he took center stage. As his mana surged outward, a grand piano materialized out of thin air right before him. Sun Chan watched every move with bated breath. A piano? Adela whispered, her brow furrowed in worry. What is he planning to do with that? Haran took his seat on the bench while a wave of confused murmurs rippled through the curious crowd. He gently closed his eyes, centering his soul and gathering his emotions into a single point. The stadium fell into a sudden, heavy silence, the spectators subconsciously matching the steady rhythm of Haran's breathing. Then, Haran snapped his eyes open, a brilliant celestial light dancing within his pupils. His fingers began to dance, gliding across the ivory keys with effortless grace. The melody seemed to breathe life into the air, radiating outward like a forest breeze harmonizing with the pulse of the earth. The crowd was instantly transfixed, sensing a revolutionary form of magic they had never experienced before. An incredible sense of fluidity and tenderness flowed through the air, guided by the movement of Haran's hands. Even Kang Gwyn was left stunned, gasping. Is the sound hitching a ride on the mana? No, is he using the mana itself to forge the music? The wonders didn't stop there. Around Kang Gwyn, delicate butterflies began to flutter, ethereal creatures lured by an invisible floral scent. Suddenly, a kaleidoscope of countless butterflies swarmed toward Haran. Kang Gwyn whispered in sheer awe, "It's spring!" The warmth of the sun, the song of the birds, the very scent of the grass. It feels impossibly tangible. Is this a symphony of sound and mana resonating as one? James, unable to contain his shock, jumped to his feet. What in the world? How is he manifesting something so vivid? Gajun was equally floored. So he really was holding back a trump card this entire time. Kang Gwyn pressed a hand to his mouth, a cold sweat breaking out as he stared at the stage. Beside him, someone shrieked in terror. Kim Kang Gwyn, what kind of miracle is this? Deep down, Kang Gwyn was reeling. In all his years, he had never even imagined a spell of this caliber existed. On the stage below, Haran continued his light-footed dance across the piano keys. A skeptic in the crowd blinked. The tempo is shifting. The person beside them pointed and screamed, "Look, right in front of our eyes!" The arena transformed into a vibrant, living aquarium, mesmerizing every soul present. Just as the wonder peaked, a magnificent firebird soared from the floor. Lush emerald greenery and the golden glow of high noon sunlight flooded the stadium. This was the vibrant season of life, pulled from the void by Haran's fingertips. The atmosphere shifted again. Summer arrived, complete with a sprawling, cloudless blue sky. The audience responded with a deafening roar, cheering frantically at the sheer beauty of the transition. As a crisp breeze tickled their skin, golden leaves began to swirl in a rhythmic dance, the season of harvest and quiet reflection. Autumn. Ethereal golden deer then bounded out from the magical haze. They leapt down toward the seating area, leaving the fans in a state of breathless wonder. Deer! Are they actually real? With every chord Haran struck, the warmth slowly ebbed away to make room for winter. Brittle leaves fell as a silent, snowy veil descended upon the world. The world turned a pristine white and bone-chilling cold. Haran understood this frost better than anyone, for it was in that solitary frozen era that he forged the man he is today. The fire in Haran's gaze ignited with a spark that transcended the cycle of the seasons, feeling the very soul of the mana aligning with his will. The entire universe seemed to blur into a single unified entity, the space. Surrounding Haran was now a limitless, blinding expanse of pure white. His playing grew increasingly fierce and wild, the true path of one inheriting the legacy of the archmage label Biternell. The arena was no longer a stadium. It was a reality built solely for him, radiating from his core. That is the power of the infinite circle. As Sun-chan and Adela watched in stunned silence, Haran realized that being born with the gift of magic was the ultimate blessing. Kang Gwyn's eyes remained locked on Haran in a state of permanent shock. Haran thought to himself, "But I will never let this power turn into pride. For this is a pinnacle that can only be reached by those who never stop climbing toward the light. Whether as the child I was or the man I've become, that is the lesson Master etched into my soul. That is the secret. Never stop, just keep pressing forward." Finally, Haran's fingers drifted gracefully away from the ivory keys. A faint, satisfied smile played on his lips. He rose and gave a respectful bow, a wave of inner peace washing over him. He had truly come into his own. As he bowed, the stadium erupted into a thunderous, electrified roar of approval. Kang Gwyn, alongside Gajun and James S., watched Haran with profound, contemplative expressions. Gajun knit his brows in sheer disbelief, muttering, "He didn't just rap sound in mana. He reached out and physically touched the audience's souls." James S. added with a trace of fear in his voice, "He didn't just touch them, he dominated them. Is it even possible to channel that much power without an AI core?" In that moment, Ra Master leaned toward Kang Gwyn and whispered urgently, "Kang Gwyn, what kind of monster have you brought here?" Kang Gwyn touched his chin, lost in thought. "I knew his precision was elite, and his raw output was staggering, but this is beyond my wildest projections." His expression darkened as he continued. "You can't achieve that through mere magic eyes or basic spell tweaking. It's something deeper." He was certain the boy was masking an entirely different lineage of magic. Below, Sun-chan sprinted toward Haran with wide-open arms. "You magnificent lunatic!" Sun-chan let out a jubilant shout and tackled Haran with a massive celebratory hug. Back in the green room, Hyun beamed at Haran. "That's our leader for you. I never doubted you for a second." Adela leaned in. You better teach us the secret behind that trick later. Haran chuckled softly. Deal. Xinhu stepped up from behind them. With that display, the tactical advantage for tomorrow's opening round just skyrocketed. Hearing this, Haran's tone turned serious. Actually, since the main event kicks off tomorrow, I'm planning to overhaul our strategy entirely. The following day at the Red Tower Arena, the atmosphere was at a fever pitch. The chanting of the fans was relentless. The commentator's voice boomed over the speakers. The wait is over. We kick things off with a high-stakes 5-on-5 siege battle. It's a ruthless knockout bracket where only the victor claims the crown. As the signal flashed, the shimmering mana barrier dissolved, revealing the first two combatants, Italy versus South Korea. The Italian captain was visibly sweating. Our opening match is against the Koreans? Another teammate added, After that piano performance yesterday, I've got a bad feeling about this. The captain tried to keep his cool. Relax. This is a siege battle. We just need to seize their base. We don't even have to engage Shin Ha-ran head-on. The countdown hit 0, and fierce battle cries echoed. The gates are open. Move out. Copy that. While sweeping the perimeter, the Italian captain received a frantic radio call. Captain, we have an incoming signature. He flinched, snapping back. Report. What's their head count? Before the scout could finish the sentence, the Italian squad collided with the South Korean vanguard. Standing directly in their path was a solitary figure, Ha-ran. The scout's voice cracked over the comms. It's just Shin Ha-ran. He's alone. The captain froze. Wait, what? Just one person? The scenery blurred as the Italian front line skidded to a halt in front of the South Korean mage. Indeed, the only obstacle between them and the objective was Ha-ran. The sensor confirmed it again. 0 other signatures detected. It's only him. Haran tilted his head, a predatory smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth as he offered a casual, Hey there. The 4 Italian mages fanned out to flank him, though their hands were trembling. He can't be serious. Where are the others? Is this an ambush from the rear? The Italian team consolidated their position. The captain barked, Eyes up! Scour every shadow. They're hiding somewhere. They scanned the brush and ruins with paranoid intensity, waiting for the rest of the Korean team to spring a trap. Sensing their mounting panic, Ha-ran gave them a pitying look. Don't bother looking. It's just me today. The Italian captain's face twisted in annoyance. What? What kind of joke is this? Ha-ran's smile widened into a smug grin. No joke. It simply means I'm more than enough to handle all 5 of you by myself. That insult was the final straw. The Italians turned red with fury. Arrogant brat. There's a limit to how much we'll be mocked. They lunged forward as one. He's wide open! Tear him apart now! Ha-ran didn't move an inch. A terrifying brilliance ignited in his eyes. Resonance. A catastrophic pillar of pure light thundered down from the heavens. That evening at the team dormitory, the distant echoes of fans celebrating could still be heard. The air was thick with the scent of victory and unbridled joy. Hyun was practically bouncing off the walls. Wow, from the opening show to the first match, we are absolutely crushing it. Xinhu maintained his stoic composure. Don't get ahead of yourself, Hyun. Today was a solo carry by Shin Ha-ran. So what? Hyun laughed. Ha-ran's win is our win. We're a team, so this is a flawless victory for all of us. Jin Seo-ok turned to the young mage with a concerned look. Hey, you holding up okay, kid? Ha-ran looked up. Huh? Jin Seo-ok smiled. Didn't you tell us that going all out leaves you completely drained for 12 hours straight? Ha-ran gave a cheerful thumbs up. Oh, that? I'm totally fine. But internally, he mused, since resonance is a secret technique, I had to invent that exhaustion excuse to hide my true limits. Adela slowly raised her hand, her gaze piercing. I have a follow-up question. You already put a massive target on your back during the ceremony. Why was it necessary to reveal your full destructive power in the very first round? Ha-ran's expression shifted into a devious grin. Of course, I have a very specific objective. The room fell into a heavy silence as everyone leaned in, hanging on his every word. Ha-ran tapped the corner of his eye and added, During my performance, you noticed I was wearing the 4 Seasons relic, didn't you? That small detail is actually the linchpin of the entire operation. Sun Chan blinked in realization. Oh,
You mean that thing that looks like a high-tech contact lens?
Haran nodded gravely. It's a relic designed to amplify my output to its absolute peak. But think about it. Do our opponents actually know that's how it works? Meanwhile, inside the UK team's high-security strategy suite, according to the high-fidelity footage we pulled from our mana tracking cameras, Maya highlighted a frame, revealing that Shinha Ran hadn't equipped a single visible relic during his entire set. Ventia leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Maya, look at the mana density swirling around his pupils. What are we looking at? Maya offered her tactical assessment. My best guess, that's the raw spectral signature of his magic eyes. Ventia fell silent, thoughtfully stroking his chin as he replayed the scene in his mind. Maya tapped a holographic display and added, "And here is the formal audit from our analysts regarding his output." The data on the screen sent a chill through the room. Even the usually unshakable Ventia couldn't hide his visible discomfort. The report concluded that the subject in the video possessed the capacity of a sixth circle archmage. Ventia gasped, "A sixth circle? You're telling me Haran is already a sixth circle monster?" It explains everything. That's why he was so unfazed when I tried to provoke him earlier. Maya flicked the screen to a new set of data. This is from the post-match analysis of his fight against Italy. Every spell he discharged in this sequence far surpassed the standard fifth circle threshold. We're estimating a 5.5 circle output. Furthermore, he managed to weave 6 of these high-level spells simultaneously. The mana flow was perfectly stable with 0 signs of backlash or strain. In simpler terms, Shinha Ran is almost certainly a sixth circle mage in disguise. This means our existing playbooks are completely worthless. We need a radical new blueprint if we're going to neutralize him. Maya turned to her captain. "What's the move, Kyle?" The following day, amidst a thunderous roar from the crowd, the announcer screamed, "It's all over. The final siege rounds for the top 16 have come to an end." The South Korean flag ascended as the crowd went wild. The official broadcast confirmed it. Team South Korea had secured their spot in the next bracket. Sun Chan was practically sobbing with relief, his voice trembling. "I can't believe it. A titan like the German team was dismantled that easily." He turned his teary eyes toward Haran. "Man, following your lead today was legendary, but anyway." Haran cut him off with a shrug. "I barely lifted a finger today." Sun Chan laughed hysterically. "Exactly. You did nothing, which proves your super fancy decoy plan was genius." Hyun groaned. "Your naming skills are an embarrassment. Super fancy? Are you serious?" Picking up where they left off the night before, Haran glanced at his teammates. "So, do you think the other teams have figured it out yet?" "Figured what out?" Hyun asked, tilting her head. "I mean, the Four Seasons is a relic. Surely their scanners picked it up." Haran's smile turned enigmatic. "I'm betting they didn't. First, ocular-type relics that sit directly on the cornea are still theoretical in the public eye. Second, my natural eye magic creates a massive mana signature that masks the relic's presence perfectly. When their experts crunch the numbers, they won't see a relic. They'll just see a sixth circle mage." The entire team froze before shouting in a synchronized burst of shock, "What?" Haran leaned forward, his eyes sparking with mischief. "Exactly." He squeezed his hand into a tight fist. "We're going to use that misconception as a weapon. In reality, by Ventia's standards, I'm only at the 4th circle. But to protect my secrets, I've kept my official rank as an improved 5th circle. So the world assumes I'm just a very talented 5th circle mage. But now if the rumor mill starts whispering that I'm actually a hidden 6th circle, back in the present moment, Adela finished his thought. Then our rivals will second-guess every move they make, right? They'll become overcautious and slow." Haran's expression grew grim. "Precisely. Though I'm curious if this psychological warfare will work on our next target, the UK representative. The 5th circle specialist Kyle Ventia. Quarterfinals of the Siege tournament, match 3, South Korea versus Great Britain." The stadium was a beehive of heated debates. "Place your bets! Who takes it?" Is that even a question? The UK, obviously. They invented modern magic theory. A fan nearby snapped back, "Did you even watch the showcase? Shinha Ran is a force of nature. South Korea is taking the trophy home. The first guy scoffed. You want to put money on that? The fan fired back. You're on. Let's go. High in the luxury boxes, Kang Gwyn adjusted his frames. James, who was wedged between them, asked, So what's the expert opinion? Who wins this clash? Ga-jun smirked confidently. It's obvious. Our boy Kyle is going to show them why tradition matters. Kang Gwyn didn't miss a beat, retorting coolly, In that case, be prepared to be disappointed. Ha-Ran is taking this. James, caught in the middle of their bickering, let out a delighted laugh. Honestly, being the neutral party in this rivalry is the best seat in the house. Kang Gwyn turned his sharp gaze toward James. Stop playing both sides. Who do you pick? Ga-jun nodded, looking equally annoyed by James's fence-sitting. James just grinned, thoughtfully rubbing his jaw. Tough call. I think I'll throw my support behind that one. With those final words, the Grandmaster gestured toward the roaring stadium. The battle is officially underway. The announcer bellows, And we're off! The contest has begun! Right out of the gate, the first warrior to take the field is Kyle. Standing directly across from him is none other than Shin Ha-Ran. The match has only just started, yet the exchange of blows is already incredibly violent. Ventia kept his signature cocky grin plastered on his face. Long time no see, Shin Ha-Ran. To be precise, it's been exactly 183 days, 47 minutes, and 34 seconds. Ha-Ran replied with an icy, unmoved expression. I can't vouch for the math, but it has indeed been a while. Ventia gave a suggestive smirk. Exactly. From the very moment we met, I haven't been able to get you out of my head. Ha-Ran let out a weary sigh. Are you still pouting because I turned down your invitation to duel? Ventia's voice rose as he pointed an accusing finger. Who, me? Pouting? Don't be ridiculous. I've simply been preparing for this inevitable showdown for a very long time. Ha-Ran scrutinized him in silence, still as obsessed with winning as ever, and he isn't leaving a single opening in his stance. Ventia began gathering his mana, smiling broadly. That should be enough small talk, shouldn't it? Witnessing the pressure before him, Ha-Ran was impressed. Now I see why they call him the Storm Knight. Violent gusts of wind were summoned, swirling aggressively toward the center. The air current began to condense and tighten around Kyle's form. Bit by bit, the wind aligned itself as if it were being meticulously programmed into a set coordinate. The swirling vortex settled perfectly within the palm of Ventia's hand. It's clear that Ventia possesses absolute confidence in his elemental control. Ha-Ran watched Ventia's every micro-movement with intense focus, but his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Standing before him, Ventia had already manifested a shimmering defensive layer, the Wind God armor. Ventia roared with total bravado. Show me the true power of a sixth circle mage, Shin Ha-Ran. Ha-Ran lunged to the side to evade. Here he comes. A bead of cold sweat rolled down his neck as a flicker of panic hit. He's incredibly fast. Ha-Ran found himself forced into a desperate defensive position. Ventia's lightning-fast strike managed to graze and nick his cheek. Ventia's arrogance is palpable. He acts as if Ha-Ran doesn't even pose a legitimate threat to him. Only at that split second did Ha-Ran find the window to mobilize his own mana. The two massive energies slammed into one another, creating an earth-shaking spectacle of power. Ventia let out a maniacal laugh and shouted, Incredible! You're the first person to intercept my opening strike so cleanly. Ha-Ran replied steadily, So this is the famous wind strike? Ventia struck a dramatic pose. The one and only. Wind God Sword First Form, Wind Strike. It compresses a high-velocity gale onto the edge of the blade, massively boosting the sword's impact and speed. Ha-Ran felt the weight of that power and thought to himself, that last swing. I couldn't even track it with my eyes. He's significantly faster and more precise than I anticipated. The pre-match data is useless now. Still, this is exactly why I chose to handle Kyle personally in our team strategy. Ventia leveled his sword at Ha-Ran's throat. Let's see if you can handle the next one just as well. Ha-Ran focused and activated his god eyes to enhance his perception. With his vision sharpened, he could see that the next barrage would be a series of rapid-fire consecutive thrusts. Ha-Ran moved with feline agility, dodging every single strike in the sequence. However, Ventia's sheer attack speed was reaching a level that was almost impossible to maintain. Seeing a momentary gap, Haran retaliated by launching a high-speed fireball. He followed through by driving his fist toward Ventia's chest, giving the swordsman no time to pivot. In a heartbeat, Ventia was sent tumbling backward from the force of the blow. Ventia's boots dug deep into the dirt as he skidded to a halt, his playful eyes finally turning dead serious. Haran smirked as he observed the result. I expected some resistance, but to think even a third circle spell didn't leave so much as a singe mark on him. Ventia let out a whistle of feigned admiration. Wow, you actually danced around all of those? It was obvious Ventia was still holding back his true potential. He wagged a finger at Haran and scolded, "But a basic fireball? Are you trying to insult me with such low-level magic?" Haran replied with total sincerity, "Not at all. I have never once taken you lightly." To his surprise, the young Ventia actually blushed, looking as though he were blooming with delight. "Oh, really?" he chirped back. Feeling a fresh surge of adrenaline, Ventia lunged forward again. "Then don't hold back. Show me everything you've got, Shin Haran!" Outside the arena, every spectator was glued to the monitors, watching the two titans clash. Ra-Messer watched the replay, clapping his hands as he laughed with pure delight. "Incredible! He dodged every single strike and even managed to counter. The kid is a total beast." But right now, Shin Haran's prowess outclasses not just Kyle, but Dahlia too. It's not just raw power. His mystical eyes and sharp wit make him a nightmare to strategize against. Ga-jun's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. "And he's only now revealing he's a sixth circle mage? That is incredibly underhanded." James roared with laughter. "Too true. Even among rivals, that's a bit low, Kim Kang-guin." Kang-guin remained silent, his mind racing with internal confusion. He realized that from the moment Haran first laid eyes on the Four Seasons relic, he must have been orchestrating this entire gambit. After a moment of reflection, Kang-guin looked at his peers and asked, "Listen, can I get a solemn promise from you both?" James narrowed his eyes skeptically. "A promise? Where is this coming from all of a sudden?" Kang-guin's tone turned dead serious. "I mean it. Swear that you won't breathe a word of what I'm about to tell you to a soul." Ga-jun leaned in, his curiosity piqued. "Fine. I swear upon my status as a tower master and the very flow of my mana." James gave a calm nod. "I also bind myself by the honor and the mystical energy of the Red Tower." Kang-guin kept his gaze locked on the flickering screen as he confessed, "The truth is, Haran hasn't actually ascended to the sixth circle yet. In this match, he's actually in a very vulnerable position." Kang-guin dropped the bombshell that Haran isn't a sixth circle powerhouse at all, implying that if he's forced into a real corner, he might actually lose this fight. Despite the hidden danger, Haran was still controlling the flow of the battle with remarkable ease. Across the field, Ventia bellowed, "Stop holding back, Shin Haran! Give me everything!" Haran shot back with a cocky grin. "My full power? Are you sure you're worth the extra effort?" To the spectators, it appeared that Ventia held the momentum with his aggressive offensive. However, being looked down upon by his rival sent Ventia's temper into a tailspin. "Are you implying that I'm not even a worthy enough opponent for you to try your hardest?" Haran's voice went cold. "Don't you get it yet? This isn't a duel, it's a team sport. Which means I don't actually have to beat you to win." Right on cue, panicked shouts erupted from Ventia's team channel. Ventia's eyes widened in alarm. "What? Team report, what's going on out there?" A frantic voice crackled through, "Kyle, it's a disaster, everything's falling apart." Ventia whipped his head back toward Haran and yelled, "What did you do?" Meanwhile, a calm confirmation beeped in Haran's ear. In a flash, Haran redirected his mana flow to a different coordinate, fueling long-range tactical spells 47, 79, 33, and 123. On the other side of the map, Sun-chan was caught in a chaotic firefight. The audio was a mess of explosions. "Coordinates 2889, they're swarming your position!" It was becoming painfully clear that Ventia's squad was being systematically dismantled by the unseen support. Maya's voice cut through the noise, urgent and shrill. "Kyle, get back here!" Ventia could hear her desperation clearly. "Kyle, can you hear me? We need you now!" Seething with rage, Ventia leveled his weapon at Haran's throat. You've been playing with us this whole time. What was it? Haran stood his ground, towering and unmoved. What was it? His smile widened into an ecstatic grin as he locked eyes with Ventia. Just a few clever little tricks. Sensing the trap, Ventia deactivated his heavy armor, his confidence rapidly replaced by a gnawing sense of dread. Across the battlefield, Adela seized the moment and delivered a crushing final blow to the enemy base. The announcer's voice boomed through the speakers. "Game over! Victory goes to South Korea!" The crowd went absolutely wild, their cheers shaking the rafters. Ga-jun felt a shiver of apprehension. He turned to Kang Guin and whispered, "Who is that boy, really? How can one person provide such pinpoint magical artillery support from over 2 kilometers away?" Kang Guin replied with a hesitant shrug, "That's the million-dollar question. I'll need to dissect the logs later to see how he pulled it off." Ga-jun turned his inquiry elsewhere. "Ra-Messer, you're the Red Tower Master. Any insights?" Ra-Messer just shrugged lightheartedly. "Don't look at me, I'm just as baffled." He stole a quick glance at Kang Guin. "As for the mechanics of that magic, I'm stumped. But it's clear the kid has an arsenal of secrets we haven't seen yet. During the opening show and the Italy match, he successfully tricked everyone into believing he was a 6th Circle elite. He essentially used himself as high-tier bait to lure Kyle as far from the action as possible. By isolating the enemy's most dangerous asset, he was free to support his team with extreme range magic instead of wasting energy on a direct confrontation. The more Ra-Messer broke it down, the more surreal it sounded. "It's hard to swallow. Are you seriously telling me an 18-year-old cooked up this entire strategy? And on top of that, he completely avoided a direct fight while still maintaining the illusion of his power level. This level of cunning, it makes me worried for Dahlia's chances." The scene transitions as a mystical tome flutters open, and the spirit Mimia manifests. In the quiet of a familiar study, 2 figures sat across from each other. Mimia rested her chin on her palm, studying him. I see. So, from what the successor tells me, that battle-hungry maniac really is a force to be reckoned with, huh? Haran sighed. Exactly. And our current ability to effectively neutralize him is shockingly low. Mimia tilted her head skeptically. Neutralize him? He elaborated, exactly. Kyle is a frontline speedster who relies on a permanent defensive field called the Wind God Shield. For an adaptable skirmisher like myself who relies on fluid combat magic, he is a nightmare to engage. Mimia tilted her head. But if you unleash resonance, wouldn't victory be guaranteed? Haran's expression turned grim. Resonance would certainly end it, but the complication is that Kyle isn't the only threat on the board. Mimia tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Ah, the successor mentioned. You're referring to that fiery redhead? The one they call Dahlia, right?" Haran nodded. "Exactly. Using resonance drains my reserves and places immense strain on my body. If I have to face Dahlia and Kyle back to back, I must find a way to defeat at least one of them through sheer skill alone." Mimia sighed. "There it is, your chronic obsessive preparation disorder acting up again." Despite her teasing, Mimia's eyes sparkled with a desire to help. "Oh well, being overprepared is better than being caught off guard." Haran looked at the spirit and offered a warm, genuine smile. "I appreciate it, Mimia." Still, a shadow of doubt lingered in Haran's mind. The festival was merely the starting line. To stand a chance against them, he had to push further. He had to reach the 5th infinite circle, the elusive circle of truth. As the days blurred into a whirlwind of arcane clashes, the tournament progressed. In the staging area, Sun Chan excitedly announced that the American team had just secured their ticket to the finals. Shin-Hu crossed his arms. They dominated the field without even touching their secret techniques. "You were right, Haran. They're intentionally keeping Dahlia's true capabilities a mystery." Jin Cook beamed with anticipation. "It's going to be a legendary final, isn't it?" Hyun barked out a laugh. "Compared to last year when facing the Americans felt like attending our own funeral, this is a breath of fresh air." Sun Chan looked at his seniors in disbelief. "Guys, we still have to actually win our own semifinal first." Jin Cook gave him a playful, cocky grin. "Please." The semifinals are basically a foregone conclusion at this point. We've crushed our previous hurdles, so why start doubting ourselves now? Haran stepped in, his voice calm and steady. She's right. With our current momentum, the semifinals shouldn't pose much of a threat. He took a deep breath before signaling the group. Let's head out and finish this. The team erupted into cheers. Leader Shin is the man. How do you manage to look so cool under pressure? Hey, watch out, or you'll fall for him too. Moments later, the arena speakers boomed. The second semifinal has concluded. Team South Korea, the unstoppable gale of the tournament, has decimated their opponents. The Korean squad is playing on a completely different level this year. The real question is how they will approach the Americans in tomorrow's showdown. Elsewhere, a fist slammed onto a mahogany table, sent a glass of water shattering to the floor. It was Jihan, his face contorted in a mask of pure rage. Damn it all! I knew they were talented, but this is absurd. Is that brat really sitting at the sixth circle level alongside me? He ground his teeth, his thumb hovering over his phone screen. If they actually take home the gold, or even a silver, I'll never be able to keep them under my thumb again. With a shaking hand, Jihan dialed Tukit. What the hell are you doing, Tukit? Explain this. After a long, tense silence, Tukit's voice came through. You really are a restless soul. I told you to trust the process, didn't I? Jihan's patience snapped. I pay you for results. Tell me the plan. Every detail, every step. Don't you dare leave me in the dark. Tukit's voice remained chillingly professional. I'm afraid I must decline. For this specific operation, even a premium client like yourself, Mr. Shin Jihan, is on a need-to-know basis. But here is a teaser. High-level executors have been mobilized for this. It's bigger than just me. Tomorrow, Shin Haran will be nothing but a memory. The morning of the Siege Tournament Grand Finals finally arrived. Kang Gwyn was among the first to arrive, standing in the quiet balcony and observing the empty arena before the chaos began. A heavy footstep echoed behind him as a newcomer entered the VIP lounge. Kang Gwyn turned, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. Mr. Shin ManHwa! I didn't expect you to attend in person. Haran is going to be stunned when he sees you in the stands. ManHwa's eyes remained sharp and cold. Is the perimeter secure? Kang Gwyn smiled reassuringly. Perfectly. The International Counterterrorism Center finally signed off on our security protocols. Those bureaucrats. You must have wrestled them into submission. ManHwa took a seat, his presence filling the room. And what of the others? An older associate sat down quietly beside him. Everything is proceeding according to schedule. Ra Messer and Gajun have confirmed their sectors are clear. Ah, those two are actually tied up with official business today. James also sent his regrets. He won't be able to catch Dahlia's match. Kang Gwyn held up 2 fingers, a rare, genuine laugh escaping him. Which means, for the first time in ages, we get to be just 2 dads quietly cheering for Haran. Hyuk frowned slightly. Your sentimentality is misplaced and quite frankly a bit unsettling. His gaze hardened as he looked out over the railing. The stadium was beginning to fill with a sea of spectators, the energy becoming electric. Below, Haran's team marched onto the field. Hyuk's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smirk. Actually, I don't think that boy needs our cheers anymore. Kang Gwyn tilted his head, watching the young leader. I believe you're right. Even the legendary Shin ManHwa, the feared ghost of the Magic God clan, couldn't hide the flicker of pride for his son. The announcer's voice roared through the stadium. The pinnacle of the Olympics, the 5 versus 5 Siege Grand Final. The battle for glory begins now. The moment the signal flared, Shin Haran bolted forward, a streak of focused intent. He had calculated every move. Dahlia's arsenal was built for devastating impact, massive infernos and wide-scale annihilation. Facing her as a tight group was a death sentence. They had to split up or be burned alive, just as I did in the clash with the UK. Isolating the leader into a one-on-one duel is our most viable path to victory. However, Dahlia is far more unpredictable than Kyle. There's no guarantee she'll play along and step out so easily. If I can lock her into a solo confrontation, I could dismantle their stronghold with my coordinate fixation spells. But if she chooses to go on a full-scale rampage, I'll be forced to bypass her and storm their territory. The American strategy is what haunts me. If Dahlia commits to that path, our defeat is certain. Finally, Ha-Ran reached the perimeter of Dahlia's forward operating base. Dahlia stood there, hands perched confidently on her hips, watching his approach. "So, you finally decided to show up?" The tension was momentary, as Dahlia immediately pivoted to cheerful small talk. "Isn't the weather just divine today? On a day like this, we really ought to be strolling through a park instead of trying to blow each other up." Ha-Ran remained silent, his eyes scanning her every movement with deep suspicion. He finally broke the silence, asking, "I take it the rest of your squad is hunkered down back at the command center?" Dahlia let out a boisterous laugh. "Well, wandering around aimlessly and stumbling into one of your clever traps would be a massive headache, wouldn't it?" Ha-Ran's mind raced through the implications. She's on to me. She's realized that my coordinate fixation magic requires pre-calculating the battlefield. The peaceful atmosphere shattered instantly as Dahlia initiated the first strike. She began condensing her mana, leveling her gaze at him. "Just so we're clear, our current tactic is total defense for the other four, leaving the field entirely to me. And unless your teammates show any sign of converging on your position, my squad won't budge a single inch from their fort. As a specialist in wide area devastation, I'm the perfect deterrent. Your team won't dare approach you, which means my team can just sit back and relax." Ha-Ran squinted as a terrifying aura of sapphire blue flames erupted around Dahlia. Dahlia smirked. "In other words, this entire war is just between the two of us." With a flick of her wrist, Dahlia unleashed her scorching hellfire, sending a wave of heat straight at Ha-Ran. He threw himself to the side, narrowly evading the blast before launching a counter-volley. This was the legendary secret art of Dahlia, the crown jewel of the Red Tower. Scorching firepower burns at a thermal intensity that defies the laws of nature. A master of this craft can manipulate blue flames reaching a staggering 1,500 degrees Celsius. Dahlia read the hesitation in his eyes and shouted, "How long are you going to keep testing the waters? This is getting dull, Shin Ha-Ran." Ha-Ran replied through gritted teeth as he repositioned, "I wouldn't mind if you dialed the intensity down just a notch." Dahlia's laugh was delighted. "Don't start crying on me now." In that instant, Ha-Ran flared his magic eyes to life. Damn it, I still can't get a read on Dahlia's magic circles. A mental notification pulsed. "Observation criteria not met. You must be within 4 meters and maintain direct line of sight with the core to analyze these circles." Ha-Ran's anxiety spiked. But the blast radius of her scorching hellfire is far too vast to close in, and even those tiny fire orbs incinerate everything within 10 meters. She was a different kind of nightmare compared to Kyle. Her power was a wall he couldn't climb. He deployed a mana shield, but his nerves remained frayed. "I need this shield to hold long enough to observe her circles through the point of impact. But against that volcanic heat, even a reinforced shield will liquefy in a heartbeat." Dahlia's eyes sparkled with predatory excitement. "Hey now, is your grand strategy really just to keep running away? I'll be genuinely heartbroken if that's all you've got." With a sharp gesture, she launched a refined, multi-directional assault. The flames split into perfect, heat-seeking clusters, homing in on Ha-Ran. He braced himself, focusing every sense on the incoming fire. He executed a high-tension leap, soaring above the explosion. While airborne, he instantly channeled mana. Razor-sharp gusts of wind, shaped like the wings of a raptor, screeched back toward Dahlia. Dahlia recognized the wind blades immediately and offered nothing but a dismissive snort. The gale struck the ground directly in front of her face, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ha-Ran didn't waste the opening, immediately following up with a secondary strike. Another concentrated wind blade whistled through the air. Dahlia's eyes widened in genuine surprise. "That trajectory! It's curving!" Even so, her confidence didn't waver. "Impressive, but a breeze like this won't even singe my clothes." Ha-Ran finally touched down, skidding across the dirt. He bit his lip, frustrated by the lack of impact. I was sure that level of speed and torque would break through. He let out a sharp breath. "Fine, I guess I have no other choice." Ha-Ran finally made the call to activate resonance. Dahlia, Adela, looked on, her brows arching in disbelief. "Water magic? You're trying to use such a rudimentary spell? To extinguish the fires of my great hell?" Don't make me laugh. The two opposing elements slammed into each other with cataclysmic force. The thermal shock triggered a violent, ear-splitting explosion. The battlefield was instantly swallowed by a massive, blinding shroud of superheated steam. The entire arena was obscured by the white mist, leaving the announcer fumbling for words. Everything has gone white. We've lost visual. What in the world is happening in the heart of that steam? Witnessing this scene, even Dahlia stood frozen in place for a brief moment. Enveloped within the dense, swirling veil of white steam, Haran remained perfectly still, a solitary figure standing firm and unshaken. At that point, she let out an exhilarated cry. "You're the very first person to neutralize my offensive so flawlessly! And you're still keeping your true power under wraps, aren't you?" Without hesitation, Dahlia began to unleash a relentless barrage of new maneuvers. A cascade of high-level techniques was discharged by her in rapid succession. Once again, the battlefield was plunged into a state of blurred, misty obscurity. The spectators began to murmur in shock. "The steam has drifted all the way to the stands. I can't even see the person in front of me." Dahlia realized her own sight was being compromised by the mist. "This vapor is cutting off my line of sight, if he did this on purpose." Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light tore across the sky. Reacting with lightning speed, she spun around and pointed. "Found you!" Cutting through the thick haze, Dahlia's counterstrike soared toward its target. However, the blast struck nothing but air. She stood paralyzed. "He's not there?" Jagged bolts of fierce lightning began to crackle and manifest out of thin air. Unexpectedly, Haran had orchestrated a finishing maneuver from her blind spot. Detecting the electrical surge around her, Dahlia scanned the area in a panic. From behind? But this energy is too massive. It's impossible to break through. Watching Dahlia cycle through the same repetitive movements, Haran couldn't resist a taunt. "Is this truly the extent of your power?" Then, in a blur of motion, he lunged directly toward her. Haran's gaze was piercing, filled with a cold and focused intensity. A warning blow whistled past, narrowly grazing the side of her face. Dahlia felt a surge of genuine terror, thinking to herself, "This guy is a total lunatic." She instinctively leaped high into the air to escape the incoming strike. In her mind, she let out a breath of relief. Thank heavens it only nicked me. I never imagined he'd charge in so recklessly at that moment. Dahlia's temper flared as she shouted at him, "Aiming for a woman's face? You clearly have no sense of chivalry." Her expression darkened with resolve as she began to pour out every ounce of her hidden strength. Haran countered with the simple, effortless flick of his wrist, causing her complex spell to shatter into fragments. Dahlia launched a frantic assault, while Haran moved with frantic agility to evade. She thought with a thrill, "This is exhilarating, this sheer tension. I can't recall the last time I felt this alive. My earpiece is gone. Did it get knocked out during that last exchange? No matter, it's irrelevant now. This entire match boils down to the struggle between the two of us. More importantly, I have to give this final round everything I've got." Fueled by this resolve, Dahlia gathered a colossal amount of energy for a decisive final collision. However, she could feel the undeniable truth. Haran's power was on an entirely different plane. Dahlia's mind continued to race. But why do I feel so uneasy? Is it possible this man isn't actually a sixth circle mage? If he were, he wouldn't be struggling this much. He should have crushed me with overwhelming firepower by now. As if he were peering into her thoughts, Haran spoke up first. "Dahlia, are you starting to suspect that I'm not a sixth circle mage after all?" She was stunned into silence. Haran calmly sheathed his blade and continued, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not avoiding sixth circle magic. It's just that it isn't necessary to beat you. My objective was simply to collect data on you and the mechanics of your superheated hell." Dahlia immediately snapped back. "What a load of rubbish. If you really were a sixth circle, you'd have finished me with magic instead of wasting breath." Haran countered smoothly. "In a duel, perhaps, but this is a team competition, and the road to the end of this tournament is long," Dahlia asked, her confusion mounting. "What are you talking about? As if your teammates could ever hope to take us down without you?" Haran replied with absolute certainty, "Exactly, and they've done it again." Losing her cool completely, Dahlia screamed, "Then say that after you survive this!" However, at that very second, the official announcement echoed throughout the arena. "The match is concluded. The victor is—" Dahlia froze in shock. "What? Team South Korea?" News outlets instantly broke the story. The champions of the first Olympic event, the siege battle, are Team South Korea, a truly miraculous turnaround. A high-ranking operative of the Black Magic Circle watching from the shadows remarked, "People are getting far too worked up over such a theatrical performance." A companion replied, "Why let it bother you? Isn't it a fine show?" The operative continued, "Let them savor their moment while they still can. Once these Olympic Games reach their conclusion, they won't have anything left to laugh about." With those words spoken, the high-ranking commander let a menacing glint flicker in his eyes. A shadow materialized from the void, whispering sharply, "Cease your idle chatter. His arrival is imminent." At that exact second, the glow of the television screen vanished into blackness. The entire assembly of underlings dropped into a deep, reverent bow. "Welcome, Black Demon King,"